It's day number 4 in Seattle. The road to the international continues. We have our 16 remaining teams still trying to find their way into either the upper bracket or the lower bracket. The weekend is coming to a conclusion, but we do still have our day number 4 action ahead of us. I'm going to be your host, Nat T. I've got Winter and I have Lizard joining me. Guys, we had an absolute insane day yesterday. A lot of 2-0s up until the end.
Yeah, the last series was a blast. The other ones, perhaps not as much. We saw a couple of stomps, but today I have a feeling it's not going to be the same way.
You reckon there's going to be maybe, hopefully, a lot more 3 games in a best of 3?
I feel that the teams are more evenly matched.
Yeah, hopefully we see more killing heroes than killing ancients, you know.
Was a bit of a passive day yesterday, but nevertheless, it was still very interesting and very exciting. Anything that you're looking forward to today when it comes to teams, certain players, anything out there at all?
I mean, the inter-regional game for me, BetBoom against 9 Pandas, I think that would be an interesting series to watch.
Mm-hmm. Well, for people just tuning in, maybe you haven't been watching over the last 3 days, let's have a look at our bracket. Let's see who's been matched up, who's already played, because we had that group stage. We saw the opponents that the first seeds were able to pick, and then the second teams who they were tied up against. We then saw 8 teams battle it out yesterday for BO3s. It resulted in Team Spirit and Virtus.pro in that upper bracket matchup. Liquid up against TALON in that second upper bracket matchup as well, and that is Rebellion, TSM, EG, and Gaimin Gladiators down in the bottom, and does leave us with those other 8 teams. Massive upset, I'm going to say, looking at this, not only for pairings, but who kind of is in the bottom and the lower and the upper bracket.
Yeah, we see 2 inter-regional matchups as well in the playoffs, right? Like you have the Eastern Europe facing each other, same as NA. Unfortunately for NA, one of them is going to have to go, but very, very interesting matches.
Yeah, it is. It's not the last NA hope, though. That is the fun thing about this year that I see is how many teams are participating from each region. Like, we have 3 from NA, only 2 from SEA, but it's TALON, and they're in that upper bracket. So they're giving a lot of SEA fans that hope. They are that final hope, and they're going to be in the upper bracket. So they have that second lifeline for themselves. But China having 2 teams as well, Winter, and we're going to be seeing both of them playing today.
Yeah, a bit excited to watch LGD especially. The SEA fans are going to be rooting for NTS, you know. 20% SEA team, you know, LGD. They're going to take that.
Is that what you're doing? You're just like, okay, there's a little bit, there's at least one player. That's pretty much an SEA team.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's just trying to bandwagon on as many teams as possible.
You still have someone in Shopify as well, right?
Yeah.
There's that. There's Whiteman as well. Like.
So we kind of have, what, 5?
You have 5
yeah.
teams.
What am I saying when I say TALON's the last SEA hope? There's so many other teams out there picking up the SEA pride for themselves.
That's how it usually works, right? Like you have that one player from the region somewhere else, the whole region bandwagons on that team, if they have no one else.
Yeah, well, look, every region does still have a team for themselves. And like I said, China does still have those 2 teams for themselves. They're playing today, so let's look at our schedule to see exactly when they are playing. Because I know that we're treated with LGD up against Kid Stars to begin with. BetBoom versus 9 Pandas. That's that inter-regional Eastern European matchup you mentioned before, Winter. Tundra up against Nouns, and then Entity Azure Ray.
Yeah, for me, it wasn't inter-regional, it was the Entity Azure Ray. I would say that those 2 teams probably have the closest skill ceiling and skill gap, and because of that, I'm expecting a really interesting best of 3. I also do not know even what heroes we're gonna get from those 2. Like, Entity, they're playing their style, they're experimenting with heroes that shouldn't be working in the meta, but they're still kind of doing all right with those. Azure as well on FY. That man is carrying the games on his own.
Yeah, I mean, for Azure, it's been a resurgence, you know. After Bali, they didn't really perform as well, and right now they seem to kind of figure certain things out, what heroes to pick. And for Entity, we see their new SEA offlaner, Gabby.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I forget about them.
Same.
One more team, so 6 teams, you know. Like, he's been fitting really well on that team, you know, especially like moving from carry to offlane isn't like that big of a deal compared to maybe moving from, I guess, support to carry. Like offlane and carry, a lot of similar things that you're doing in the game. So I'm glad he's doing well on that team. So looking forward to that game as well.
Yeah. Yep. Why was it the inter-regional Eastern European matchup that you were excited for, though, Winter?
I feel like when 2 teams really understand each other, that's when you might see interesting heroes.
Oh, it like goes outside of the normal patch meta, and it's because like, we know what your comfort is.
They might have their own thing going on, you know, because they both understand each other so well. So the meta might not matter that much in those kind of games.
Okay. Yeah, that is pretty interesting. The Tundra Nouns series, though, I don't want to touch too much on the LGD because that's our first one, so we'll get into that one later. But this Tundra Noun ones, it feels like the vibe that you both are just like it's going to be a pretty quick 2-0.
Well, I'm not sure if it's going to be a pretty quick 2-0, but I'm expecting still a 2-0 from Tundra. They definitely surprised us with their performance in the group stages. I believe that they've, at least me, I didn't expect them to do as well as they have. But Tundra, on the other hand, I didn't know what I'm going to get, seeing their Stopson and everything, but they're just looking really crisp.
Yeah, and look, the thing about today is even if you do lose your best of 3, you're not eliminated. It's just down to the lower bracket, and that is what we're seeing with our 16 teams. We did originally have 20, though, and we have some absolutely pressing professional journalism from Slacks right now.
Thank you, and welcome to another episode of Tombs of the Ancients. In this series, we will be exploring ancient forgotten civilizations like those of Quest Esports, who left this building several century days ago. Let's take a look at how they lived and where they ended up. Any clues to what their lives are like? Let's go inside. As you can see, the civilization left in quite a hurry, mostly sustaining themselves from brownies and other sorts of candied treats. Unrefrigerated lemonade still hits the stands here. Signs of their intelligence, their sacred scripts. As you can tell, they had some sort of language that I don't understand, and perhaps that is why they are still not here with us today. Over here, you can tell that the civilization lacked vitamin D and vitamin C, as they used with supplements to keep them afloat in these desperate times, known for not getting much sun in here. Ancient technologies as well, this tiny keyboard, the smallest keyboard I think I've ever seen in my life, and their chieftain's keyboard, a bright pink one, left behind as clearly the civilization broke down, and that was the cause of it. Even left the phone. So you can tell that this civilization, although was very cool and neat, oh my God, are you okay there? It's dangerous in these catacombs. Although it is a civilization that was bright, it has been abandoned, and who knows where they could possibly be. There's something in there. Let's take a look. Hello? Oh my God, there's still a survivor of this. God, I'm so sorry, Omar. I'm so sorry. The last survivor. Okay, well, let's just go. Suffice it to say, these people were wonderful, and we hope that one day we can find more clues of where they've gone. Thank you, and back to you.
The poor Quest boys that have been done dirty by Slacks trying to expose them. They're still around. They're still hanging out. But
the lost, forgotten civilization.
That is Quest Esports. Look, the boys still having a lot of fun. Nice to see Amar getting in on that interview there. That, like I said, absolute professional piece of journalism over there.
As always, from Slacks. You never know what you're going to get, but it's always going to be professional for sure.
That's how I always describe them, for sure. I want to get your professional opinions, though, on some hero picks. We've been seeing the rise in certain heroes. Spirit Breaker was one of them yesterday, but Bristleback is definitely a big one. Murta, I didn't think we were going to see too much of her because of how busted a lot of players already knew that she was. To the fact that you're able to get her along with that Bristle that we've been seeing perform so well, 8 times and a 75% win rate, Winter.
Yeah, and LGD has been part of like two picks so far with this combination. Like the reason the combination is successful is Bristleback kind of doesn't want to be the lone carry. You know, she needs somebody else to carry the game together. We've seen apart from Muerta, I think Chaos Knight was also quite commonly picked with Bristleback.
And it's also Muerta is really popular right now, so she can even be a position 4 or carry in these power couples. But when it comes to Earth Spirit and AA, I feel like they're in the meta for different reasons. Like Earth Spirit is really strong anyway, right, on the mid lane, or on position 4, but on mid lane most of the time. And AA is just very strong versus these bristles, versus all these
the hard heroes
that are being picked right now.
Too tanky that you can't actually.
Exactly. So the two of them got picked for completely different reasons, but they're at the same time very strong together, because not a lot of heroes can survive an Earth Spirit rolling on top of them and then A with
the magic M.
Yeah, exactly.
And also A is also good with a lot of the carry heroes in the lane. Because if you're looking at the safe lane heroes, a lot of it has stuns like Wraith King, Chaos Knight. Yep. So A really wants to be pairing with somebody that can allow him to set up and snowball from the lane.
Well, it makes sense. We're going to see if any of those combos do line up today for either team. But the other thing that's pretty interesting is KDAs, who's looking to be on the top with their highest KDAs. And it's mostly mid laners and actually just mostly mid laners is what I'm going to say.
Yeah,
right?
apart from one dude.
Yeah, one that stands out.
Yeah, there is one guy standing out that's new. I was looking at the group stages literally on day 1 and now on after day 2 as well. And new is... You know what? You were talking about Gabi and how he's managed to adapt to the offlane. I don't think there's much to adapt. It's the same old house.
Different heroes.
Just different heroes, different neighborhood, but you're playing the game the same way right now. And I might have expected that we'll see even more offlaners here.
Yeah, but it's still quite surprising to have an offlaner.
Yeah, of course.
In the top of the KDA. It's very common that you see carries and mid players for normal reasons. You know, they're going to be killing heroes, they're going to be taking a lot of farms, so they're going to have a very good KDA.
Yeah.
And offlaners, usually you are the tank, right? So you're running it and you're dying.
Yeah, you
you're
have
dying.
one to initiate and engage, and then everything's being put on you. You know, you're like 4 ultimates just been thrown your way, but no, KDA of 8.2 there, so looking fantastic. And the other very interesting fact is he's only played 8 games, but out of those 8, he has some insane diversity. He has been picked up 6 different heroes for himself in those 8 games. All of LGD actually looking fantastic with their hero deck.
What do you do? How do you draft against that then? Like every game a different draft, every game a different hero.
Yeah.
Like what do you ban against?
It's crazy. Look at their 2 cores, the mid laner and the
8
carries.
games,
7 different heroes out of 8 games, you know. And even the other players, off lane 6, position 5, 6, you know, Planet, he's by far he has the lowest number, but 5 is still impressive.
Still
I
a lot, yeah.
feel like what's happening with that is they're focusing so much on trying to take out some of those carries, the annoying carries, and so he's been doubling up on Dark Willow. So it's like everyone sees her as one of those top 4, position 4s that you want to get your hands on. Dark Willow and Mirth are very much up there. So the fact that they're focusing on these
that's
roles
a really good point, because when you're building a lineup, when you're drafting, you often try to tie the opening draft to a specific hero or a specific role. And like you said, you know, the position 4 is something that they want to build their draft around, so they're going to get it first. So it's not like he can't play many different heroes, but because they're building the draft from there, so his hero diversity will generally be lower.
Yeah, and look, to know that you're the anchor in the team, you're the rock, you're the solid one, that is Planet there for LGD, and we can compare that one to Keyed Stars, their hero diversity. So they've also played 8 games for themselves. Their offlaner having some great numbers too, but the rest, when it comes to their position 4 and their carry, maybe they're the roles that they're trying to build their rosters in that.
A tiny little bit less, especially Costabile and King Ardi. Like King Ao, if you look at him and his heroes, like they have kind of been the same more or less throughout the last 5 years that I've been watching him, but he has a lot of flair and he brings that to the game.
Yeah, I mean, it tells us who they are prioritizing in a draft, you know, because the offlaner has a lot of different picks. It more or less means that he's going to get a lot of priority in the draft. His hero is often picked later, so he gets a lot of options, you know. That's the kind of position that a lot of the core players are gonna give me the last pick, you know, so I can figure out what I want to play. Don't pick my hero first. And usually that's a discussion for the offlaners and the safe laners.
Okay. So you were expecting them to probably pick up the offlaner for Keatstar earlier on, and that they don't really necessarily worry about that lane matchup when it comes to, you know, what they want to have.
Actually, on the contrary, I feel like they are picking his hero later because he gets a lot of options, and he has a lot of options. You know, it definitely differs between every single team. Some teams feel like, oh, because you don't really have a lot of heroes, then I have to pick your hero first, you know. Or it might be your hero is often the game-winning hero. So even though you have like 7, 8 different heroes, but I want to get your best hero first. So it really depends on what the team feels like doing.
Usually the player that has the least amount of heroes played is the player that's being picked first, because those heroes are most of the time a bit broken and they're in the meta and you need to snatch them straight away.
Okay. All right. Anything else that you want to say about this quick matchup? Quickly about this matchup. It's not going to be a quick matchup.
Quick matchup?
Please, oh no, take me off this.
Scripted. It's all scripted.
Say which way in it? No.
Yeah. Well, it looks like an uphill battle for Keed, definitely. Like LGD right now are looking in an insane form, something that has been awaited from them for quite some time. We just waited for PSG LGD to start dominating the international scene, and they look like they might have reached that point. But I wouldn't say that they're there yet. not just yet.
Yeah, LGD is a roster that's been around for many TIs. They've had a lot of various results for themselves, but they've gone through a bit of a different roster change right now. One consistent, though, is Smile on the roster, so we have a bit of a video, a bit of information to know more about him.
回顾整个职业生涯，让我细想，可能我认为我学到的东西都很多琐碎，因为都是无论是做人还是游戏内游戏外的与人沟通方式，还是与人相处，不论也是因为这职业生涯我已经过了，已经有接近10年，我也看到了许多东西。所以真要说学到什么，我觉得已经太多了，因为已经贯穿我就是接近一半的人生了。所以，但是真正让我学到，我觉得肯定还是珍惜，无论是身边还是所有与自己共事过的，就是职业选手，还是现在身边所有的朋友吧。我觉得这些主要是最主要的。
It's such a heartwarming piece of advice that we just got there from Waga. This is a very exciting match. I know some people are like, well, it's just seeding, but we have two very different teams that are going to be pairing up against each other today in this matchup. What do you think we're going to see? Are we going to see the regular meta? Are we going to see something a little different?
I think we're going to see Vivo maybe do something different here. LGD, they're a pretty structured team. I expect them to, do what they have been doing so far. But like the panel said, they are extremely flexible in how they want to play that structure. They have been playing a lot of different heroes, but they have a very, very clear play style. And they don't do too many wild moves. Whereas Keystars, we watched them in the group stage, right? We saw them make some rotations that sometimes worked and sometimes really didn't work. So the first few moves in this game, I think, are going to be very important to watch.
I'm pretty excited too. Already you're seeing this meta kind of shaping up. The Lone Druid, that is one hero that has consistently been banned against Keystars. This shows, LGD, they are a professional team. They're not going to let that in. Too much of just a wild card for them to have to deal with, right, with the players on the side of Keed. But we see a really strong opening coming out from Keed now with the Nature's Prophet, which has yielded them very good results, having usually King jungles, but that extreme flexibility with this hero. And I think that's very, very strong right now. Whereas Phoenix, extremely strong here. We've seen a ton of this too, right?
Yeah, different approaches here. Keystars securing a little bit of ability to play big map here with Nature's Prophet, who, like you said, King Jungle played phenomenal on. We saw him before play against a lineup that would be pretty hard to play Nature's Prophet into. He did absolutely fantastic against even a Spirit Breaker and other hard counters as well. But LGD, with the Phoenix opening, secured themselves some team fight. I feel like their drafts pretty much always end up being pretty well-rounded, having that 5-man fight potential, whether it's relying on a Brewmaster, Warlock, or a Phoenix. They pretty much never leave a big gap in their draft. Whereas Keystars, I could totally see them go more niche and go all in on something.
Yeah, I think the stats that I saw last time too, Phoenix as a position 3 has a 100% win rate for the side of LGD. But you can tell these teams, they've done their homework. They're blazing through these bans and picks. And just stopping for a moment. But I'm curious, we'll see the Dark Willow come up for the side of LGD. The Bristleback, though, this hero is bonkers. We've seen so much of this recently. I think it's one of the highest picked heroes currently as well for this TI.
Yeah, Bristleback is doing absolutely fantastic. His Aghanim's timing is very hard to fight into. He gets a ridiculous power spike, also helps with both Tormentors and Roche in a great way, opens up the options on the map, and now you have a strong hero to play towards with that Nature's Prophet to make rotations towards and play around the Bristle. LGD, though, we'll see what they want to respond with as they see this. I like that Vivo covered this Bristleback as well with the Viper ban, because LGD did counter out Bristleback before successfully by playing Viper in their game against VP. They countered both TA and Bristle in one go with a Viper pick. So just being wary of this already. Keystars prioritizing a good ban there.
It looks like this time LGD taking a little bit of a moment, trying to decide, this could be, the chance for them to pick up, someone that's going to be a good support in lane facing off with Bristle, right? Because that guy most likely, again, it's likely that it's going to be going into that offline. You can see some variability with it, but speaking of variability,
Yeah, we get some Shaker and Murta. I mean, ridiculous combinations now on the side of LGD here. You got some really nice stuff for locking down the Bristle and try and control him as well. The Fisher is great for not getting run down, and Murta with both their Q and W can control his chase a bit. I would like to see Vivo go in to play something that they have been having great success with. In fact, all the games that Vivo have won has been with this one hero. Do you know which one I'm thinking about?
No, which one are you thinking about?
So they could totally go in towards the Skyrath here. It's a hero
I thought you meant Core. I thought you were talking about Costa here, but yeah, no, their Skyrath mage has quite the win rate here.
They played 3 games on it. It was really, really impressive every game. I think King RD delivers really well on it. It's great against Phoenix, good against Murta. It's a hero that I think they could have pivoted towards, but it would be double range, so I guess they go down the Tusk here. We'll see. Are they going to break the curse of not winning a single game without the Skyrath?
I think it's interesting too what the Earthshaker picked up for LGD. That is something that Nothing to Say ran mid in one of their matches. So they have their own flexibility with what they want to do with this draft. Whereas now kind of have a pretty close idea of what Vivo Keystars is bringing to the table. They could play around with it a little bit more. Again, you've got the Tusk and that Nature's Prophet, but most likely, again, it's probably going to be King Jungles on the Prophet since you have the Bristle back here for FCR and then King RD on the Tusk.
Yeah, I think it's very likely that we're going to see that. Curious to see what they're going to go into here, since LGD are so difficult to really put a prediction on what they want to do. Like, is it going to be the support Shaker? Is it going to be the, carry Murta or support Murta? There's some different options here. So Keystars have to really think through their next pick. Also, right now, they're lacking in egg killing potential. Yeah, you have a Nature's Prophet who's pretty good, but Bristle and Tusk are not very good for dealing with the Phoenix.
I think it's also worth mentioning that Keystars has one of the smallest hero pools for this particular team so far. So that definitely limits them in terms of what they can play. Whereas you look over at LGD, they have quite a few things that they can stick in their pocket. Planet also playing Muerta before, so it doesn't necessarily have to be that position 1 that we were seeing Costa be playing over on the side of Vivo Keystars. And I think that flexibility makes it much harder for Vivo Keystars to kind of plan what they want to do.
Yeah, so far in the games that LGD played, both times they picked the Murta, it was Planet running it. And he goes for a Rod of Atos first item. Foregoing the Ether Lens or anything else, he just rushes towards the Atos for extra control, which I think we might see here against the Bristleback again.
Ooh.
Okay, picking Puck already here. That's a little bit risky. Yeah, it can be nice. The silence is great, and the lockdown is needed for their team. And it's a decent hero for hitting the egg as well. The only problem is that picking Puck when you see 2 heroes remaining here is a little bit susceptible to some counters.
I like this just because I know Analog's hero pool, and it's funny because they actually removed the Kunkka themselves on the side of Vivo Keystars, because that's kind of like his big carry, like he plays. But having him on something very skirmishy, something that's a little bit more elusive, I think lends itself quite well to the way that they've been playing recently. And it also gives you all of this maneuverability, right? You've got the Nature's Prophet who's going to be able to pop into the lane. Puck always wants to skirmish, has very low cooldowns, very slippery, and then you pair that up with like the Bristle. If they activate these 3 heroes together, or including the Tusk, it looks super good. It gives a lot of space to Costa, whatever they end up picking for him. And they've removed a few things here. There's no CK. He's played that in the past. He's played Gyro and Luna too. The Muerta's been picked up, so.
Yeah, I think Luna could be a very contested hero here, as LGD also play it. Doom comes in though. Okay, a little bit of a surprise pick here. We haven't seen a whole lot of Doom, but it works really well against Bristleback. All the Bristlebacks we've seen lately with that Bloodstone build, just healing like crazy. Doom can hard counter that now, since you cannot heal at all once the Doom comes out. Could be a fantastic target. And of course, later on in the game, AoE Doom against Puck and Tusk is just wonderful.
That is true. It is a classic counter to that Puck pick. So got a strong lineup coming out from the side of LGD. Still, so what are we looking now in terms of laning, do you think, when we look at what they've brought out? Are we still thinking that's going to be a Nothing to Say with that Earthshaker? I feel like that's not the most comfortable matchup for him in the mid lane.
It's pretty good, actually. I think we might see him on Shaker here. Shaker does completely fine against Puck. You don't really care about the harassment, and you have tons of damage to secure range creep denies, even against Puck with this illusory orb. So I think that they're just looking to play this as an offlane Doom, support Merta, mid Shaker. And we'll see what bans Vivo are going to get rid of here, because I still am missing, that big carry to set this all up. So they get rid of Naga for the Naga Sleep into Phoenix Egg combination, which is really, really good. Also a great way to catch and deal with Puck is sleeping him and then ensnaring him during the sleep.
This is curious, too, because they banned out the Darkseer over on the side of LGD. So are they thinking that perhaps they're going to move one of these other heroes to that safe lane?
5 seconds.
Yeah, they're thinking that this is going to be a carry Bristle, which is definitely a possibility. Bristle lanes pretty well against Doom.
Turn to ban.
But it's curious to see, because I'm thinking that how Keystars play, I almost feel like this is going to be an offlane Bristle.
I do too. I feel like this is going to be an FCR on this particular hero. But again, they've been scrimming, they've been playing. I'm sure that they've had a lot of data. Everybody's got analysts and coaches right now. You've got Shao 8 over on the side of LGD. They've got D-Flash on the side of Vivo. So, there could be a missing piece that we just aren't aware of, right?
Yeah, also banning out the Darkseer here kind of telegraphs that, they're worried about the AoE combos for sure, but it's also about laning. Like, the biggest focus here is who do they want to lane against or not lane against, and their carry is going to be something they didn't want to lane against Darkseer or Wraith King, which makes sense here. They go for the Luna.
I mean, we talked about that. We thought that could be a highly contested hero, especially with the way that they have removed so many of these other safe lane cores. And Luna has been having an uptick with the change with her glaives, right? Like, it just is very, very strong.
Yeah, she feels absolutely amazing right now, and it's one of those reliable late-game hard carries that Shiro tends to shine on really well to just grow. I mean, he got a rampage in the replay that I was watching earlier, watching him, studying him a bit. He got some early rampage on Luna. He's very, very good at playing this. And TA comes in as a last pick here by Keystars.
You don't sound impressed about that, because I look at what they've got on the side of LGD, and I think this is going to be a bit of a difficult TA game, just in terms of being able to burst down, the refraction, burn it off. But is it enough where it's going to be very tempo, where they can play it quite quickly?
The idea is to have a strong lane. The idea is that you have TA, who is supposed to do really well against melee offlaners. Like, Doom doesn't really do well against TA overall in laning stage. You can crush him pretty hard and then try and snowball off that. But there is a big concern for me playing TA into this Luna with the glaives. You got the Doom later on, which becomes annoying, and even stuff like Phoenix can just kill the refraction super fast. So I'm not sure that TA is the hero here, but it does play the way that Keystars want to play: aggressive, gank heavy, and for sure they need to be the ones to really hit the pedal to the metal when they hit the Aghanim's bristleback timing here.
Okay, so knowing what we know about both of these teams, knowing what's going to be the lane matchups, how are we feeling right now? Because it looks like Keystars, they need to make sure that they win these lanes, that they put a lot of pressure down. And with King Jungles being on that, on the Nature's Prophet, and having the TA be someone that can kind of stay, sustainable in the lane without too much support, the entire time, are we feeling confident, or does LGD just look very, very strong in the way that they're going to be moving out of that laning stage?
I think LGD have a brutal advantage in team fights in the draft, and that could spell some trouble here for Keystars, because LGD are a tough nut to crack when they start going together and go for objectives. They're really, really good about how they play it. So Keystars, they really got to split push a lot. This lineup, it can do it, but it's also risky to split against a Shaker, Doom, even Merta. You can get caught by these heroes. So I'm a little bit worried for them. I think the LGD got the upper hand a bit in the draft here. But we'll see. I mean, King Jungle, he impressed me before with Nature's Prophet.
Definitely. It's going to be an exciting game number one. As you can see, all these players, they're ready. They're looking calm. They're looking confident. And definitely going to be seeing a bloodbath, I have a feeling, as we get into the game.
Yeah, we'll see the players head out, and LGD rushing down towards that mid lane. And we see Keystars again doing what they have been doing a lot. This surprises me. You have Nature's Prophet, but you don't TP out for double wards with Nature's Prophet, and you also don't use a smoke. We've seen this from Keystars before, twice, I think, in the group stage, where they just don't prioritize getting the wards down under smoke.
I was surprised. I was wondering, because sometimes you see, the teams go for a late smoke where they walk out and then, they take their time. But yeah, they just consistently, they're kind of greedy with the way that they like to play. Every other team that we've seen.
They know where TA is. They had a ward, saw her run up and meld, so now they can go on her.
Let's break the smoking jungles. Drop down. Pressure already being placed on Costa, and they just have too much damage. So the first blood, gonna go over to Neo. They're gonna see if they can finish off FCR, and he is tanky, but they have plenty of lockdown, so they'll get themselves 2, and they'll get themselves some bounty runes.
Man, I'm just not on board with this. No smoke, no TP out Fury and stuff. I'm gonna say it. It's not worth, man. You just lost 2 heroes, first blood, and this is just terrible. And of course, they're gonna deny the ward afterwards because it was obvious that they saw the TA go invis. But great play by LGD. Again, very avoidable though for Keystars.
You see a little bit of skirmishing over here again. They had Planet in a good position for the calling. Throughout the tree, just put a little pressure back down, but it's gonna be pretty difficult for them as they'll use a blood grenade. In comes Costa though, he's gonna try to assist, and there it is. There is a redemption kill. Planet now on the run. We'll have that sprout up in a second, but I'm not sure if King Jungles will opt to go for it.
I think 1 return kill, but that's, first blood, 1 extra kill, and 4 bounty runes. Every single bounty rune to Dire. That's a massive advantage to have in the start of the game. Just, looking at the net worth already on the heroes before lanes even start, it's absurd, the difference.
All right, this mid matchup, I think it's going to be a bit tough for Analog. Nothing to say. Very, very well known. Excellent player. One of the top ones. I think that Analog has his work cut out for him here.
Yeah, at least he did get forced to skill Fissure because of the level 1 fight, so doesn't have the early enchant totem Aftershock here. So gonna give him a little bit of a chance here on mid, and also no first blood was given to Shaker. But yeah, for sure, Shaker does pretty well in this lane.
All right, so talk me through these lanes, Waga. What are we going to be seeing? What do we expect to see?
Well, bottom lane for Keystars is the lane that has to work, basically. The TA needs to have a good start here, but the Murta and Doom, they also have some good counterplay with Scorched Earth and W. So far, lane starting out pretty good here for LGD, getting early level 2.
Top lane felt like they were bullying this Bristleback pretty hard. You watch FCR have to walk away earlier on. King RD is just going to try to continue to put down some of this harass against Why You Smile, but when do we see this really activating up here?
Yeah, the way top lane is going, I mean, LGD don't want it to activate. They want to lock this lane down. They want to enable their own pulls right now. They still need to body block sentry block the big camp here, but Luna is having a very, very good start, allowed to completely free farm, and Bristle still struggling a bit to be allowed to CS.
And as that happens, we get the first blood on King Jungle, so that is very good start here for LGD. And Kosa's going to be all alone.
Gonna get a very nice kill there, and they're holding the lane in a pretty good position bottom now as well. Trying to go on the Luna, TP in.
Yeah, there's a little bit of harassment going on in the top lane. He's stuck in between them and not going to be able to get that denial. Why You Smile now forced underneath the tower. They don't have the sprout. Looks like they're not going to go enforce this. They're happy with the kill on the core, and that's the power of the Nature's Prophet. Once he gets that teleport, and I love the way he does this. He does this super early, maybe a little bit earlier than a lot of people expect, but definitely needed to make some space.
Very early moves. I mean, that was just very unfortunate. Well, for Shiro there, he Quelling Bladed a tree, but the neutrals immediately filled the gap, so he couldn't sneak out. So the Sprout had full duration, and he was attacked by 2 of these pine cones. So that just brought him down really fast on Luna. I thought he was going to be fine.
Neutrals confirmed. They're going for Keystars here. They paid him off early.
Yeah, ate the wrong tree there. On the mid lane, not a huge difference here, but Shaker is, as expected, leading the way a little bit in CS, but Puck is doing completely okay.
I'm curious too, like we've talked about this in the past. We know that around the, minute 6 or so, we start to see these rotations. Are we going to be seeing like very early rotations? Are we going to see them start to rotate around that 5-minute mark, try to get the jump?
LGD like making the 5-minute rotation as well. Like for a very long time, Dota has been very formulaic in this, 6-minute, we need to be there for the power runes. But a lot of teams are starting to break that mold a little bit and go in earlier. And LGD is one of the teams that will quite often make the 5-minute move towards mid to maybe score a gank before the runes. Of course, 4-minute water runes, we don't see any contest this game.
Why you Smile sitting very low here at top. Has 2 stacks of those bristles, 3. King RD putting out some more harass. Is tanking a bunch of this creep wave though. Does have to be a little bit careful. He's gonna go for the snowball play. Maybe just a little bit too far. FCR
he got
not
baited.
in position. Yeah, this is a bait for sure. Maybe they get lucky. Maybe FCR can chase down this Phoenix, but King RD is going to fall first, and it's gonna be the neutral creep who finishes off Why You Smile.
What a good bait by him. He was holding, he had Magic Stick and Fairy Fire, and now Shiro actually going for a lot of clicks onto the no Vanguard here. He loses his courier too. Some quills though. He didn't get his regen off the courier. That hurts a little bit.
Yeah, especially as we are going to be closer and closer to the Vanguard for a Bristleback, and Luna does not like to fight into that. Get a bottle refill in the mid lane, though, as King RD comes through, and it'll be the same bottle service for Nothing to Say. Why You Smile will deliver.
Yeah, just gonna fill them up, and then looks like they're heading over to the other lanes again, though.
King RD will be able to snap up a bounty rune on his way through.
And to talk a little bit about bottom lane, bottom lane, I said it was one of the lanes that needs to do really well here for Keatstars. They have been doing okay on TA in terms of farm, but hasn't really shut down the Doom in any effective way. So he's got his full Vanguard now as well.
Have a rotation top, so not the mid lane this time. We'll be having the support make their way top, probably trying to slow down the Bristle, if at all possible. Leaving New all alone. Again, he is fairly tanky, though. He did just finish up that Vanguard, and that is going to give a little bit
Bristle.
more breathing space. But the top lane, yeah, Bristle, FCR, he was not prepared for this. And he's got his Vanguard, but he's not going to be able to withstand what they throw at him here in the top lane.
This is the big offset in this game. Bristol, I said they need to hit that Aghanim's timing really hard, and they're delaying it now with the way they're playing.
King
Bottom rune for
RD
Puck.
trying to just secure the rune if possible. Shards are going to push him up over the high ground, though, but there's the hit, there's the rotation, a nice fissure. King RD going to eventually fall here.
At the same time, running
Bottom
for
lane,
New.
can they finish him off? They need one more hit, they have it.
That's a big kill for them. That's really big for Keatstars there. They need to get some kills on the enemy off lane because of Bristol's tempo being lowered here. They need to at least make sure Doom doesn't have a free game here as well.
So I feel like at this point, the laning stage is kind of broken apart a bit. Who do we feel like came out on top? Because it was a lot of skirmishing. We saw like one of those early rotations. We saw a couple baits too.
I mean, Dire are definitely doing better here in the start. The difference being that TA is, pulling ahead a little bit in farm, but the overall ganks and movements have been better by LGD, and yeah, the bait top.
Radiant are
So Wisdom Rune, we're gonna see 1-for-1 on the Wisdom Rune. No stealing this game.
Enjoy, Dota. Enjoy.
Interestingly, Luna has gone for the 2-0-2 build. He is holding a skill point, so I'm sure he wants to go into the Moonglaves and start jungling. Dive comes in.
Top lane, King Jungle's in position, throwing out that hold here. King RD, they finish him off. In comes Planet, might be able to go and get themselves returned to the snowball, though. Coming into play, King RD will end up dying, but those shards holding into place. FCR, he wants more, he wants Planet. He's got a bunch of these stacks up here. He's got 5, needs a little bit more to finish off this Muerta, and he'll be able to get it. So that's a double kill. This Bristleback is going to be able to bounce back.
Now, all on the back of King Jungle again, just coming in and saving this top lane as well with the rotation. This is definitely going to allow Bristle to farm up a bit.
Shiro does have the Eclipse, has 3 points in that Lucent Beam. King Jungle's just
He's got
gonna...
committed.
I mean, there's no reason not to.
Oh,
He's
Roche,
hoping maybe Roche, will he help a brother out? Look at how he's playing. He's like, maybe, nah, Shiro will be able to get that kill.
What is this?
That was a nice attempt. He almost took too little damage there. If he tanked one more beam before going into Roche, I think he could have maybe gone to deny, but nice attempt by King Jungle. Still Shiro, gonna get that solo kill taken care of there.
We really haven't seen any sort of movement coming out from this mid lane just yet. Doom is going to get used on the bottom lane. Costa is going to get brought back. And Why You Smile already in a great position. Analog, though, there it is. There's that rotation we talked about with King Jungles. They want to finish off Why You Smile, but that dead shot off in the side. Oh, it's going to be able to help finish off King Jungles as there's a big rotation to this bottom lane. Still holding on to the Echo Slam. Not necessary.
Yeah, they get a 1-for-1 trade, but they won't really be able to hold the tower here. So, gonna have to lose bottom tower. They're still farming the area with TA. I don't think that they can defend this anymore. As Puck used his coil, they're running away, letting this go.
In the top lane, you can see FCR is trying to put as much pressure as he can on the top. Guardian Analog in the mid. Throw out some shards, just try to clean up this wave. Find solutions elsewhere.
Puck is making a move as well towards the top, so top area is now Keystars to play around with, and LGD sort of transitioning the Luna down here, wants to start using the bottom part, get some levels in the glaives, because they have big stacks on Ancients already. Sneaky rotation here with the smoke.
You see Why You Smile. The teleports are coming out, though, so you do have to be careful. King RD throws out the shards. Doesn't really matter, though, when you're up against this Phoenix calling. Making sure that he will be silenced up. Does not have that snowball. Has a couple wand charges. They'll use the egg, and they'll secure a kill because King Jungle's on the back lines. But the rest of the team, they are here. A nice dead shot. Maybe buys them enough time so that Why You Smile will be able to survive his egg. And they take down King Jungles. It is the neutral creep, though. Again, man, I feel like these neutral creeps have made so many moves this game. But they'll take some of these stacks on their way through.
Yeah, neutrals are getting some last hits for sure. Shaker, though, in the meantime, while that fight was going on, is closing in on finishing his Blink Dagger, just farming on the mid. He's at 1,800 gold right now, just needs 400 more, and he has the full Blink. It's going to be when he can start looking to make some moves.
Doom also having only about like 14 seconds left on his ultimate. I think we'll probably see them try to make use of that as soon as it comes up. But they do smoke up on the side of Keystars. They're looking to see perhaps they can catch someone out, and they ping out New. There's a TA in the area.
Without the puck, though, so this is not really the biggest rotation ever. And that is a Vanguard Doom, not the easiest target. He needs to step on a trap, I think.
He is prepared here off to the side, too. Then we'll go pop, follow up with the snowball. Again, Planet's here. King Jungle also here. Costa is doomed up. Is going to be forced to walk away. They're going to retreat for the time being. They could potentially go back in after the Doom, but it feels like Costa, he doesn't want to risk it. He wants to just start working towards this Desolator. And Keystars already making a rotation. They say, all right, didn't work out. Not the worst.
Still a good poke, though, by Keystars. Even though they didn't get the kill, they now, prompted out the Doom and made sure that he doesn't have a chance to make rotations. But at the same time, New, he just wants to sit here and farm. He's got his Midas coming out already, the full Midas, and he has 3 points in Devour. So he's just sitting to build up his farm and scale, not really looking to play as active as Keystars are right now.
I mean, he's sitting towards the top of that net worth. TA keeping up because of those glaives, but... Luna just a little bit behind. Everybody, it's funny actually. Both of these teams have a core that has a built-in way of like having cleave, right? The side blades, the glaives. And then you just
basically want to have some form of steroid and ramp up. Shaker looking for a first move here. Gonna jump in on the Nature's Prophets. Should be easy kill without ulti.
Yep. Still holding on to a haste rune too. So that's a blink, that's a haste rune. Still holding on to the Echo Slam. So nothing to say, biding his time patiently, but it's looking very good here.
It's a good timing window for LGD right now before the Aghanim Scepter completes over on Bristleback, and having this Haste Rune and Blink Dagger as well in Shaker, they could play pretty aggressively around him, but for now, they're just building even more stacks. This Ancient stack is getting massive. Planet gonna try and get one more on it for the Luna, who is now 3 points in Moog Glaive, so she's ready to farm it whenever she can.
Yeah, really haven't seen any motion towards that buy angle in terms of like doing any scouting, any sort of visual. The King Jungle's dash up. Oh my goodness, the jump forward here from nothing to say. They want to give it a Costa, but the snowball rolling on through. Buys a bit more time, is going to try to teleport away. Cannot do it. It was a valiant effort from King RD, but LGD, they were already ready. Look at these body blocks. They're saying, King RD, you are not getting out alive. No way.
Beautiful there for LGD, scoring a big win as well, getting more momentum on the Luna here as well as the Doom, who are, the two of them leading the chart. Mid, though, they try and make a play on the Phoenix, but He doesn't really have backup on the puck, so...
Yeah, I'm not sure were they trying to bait out an egg, maybe thinking that there were more there, but why you smile? He's not sweating at all.
I think he was, wanting to get a Nature's Prophet rotation. Thing is, King Jungle has gone for a weird build as well on Nature's Prophet. He's going for 3 points, Nature's Call, only 1 level teleport so far.
They have nothing to say over here, and they know that there's no Echo Slam, so they're going to try to take advantage of it, and they do. They finish him off.
That's a good move by King Jungle, though. Sitting on the high ground, gets a nice find. And they know that the farm is happening. They have a ward observing Luna right now. They want to make a move over there.
Yeah, they're sending the tree babies over as well. Smile sitting a little low. Analog has that illusory orb. He's going to try to put a little pressure down. Planet nearby.
The ward falls. Puck doesn't have blink, so kind of hard for him to get in on the Luna here without taking damage from the glaives.
Feels like they're just trying to place that pressure down. Yu also making his way over. He's got Doom back up now. A little bit of that snowball. Nothing to say. Teleporting over to the mid lane. He's looking to just stop King RD. Good positioning. They'll be able to get themselves a pick off.
That's really nice for him, and they get the entire stack without any real contest. So a lot of, they ran over there, tried to force them to stop, but ultimately every single creep went the way of LGD, and now Luna going over to farm another stack. She's got the entire Manta style already as well. She's starting to, accelerate, and in the carry-to-carry matchup here, TA does not do great if Luna is ahead in farm. That's a horrible matchup.
Now, lacking a lot of mobility over on the side of Keystars, like you said. You don't have the blink on the puck just yet. Blink will be on Tusk eventually, but still quite a ways off since it is, of course, a support.
So finally, the Aghanim Scepter for Bristle. This is the big timing that you want to play around. It is in time for the 15 minutes as well, so Roshan is top, which is easier for Radiant to take. They can try and play towards that as their next objective with TA and Bristle here. Already, though, LGD, they know this. They're making a move towards top, not giving up the top area.
They've got absolutely terrifying team fight on top of this. So FCR is going to break the smoke. You see that he's got that. They even just go right in for the Echo Slam. They don't want to allow him to be able to use this. So just a quick and just calculated hit coming out from the side of LGD.
That's a nice move to make. This is, taking away the option for Roshan. Then back they go to play towards mid. It's gonna be a bottom rune.
Shield's already in position. Grabs himself that shielder, nothing to say. Good waning rift will keep him quiet. But they're all grouped up for the most part towards this mid area.
I'm very perplexed by this Nature's Call max builds against the Luna and Shaker. I feel like, most support Nature's Prophets will just max out the Sprout and the teleportation. And this game, I don't really see why he elected to do this.
Do you think he figures that he's gonna have to do like a lot of split pushing perhaps?
I guess you could say that their team is missing pushing power, but split pushing against this lineup I don't think works.
Yeah, King Jungle's getting spotted out. There's that A-Test like we talked about, calling, Sunray, Fissure, everything. They'll finish him off a nice Dream Coil, but they just don't have the means to back it up yet. Costa making his way over. It's just so slow thanks to those Fire Spirits. The Icarus dive away, Egg over to the side. King RD trying to finish off, nothing to say, but he's not going to be able to. Costa running again, that Rod coming into play. Doom over onto FCR. Costa's just taking too much damage with the Sunray and everything else. That is yet another kill going the way of LGD.
That was just beautiful by LGD. The positioning on that egg was just close enough to be really useful and not far in enough that they can focus down the egg. So they did the only thing they could on Keystar, started running away, but the Fissure from Shaker there and the positioning by New coming in from behind, LGD are just outclassing them with the movements right now.
It's been a bit of a slow burn year for LGD. They were top of their regional, but definitely struggled on the international scene. But whatever it is, they've hit their stride. They're looking good, looking great in their first phase of group phase. I think they were the second team to confirm.
Yeah, I mean, they only dropped a single game, so they so far have been looking super solid. Keystars, on the other hand, had a pretty struggle type of group stage, and this is starting out to be a pretty tough series for him as well here. 7,000 gold behind a Luna matchup, where Luna definitely is the strongest late gamer here as well.
Analog poking a little bit, does have the Blink Dagger available. But they have to be careful. They have the Echo Slam backup on Shaker. He's working towards that Aghanims. It is going to be very difficult for them if they get initiated upon.
Oh, FCR is going for the Bloodstone build here as well, even into the Doom.
not going for the Lotus Orb to try and get some dispel against what they have, or maybe return the Doom even. I think this could be a risky move. Like, Bloodstone is nice if you have Lotus as well to protect you from getting doomed, but I feel like they have a solution to the Bloodstone right now already in their draft.
Yeah, that is a little bit surprising. Would you like to see FCR, like, so we've talked about this when we've watched Spirit games, and granted, Spirit is in crazy TI form. Hold on to that thought, top lane. They see you, but there's a follow-up from nothing to say that Doom comes out. King RD is obliterated, and Costa does not survive at all. Oh my goodness.
Boy. The bait again going on to the Doom there, but they're sitting behind LGD. Good positioning, and immediately strike towards Roshan here as well before he moves down to bottom area.
So I was going to ask, though, as they take this Roche, there's a little bit of a play here coming out between you and Analog. I think Analog should be able to walk away. There's no Doom up.
Yeah, there's no kill there.
But so we've seen Team Spirit, whenever they fail at a gank or whatever, which isn't very often, they immediately go again. They constantly reset, go again, constantly reset, go again. So with this Agnum Scepter picked up on FCR, which makes him quite strong, should we see him doing the same thing, like just pairing up with like Analog plus one?
I feel like they have to make moves with Bristleback right now. It's tough because the first fight they took after Agnums was a disaster for them. But I think they're falling maybe victim to this, oh, we can't fight, we're not strong enough yet trap. But you need to just understand this Agnums is still very, very potent right now. They just got a bad positioning. But LGD are moving fantastically over the map right now.
This game is slipping out of the hands of the Keystar. 10K net worth lead at 20 minutes in right now. And this Luna is just going to continue to become bigger and bigger. Has herself that Aegis. No pressure on them really right now to do any sort of just pushing.
I think the big timing for them right now on Keystars is in 300 gold for TA. She has the shard as well, so they get that silence. Could give them something to lock down the Shaker, prevent him from casting his spells freely, and maybe a way for them to take team fights.
Yeah, I'd like to see them take advantage of these cooldowns, right? We talked about them having such a skirmishy lineup, and it just feels like every time they lose the fight, they just back off and like, okay, we need another item, we need to farm. And I feel like that's not necessarily the way that they need to be playing this. I also think Planet has been very, very strong. Watching all these engagements, I've been pretty impressed. Some of these dead shots and callings are just like, they're spot on.
He knows his way around Merta for sure, and having the Atos now as well, gonna give him so much more convenience in a team fight. Can just Atos the Bristleback set up on him, or even bother. Like even Tusk or Puck have to be wary about this, because if you get caught by one ability like the Atos, then it's very easy for Merta to chain that into more silence and stun.
This Luna is just going so fast, this acceleration. I think we just had the data saying it's 6 minutes faster than average for this butterfly.
Yeah, it's a super good timing, and very hard to play TA into a butterfly this early, because there's no way he can go MKB already. And the only item he should be going for here is like BKB, I guess, because of the heroes he's playing against. But that doesn't counter the Luna, and Luna's going to the high ground already.
I mean, she's got an Aegis.
That's Rax. You have to protect the tier 3 tower.
You have to be so careful too. There's a double damager and about half duration over on Nothing to Say. He's in a great position. If they group up too tightly, he's going to make them pay for it. In fact, FCR, look at this. He's getting a little closer. Use the Wrath of Nature. Try to just clean up some of these creeps. Give them a moment. But like you said, you can't allow a Luna this farmed to be hitting your buildings. Not gonna
nice by King Jungle to cut the creep wave, stopping this push here. And they also held on to their glyph, so not using it, realizing that, it's fine, we got the next creep wave.
This is interesting too. We talked about King Jungle's going for that Nature's Call, and he's using it to like slow down these pushes, right? He teleports towards the back, and he just starts cutting the wave.
It's all he can do right now. It's the best thing for him to be doing, but I feel like you didn't pick Nature's Prophet for this purpose. This is more a reaction to the situation you're in.
True.
Ideally, you want a non-stop gank.
It's a little bit scary. They're going to see if they can jump on the Phoenix. So no egg going to be available for this next fight if they continue. But that's what I want to see coming out from Keystars. I want to see them take these objectives. Bottom lane, New is revealed over to the side, has finished up the Shiva's guard. Looks like they want to maybe put some pressure on this bottom tower.
Yeah, they're trying to do something with the kill that they got, try and get some objective, but this is into Aegis still on Luna. She could TP in very aggressively if she wanted to. Right now, she's just taking the tier 1 tower. And she doesn't want to TP over. She's gonna steal the enemy ancients as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Start pinging out. Costa
Looks
a
like
little bit
Tormentor,
dangerous here. Does have the blink dagger and is gonna just teleport away.
Tormentor gets called by Shiro here. He's like, guys, come, let's take it. And he's very close to the full satanic on Luna now. 3.4k gold.
Spooky.
That timing is going to be absolutely massive, though he won't have Aegis anymore. And LGD, they're probably going to be tactical enough not to go high ground without Aegis in this game. Like I said, LGD play very, very structured Dota. And Keystars, they're struggling right now to break this. It's like, you know what's coming. You know exactly what LGD are doing. It's just so difficult to stop it right now.
Muerta picking up the shard thanks to the Tormentor. She's got that Pierce the Veil upgrade. She could come in handy mid lane. Jump over onto King RD. This is looking not great for him right now, but he's got the snowball. He's going to try to slow him down just a little bit, but we have the Ag Scepter on nothing to say, so I'll happily take that quick pick.
And with Tusk dead, we see Doom thinking about going into the enemy team here. As Keystars were grouping towards top. Doom kind of angling for a jump on them.
See what
Getting his
else
travels next, so he can just keep farming and always be ready to join his team. And Shiro, look at the confidence. He's like, yep, I can just go and farm wherever I want right now. And I want your ancients, because that's basically TA's bread and butter. You want to farm ancients over and over. But by going here, he takes away that option.
Almost have that Agnum Scepter completed now for Nature's Prophet. So that will help out in some of these really large team fights, being able to, root people into place. But it definitely, you need more. Like, you can't go into this team right now 5v5. It's just going to be too painful.
It's, one component, and having the PKB just now completing on TA as well. They're hitting a few timings. They're also very close to a full Blink Dagger on Tusk.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Puck.
There is a nice find there for the side of LGD.
See the value of having those watchers. It's so nice, just extra wards, and Puck walking up a dangerous high ground.
A little bit surprised over here as Neo finding an opening on King RD, even opts to use the Doom. Just wants to ensure that he can get this pick off right now.
Yeah, it's a pretty chill game for him, and a last little whip comes out.
King Jungles is trying to help out here, and again, he's fairly tanky. They need to have some sort of way to cancel out the TP, and they just don't have it, unfortunately, for the side of Keystars, as Shiro's already in the base, realizing, okay, Puck's down, Tusk is down. We can put some pressure, because they're just not going to want to take this battle without some of their other heroes.
Yeah, like I said, if he manages to crack a tier 3 tower, that's when Luna, we've all seen how fast she can just take the barracks. So this bit of damage on tier 3 tower, even though she didn't take it now, is really big.
King Jungles needs to be very careful here, because he's got nothing to say, chasing around the secret shop, and he is just dead. As over in the mid lane, FCR is trying to just push them off the buildings. The Eclipse does get used. He's all right. He's still alive. They took a lot of damage as back lane. You can see the Dream Coil gets used on Why Smile and Shiro, but not gonna have that damage quite yet, as Analog popping back in yet again. Wants to finish off Why You Smile. Will be able to do it. Atos holding King RD into place. Jumping in. There it is. There's the Echo Set from nothing to say. They rip apart both of the heroes on the side of Keystars. And now Costa running for his life. This is not looking like he'll survive this either. A very precise hit here coming out from LGD, which is gonna mean that they can go break into the base.
They're just going straight for it. Beautiful play again. LGD are just playing them like a fiddle at this point, baiting them. Even the Phoenix kill that they got, this like, small victories, right? Well, you got the Phoenix, but then you overcommitted because of it. Did you really get the Phoenix, or did he allow you to go on him? It feels like LGD are just 2 steps ahead.
Feel like they get got. Now King Jungles, the Doom is back up. He's gonna get picked off by New. He's on to his tricks here, trying to cut the wave.
And they are trying to push top as well, but Analog doing what he can here, trying to keep the creeps away from the tier 2 tower. He knows the only thing standing between them and mega creeps if they, start bringing this tower down.
He's gonna have Dream Coil up in a couple seconds. Needs to be careful though. He's gonna pop over 4-minute, grab up the rune, and just run away, see if he can cut through. Again, have to be so careful, because the rest of the team, they're on their way.
Yeah, they're running the Muerta. Can she get a dead shot?
They're trying to...
Doesn't expect it.
Feels like they're trying to pin... Oh, it landed! This guy's good. little bit of a dodge here on that Atos, the blink out. They can see themselves, Shiro. They want to try to make something happen off of this. Shard's coming into play. FCR just turning his back, just trying to start stacking all of this nasty stuff. They do have the Satanic. It's a good throw in the middle here as he jumps and get rid of FCR. That big threat no longer an issue. Costa trying to kite around the other side, but King RG will be next to fall. And now they'll end up losing King Jungle's analog, running away. That is not the way that Keystars wanted that fight to go. And LGD, they feel very good about it.
It always feels like they're just a little bit too far with someone. They commit the coil there to try and burst the Luna, but they didn't really have both TA and Bristleback nearby, so couldn't bring her down fast enough. And with the protection from Planet, coming in with the Glimmer Cape, the mech, making sure his Luna stays healthy there, and the Satanic, of course, doing a good job healing him up, even through the Bristleback.
Well, he has Doom, but his feet very quick, gets it down. Analog, your finger's just not fast enough, my friend.
That's rough. I mean, against Warstomp and the Infernal Blade, you just get stunned up. Level 22 Doom now. He's flying ahead here in this game. And you could probably have said that, you know, LGD, maybe they could have just pushed straight towards the tower, but Roche is up. And they played the important objective.
I mean, there's no reason not to take it, right? This game feels very firmly in the hands of LGD. So you might as well take your time, go in, get yourself this Roche, the extra life for the extra insurance.
King Jungle, he's faking TP into Roche Pit. Yeah, I don't think you want to finish that one. As they, of course, completely ignore that threat. Oh, some couriers might fall victim to Nature's Prophet here, though.
He's trying, but Neo is not happy about this. Nice little push down to the low ground, though. He's going to try to run, nothing to say. Manages to land the fissure. Gonna hop on over. They use that. Can they bait it though? Can they get the damage? Oh my god, he's absolutely toast. But in comes the Doom. Because the FCR, they split this up. King RG getting chased. They have to run away from this egg. They don't want to play against it because nothing to say. Sitting a bit low, but he is gonna be all right thanks to the immediate reaction coming out from the side of LGD. FCR just continuing to stack whatever he can. 7 stacks onto New, but the rest of the team, they aren't in position. They aren't ready to fight this.
Yeah, it's super tough. Costability, again, just having to run away immediately. I feel like this TA, you know, this was your last pick here on the side of Keystars, and I feel like it's just not looking impactful enough for justifying it as a last pick here. You normally look towards those, you know, the picks that you get later in the game, you really want them to shine, and over on LGD, we definitely see that, you know, their entire roster is shining here, but again, TA gets caught by a Doom.
Costa cannot be on this map if he doesn't know where Neo is. In fact, like this, he knows that he can't run away. And the TPs come out, or sorry, the tips come out from LGD. They're like, man, this guy's on fire. And I think we saw earlier with the stats, right? He has one of the highest KDAs that currently is going on here for the group stage.
Yeah, he's absolutely ridiculous. One of the few who are not. I think everyone else was a mid laner as well. But yeah, he's repping here from the offlane. Shiro on the high ground with Aegis.
I mean, the bright side, they don't have Doom. This might be the best fight that they could potentially get, but they don't have their TA either, which is the main source. Plus, they've got the Aegis. In comes Neo, finding the opening onto FCR. He's just toast.
He got way too close there, trying to defend the tier or the barracks. Not sure why he walks close even when there's no way they can fight, but this is looking all but over right now.
Yeah. They smell the blood in the water, for sure. They realize there's no buyback on TA. This Bristleback, who's supposed to be so incredibly strong, is just pretty much a non-factor. They will buy back, though.
Yeah, gonna try to get out, but the Fissure is keeping them in their base.
I don't think they can. Analog jumping in. They want to show signs of life. They get the Dream Coil off on the backside, but who do you focus on? Nothing to say. Jumps in. And again, there's going to be another buyback. The egg is here. King RD, he's trying. They're just going as much as they can, seeing if they can get a kill. Costa's in his base practically, and he still gets through. It is GG.
A little bit of a fountain dive before ending this game. Beautiful game won by LGD. Super strong performance here. And I mean, Keystars, they just looked pretty lost on the map. I think a lot of it comes back to the early game. We saw Bristleback get shut down hard. I also want to go back to the absolute start of the game. What happened there on the level 1 bounty rune? Just walking up, standing on it, but you were under vision, and because of that, lost 2 kills. Keystars, they just got a smoke. They're the only team I see that don't do the level 1 smoke, basically, and it punished them in this game like it has in the past.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like there were a couple instances where Keedstars, they just did things that we weren't quite expecting, right? The fact that you didn't do that smoke, or I guess we were kind of expecting it because this is what they've been doing a couple times. And then also King Jungle's putting a lot of points into the treants, right? That seemed a little surprising. Whereas LGD, we talk about it, you know, these guys, I don't want to say they're exactly textbook because they can definitely pull out some surprises, but the way that they played the aggression, they played their draft exactly the way they needed to.
Yeah, they did. And I mean, beautiful performance from everyone, but look at nothing to say with a 12-1 and 16 shaker as well. Like this was completely free game for them. Keedstars, they had a draft that needed to hit a timing, win early game. If you lose early game with this type of lineup against Luna, then it feels completely despair. And felt like every move that they tried to make, LGD were one step ahead. They baited them on the Doom. They were just prepared for all of this.
Yeah, LGD definitely went beast mode here, and I know a lot of people were like wondering, you know, is China going to show up? I would say they definitely have in this game one, but we're going to go throw it to our panel and hear what they have to say about it.
We have many thoughts that we want to share about this game one in this best of three. I mean, LGD, we talked about how they had that roster shuffle. Obviously, New now being their third offlaner this year alone, joining them, but it's working for them. He had a phenomenal game. I don't think we've seen such an impactful Doom for quite some time, and definitely not one this impactful at the road to the international.
Definitely. Even in the regionals, when he was playing, he was owning. His KDAs were always really high. It felt like he is the true carry, and it's felt that way through the group stages. It feels that way today. Once again, this Doom on a different level.
Yeah, what about when it comes to comparing drafts? Winter, you were saying originally you didn't mind both of them, and they were very different. LGD going heavy into that team fight, whereas Keedstars trying to want to have more of that skirmishing, just aggressive fight that never actually came online.
Yeah, I mean, the huge difference, in my opinion, is like the offlaners, you know, the amount of work that the Doom did compared to the Bristleback. I mean, Waga was mentioning about how the early deaths before the game started, before the creep spawned, the 2 deaths was pretty bad because they didn't smoke. That was one thing. And after that happened, the Bristle went back to his lane. He still did pretty well in the lane, you know, and they were playing around the Nature's Prophet TP, so they killed the Shiro Luna twice in the lane, snowballing really hard. And after that, I felt like they were running around clueless. They didn't really understand what they needed to do. And what I felt like they should be doing is they scouted the stack for the Luna, and instead of going to the stack right away, the Bristol was just farming his own stacks. And you look at the lineup, you have a Bristleback and TA. One person has to go across the map to challenge the stacks, which is going to be the Bristol. And I feel like at that point of the time, the Nature's Prophet had a Solar, so they're really, really strong together if they were to group up and go with the Tusk. King Artie, he was alone, you know, he was trying to do something with the puck there, but they needed a +1, and it was the Bristol.
Yeah, they needed one of the cores as well to join in. Like, your Prophet is going to join every time, regardless. So they needed someone to start playing with them. Overall, I do think that LGD, besides playing really well, they had a pretty good Luna game. For me, at least, this game looks like we don't see her very, very often. Yeah. But I feel that this is one of better games for Luna. I was a little bit puzzled by the TA last pick. It was one of the last picks, right? TA. A bit puzzled by it, but overall, I feel that the difference in skill gap between these two is significant at the moment.
Yeah, the lineup definitely didn't really come together, you know. I feel like that one move that I talked about, how the Bristle didn't really invade the enemy triangle, it was really important, because if they were able to steal the stack and you get a pipe on the Nature's Prophet, I think after the Solar you get a pipe, because if you look at the overall LGD's lineup, it's all magic. Phoenix, Muerta early game, and then you have the Earthshaker, Luna ulti. Everything is magic damage, and including the Doom. Yeah. So if you actually get the pipe, you steal the stack, you get the pipe, and you get Roshan with the Solar Crest, I feel like their lineup is going to look completely different if those couple of things happen in a game.
Small itemization changes there, but yeah, very much going into contesting these stacks. You can't have a Luna if you're going to put that much priority on her in lane that you're going to be leaving your TA alone. You can't just let her get back in with the 4 or 5 stacks that she was able to get for herself. And then we also saw that she was then invading into Keedstars Triangle and taking some of their stacks that they had accrued for themselves there. So a really tough one, but great showing from LGD to have that map awareness, to be able to bring their Luna back into that one a bit more. This Bristle, I want to talk more about because it was picked up so much on day 2 of groups, as well as yesterday we saw priority placed on either picking it or banning it. So when exactly is it the strongest timing for a Bristle, and why couldn't we see that happen for T?
I don't think this was a overall bad Bristle game when it comes to the lineup that he was surrounded
Yeah,
with.
but also we brought up yesterday where it was Bristol with CK that has a really high win rate. So it's very important that you pick the right heroes, the right couple, with.
Definitely, I completely agree with that. At the same time, I'm looking at the Bristle, and in this game, I have a puck on mid. They can't run away from me. That's one of the problems that Bristle has early on, right? You can just chase people down, but they can TP or get away with mobility spells. Not possible this game. You also have a TA that can join you very early on, so you can play the tempo, you can play the game fast-paced. The only problem is they didn't do any of that.
I thought you were going to add some more into that one, Winter.
I mean, apart from that, because it's with the TA wants to do the Ancients, So with Bristol, maybe it feels a bit awkward, but I still do think that the Bristol needed to just go across the map and steal the enemy Ancients. When you have two heroes that needs the Ancients, so you go steal the enemy Ancients to make everybody happy.
That's how you can almost have, a double carry lineup going for you. Is this a playstyle that Keystars has been running past in the groups? Is this something that we're normally going to expect from them, to have this skirmishing, not so much into team fight, not relying on those big cooldown ults like an Eclipse, like a Doom?
No, I feel like this is something that they need to do against the teams such as PSG, LGD, and all the teams of this tier S caliber. They actually have to play super fast. They have to play the tempo. Perhaps one different thing that they could have done, like Winter has said, is get one less hero that goes into the Ancients. That enables you to play the game a little bit faster. You don't have to think about doing things that are unnatural and uncharacteristic.
Yeah, because if you look at the teams play, right, normally in the game, you're trying to draft a lineup where in the game, what you're doing, you don't have to figure and think about it too much. Everything comes very naturally. And when you have a TA plus Bristle back, what you naturally would want to do is go to the Ancients, at that point. But because you have two of the same kind of heroes together, somebody needs to make an adjustment. And FCI he's probably the least experienced player out of the five. He's the newest player, and maybe he didn't really have the game sense to understand that, this game I actually have to play more around my team because I have a TA which wants to farm Ancient, so I have to go to the enemy team. Enemies Ancient to farm instead of my own Ancient.
Like overall, that's one of the hardest things I feel like for becoming a true pro player, tier 1 player, whatnot, and that's doing things that don't feel very intuitive. Like doing things that aren't intuitive, because the problem with every pro player, I feel like, is they
You can generalize them, Liz. Just do it.
Look. But at the beginning, at least, is you can see that, like in many interviews as well. It's they grew up obviously playing pubs. That's where they made their names, right?
Yep.
But in pubs, like how you play it,
you're winning by doing the wrong thing.
Exactly, you're winning by doing the wrong things, and that can stick with you for quite some time.
And if you do the right things in a pub, you're gonna lose more.
Yep.
So it creates a lot of very bad habits, and whereas you hear a lot, or you see a lot of like newcomers when they are starting out their careers, they do really well in pub games, but when they first go into the pro teams, they kind of like struggle. And normally I would say that when a player is winning a lot of pubs, they're usually bad in the competitive game,
They're not used to being in a 5-stack, having that.
Yeah, unless they are already experienced enough where they have a different mindset when they're playing a pub. They understand, okay, this is a pub, It's not important at what I'm doing in the game. I'm just trying to, cast my spells correctly. But when you go to a team game, your mindset has to be a different mindset where you don't remember, you don't take all the bad habits that you're doing in the pub games and bring it into the.
So basically, we should keep on losing, and we're going to go pro. That's the copium, right?
But the problem is you need to win in pubs. You need to play the wrong way to win, so people will notice you. High skill player, okay, maybe we give him a chance.
It's this never-ending circle. Play bad to get on a team, to be able to play the correct way, to then lose. It always happens there. But I want to know how to exploit a lineup that has these big cooldowns. What exactly are you going to do if LGD get their hands on the Doom again, if they want to run it back for there and you don't have the option of banning it out because there's more important things to take off? What if they get that Lunar again that's really easy to get back into the game with all the stacks?
They have to think about a lot of problems, honestly. Like when we had that panel just before the series started, right? LGD is playing the most variety of heroes out of any team here.
They got a lot of versatility on
They have a lot of versatility. I don't think you can focus on how to shut down a Doom or anything like that. It's more about the playstyle, and it's more about fixing the mistakes that you thought you had in that game one.
Yeah, they have to try to focus on their fundamental game, their own game, what they should be doing. They probably are gonna try to draft something similar to this game where their draft doesn't really rely on a lot of very big cooldown spells. I think that's the way they should be playing naturally. They have to be aggressive on the map. They don't want to be, okay, this is a long cooldown.
Yep.
We drop a spell, then we have to go back farming. That's not the type of playstyle that Vivo wants to do. They want to be running at you all the time. So I think they should just draft back something similar and try to focus on what they are doing instead of caring so much about what LGD is drafting, you know.
Just focus on yourself. It is a best of 3, so they do have a space for themselves in this second game. They have that little bit of buffer. This mid shaker as well I want to talk about, because that was what was being really aggressive for them. That sort of allowed the Doom a little bit of space as well, and obviously very much the Luna. So what's the normal shaker build coming out of mid to be able to keep that pressure going on, whether it's skills and items?
I feel like it's pretty much always the same. It doesn't really change a lot. It's like Blink Dagger Aghanims. After that, you can either go for some BKB or Shadow Blade route.
Whatever you feel is killing you at the time?
Exactly, whatever you feel is necessary at the moment. But it's very important for you to have someone else that goes in mindlessly. And he has that in the last game, he had the Doom that's able to just rush in there with Blink or with Scorched Earth, and then you can kind of follow up with Shaker, find those outskirts properly.
Yeah, I feel like the idea of the Earth Shaker is also, it might be a response to the Bristle, because they intentionally left the Bristle in the pool, knowing that they're going to get the Shaker, and also in the first phase ban, they choose to remove the Invoker. Invoker is one of the better heroes to deal with Shaker in the lane and in the game because of the EMP. So I feel like it might have something to do with that. So if you're Vivo key stars, maybe you could catch on that. And if you want to give away, if you want to get the Bristle back again, maybe you don't give away the Shaker, you know.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that, because the Shaker was picked up second for LGD, and then later down, Keed were able to have what they perceived as the better mid matchup, because they got to have that Puck into it. How is that lane matchup supposed to be? Do they come out even, or is Puck actually supposed to be the one that can shut down a Shaker in lane?
I mean, it's not for the lane, right? When you go for a Puck, it's more
about... They were still thinking about that later down in the line of
it's more about against the Shaker with the axe, you have to have a hero that catches him, and Puck provides you with a silence and the leash. So I feel like that probably is the main idea. The laning phase is not the biggest deal for him. And for Shaker, I feel like you need to kind of punish him in the lane. I feel this hero, if he gets too much from the lane, it's really hard to stop him.
It's also very difficult to punish him, right? Like, you have Enchant Totem, you're last hitting. It's very difficult to stop him from doing that. Leash is really good against him in the game, but Leash also had multiple different reasons to be picked, multiple different reasons to be picked, because that leash also works very well with the rest of the team.
Well, I'm excited to see more from LGD as well as more from Keed started here. They were coming through the South American qualifiers. They came in first through that one. So let's know a little bit more about their journey and some of their players.
Let's go talk about the Pen game here. We have a lot of good things about this team. For me, this team with these players in 2018, I mean, it's the greatest time for me, the Dota 2. I play against the best teams in the world. I mean, sometimes I lost, of course. Sometimes I feel sad, but to have a Weeha, I never expect me to have a player like Weeha, but I have this feeling like, oh man, I miss everything about this year, really. It's like kind of sad for me because sometimes I'm gonna cry. I remember I cried one time because I miss this team, I miss the players in this year. But sometimes the plays change after some years, right? But that year, everyone for the team is like, it's a really good vibe. The lesson I have in the Pen game into this new team is like, it's kind of like everyone with the team is like a girlfriend. KJ is my girlfriend, everyone's my girlfriend, because we're gonna waste time together. We need to be friends. And after we need to be friends, we need to like understand each other to not be mad about some small thing. So the least I have in this Pen game is like, everything we can like fix. So my team is my girlfriend. I'm gonna waste my time with my guys. That's the feeling. That's a feeling I have at the lesson with the Pen game, because in that team, that time, we had a really good friendship. So I miss everything about everyone like in that year. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry.
That's such a bittersweet interview. And it plays into the interview we saw earlier with LGD, right, Wagga? The fact that, you got to appreciate what you have when you have it, because sometimes you just don't know that the good old days are happening. But I remember that run with Pain Gaming. I'm sure you do too.
Yeah, very heartfelt interview, but I like it. You really have to bond well with your teammates. I think it's super important. You gotta gel well so you can understand each other super fast when it matters in the game. I think the closer you are as people, both inside and outside of the game, the better you're gonna, react to panic situations.
I think that's also what's very impressive about this LGD team, because 3 of the players have been on the roster for under a year, and Niu's only been with the team since May. So we talk about, gelling with your team, and it feels like this team, it took a little while, right? Because, again, they did not look super impressive for a lot of their international play earlier on this year, but now, they look like absolute beasts on the side of LGD.
Yeah, they really do. I think it's easier probably to slot in as an offlaner. We've seen it time and time again how offlaners generally, they can hop into a team and do pretty well pretty quickly because it's a pretty free role. The important ones to really gel well between are the supports in the mid, I feel. And that's where you got, Y and Nothing to Say them played again together for such a long time. And Planet fits really well, I feel. So yeah, they're just doing really well. But let's talk a little bit about the draft here as we're heading quickly into it between Vivo and Keating, game number 2. Yeah,
Planet has been consistently impressing me. We saw them where to play, very, very strong. The Dark Willow is another one that comes into play. But I feel like you need to use the copy pasta right now with, the Pango pickup here for the side of Keystars.
I mean, yeah, it's the Quinn hero, huh?
Pick a real hero,
It's a good hero. I think, to be fair, that was said before some of the nerfs, and now Pango hasn't had very good success here, neither for Quinn or anyone else really at TI. His win rate is like a third, 33% or so win rate. And I'm not sold on the first pick Pango here. I feel better for LGD with the Spear Breaker. That hero looks absolutely dominant.
Yeah, that's a hero that we've been seeing more and more of. Collapse definitely causing a huge stir with this particular hero, and Team Spirit definitely seems to be the team to be keeping your eye on right now. But LGD very closely following them in terms of being in TI form. My question for you, so Pango has flexibility, right? You could move it into some other positions. It could be used as a support. It could be mid. Do you think they're going to be using this mostly as a flex, or do you feel like Analog's oh man, I need a good hero. I need a hero that I feel comfortable on?
Honestly, don't think that that's going to flex at all. I think the Pango is pretty much locked on mid the moment you pick it. It's very, very rare that anyone plays it somewhere else. It can be played offlane, but it's so inferior, I feel. The interesting one for me is it going to be Nothing to Say Spirit Breaker. He played it before. And I think mid Spirit Breaker is a super exciting thing to bring out. So they have big flex here. I'm sure that Niu can play it himself on the post 3. And I think they could also easily take it to post 4. So LGD staying as unpredictable as ever here, I feel, with their opening.
Look at these happy boys. I love the fact that we have these cams. Even happier probably being able to pick up that Bristleback. That is a hero that is absolutely dominant with that Aghanim Scepter. But it's nice to see, they're feeling good right now. There was actually a meme earlier. Keystars put one out, and it's listing all of LGD as an organization, all of their great triumphs and their stats and whatnot. And then on the side of the Brazilians, one of the things they wrote is just happy boys. We have happy boys. But what are you gonna do
LGD,
now? LGD are happy boys too.
Oh no, they took the one thing they're supposed to be. They just gotta be even happier. Well, we'll see how happy they're gonna be though, because LGD, they saw last game, they shut down that Bristol, and now they're like, okay, we'll pick Bristol, we'll show you how it's done. So let's see if Vivo can react correctly to this as well. I think Bristol is probably one of the most important heroes in the meta right now to keep from getting his timings early.
So do you think we're gonna see a lot of pressure being placed on that Bristleback, just seeing a lot of movement and ganks towards that lane?
I think we should. We definitely should see him be prioritized a bit, and we'll see exactly how they want to do it. Keystars also going for the Earth Spirit here after picking the Pango. This, to me, is also a bit telling because, like I said, I really think that Pango almost always wants to end up on that mid lane, so kind of solidifies.
Analog plays a lot of Earth Spirit.
He does, but you know, does FCR play a lot of Pango? Not that I've seen so far.
He's played Pango quite a bit, if I recall. Like maybe not necessarily this patch.
I mean, not recently. I feel there was a time when offlane Pango was really big, but I haven't seen hardly any team flex it towards the offlane right now, so I'm a bit concerned about that.
You know, backs against the wall. This is TI time, so perhaps they're falling back on some more comfort or trying to put something out there that is unexpected.
Yeah, they grab themselves the Shadow Demon here, a hero that LGD also rate quite high, and it's great against the Spirit Breaker, so makes a lot of sense to pick up the SD. I like the support duo, at least, that they end up with for Vivo.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're not going for this Mirana pick that they did several times.
Yeah. Again, though, this is again, they didn't go for the Skywrath Moxie. I feel Skywrath is a big hero for this team. King RD has been shining so much, and he never gets to play it again.
About that.
Yeah,
sure.
It's not good against Spirit Breaker and not that good against Bristol either. It's okay, but it's not great.
All right,
so
let's see.
Makes sense.
What do we have here? I'm surprised. Oh no, it did get picked off. Okay, I was like, I feel like Treant, like a couple times we've seen him kind of slide by, but he did get picked up, or rather banned by the side of LGD.
Yeah.
They're not sure what's happening, like, because you've got that Spirit Breaker, and again, they have so much flexibility on the side of LGD. This should clear up some of it. Go for the Weaver. You've got the Oracle.
Okay, so they get some save here with Oracle as well, being able to keep people alive. And Oracle with Bristol can be just disgusting. Also get the Fortune's End onto Spirit Breaker or Weaver when they charge in or Shikuchi in. So some nice synergies to play with there. And they kind of needed more TP cancels as well, since they had Bristol back. You always want to get something.
Yeah, I'm curious, like, they have to make this a priority on this Oracle to make sure he can't get his spells off, keep people alive, and the positioning that's going to have to come out from Why You Smile is pretty intense with some of these heroes that we've got. They get the Necrophos over for the side of Keatstar, so I'm trying to figure out this draft now, where everybody's headed and going.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see who's going to end up playing what here. I mean, the normal would probably be to just send the Pango mid and offlane Necro, but maybe they're going to try and lane differently. Mid Necro has also been pretty strong, but I feel like this is just going to be Pango mid and offlane Necro for them. And Necro into Weaver, it does okay, but you can't really chase him. Weaver can always run away.
Definitely feels like they need a little more locked. And you look at the Necro, you think probably for the more tankier boys, the Bristleback, the Spirit Breaker. I just feel like the team fight on the side of Vivo is kind of light right now. Like, you've got the Magnetize, you've got the Rolling Thunder, you've got Necro, who's just going to be standing in the middle of everyone. Whereas looking at the draft coming out from LGD, it is very just run at you, right? You've got the Spirit Breaker who's going to be charging around. You've got a Bristleback. He has very low cooldowns. Wants to, farm up that Aghanim's. And then you've got the Slippery Weaver with the Oracle to back him up.
It's a super skirmishy game. Neither team has really gone heavily into team fight. The Pango is pretty much the biggest thing here, but it's very skirmishy, and a downside I see for the Necro here maybe is that the high mobility of Bristle, Weaver, and Spirit Breaker can lead to him struggling to chase people down. We'll see how they're going to be able to deal with that. Of course, Pango and Earthspirit will try to hold LGD in place. They do have great heroes for jumping onto the Oracle, though, with the mobility of Pango and Earthspirit.
A lot of pressure being placed on this Oracle to make sure he stays alive so he can keep everybody else alive. But we'll see how this comes out. So they still need the Costa hero. They're still trying to figure that out. What do we have? Like, they do have, so Luna's been taken out, Void's been taken out, CK's been taken out. Those are pretty much all the heroes other than Muerta. Still Muerta, but I'm not sold on that necessarily.
Yeah, they might go for it. They also have SD in their team, so they could go for an illusion hero to try and, get some strong illusions with. They're gonna go for the Sven. Okay. Those hero that I was thinking about for them here, they get a ton of armor, but you do have the downside of Warcry being dispellable from Oracle all the way until you get the Shard. Once it gets the Shard, it's kind of nice here, though.
Yeah, Brewmaster completely ignored in this this drafting phase here. It's a little bit surprising considering the popularity of him and also, the spells being super, super nice, but...
This is where LGD are going to reveal. Is this going to be, core Spirit Breaker? Is it going to be support Spirit Breaker? How do they want to run it? because I don't think that you want to run a mid Spirit Breaker if it's going to be Necro mid for sure. That's not a good one. But I guess Pango, it's definitely playable.
All right, well, moment of truth here coming out for the side of LGD. What is the cherry on top? What are they lacking? What could they use more of?
Honestly, they're still lacking some form of good control here. Just more lockdown. Even though you have Spirit Breaker on your team, it's really just Spirit Breaker and then like Fortune's End, and that's it.
Yeah.
So something else would be nice for them here. And they have a good lineup to dive in on the enemy. So probably going to be a pretty aggressive hero to play this high tempo.
Definitely taking the time trying to figure this out. It's going to be Keeper of the Light. So not necessarily, I mean, you can get that Ignitis eventually to be able to help lock people down, but...
It's nothing to say Spirit Breaker then, because they picked the planet Caudle, so they get some control from that, and definitely plays very, very well with high tempo. They have some good heroes to Chakra. Chakra Spirit Breaker with the charge can be really, really good as well later on when you get the cooldown reduction going with Aghanims and Octarine. This is an interesting draft, and LGD kind of breaking the mold of their, you know, I say they usually don't go very niche in their drafts. They're usually very, you know, methodical and structured, and their drafts typically don't have a big weakness. I would say this is breaking that. They're going kind of fun here, doing something different for game number 2.
Yeah, and it looks like it is going to be FCR in the offline with the Necrophos, so it'll be the mid Pangolier facing off with nothing to say.
Yeah, I think that's better lanes for LGD though, and again, that's why I'm not really sold on the Pango nowadays, because the hero is kind of deadlocked to mid. Big reason why is because of the mana costs. The mana cost increases made it hard to offlane him. He needs bottle refills, and yeah, it's not going to be that easy for him if you send him anywhere else.
Okay, so taking a look at both these drafts, what is the activation timing for each of them, right? Because a very skirmishy lineup from both. A little bit more in terms of cooldowns on the side of Keystars, right? Because you need to have that God Strength. You need to have, you know, the ultimates running. What are we thinking?
I think Keystars, they can fight pretty heavily with 4 heroes and let Sven just farm up in jungle and wait for him to come in. He doesn't really want to join for a lot of fights until he has some big items. He wants the Silver Edge in this game in particular against Bristleback. He probably needs to have a BKB, and he will want to have a Blink Dagger to jump the Oracle. So he needs a lot of items. He's going to be farming away. The question is, how much can the 4 other heroes do with this Caudle last pick? Because Caudle is great at stopping the push of Necro. Just sit there and blast down. So we'll see if LGD found a good answer to the setup that Vivo had.
My other question too is, so we've got Costa's going to be farming on Sven. Do they have the heroes to put the pressure down on this Bristleback, right? Because he is the one that you know, you need to slow down on the side of LGD. You don't want him to get that Aghanim Scepter too early. You don't want the lane to run away, especially when you have something as powerful as a you know, Keeper of the Light and a Bristle.
I got good news, Moxie. They went for a level 1 smoke.
Thank
They didn't go without it. I mean, throwback to last game. That
well,
was.
let's see if they can make it work, though, right? Because
you don't even need to do that much. It's just you don't get punished the way they did last game. You know, that was 100% avoidable with the smoke. The enemy wouldn't have the intel. But yeah, they get some nice wards placed here. Just running in. And we kind of don't really see teams running into each other to fight here. Keystars are pretty strong level 1. LGD have a decent level 1, but not strong enough that they want to, you know, play for all runes, it looks like.
It's a fairly deep sentry ward over there on the side.
That's too, yeah, this is a tactical sentry. This sentry will be spotted when the creeps walk by, and it's going to make the first creep wave go under tower. It's pretty high tech, so we'll see it in action when the first creep wave comes in. It's a very nifty strat. I haven't seen too many teams use it. Of course, you pay a little bit of gold, but yeah, it's not super common.
We went from them not wanting to buy a smoke to them buying a smoke and then also using their sentry ward to. All right. Maybe Vivo Keystars, they're activated. They're all business mode now. We'll end up getting a split on the runes, but
they're also, here we see the creeps. They spot the ward. It takes a little bit of time here. This little bit of time for the creep wave is going to make it so that the creeps are going to go under tower. And look at Keystars not body blocking their own creeps. They want them to die under tower. Also offlaning the Sven here. saying that they don't want to lane the Necro against Weaver, I think is the most important part in that. Necro wants to be against Bristle.
Well, now that they have the gates, too, it does make it a little bit easier to make these rotations and changes with the lanes.
Yeah, so bottom lane is gonna at least definitely pull back. They also block the small camp, so unless he gets that removed quickly, it's not gonna be available for 1 minute.
So how do we feel about this rotation to have Kosta in the bottom lane against Weaver?
I think it's good. I mean, it's a little bit weird to have the carry be on the off lane, but I think it's preferable to the alternative. Weaver would have too easy of a time against the Necro, and if you have Necro, you want to pair him against the Bristle. It's a good matchup.
With the change of the map too, is it still as bad as it used to be? You know, like we talk about them having to be extremely aggressive usually when you run an aggressive off lane, but is it a little bit more forgiving now with these other camps?
It's okay. It's pretty much like normal. Like offlaning the carry, it's usually not preferable. It's a little bit awkward for him, but the hero matchup matters more. So far, we see some shenanigans happening here top as Planet realizes the lane is not really favorable close to the enemy tower, pulls it back, puts it in a good spot for New.
So what is the lane that you want to focus on? Which one needs to be the most successful? Is it still just, you know, this middle lane, making sure that they get these level 6s online, start putting down the pain early, or?
I think the importance is going to be the rotations to the side lanes, and in particular, New, how good of a game is he going to have on this Bristle? Early levels can be pretty fine, but once Necro gets a few levels going, then it becomes more difficult. So we'll see how the FCR Necro can do against this. On paper, it's a good matchup, but so far, Bristle is CSing really well.
Definitely feels like he hasn't been struggling, and part of that can be said because of, you know, Planet being able to go pull some of these creeps over.
Also, chakra spam is nice, gets extra quill stacks very quickly, and now even going behind and farming the enemy pull along with the creeps. This is very good for him.
CR trying to just push him away a little bit. What do they do in this situation on the side of Keystars? Like, what's the best solution?
I mean, it's tricky. Earth Spirit plus 5 is a little bit weird to play, or like playing from the safe lane role. I think early attention towards the bounty runes and the water runes can be a big thing. And Earth Spirit rotations towards mid can be pretty devastating. A TP in and a roll.
Did see King Dingles was trying to pull some of these creeps over. Does manage to snap up the bounty rune. It's a little bit of a fight with Why You Smile. But yeah, Neo is having a great time right now. 22 and 2 CS currently. Kosta's struggling in this bottom lane. Do have a rotation. Do a Stormhammer follow-up over onto Shiro with the slow. Will force him to Shikuchi away.
Yeah, this is where Weaver is very hard for him to kill, though. Their supports do not kill Weaver that easily. And sure, Sven has a stun, but Weaver just shrugs it off, runs away. He's still full HP, basically, so...
Is it better to have the aggressive try down here to try to get Kosta, you know, these... CS as I say that. They do have a nice setup though. Why You Smile? Not going to be quite as survivable as this Weaver. Needs to get a little bit more damage in their final hit. It will go to Kosta. So, you know, talking about this aggressive tri lane, I wasn't sure if it was, you know, to help him farm or to help get kills, but it feels like, you know, the Necro's okay top on his own.
Yeah, I think Earth Spirit always looks towards making moves and doesn't want to be stationary in how he plays.
He's all right. He's all right. He still has a bottle charge and a fairy fire, but he's taking some tower shots there for a moment.
A little bit of damage. This mid Spirit Breaker, by the way, is so nice to play now with the extra damage on Bash. The change made it so that already with level 4 Greater Bash and...
Ooh, the rotation into the mid lane, over onto Nothing to Say. And that's going to be Analog getting himself a kill.
That's exactly what we were discussing, that Earth Spirit wants to make these moves towards mid lane perhaps, or moves to other lanes, and he's finding a good amount of rotations here. First getting the Oracle and now getting this kill as well.
Now, I like the fact that they're making these rotations. I feel like it's very much needed, but I'm also concerned that they're not putting the pressure on Neo. Because I feel like Neo is the one that, you know, you said has to be activated, has to get that Ag Scepter going. And it's nice that they're making these moves, but are they giving him too much space?
I think he's going to have to be the target for Pango as early as possible here. You can't really do anything about him with just Shadow Demon and Earth Spirit in mid. Look at Nothing to Say. He's just intimidating him here.
I mean, he's got pretty much full health right now. Getting closer to that level 6, though. Analog should have it in the next creep that dies. Unless it gets denied. As there is a little skirmish between King RD and Planet off to the side. Charge in, coming out from nothing to say. Not level 6 just yet. Do you have the level 6 online for Pango? No mana, though, for the time being. So 6-minute room is going to be important. King Jungles is here. They're making the rotation with King RD. They want to make sure that he is not going to be able to do anything. And there's another tip going out here.
Nice to have your, you may not have a Coddle on your team, but King Jungle, he's there, you know, ready with the Mango delivery and the clarity as well for himself to keep him topped off on mana.
Oh, look at these stacks. Oh, baby.
Yeah,
Planet taking care of the jungle.
That's an absurd stack, and that's going to ramp up the Bristol's farm a lot if he gets to clear that. They do get vision on it now.
Got a haste rune picked up on Analog. He's got the mana now. Running towards this bottom area, wanting to put pressure onto YU Small and Shiro. Shiro already using the Shikuchi. This could go in their favor. It's Analog cutting through. It's going to get held into place thanks to YU Smile. And it also just removes that haste, which is very, very nice. So Analog probably going to just back off from this.
I think they can easily hold this tower here with Oracle's positioning right now and Weaver. They can defend this, so that's a little bit of a stretched move where you don't get anything as Pango, and always feels bad to just run there and back again without any payoff.
Would it have been better for him to activate that Rolling Thunder earlier before they could purge off the haste rune, or do you think it was just a little too risky?
I don't think they could commit it there. Wouldn't really get a kill.
They're trying to put pressure on you, over, but...
There's still 3 big creeps there with FCR, so slowing down a little bit the farm at least.
Underneath the ward. This is looking very spooky for him. He's going to try to use that Stormhammer. He's held into place with the Fortune's End. In comes Analog. He's a little late, though. Not going to be able to use that Rolling Thunder to keep him alive.
Meanwhile, 1-for-1 on the XP runes, and Bristleback just kind of threatening back the Necro, but he's happy to take these Magic Stick charges, too.
Got 8 stacks of Warpath here. It's going to be difficult. They need to rotate someone else. I'd like to see the Pango rotate top, would you?
He doesn't really threaten so much until he has Diffu is the thing. And Pango, he's just underfarmed right now. He's not looking too big on mid. Both mids are pretty starved with the rotations earlier, shutting down the Spirit Breaker too.
A little bit of pressure being placed onto Planet. Does have to be careful, though, because they have new nearby. Planet taking pretty low. The fall, so use the Scythe, but not going to be able to do the damage thanks to YU Smile. Rotating top. King RD will indeed die. As FCR in an awkward position now. Just going to back off. They have the Pango. Analog's coming in hot now. He's got himself a double damage that's been just bottled up. Will connect over onto YU Smile, but doesn't feel like he really wants to do this. They're lacking just that lockdown that is needed to continue that.
LGD just staying disciplined, not going too far out into that chase, and that's a role committed very hopefully, you know, wishing that they will walk in, but they had a ward that spotted him, so that high ground ward, seeing the Pango kind of kept him safe there.
He just clears the stack so fast. That's so much gold that he's getting from this, and he's just being uncontested on it too.
Yeah, he's the most farmed hero in the game right now, and in my personal opinion, I think that Bristleback is the most important hero to shut down in any game where Bristleback is picked, pretty much. So this is bad news for Vivo Keystars. They are moving over. They're trying. They don't want to let him. They're going to be sad to see that the Ancients are already cleared.
Too late. They could make moves on Analog. They would be careful. He does not have that Rolling Thunder up. Charge is coming in with the Solar Bind. Knock him around and take him down.
That's a quick, easy kill there, and nothing to say. Really needed this as well for his own game on Spirit Breaker, getting something, finally getting a rotation. He does have the face boots on level 8 now, so he can already, I think, one-shot creep waves with level 3. Maybe he needs 4 on Charger Darkness, but the 5% buff really made this hero stronger.
Again, I'm so concerned. Like, again, they made these rotations. Ooh, FCR top lane. Gonna try to teleport over, keep him alive just a little bit longer. King Jungles with the disruption. Will allow him to teleport away, but you still have these 3 heroes in this top lane.
He may have survived the TP base there, but before you have travels or anything, it feels really bad to have to run all the way from your fountain as a Necro. It's not as bad as dying, perhaps, but he didn't TP to somewhere else on the map, so he's got a journey to make now.
Shield Rune picked up by Analog. Looks like they are going to try to defend this top tower. I'm a little scared just because Nia, again, seems very, very powerful at this time. Has himself already the point booster. I think he's got the Ogre Axe coming out right now. Or no.
More than halfway, yeah. He's closing in on that Aghanim's. It's going to be a beautiful timing. It looks like 6k net worth minute 10 is a really good score. And meanwhile, LGD kind of playing the lanes, you know, Spirit Breaker sitting mids, making sure that doesn't push too much. And Weaver, pretty uncontested on bottom. He's 0-0-0 right now, but he's free farming on Shiro.
Little pressure being placed over to this mid lane.
Dire's bottom tower is
Gonna threaten from nothing to say with the Nether Strike. Just start
They
pulling
want
it
to jump
back.
him when he charges. Oh, not gonna go though.
It's not gonna buy it. Over on the side though, Planet taking a lot of damage from these creeps. Gonna try to use that blinding light. A nice play coming out from Smile. We'll keep him alive a little bit longer as he navigates around the side. King RD in an awkward position, as is Analog. He's got the Rolling Thunder. They're trying to go through here, but doesn't look like he's gonna be able to finish anyone up. Maybe he gets himself Planet. There's the opening, but on the back lines now, FCR, he's gonna try to use the sight, almost managing to finish off Shiro. It's so close, he needs just a little bit more damage, and those two managed to find it. FCR gonna try to teleport away, not gonna be able to manage though. He will end up dying as now Analog running away from nothing to say. They're high-fiving each other on the way out, but looks like he will survive as Sven puts pressure onto this bottom tower.
It's a good kill on the Weaver before he finishes his Lincolns as well. Getting that kill while the Sven is free farming. A little bit of a win for Keystars there. It looked like it might almost work out even better for LGD if the Weaver managed to run away, but the last attack there from Necro, just enough thanks to the dust.
Still felt a little clunky. Analog gonna fight with nothing to say. At the end of this round though, will get picked up by the Spirit Breaker, and Costa having to be a bit careful because he's gonna walk right into nothing to say.
He does have help nearby though. He has the Pango and the Shadow Demon in the territory, so he's fine enough. Just gonna go back and keep farming some of these stacks that his team has made for him. And Sven doing Sven things, just clearing out jungle really, really fast. He's got his Echo Saber just now coming out together with the Mask of Madness. Still though, 400 gold, and then the Aghanim's is online on the Bristle, and that's when he can burst people. It's insane the amount of damage that you do just running up and pressing Bristle back to someone.
I'm curious what the plan is once he gets this Ags for the side of Keystars, because it is such a huge power spike, like you're saying. How do you deal with this?
I think the biggest spike is right when he gets the shard as well. So in 2 minutes from now, if he manages to farm up 1,400 gold, then that would be absolutely absurd for him. And
Let
then
me say if. It's pretty much, I feel like he's gonna have it.
he probably will. You know, it was an if because he still needed 750 GPM for those 2 minutes. But looking at the way the game is played, he probably will have it.
There it is. There's the Ags completed. It's gonna start just quilling everywhere. King RD's here, so's FCR. They're looking to make this play. Shiro, though, also in position. King RD gonna be forced to try to roll. Isn't gonna be able to quite move fast if King Jungles is here. No, he doesn't decide to go for the disruption. They're just gonna back off.
So I want to talk a little bit about King RD as he just died here. Put a spotlight on him, not to shame, but I want to talk about his item build. He's going for a Midas first here on the Earth Spirit, and if I'm not wrong, he went for a Midas first in last game as well. And I just feel like it's a little bit too greedy. You need to have impact early on the supports. Thinking back to the way we've seen Q, for instance, play on his supports, go for the Blink Dagger and then back into Midas. Like one active item first and then Midas feels so much better from a support.
Should we rename him Greed RD?
He's definitely greeding it up a bit here.
Dire's top tower is under
Definitely
attack.
feels like we're seeing that from the supports. Although King Jungles typically, I'd say, is a little bit more, I wouldn't say poverty mode necessarily, but with not buying like those smokes earlier and whatnot, it feels like they have been pretty greedy. A little bit of a movement over here into the buy angle. They are split up, but that could be very dangerous for the side of Vivo Keystars because they will end up getting pinned if they're not careful. We'll see Planet, though. They go for the site. They even go for the Rolling Thunder. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication on that. Probably didn't need both of those, but... Jump
don't have the
over
kickbacks
onto
that big.
Smile. King RD, though, is in an awkward position. Gashman comes out over onto nothing to say. They've already lost King RD. Nothing to say, though. Sitting quite low. Forced to use that promise. Over onto nothing to say. Keep him alive. Costa trying to figure out how do we do this. Do we want to go back in? Doing a lot of damage, but at the same time, it's a bristle back. He doesn't care. Shiro starts wiggling around on these back lines, putting pressure onto King Jungles. Does still have that time lapse. Cooching around. They're going to bot send back this Coddle. He's getting right back into the fight. Lincoln's gonna pop, they'll go right back again. Nothing to say, this Blade Mail's doing a lot as they're trying to figure out the angle. We'll end up losing King Jungle Shiro, diving underneath the tower, along with nothing to say FCR. There's the charge over onto Analog, but will not continue as now the roll away from King RD on the backlines. SCR still looking, again, the charge onto Analog. They're trying to just get as much damage off as possible. The Stormhammer, lots of clean, nothing to say. It's just isolated now. They'll get the kill, and they'll turn their attention now over to new FCR. He's just coated in quills, 10 of them. In fact, do they go back in is the question. The war cry comes out from Costa. They're not looking to vacate just yet. What a fight, Waga. I don't even think it's over yet. King RD's wandering right over there. Gives a little kickoff to you. Not going to get the Rune's bottom, and Analog, he'll be able to get himself a regen.
Keatstar's doing a great job holding there and not losing too many things, doing a good job playing around the Necro, allowing for his heals over and over. At the same time, though, LGD with the chase there, we saw the potential of the Chakra Magic after Spirit Breaker charges in. He gets that charge very quickly again and just keeps going. And this is before he has his Octarine. Working towards that, it's going to be even scarier. But yeah, we can see how LGD, they don't have the biggest team fight spells to drop when the fight starts. They just have to sort of run in with the Spirit Breaker, run in with the Bristleback, and hope that the fight happens, because they have no real lockdown. So all of Keatstar's just walked away.
Yeah, that was definitely chaotic, but at the same time, very controlled chaos in the sense of, you know, they don't have the way to lock Keatstar's down necessarily, so you can see, you know, they're waiting for their stuns, they're backing up, they're going back in. Very interesting kind of fight, and Shiro here is in the top. I don't think they really are looking for him, though. It looks like they're going to try to put some pressure, potentially. Oh, there is a courier over there. They're going to hold on, though.
Yeah, they're smoked. They want to go for something bigger. They're looking for a target that is going to pay off.
Such a long fight. Costa. Oh, it's Planet. Planet breaking the smoke again. Why you small on the back lines? Nice positioning. And Analog needs to be careful. He might be a little bit too far away from the rest of his team. Look at those quills. Oh my god. He is just dead as King Jungle's left behind. Nothing to say. Bashing away. Get a big illuminate. They wanted Planet. They have to at least get this on the side of Keystars. And it does look like they'll manage to do it. But now FCR, these stacks, these quills, everything just obliterating him. King RD diving back to the safety of his tower. LGD showing up in a big way in that fight.
Disrespecting the Aghanim Scepter and the Shard. Like I said, the Shard timing for Bristleback is when he gets really, really strong. You can get so many extra stacks. Those 2 extra goose stacks quickly. Oh boy.
He was not expecting the Lincolns to be on you.
And again, disrespecting, getting too close. Even with the vision that people are nearby there. Just not really expecting to get killed by Bristleback like this. But he's taking over the area now. Gonna farm the enemy ancients too.
I mean, he's a big boy. They don't have the tools necessary to fight him. Takes a lot to get this Bristleback out of their area.
Yeah, when he's being protected this well by Oracle as well, you can see him kind of sticking to him like glue, just following him like, yep, yeah, make sure that you can dive to your heart's content. And now the move is coming. This is the Roche play with the Aghanims and the Shard. We've seen it time and time again here in the group stage before as well, how Bristle just enables this. His team is coming over with the Weaver bugs as well. We can see armor dropping really low on Roche.
Oh, yeah.
Down to minus 20, 21, 22.
There's just nothing that Keatstars can do about this.
And there Roche is at 0 armor.
I don't know how you kill this Bristleback at this time with what Vivo Keatstars has in their hands.
And right now, it's not even worth killing him. He has the Aegis as well, so they're really enabling him. They could have passed it to the Weaver if they wanted there, but they don't want to take the risk of Bristle dying at all. He's died 0 times this game so far, and they can play around him entirely to take more objectives.
He's a full-on raid boss. There's just... Again, you don't want to focus on him, but he's going to be focused on you.
So going back to Keatstars and how they can turn this game around, they got the Shadowblade coming out for Sven. He has the Blink. I was talking about how he's going to need, you know, Blink, Silver, BKB. That's going to be the big items. So he's getting close, but he's not really fight ready yet. They probably have to let go of bottom.
But what about the timing, I guess, is my concern. Like, is it going to be in a fast enough manner that it's still going to have the impact that is needed?
Yeah, that's, you know, we'll see how much of the base is left. They're smoking over immediately, though, going before having all these items. As LGD are a bit split here.
This could be the most the best fight that they could take currently. Is those very wide swing. Granted, they can have a Spirit Breaker there at any moment. Costa is going to go use that Shadow Blade. Oh, and there is Why You Smile and Planet. Look at this positioning from these supports. Costa's going to walk right into them. Why You Smile. There it is. There's the guy that you want to go after. Positioning down to the low ground. The charge coming through. Analog kind of stuck in the corner. Going to pop down. Why You Smile already using that False Promise on himself. As you can see, they're rolling through. Planet stuck over on the side. Is just going to continuously get hit. Nothing to say. Kind of in an awkward position. Shear's joined into the fight. The chase is on after nothing to say, though. King RD and Analog looking to see if they can get their hands on them. But Neo, he's here. He's a big boy.
They're just running. They have to be happy with what they got. They got 2 important kills. Didn't lose anyone. Just try and get out now before the fight escalates into something else. And that was pretty much the dream fight for them.
King RD.
Oh, Earth Spirit, though, stuck around.
He got his Wisdom rune, but I don't think, yeah. Maybe a little too greedy.
Yeah, with the bugs as well. They're going for the Tormentor steal. Doesn't look like they have anything to say about it as well. As Sven's not ready. Gonna be a shard over on the Oracle as well. But yeah, that was pretty much the dream fight that they could ask for. Getting on top of the Oracle immediately. The SD got his ulti over on their Spirit Breaker, so they controlled him really well. You can't really have a better initiation for them. And still the fight looked pretty scrappy. Now going back for their own Tormentor. New wants to get even more shards for his team.
Oh yeah. One-man tormenting machine. That was the BKB used by Neo on that last fight. And again, they were able to walk away, which was the big thing.
Yeah, they have good disengage on the side of Keepstars.
Getting close to the Harpoon. Wolf just find himself Planet. Just gets rid of him very quickly. Does need to be careful though. Neo making his way over. He's got the Aegis and he's got himself an Oracle. I think Costa got a little baited here. This is not looking different. They've got the reins on top of that. And he is just dead.
That was a greedy play. He even had a ward.
Nothing to say. Teleporting in is going to jump on Analog. Does have the Weaver nearby too, so just going to end up losing the Pangolier.
And the charge keeps going?
No.
Thinks better of it. Spirit Breaker with the Gossamer Cape as well. Extra fast. Very good against Sven as well. We see the timings now coming in for LGD all around here. They got the Death Zone Weaver, so not just survivability from the Lincolns. Now he actually has some damage as well. And the Spirit Breaker with a full BK or full Octarine and Blade Mill. Things are getting tough here for Keepstars.
I mean, he was already tough for Keepstars, let's be really honest, but definitely getting harder. A minute left on the Aegis, so you can see the aggression coming out from LGD. As Vivo Keepstars, they want to try to make a play. They want to try to push them out of their jungle. Costa coming back up here. He's not going to have that God Strength for about 17 seconds, and Planet consistently seems to be the one that gets jumped on. But again, it's just a support.
They get him, but they lose top tower. At least they get something while the top tower falls. So they get a minor pick off there, but I don't think LGD are even flinching. They just keep farming. Nobody panic reacted. They didn't bleed 1-by-1 kills. So again, they need something more on Keepstars. They need to find a big fight, and it's going to be after the Aegis that they have maybe a window to fight around. Silver Edge. Oh, he didn't.
He went for the Harpoon.
Silver Edge?
He went for the Harpoon. I don't know how I feel about that. How do you feel about that, Waga?
Well,
King or D? FCR?
FCR might be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they're teleporting in. We'll see if there's the respect. It's a little bit of a roll from King RD. Yeah, they're just going to back off. Aegis just getting reclaimed now. Rather play it safe than sorry. But they also have a gem on Bristle, so that's going to make it a lot scarier for the side of Keepstars to walk out of their base.
So to go back to Costa Bill's decision there, not going for Silver Edge, there's one thing to be said about it. BKB removes Silver Edge nowadays. It didn't used to, but it does. So maybe that's why the Bristol already having a BKB feels like you can't rely on the Silver Edge.
I saw Shiro with the double damage just slipping around the outsides. In jungles, they have a charge on them. They've got this vision. But while this is going on, they find the opening on the back end. Again, Planet, the first one to go down, and it's just totally separate. Why You Smile off to the side. Costa all by himself is getting knocked around by nothing to say. And Shiro, King RD will end up dying. Costa trying to buy himself a little bit of space, trying to have Analog come help him, but he's just a little bit too late. That's just going to get used. Analog looking for the opening, but he's a big baddie, and it's just so hard to get him off of you. FCR going in with the side. Can they finish up that? They say no, they can't.
Nice save.
Thanks to the fact that they have this Oracle, and they'll end up losing Analog. Analog, and they'll end up losing FCR. It is a double kill for New.
Oh my god, why you smile? Always in such good positioning. How has he only died 2 times on Oracle in a game like this against those heroes? And he's always there. This is not the first time they get the Fate's Edict, but this Necro is crying, you know, unable to get a good ulti off in the team fights. And also, what a DD run to have. The Shiro DD Weaver there just going in, making that fight so easy for them, because he picked off the SD immediately, preventing him from stopping the Spirit Breaker.
And this Oracle, I feel like we've seen such, yeah, you can see the beginning of this fight here on FCR. As we watch the replay, and they make the jump onto this Oracle, right? You can see why you smile over here. And he's had to use his own ulti on himself, but it's worth it because he survives. And then they just, it feels like Vivo Keystars are like, well, we couldn't get him. All right, we got to jump on someone else right now.
Yeah, they didn't have the damage. Sven wasn't there to keep laying in through the Oracle ulti because he was being gone on at the same time. So very, very tough. Back in the game, we see a push towards this very tier 2 tower that they were fighting under. And no real defense for Keystars here.
I mean, what can they do? They don't have the means right now. They need to get some sort of a pick off potentially.
Yeah, we have more items coming in as well. Just sees the creeps disappear. Full BKB being purchased up by Weaver as well, so he has his own safety net now, and almost full assault cuirass on the Bristleback. Blink dagger on Caudle, so he's gonna be able to sit back a little bit more now or react to these ganks. They are closing in on some timings themselves on Keystars though. 200 gold for the blink for Pango. First Spirit got himself a Yule Scepter. Finally has an item after that Midas. Things are slipping fast right now. You can see the small area of the map that they're playing on. They need to get some of these D wards.
They can see Shiro over here, but unfortunately Shiro can see you. So King Jungles, you are absolutely toast, my friend.
Yeah, they don't really have a counterplay to Weaver running in like that. With Lincolns and BKB, it's tough for them to go on him.
Jump forward. Okay, they pop it immediately. There's the follow-up, though. As now Shiro, okay, he's gonna stay alive a little bit longer. Coaster's just ripped apart. There'll be multiple buybacks coming out from Keystars. This Analog separated from the rest of his team. Get King RD. This is looking disastrous now for Keystars. They're trying to find the opening, trying to do something here after they buy back. Costa, he's here, but New, he's just so big, so scary with that BKB. Look at this man. How do you stop him? It is looking so hard for them to do it. They'll go and just try to hold in place the site. It's just not enough damage. They don't seem to have it. King Jungles will go down. 3 dead on the side of Keystars. New, he's still alive. Still kicking. He's going to go one side into the face. He's just ripping them apart. Oh my God. Somebody stop this man.
Nah, this game is over. Pack it up here. The Keystars, I mean, they're not gonna tap, but this is absolutely just forfeit at this point. LGD looking so good. New playing like a god, working on improving his already impressive KDA here. 13-0 in this game. I guess Infinity is a pretty good KDA.
Untouchable, that's for sure. My God. Also, like, shout out to these supports, right? The amount of times, like, the positioning coming out from this Oracle.
Yeah, they're doing a super good job on the side of LGD. Just, you know, if they get a pick off on the Caudle, it usually isn't really a good pick off. And when they jumped the Oracle, he just kept himself safe. Good reactions by his team as well. Full Agams now for Spirit Breaker as he sneaks in and buys it behind the enemy lines.
King RD needs to be careful. He's about to walk right into. They see him. They're hoping maybe we can get a kill on Nothing to Say. He's a little bit separated from everyone else. Rolling Thunder coming through from Analog. And King Jungles is just dead. Nothing to Say. Sitting a bit low here. King RD putting out all of his spells as possible. FCR, he wants to try to do something. Doesn't have the sight though. And there's the save again from the Oracle. Oldest Rain keeping them alive. FCR is going to get chased down. Analog's dead. It is a full team wipe on Vivo Keystars. And the GGs get called. Man, if you're a China Dota fan, you're really, really happy right now.
He's fountain diving, but there's nobody there. Bristol is like, any more that I can kill? What a performance here by LGD. Both Game 1 and Game 2, I mean, particularly Game 2, looking so clean. And Keystars, they were just fumbling pretty early on in this match. I feel like LGD completely had their number, even though they did a lane swap there to try and get, the Necro against the Bristle. Bristle seemed completely unfazed, and the bottom lane, the Weaver, was having a free game as well. This was just all according to script for LGD. You could see the smiles on their faces.
Yeah, a little bit of those frowns on Keystars. But again, this is a seeding match, so it's not like they're eliminated. They don't have to go home or anything, but they need to prepare themselves going forward. And again, if you're an LGD fan, you're feeling really good right now. It was looking a little rough earlier this year internationally, but they are in fine form. And I'm sure our panel will agree with us on that.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, LGD just stepping it up. Still amazing performance from Keystars. Just a few things lacking, especially in this game too when it came to foresight and the draft, right? Because this Necro could have had impact if it wasn't picked into an Oracle Winter.
Yeah, foresight. You don't have to be. You don't have to be to be an Oracle to know Oracle counters Necroforce. I mean, it's crazy, that they picked Necroforce into Oracle.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get it. They're trying to figure out a solution towards the Bristleback, but Oracle just make sure that kind of never happens in a game because of Fate's Edict and False Promise.
I feel like the TA in the first game and the Necro in the second match were just drafting misses.
Mm-hmm.
The game perhaps would have played out a little bit longer, a little bit different, at least, if not for these heroes that are just difficult to execute with. I believe that Necro, is definitely a worse mistake in drafting. Yeah, he just couldn't reaper sight. He got maybe a couple of stacks. I didn't count. I counted one. I saw one.
Not to mention they picked the Sven as well together, which everything is so greedy. Like Sven is a hero where you want the draft to be about you. But then you're looking to your left, you see a Necroforce. Oh no, I have to share the stage with this guy. This guy needs a lot of resources in the game. Then it creates an imbalance in the game. Unless you're winning all your lanes super hard, Because they have to purposefully change the lane setup to put the Necroforce on the safe lane, and they put the Sven on the off lane to make the early game go better.
And you're not gonna win the lanes. Not versus this team, not versus these heroes as well. Like, you might even it out, but you're not gonna win in such a fashion that you can snowball where one hero has absolute uncontested free farm and then he can do whatever he wants on the map. He doesn't have to even farm.
It was a really hard game to watch, especially if you are a Vivo Keystars fan there. It was so close, seeing the Necro go out for that ult and then just have an Oracle save him for it. But LGD, the draft gamers, god gamers that they are here, did really well. The Spirit Breaker mid is the most notable one for me because whilst we're seeing a lot of Spirit Breaker, maybe in the post 4, in the post 3, they are the only team to actually be running it mid. They did it in groups up against Nouns. They got a victory on it there. So they knew that there was success in a Spirit Breaker mid, but to have the confidence to bring it out again, why exactly does it work in this matchup? And to be able to first phase it, knowing it's most likely to go in mid.
Well, you can first phase it, and then after you do first phase it,
that's when you actually get picked.
You can decide where it goes. But it's very interesting because just before TI10 there was some tournament, I can't remember the name. Zhao 8 was standing in for them. They won the tournament.
Right.
And he was playing mid, and they were picking Spirit Breaker for him mid.
Oh, so he's just come full circle 2 years later.
Yeah, exactly. That's where it all started, and they're still picking the hero. He obviously Spirit Breaker has changed like throughout those two. It's exactly that. It's a circle. It's a cycle of heroes. It's like you get this super uber buffed up patch, and then you're gone for a year, and then you come back. He made a resurrection here on mid lane once again.
I mean, the hero has the same weakness as before. He's very weak in the lane, but the issue the hero has right now is he's just way too strong even though he loses his lane. That's why you can pick the hero early, and obviously with the flex, being able to flex him to off lane, or I don't know if anybody
It's weak for you because you don't believe. He's just not good enough. He doesn't bash.
Believer?
Did you learn how to bash?
You have to act like you don't actually want it.
I have to use you need to right click the creeps, the jungle creeps, and if you don't get a bash, then you right click the hero.
No, it's about the way you click.
About the way I click. Okay.
Yeah.
I need a different way of clicking.
Yes, exactly. If you find a way to right click properly, you're gonna bash every time.
It's an active for you, right? You can
exactly.
You can actually click.
It turns into an autocast act.
It's like the Wraith King critical strike. Where it's a cool.
Listen, weren't you like months ago the one that was doing Spirit Breaker on your Steam Deck? You were trying to learn. That was like the first hero when you were playing Dota on your Steam
Steam Deck?
Yeah, it was Spirit Breaker. I swear.
It could have been. I think I played on Steam Deck Spirit Breaker, Clock, and Pango.
Yeah, so
Those
it's
three.
all your losses of playing Spirit Breaker on Steam that got
Whoa. Yes.
yes, it was.
If he's playing Spirit Breaker, it clearly means he doesn't care about winning. It's all about having fun.
I
That's
mean,
it exactly.
It's one of those heroes that you can even play it on a Steam Deck. You just press charge and that's it. You chill.
All right. We're going to have a look at the updated bracket because with LGD taking the 2-0, it does mean they're going to be in that upper bracket. We can see them right there. They're sitting below Team Spirit, VP, Liquid, Talon, Keystars, waiting to see who their opponent's going to be in the lower bracket. That one will be decided later today because we have only finished our first best of 3 here. The Shiro Weaver as well, we didn't really talk about because I got distracted with playing Dota on your Steam Deck over there. But the Weaver.
Yep.
Obviously, a hero that we have seen here and there throughout the road to the international so far, but to have that impact, you weren't really a big fan of it originally when you were like, okay, what is the idea behind this Weaver?
I was feeling that it might be a position 4 hero when I saw it, because the synergy is quite apparent with the BB. You want some hero like either a Venge or Weaver to have minus armor, so your Crew Spirit does a lot more. That was what I felt was going to happen. But then they last picked the Keeper of Light to make the Bristleback even better with the Chakra and still have the Swarm with the Carry Weaver. So I think they have a lot of thought process between how to make this Bristleback strong. I feel like a lot of the teams that are better, they understand what picks are working and they understand what to pick around that particular hero, like what we were showing in the graphics earlier with the power couples. You need to know which heroes make this strong pick even better. And this is where I feel like for Vivo Keystars, where they don't really understand as well as the other teams, they have their own way of drafting, they have their own way of playing, where they prioritize being comfortable a lot, but then they don't really pick
It's more
the
about
best.
comfort than anything else. Yeah.
Rather than picking the best combinations.
I see. We have the schedule update as well, so let's start talking about it because there are still 6 teams left to decide whether they're going to be going that upper or that lower. And our next matchup is going to be 9 Pandas BetBoom. One you were very interested in, Winter, because being an inter-regional matchup here at the road to the international means they could ignore the meta we've been seeing over the past 3 days, what's been forming there, and have that familiarity of opponent to be able to pick different things, maybe pick things that we haven't really seen, or to ban out things that kind of make you scratch your head a little bit because no other team is picking it.
I was happy that I left my Slavic region and ran away to NA. You want to go back? Like, what do you like about them the most?
About the inter-regional matchup.
Yeah.
So I feel like it brings out a lot of I think hero crossovers, heroes that they might like, both teams like, and it might also mean that because they have a lot of crossover heroes, we might see something different, because you need to try to figure out, okay, if we don't get this hero, what is the replacement? Or because they really like this hero, what can we do against this hero? Like, for example, in this game, we saw like Keystars trying to use Necroforce against BB because BB is such a popular hero, so we could see something along the lines like that.
Or if they have no crossover at all, why is that like that, right?
That's true, yeah, there is that realm as well. They could be playing at 2 very different sets of Dota there, but BetBoom, this is a roster that was very new this year. In fact, someone who has found success on BetBoom previously on a different roster is Toronto Tokyo, so we're going to have a bit of a chat. We get to know a little bit more about his journey.
It's my goal to be a stable team, to always be in top 3 teams, and to perform really stable and good in group stage also, because in my career it was like so many group stages that we was like tie-bracket games, and it's very stressful, to be honest, and I don't really like it.
BBT have nothing to play for. They've already secured first place in the groups.
Now in BetBoom we have a really stable way to make games easier, and we have a plan every game, which I feel like we lack in Spirit. When I was in Spirit, it's my opinion, so that's why I would say in a long way we will perform more stable.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We have our next best out of 3 coming at you for the road to TI to find out which teams go to the upper bracket and which teams go into the lower bracket. I'm Breaky CBK, joined by Kazoo. BetBoom taking on 9 Pandas here, battle of 2 Eastern European teams. This should be a good one, Kazoo.
Oh, this is going to be a great one. I feel like out of all the matches, this is like one of my favorite matchup. I think Eastern Europe, first of all, they've been doing very well. You have Team Spirit who topped their group. BetBoom did pretty good in their group. I think they got second. Nine Pandas, they're no cap, they're my dark horse for TI. So I don't know if they're supposed to win this series, but I expect them to do well over this entire tournament.
Yeah, obviously these two teams are very familiar with one another. I mean, look at the DPC rank coming into this event. Nine Pandas is on paper the better team if you wanted to look at it from that perspective. But
stats don't lie.
Series, stats don't lie. Exactly. And the Haas would be proud of that. So, but anything can happen. I mean, obviously we're kicking off with game number 1. I'm just expecting a very entertaining series at the very least, and looking forward to seeing what we got ahead of us here. But as you can, we are jumping into it, man. We don't want to waste any time. We got game number 1 and the draft officially underway. And so far, a couple of noticeable bans. That Spear Breaker, arguably the top tier hero.
It's the best hero. I think Spear Breaker is borderline. Like, I don't know about OP, but he seems incredibly hard to deal with. I have not seen the best answers yet. Like, some Shadow Demons have worked great, but yeah, the 1500 move speed cow that's charging you at 25 minutes. He'll not be here this time around. So I think both teams probably somewhat happy about that.
Yeah, it's a hero that's not surprising to see banned right off the bat. It's just one of those, like, even with a bad start, we still see him just dominate by the time that mid to late game stage comes around. So, yeah, not surprising to just see it eliminated off the bat here. As far as follow-ups go, you got your Dazzle. Enchantress, a little more of a niche ban, but specific teams, specific players, certainly more likely to play it on the side of BetBoom. They have history doing that. But that's the only one that maybe stands out so far. Other than that, pretty safe bans here.
Yeah, I mean, the Muerta, just we've seen it in like quite a lot of games. I still feel like this hero is very strong. The one thing that I've seen from BetBoom in their recent games is that they actually play with a lot of tempo. Like, they've had a lot of early Monkey King picks. They even played carry Night Stalker, which I think was the only one of the entire tournament. Nightfall is actually known for this hero, both as a carry and when he used to play offlane. So for Nine Pandas, I need them to, they gotta be ready for the aggression. Being an Eastern European team, I'm sure they can take the battle towards each other. But yeah, I'm just expecting a lot of aggression and a bloodbath.
Absolutely. Wouldn't expect anything less with these two teams, especially going at it. And we got an Undying ban, and we are going to be seeing the Vengeful Spirit with our first pick. Again, speaking of top tier heroes, he's up there with the likes of Bristleback and a couple others in terms of the most picked heroes so far on this road to TI.
All right, Porcupine Man. He's obviously in this pool. Bristleback is, it's a hell of a hero. We can definitely be real about that. But yeah, Vengeful first pick, just overall solid, great hero on the meta, can save, gives you minus armor, good laning. I mean, there's just a great pick.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's the Primal Beast, another pick that we expect to see in the earlier option if it's going to be picked up. We've been seeing a lot of the mid Primal Beast coming out. It's just one of the, again, these heroes that you're not necessarily too concerned about getting countered as a matchup in the mid lane. Just overall, usually going to be bringing a Primal Beast aspect to the table here.
There's one thing that BetBoom have done lately against Primal, or especially in their last 2 games, is that they had a Monkey King against it twice when they played Azure Ray, and they destroyed them. Like, they just kept flexing it. This time around it's a bit different because their first pick, and Nine Pandas are able to play it on the side lane as well. But I think Monkey King is a hero you need to be careful about right now if you are Nine Pandas.
Okay, so far, of course, not addressing it just yet, but they do have at least one more ban to throw the way of a potential Monkey King, but they go for the Treant Protector so far as the Templar Assassin ban comes out from BetBoom Team over there. So a couple more bans from either side, and then we start the plethora of picks. But you mentioned, I mean, a hero like Bristleback is still also on the board. Is there either team you'd maybe lean towards as a possibility here?
I guess it's fine for both. I think maybe it's not as good for BetBoom because I consider Primal Beast actually pretty good against Bristle, because later when you get the Aghanims, you have a free break all the time, which destroys the Porcupine Man. But another hero that I'm looking at actually, especially with the TA ban, could be a potential Pangolier. I think even though Pango hasn't like the easiest or most clean matchup against Primal in the game, I still just see people pick Pango no matter what in any game.
Yeah. Yeah, Pango, of course, is just another one of those very solid heroes. And yeah, the matchup, sure, even if you get the Grimstroke, the blood hunt, you know, these counter picks, it's still considered a pretty powerful hero. Yeah, Soulbind pretty good, though, against him. So that'd be something to look out for if you're going to go the Pango, that Grimstroke matchup against it. But Chaos Knight, another carry hero that we certainly have been seeing a bit of popping up, is going to be taken up by 9Panda. So Monkey King is on the board, as you mentioned, KZoo. We'll see if that does come up here.
Yeah, that's definitely something that they can consider. So we'll have to see. I don't mind the CK ban. I think CK Venge, not just as a lane, but also in the game, is very scary. Like double minus armor, a lot of strong spells. They help each other, like take Roche. So overall, I think decent ban. And I think here, if you're 9Pandas, might want to look at your support heroes. There's already a few like banned in this game. There's always heroes like Dark Willow that feel pretty good. I think Antares is also a specialist when it comes to some heroes like Grimstroke, Skywrath, maybe even some techies. Because yeah, I would like to see a ranged hero here for 9Pandas.
Yeah, definitely going to dip into that reserve time quite a bit. But yeah, Dark Willow, the one hero that really stood out to me as far as those mentions. We've been seeing some really good Dark Willows throughout this event, and that support role. Still no core Dark Willow yet.
Yeah,
They've been hinting at possibly, but that support Dark Willow is certainly great. And also Skywrath Mage being one of those options, a fantastic support hero, and is going to be picked up here by 9Pandas.
I do think that Sky is a bit of a like double-edged sword against Venge. I know that some people are like, oh, you know, I have this burst and heroes die very quickly. But if you get swap off, like Skywrath relies on dropping all your stuff and killing this hero. So if Venge is in position, he can always hard counter Skywrath. So right now, this Primal Beast Skywrath combo is not like really securing you a lot of kills. So I think 9Pandas will need to build more on top of that. But yeah, BetBoom, I feel like they played the best Centaur in the game with Pure. This guy is a monster. He was the first one to play it again on this patch. I mean, this guy's 19 years young. He swapped to offlane in this year. And honestly, this guy is like a young miracle, in my opinion.
Oh, that's quite the comment
that
right
is heavy
there.
Praise. That is heavy praise.
Heavy praise, but heavy pressure comes along with that, absolutely. So yeah, we'll see if Pierre able to withhold that pressure right here by Gak. Going to be playing the Centaur, as you mentioned, most likely. Dark Willow, there's the Dark Willow support. Going to be happening from BetBoom as well. So yeah, another kind of defensive mechanic with Stampede, or potentially offensive if they want to. Same thing with the Fear of Dark Willow. The team fight overall so far looking pretty strong on the side of BetBoom.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is just a very safe like type of dual lane. Even back in the day, you saw this a lot when, okay, we don't see our matchup, let's just pick a solid dual lane. Centaur, Legion always came to mind. Think Dark Willow now. It's just a very good hero, super annoying for Primal Beast with just like the brambles around in the game. You get your Shadow Realm off. Yeah, honestly, I think both teams have a very nice setup, but I do prefer BetBoom's like foundation currently.
Speaking of team fight, Warlock, one of the kings of team fight, of course, with that chaotic offering that it brings to the table, fatal bonds, etc. Fantastic hero for that aspect of the game, at least. Also a great babysit laner when it comes down to it, so understandable why 9Pandas going that direction. Ooh, that's an alchemist.
I have been thinking about Alk in like some of these games, and I'm not too surprised to see Ramses pick it. I feel like he's one of the better alchemist players, and a player that still believes in it. The Warlock pick is like, I think it has a lot to do with them knowing that they did want like an alchemist type hero, because Alk on his own against Centaur is not that good. Centaur has super high HP regen. He has Stampede later against your upheaval and to disengage from the golem. But with this combo of this alchemist, I think it comes together pretty nicely.
There's only been, what is this, 18, 20, 22 heroes so far that have not been picked yet in this road to TI. We'll make it 21 because Alchemist has not been picked up until this right here.
The hero, no way he's this bad. Like, absolutely no way. So I'm at least happy to see it. I think the idea is that you have a lot of minus armor and many spells, at least early on. You have a secondary hero that goes in for your Skywrath and Warlock, which we touched on earlier. Venge, if there's only one thing you have to worry about, it's super easy. But now you have this Alchemist who can go in. Centaur doesn't deal the most damage. So all in all, pretty happy with the Alch pick.
All right, got a good babysit partner with the Warlock, as mentioned as well. So things certainly coming together for 9Pandas, albeit a bit different from what we've seen throughout this event. You sound pretty confident that why the Alchemist and why they were pretty confident with it too. Luna, BetBoom going to be confident with the Luna pick themselves.
Okay, a lot of, I think, nice synergy when it comes to the mid game. Also, similarly, you have Venge Luna, you have nice auras like for each other, you have solid laning. It gives you like this very mid game centric timing, which I feel like when you play against Alchemist, it's super nice if you can answer this, because now at 16, 17 minutes when Ramsey's going to have like his Radiance BKB, Radiance Blink, and they bring the fight to you, you have the option of answering it. Maybe you beat them, you can get the first Aegis, because that is where Alchemist needs to win the game. Minute 15 to 25, use his net worth and push the game forward.
Yeah, Luna's certainly a core that wants her farm, but yeah, to your point, can certainly fight as well. Gets that Eclipse earlier on, and if a fight does break out, can be of assistance, absolutely. So, does make sense there from BetBoom. And yeah, again, Luna, not necessarily the core hero that we've been seeing a lot of the time, but a makes sense pick here.
Yeah.
Break it down that way. So, one more band to go.
Okay, so it's gonna be BB Team who have to pick first. I think it's still, I mean, likely what you're gonna see from both sides. I mean, 9 Pandas get to choose later where the primal goes, like whether it's a mid or it's an off lane. I feel like something that BetBoom could still do is like pick a Monkey King if they want. I know I touched on it earlier already.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, 9 Pandas can counter pick, but it puts Primal Beast into the off lane, which I feel like he shouldn't enjoy too much. Against these two heroes. If not that, then just anything aggressive for BetBoom that allows GPK to then like move into the side lanes and a hero that the Dark Willow can play with.
They take out OD with the final ban on the side of BetBoom, and as mentioned, it will be them picking first. So, yeah, Monkey King is a possibility. Saw the Kunkka as well as the Earth Spirit taken out. Yeah, very heavy on the mid-tier bans, of course.
I do think 9 Pandas bans are pretty nice, because when you play against Skyref, you don't really want to have like a Puck, like these low HP, high mobility heroes, because they just get silenced, as I kind of jinxed myself there a little bit. It is a risky pick, because Skyref can definitely own you early on. And that's why I think then to go back to the bans of 9 Pandas, they're so good, because I can assure you they would have loved to have a Kunkka, loved to have an Earth Spirit who's just like, yeah, I have 1500 HP, bro, you're going to silence me, then what, golem me? Yeah, I'm just going to laugh it off.
Well, it is interesting, too, when you look at the bans from BetBoom, because we're thinking Primal Beast is going to be mid, but the Storm Spirit, the OD, BetBoom also want to maybe just protect the Puck pick, I suppose, as well. But yeah, pretty confident that 9 Pandas maybe last picking their mid hero instead.
Yeah, so let's see. I mean, a Coil, of course, is great in this game, and you do also have the Venge to swap you out. And apart from the Skyref, there isn't like really too much that can, I guess, pressure you too much. But here you have the last pick, Kiyotaka Earthshaker. Like, if I had to highlight one player from this team, I mean, 9 Pandas are all great, but Kiyotaka has been the standout player for me throughout like the entire year when it comes to like the new players on the block, kind of. And he always impresses.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Kiyotaka, mid-player, he is going to end up on the Earthshaker here, so that's what it comes down to. Miro on the Primal Beast, the off-lane. Wake up, Toronto. It's time to play some Dota 2. We got a best of 3 coming at you. These two teams, again, it's a matter of who goes to the upper bracket, who goes to the lower bracket. There's been some interesting results so far, absolutely. And this is another battle here that could certainly go the distance and unknowing of what's going to take place. But with that said, KZ, we got the drafts finished. Are you leaning towards either one here?
I feel like it's quite even. I think like 9 Pandas are the type of team where even if someone doesn't like their draft, I always see what their draft can do. Even if they're outdrafted in like the late game, they always have these type of heroes like Alchemist, Lycan, that at minute 15, minute 20, even if they lose their lane, they're always going to have their timings. They're going to bring the fight to you. But I think BetBoom, they have a really nice lineup and draft that can fight back and play exactly against 9 Pandas with what they want.
Absolutely. I mean, team fight's certainly strong on both sides. It does feel like maybe BetBoom a bit more of an advantage there. But yeah, the Alchemist timing, no doubt, going to play the biggest role here in the hands of Ramses, of course. And again, what a time to pick a hero that has not been picked yet throughout this road to TI, and a hero like Alchemist. But as you're explaining there and breaking down, and of course 9 Pandas confident with it too, it does have that sense as to why they went that direction here. But will it pay off? That's we're about to find out as we're going to load into game number 1 right now. But yeah, this should be a good one. Again, Primal Beast ends up adjusting to the offlane. You were mentioning that you don't necessarily usually want to see it in the off lane. You would rather have it in the mid, but Nine Pandas, they do make that adjustment in the end.
Yeah, I would assume that they just wanted to swap it up. They're like, okay, Puck is going mid. I don't like Primal too much there. I don't really pressure him. Sure, I get my farm, but then the coil later is annoying, so they just go with the Shaker. But I feel like BetBoom are the strongest side lane dual lane team, and with them having Luna Venge in the side lane against Primal Skywrath, I think if you make a small misstep here on Nine Pandas and that lane goes wrong, your draft could fall apart in the early game.
All right, so laning phase as usual, going to be pretty important as well. Keep an eye on that bottom lane specifically, as mentioned right there. But both teams going for the early smoke, of course. It's Radiant side BetBoom going for a bit of a wraparound on the bottom part of the map. Miro's in his jungle. If anything, may be able to scout them out if they do try to come up here, but it doesn't look like we're going to have any clashes. Earthshaker saying hello to the mid lane.
Yeah, it's the classic. You run mid early, you try to see where the ward is, and it looks like, at least for now, Kiyotaka is guessing the wrong side, as BetBoom's ward is actually on the left. But we'll see if they try for something. But yeah, for now, both teams just getting ready, placing their early game wards, and probably debating and talking about, okay, which bounty rune, what are we contesting? Because they do have Alchemist. They do get double for the bounty runes.
No, that's true, yeah. It kind of throws that a little bit of a change of pace there when you put the Alchemist into the game and the bounty rune control, and how much higher of a priority that perhaps becomes for both teams. So speaking of that, the horn blows and about 5 more seconds. And we're going to see the bounty runes coming out. The good luck, have funds as well. It's going to be actually 3 going the way of BetBoom. So that's a pretty solid start for them.
All right, Toronto Toki just runs in with the wave of terror and gets the bounty rune. That's pretty funny. I thought like, oh, they got 3 runes. I click him. He doesn't have stun. But either way, I think Kiyotaka, he doesn't want to have Fisher in this lane. He wants to totem in mid. He wants to slap GPK and just rinse him.
That's this hero vengeful spirit. It really just reminds every time you see it. Obviously, we've been played a lot throughout this event too, but just how good this hero is. Again, just across the board, so many abilities. That wave of terror, even at level 1, the impact that it has, the damage minus armor, and everything it does. It is a fantastic tool. You see off the bat, going to use it right there as onslaught and reaction coming out from the Primal Beast. But already not afraid to trade blows. Well, in all 3 lanes, look at that mid lane, GPK. Even getting slightly low.
I mean, this is Eastern Europe, baby. Like, they're not afraid to hit each other all the time. This is already Ramsey's like 2nd stun in the top lane. As I kind of like that he did go stun and not acid. I think this way you deal like more damage on the people you actually want to, and mate, you see them fighting back and forth too. So yeah, good luck, Observer. Better keep your eyes open.
Well, just keep it on all 3. No, okay, we're not going to do that. That might be a little too much to handle right there, but yeah, the Unstable Concoction leveled up on Alchemist as mentioned, so looking to make some plays with that in the earlier part. Again, not afraid to trade blows, and a lot of dueling, a lot of sticks, and eventually one's going to be picked up, I'm sure, as well. Top lane, that is going to be a kill. Ramses goes down so much, and Unstable Concoction, you know, thinking that he's going to be able to man up right there, and not so much.
Oh, that is very good for BetBoom. I did not expect this to happen in this. And you know, Centaur Dark Willow, they obviously can pressure quite a lot, but I think they caught Ramses by surprise there.
Yeah. Obviously not the start you want. He's going to TP back in and make his way back to the lane, but Ramses is still level 1, by the way. That creep wave getting pushed up, so he will get his level 2 as this creep wave comes more to him, but yeah, definitely a very slow start for Ramses in the first couple of minutes of the game.
Yeah, it's obviously not what you want as it is for any Dota hero, but what's going to matter a lot for Nine Pandas in this early game is Antares on the Skywrath as, haha, screw you, GPK, this rune has already been stolen. It's Antares and Kiyotaka. If they can get off to a good start and then just allow Ramses to come back and hit creeps as he's still level 1.
Oh, he can't be hitting creeps right now. He needs to live, Kazu, and he's going to barely live. No, Centaur cannot find him, so Ramses able to barely avoid death. He does have a salve as well that could come into play right here, but yeah, they are absolutely making it clear that they are not going to let Alchemist have a good time at the top lane.
Yeah, thank God Upheaval is a spell, like a good one at that, because Ramses, without that slow, he just gets chip-chopped and he's gone again. He wouldn't even have had a TP, so that was nice play by Solo.
Yeah, Warlock, certainly a partner that you want to have if it's about staying alive and, you know, showing off. He doesn't even have his heal yet with the Shadow Word, but that also could potentially come into play. But yeah, needing to kind of find his rhythm, because again, that top lane is absolutely in favor of the Radiant side right now. Pure specific on that area, a lot of high praise you gave him. But bottom lane, when we're talking about that, you see Toronto Tokyo taking some good damage himself. He'll live, but brawling continues.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be chilling. I think they did split the Lotuses 1-for-1 in the side lanes. And yes, for Warlock skill build, you probably just have to go Q and E nowadays. I think even if the heal is pretty nice, but you just miss out on too much team fight later on. So,
sure,
you know, they're going to have to deal with this lane without the heal. There's no easy mode in this game. You got to deal with it.
Just got a DWI. Deal with it. Top lane, Ramses. I mean, he's trying to deal with it, but it ain't easy. That's another kill. Ramses 0-2 to start.
Okay, down bottom.
Trying to live as Miro now, as he went a bit too deep for that kill, and, well, he will fall. So diving, not the best decision right there, as Skywrath busy helping out the mid for some mid rune control. That means that's a 2 versus 1, and BetBoom takes advantage.
The side lanes are a little bit disastrous right now, Breaky. This is not what is supposed to be happening. Like, Alk is very good at, like, you know, kind of going even in the lane. You have Azure Ray, you, like, play on some pushing. They even bottom. They killed the Primal Beast. So the side lanes, yeah, I think Kiyotaka is going to have to do some heavy lifting later on.
You see right there, Toronto Tokyo taking the free ride back to base. He'll be up in about 15 seconds. But, yeah, Kiyotaka, absolute pressure going to be on him now. To that point even more. And again, he's doing solid. He's 21-5 against a 25-5 Puck currently. As to say this, he's going to get some good damage in here. Puck, not level 6 though, so no drink health there. But man, GPK getting a lot of damage in there before finally falling back.
There's a Shadow round 2. He has sticks. Oh, Cellstun!
Oh no, the unstable concoction. That's not what you want to happen. Ramses puts down the acid. He's like, screw it, I might as well get some CS. He dies again though.
Okay, in mid though, counterplay by Antares. Nice creep, tower aggro given away. Seems like they will be okay.
GPK helping his teammate out. Toronto Tokyo barely alive, but will manage to survive. So yeah, make sure to protect the Earthshaker though. But bottom lane again, you know, Miro's by himself, and well, it's just Luna, I suppose. So Kiyotaka is going to get taken out. GPK does go in. No drink coil even needed there.
He must have caught him slipping under the tower or something, as Ramses is going to take another 18 spells to the face. Don't self-stun, brother. Get it out.
Oh, no. Okay.
All right, we're good.
Well, is he? Oh, my gosh. That damage right there. Speaking of damage, double edge from Pure. Not enough for the kill, but both Warlock as well as Alchemist in trouble. Miro will go down once again at the bottom lane. I mean, he was deep there. What is going on right now for Nine Pandas?
Well, nothing that's good, at least, because they're losing all lanes. And, like, not just by a little bit. You also have an Alchemist. Your Alchemist is getting destroyed top. Your Luna has 1,000 gold more than the Primal Beast, and you're also slightly losing mid. Yeah. And the problem is not just that, but the levels. And another one.
Yeah, DJ Khaled would be, you know.
Yeah, he'd be proud. He'd be happy
proud
in this
right
game.
There. It's an opportunity for him with another one, but oh god, I can't believe I just said that. All right, so anyways, Alchemist going down though again. I mean, it's already been looking bad, and Alchemist is a hero case here that not to really rub it into Nine Pandas, but yeah, they did not like a slow start on Alchemist.
All right, they need Wisdom Runes, stacks, get Shaker Blink, and then go for something, because right now everything is falling apart. Even this Observer they just placed. Let's see if Pure wants to pop the Stampede. I think not. I think it's a very wise choice. Oh, Ramses just TP'd in. He's got to be careful soon.
I mean, he's hugging the tower. Like, what more careful can he be, to be fair? But he is tanking a creep wave, and yeah, you see Dark Willow coming in with a south position. There's a TP play. Alchemist now level 6 yet, so he's doing his best. Concoction's done. Pure, though, there's the Stampede. Pure's in trouble himself. Toronto Tokyo wants the kill to make the kill happen on Alchemist.
Those are big kills.
Again, Vengeful falls, though, for it. But now Pure.
Daddy is here.
Yeah, he is definitely dead. Kiyotaka finally helping to put them on the board on the side of Nine Pandas. And that's at least got to feel good, because they needed something here.
Kiyotaka is down here. He gated already.
Yeah. Look at how fast he is. The Haste helps. There we go. The Echo Slam. And there's another kill. So, well, you know what? We said Kiyotaka really needed to be able to step up this game with the silence going pretty awful. It's stepping up.
Oh, Gay, honestly, Gay winning stuff. Like, sure, this Alchemist has died four times. Him dying once more up top, honestly, who cares? You get, like, such big kills on your supports up there. You kill the Centaur. Kiyotaka gets into a top kill and a bottom one as well. Yeah, honestly, they're back. Ramses, you're just going to go hit creeps, man. You're Alchemist. There's no crying aloud.
Yeah, what's happened has happened. You're 0-5-1. Just shake it off. Exactly. Get those creep kills, and you'll be back eventually. Let Kiyotaka do his early to mid game thing. and you show up in the mid to late game. But 1,000 gold on Earthshaker currently, so that Blink Dagger, of course, going to be the focus now as far as progress being made there. But, you know, here we haven't talked a whole lot about yet, Kizu, is this Luna down here at the bottom lane. And, well, she's got her Morbid Mask. The Mask of Madness is coming along nicely. It feels like Nightfall, he's doing his job.
Oh, he's going to be absolutely chilling in this game. He's also got a lot of levels. Like him being level 7 at minute 8 is really good. The more levels you have on Luna, the faster you farm. It's not even so much about the gold you have, but rather glaives, max out aura. So he's going to be A-OK. Mid-game BKB, that's all they're going to want on him. Yeah, also the Spark of Courage. Got to love this item. Helps Luna so much. Yeah, Nightfall's pretty happy in this game.
Yeah, so is it really that BKB pickup where it's just like, okay, now we can really start making plays with little of a thought, because that's going to be a golem even used for this. That's a kill the vengeful support. Hey, they kill him. And nice transition into the tower kill, so I would say overall pretty worth it here.
Ooh, Ramses.
Is he in trouble again? He absolutely is. Concoction, he gets it off, but it just doesn't matter. I mean, that's just good heads up by BetBoom, right? They see what happens bottom lane, Warlock especially being down there. They're like, okay, free kill yet again on Ramses.
No, it's just really great stuff, and it has a lot to do with the vision. Observer pointed out, you have this deep ward. You know Alchemist is going to be around this area. It makes it easy for him to farm. They punish him there, but I got to go back to this bottom play. Like, there's a golem dropped, and that's only because of this earlier play to tier 1, but okay, pure. Let's see if he can walk it off. 5 seconds on the onslaught.
Kill. Obviously no Stampede for 50 seconds. Does he have Pulverize? He needs the mana. He's got a Soul Ring. Not going to be worth it, though. Mid lane.
Not much happening.
GPK. He wants to kill a Warlock and avoid a stunning concoction. Shadow Realm. It will connect. Now Alchemist trying to still do more. The Echo Slam on top of the puck. His silence is up, but is it enough? He is going to be able to phase shift, and he gets on out of there. So a lot used. The onslaught. Mace look at the kill. Yes, it is. Miro with the Kobe and finds the kill. Toronto Tokyo, is it his turn? He might be in trouble too. The Ancient Seal's up, and the Mystic Flare. Yes, it is a kill on him.
Nine Pandas are back. I feel like BetBoom are maybe being a little too happy about this game, because I gotta say, it's a little bit of throwing going on. I think even with no levels of Fisher, they're getting some turn kills. Yeah, so BetBoom, I think they can take down the tempo just a little bit.
It is kind of crazy seeing them only down 1,000 net worth with how this game started on the side of 9 Pandas.
Yeah.
I mean, again, you have an Alchemist, so you expect to even be ahead of net worth at this point of the game, but hey, considering the game state, you will absolutely take it. Now, the zoom out, though, KZL, it is top 3 net worth duo belong on the side of BetBoom. Yeah. Their cores are all doing very good.
No, they're still incredibly happy, but I must say that 9 Pandas, with how the game is going, they will still hit this mid-game timing that they always have. Now they have Shaker Blink. They can play with it all the time with Skywrath, whoever they find. If Toronto Tokyo isn't like R-buttoning his guy already, this guy's getting bursted. Ramses will recover, get his Radiance next item, and boom, then he will join too.
Yeah. So that Blink just being picked up by Earthshaker. The smoke play coming out from the Radiant side, though. It's BetBoom that wants to be aggressive right now. We'll see if this Blink timing of the Earthshaker could come into play, though.
Yeah, DD Witchblade Puck, like he's actually a monster hero. Without either of those, I feel like this hero isn't really a hero, but now that he has both at 11 minutes, yeah, he's about to clap some noobs.
Yeah, that's 200 damage per hit right now, and Miro might feel the wrath of it. Here we go, the Waning Rift in, the silence is up. I mean, there was never a chance for Miro at that point, although Earthshaker, he wants to make a play still. The swap, Toronto Tokyo, what was that?
Okay.
Oh no, the Chaotic Offering coming down, so he's going to fall in the Vengeful Spirit. Kotaka trying to live. Another Enchant Totem, solo using that Chaotic Offering to do some damage as well. Now Ramses shows up, and level 8 Ramses, he's like, finally I can do something here to assist.
Oh,
Centaur? No, he's going to be stopped, and Pure will likely be killed off as well. It's a tanky Centaur, so it might take a while, but
we'll get him eventually, folks.
Hopefully. For
Stun yourself. Stun yourself.
Okay, he stuns himself. Pure, oh, don't tell me he's going to
Nah, he's got Blink. We're good. Q Daddy, he's got him.
Yeah, there's
he got him.
Even Miro coming in just in case, but Kiyotaka's like, no, I got him, boys. Don't worry.
Even Ramses got the kill with the Acid Spray towards the end of it. Yeah, I feel if you're BetBoom, you're still happy with the game. But honestly, with how the early game is going, I feel like they should be up 3-4k gold. So if they do more of these plays, they have to be very careful in like the next couple of minutes about how strong 9 Pandas will be in this game.
Blade Mill and Primal Beast, that's got to feel pretty good on him, considering the game state again. So what about Centaur? Is obviously recovering now from that death. The build of his, he is going to be going into a pipe, it looks like. Of course, the aura build. Well, because Vengeful's going to get jumped. That was a quick kill right there. Wow.
Yeah, honestly, if they just find the Venge, this is pretty good for BetBoom. Every time a smoke comes and Venge is the one to fall, I think you're very happy. I also love that safe rush the Glimmer Cape with the good game he's having against like the Radiant Slater, the Skyref combo. And to go back with the Pipe too, Pure loves this build. I feel like he's brought it back. There haven't been many pipes, but Pipe is amazing this game. Skyref, Primal, and the Radiance on Ramsey Slater.
Yeah, I was going to go with that. Are they lacking initiation, though? But maybe not, because GPK, obviously on Puck, he is going to be going Blink himself. And speaking of GPK, Earthshaker, that Bedlam combo, man, with the Dark Willow, he just melts.
I look at these wards that BetBoom have in like the top half of the side. They don't care so much about bottom, but the like top one deep in the woods, another one in the main woods, and a third one as well.
Yeah, that vision right there is 100% why they were able to get that kill onto the Earthshaker, as being pointed out by the Observer, and as you mentioned. So it's a big kill because, again, that's that carry Earthshaker, the mid Earthshaker, I should say, trying his best to carry and has been certainly doing his points of it. But, I mean, let's look at the Alchemist. Alchemist, he's finally starting to gain some ground. He's got the Sacred Relic and on his way to finishing a very late Radiance, but a Radiance nonetheless.
Yeah, he's slowly starting to pretend like he's an alchemist, because he's supposed to likely be top net worth, but you know, it gotta, sometimes games just go like that. And to go back about the Centaur item build, I think you don't need to go Blink, because 9 Pandas, they need to speed up the game later when they get their items. They're gonna come to you. That's why I love this pipe pickup.
Now, you mentioned the BKB several times on Luna, the timing of that. She is going to be finishing a Manta style first, but then the BKB will be coming. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, yeah, I love it. Like, again, let them come to you. Use the Mantas to push out the waves. I think at this point still, 9 Pandas aren't ready yet. They need, like, what, another 5 minutes? And I think by then, use the Manta, farm more. You'll have a BKB in time. Syncs up perfectly.
No Vengeance aura yet, so we mentioned that synergy there between the Vengeful Spirit and the Luna, bringing those auras, but of course you have to level those up to obviously have impact there, but understandably Vengeful Spirit maxing out Magic Missiles first and getting some way.
Any Wisdom Rune enjoyers? No, not this game. Maybe they're leaving it for 21 minutes. It's the, you know, you let it ferment. All good.
Really buff it up. But for now, the Radiant team gonna push the bottom lane. They did get the top tower kill, that's right, so have the 1 tower kill on the Radiant side. Dire team the same actually for 9 Pandas. So yeah, not the most objective killing this game, as we're now 16 minutes into the game. It's been more about hero kills, 26 hero kills combined. It's quite a bit. We're going to see more here soon, KZ.
They're looking for some. He does have an illusion rune, so this is 2000 HP plus illusion rune. I think if you're BB, you would rather go on the supports here.
Well, the silence already on Earthshaker. Meanwhile, Warlock gets found in the backline. Exactly. Going to be feared as well. Earthshaker trying to get the Necro Slam off and gets it off, but in a horrible placement. He's just dead. Meanwhile, Centaur, that pipe's helping him. Tyrann's going to help drive him as well. The TP play, that ain't going to work. Ramses runs in with a stun, puts the stun out on a Vengeful, and they get the kill on him as well as the Centaur. The silence in the background on Puck. Able to get the kill on Skywrath, but now Puck has to be careful. Chaotic Offering chasing Solo. The Warlock himself is going to be able to avoid damage, and the illusion, okay, he's fine. Gets away there. That was quite the clash in the middle lane. It's now the tower taking damage, but a very even one.
Yeah, I guess if BetBoom get the mid tower from this, I would say pretty even fight. They did not get the mid tower. I like what Pure was doing there. He has to go on the back line, right? He stood on top of Solo, who made, then it's really hard to save Kiyotaka on the Earthshaker there. So, I mean, this game is very close right now.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, Luna doing his Eclipse, the first one of the game, and certainly feeling some damage from that. Puck, though, leading the way in the damage chart. Yeah, the Echo Slam of Earthshaker. It was one of those. I might as well press this button because I'm about to die anyways, but yeah, not the most ideal. Of course, he got jumped initially. Became very difficult. Speaking of jumping.
Oh, slightly off the mark.
Yep.
To be fair,
long enough.
GPK was pinging it. He kind of knew Toronto was there, so either way, good play from both teams. 9 Pandas try for something. I mean, right now the map is like very open, so you don't have to be too afraid of too much happening. But it looks like BetBoom are preparing something at least. A lane ward down bottom. Maybe they want to also like prepare this 20-minute Roshan later, which will be down. Solo, hello, and bye.
Yeah, goodbye Solo. Just trying to maybe get killed by the neutrals, but that's not going to work. GPK 5, 2, and 3 right now on this Puck. You mentioned that Witch Blade he has, and a lot of damage coming out from him with, of course, the blink for the utility. And that got you potential. But again, BetBoom finding themselves bottom lane to maybe push this tower down here. But no, they're going to go scouting again in the jungle.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Like, Luna is gonna be the only one that really wants to like hit. I mean, Pure can kind of tank this, right, and like slowly whittle down the tower. I think right now their objective is not to 5-on-5, but still keep everyone farming and be ready for this timing later. Because 9 Pandas, they're slightly behind with an Alchemist, and even though they're not doing bad, if they don't win the next 1 or 2 fights, this late game, it's unobtainable for them. There's no way they will beat BetBoom.
Mm-hmm. Well, to that point, Alchemist, BKB is just about finished. He is going to have it before the Luna at this rate, which again, considering the game state, that's really not too shabby there with the Radiance as well. But Luna, another, what is it, about 800 gold or so, and she'll have her own. So yeah, by the time the next fight happens, both those cores are going to be having the BKB.
Yeah, it's like this first Roshan fight, I think is going to be ever so important for which team gets to have the momentum after. Because I think for 9 Pandas to later on come back when they have this Ags on Kiyotaka, the BKB on Ramses, maybe he even gets to squeeze in a Blink Dagger before this fight. I feel like they need that because they need the first Rosh of the game.
Centaur Blink, it is coming out. There you go. Going to be delivered. He mentioned Roshan, of course, currently top, but in about 30 seconds, we'll be heading towards that bottom lane to find his new home. So we'll see both teams, I'm sure, positioning around there. Earthshaker, about 250 gold, and he'll have an Ags to go with that Blink. You know, we all know what that does. That extra mobility, pretty damn good.
I mean, for now, like, I'm just looking at how 9 Pandas want to fight, and I don't think it's actually going to be that hard for them later. Like, if you, let's say your Alchemist gets a Blink, he goes in the back line, and then Shaker goes on someone else, and you drop the Flare there. Like, it's not going to be that easy for Toronto to save his teammates.
Middle tower is under attack.
Double damage picked up by the Earthshaker. The Ags not finished yet. Needs about 100 more gold. You know Kiyotaka is telling his team right now, he's like, guys, I need this Ags. Let me just farm these Ancients here real quickly. Oh, but will this timing work out?
Pure coming.
Pure's going in. Gonna be exposed. Jumps in and gets out to mitigate though. Mystic Flare comes out the pipe. Gonna mitigate plenty of damage though. Now Skywrath in trouble. Skywrath blowing everything on the pipe center. Not what you want to do. Chaotic Offering hits 3. Pretty good, but Solo's in a bad spot too as he's caught by the Dream Coil. Stampede forward, and that's a dead Warlock. So supports are dead on the side of 9 Pandas, and they're scrambling. Ags delivered mid-fight to the Earthshaker, but again, the timing was just perfect by BetBoom.
Yeah, I mean, 9 Pandas, sure, they got this Ags out of the 5, whatever, and you only lost 2 supports, but 9 Pandas draft cannot win a single fight unless they're initiating. They need to go in on like 2 multiple sides at the same time. This time, BetBoom, they just have their number. They go in, 9 Pandas aren't ready, 2 easy quick kills.
Yeah. Wisdom Runes being pinked out. Of course, Radiant gets theirs, and it's going to be Skywrath. Antares will pick up his own, so both teams making that a priority, understandably. And so that fight happening, a slight advantage for BetBoom there. And
yeah,
I mean, now Luna's just back to farming. Does that count as one of those fights? Because you're saying earlier, 1 to 2 fights lost, and this game's just going to get way out of hand here for 9 Pandas.
And not yet. I think they're holding on okay. Like, it's more like you need every core to be involved. But how, like, look at 9 Pandas have 3 tanky cores. They need to use these bodies. Your supports need to be allowed to play in the back. Like, Miro has, what, 3,000 HP or something with his heart. Use his body. He needs to get in there. Ramses as well. Kiyotaka. That is how they need to fight.
Oh, that's an Echo Slam opening onto the puck, and it is a kill. 50 seconds. He is absolutely out of the game right now. Centaur Warrior,
no
Stampede. Be pulverized. He's dead too. No Stampede, as mentioned, was locked down anyway. So that's exactly the find you need if you're 9 Pandas. Double kill for Miro, and that's going to be a free Roshan, very likely as well.
Yeah.
So talk about a shift, absolutely, in this game.
Yeah, easy kill for Kiyotaka. Drops the tip on GPK. It's like, what up, bro? You think you're winning? Nope, double kill, and now they get the Roach. This is exactly what they need. I think BetBoom were not ready for this play. Like, they need to know that this first Roshan move is coming. But, you know, 9 Pandas, punish. Now they get the Aegis. Game's back to being very close.
Very close in some ways. You could say a lead of sorts for 9 Pandas. So, yeah, maybe when everyone's there to fight, and Luna included, obviously she's going to be doing plenty of damage potentially in these fights, but you have now an Aegis on Earthshaker. They decide to give it to. What are your thoughts on that, by the way?
I like that. I think it allows Shaker to like go more and more in. I feel like Alchemist with his Blink, BKB, and the Chemical Rage, it's not as easy for him to die. Whereas Kiyotaka, he doesn't have a BKB yet. So this Aegis kind of counts as a BKB, and it's going to help him to get to it later on.
All right, so has that now to work with for a good chunk of time. A little about 4.5 minutes now as we're talking about it. BKB also going to be picked up on Puck. I got to wonder, I assume he's maybe going for that already, but especially after what just happened, he's like, yeah, I need one of these too, because I don't want to get locked down and silenced again.
BKB is kind of interesting. I feel like most players would want to go like the Sanj here, because you want to like try to live through like if Shaker echoes you and you have BKB, I don't think it's doing anything. True. I think you want to like itemize so that you give more time to your Venge to save you or to like get forced out. But either way, that might be his choice, as both the supports get their shards, very good ones at that.
Yeah, Warlock's like, thank you very much, and so is Save on that Dark Willow. So, as mentioned, the Tormentor's going down, both getting their shards. Got some tipping coming out from Ramses on a pier. I'm not sure if that was a specific moment there or not, but maybe just reminding him that he's still here, and Ramses is definitely recovered in this game.
Yeah, he's telling him like, nice laning stage, bro. Let's compare networks, brother.
I mean, yeah.
He's an alchemist.
He's an alchemist.
Yeah, let's relax a little bit. But
I don't know if that would necessarily be the best play to make right there, but either way, having fun with it. Of course, nothing wrong with that. Kiyotaka controlling the mid lane. He does have a shield room bottled up currently, by the way, so definitely could come into play here. But yeah, as far as objectives go, I mean, 9 Pandas, they still only killed the 1 tower so far.
Yeah. Well, it looks like they should be able to get the mid towers next, perhaps. So Nightfall has Butterfly. I would say when 9 Pandas bring this fight to you, you bring the fight back to them. Like, he's been farming all game. I would say it's time to show up, use your network, and help your team out. And it looks like they might want to do just that.
Ooh, showing up mid lane. Luna gonna show herself and says, yeah, jump me. Don't worry, I'm by myself. They're not gonna fall for it. Just will send the illusions, and what seemed like potential fight setting up is going to instead be more of the same as far as sitting back and farming. Some more creeps. Luna, the butterfly now in hand, and just gonna figure out what she wants next. Of course, Satanic, it looks like gonna be the play. The classic split up of the Mask of Madness. Go both those items.
I mean, 9 Pandas, they can continue to play slightly aggressive. I'm just looking at Ramses' items. I think he could squeeze in this AC before the Aegis runs out and then allow them to smoke right before the Aegis expires to take another fight. I think for now they're pretty happy. Kiyotaka gets to finish the BKB as well. So I feel like 9 Pandas can definitely take a fight to BetBoom here.
Yeah, not a lot of focus on this Primal Beast, but man, oh man, hard to harass. You got the own BKB coming along nicely too, so this is definitely at that point of a Primal Beast that's just going to be a very difficult kill to make happen. But yeah, both teams choosing to avoid each other right now. They're saying, let's just split push and go for our own objectives on the tower kills. It's a matter of who's going to react first to this.
Yeah, I think BetBoom are okay with that, because if we like look at their siege, theirs is way better. They're also pushing in mid and top at the same time. I mean, Kiyotaka's kind of trying to like push back mid as it is. I do like the gem pickup here from 9 Pandas, like putting on Miero. You're currently like trying to slowly crumble the map for a BB. Take out their wards and like try to pick them off, because I'm still of the idea that 9 Pandas, they want to speed it up. It's time to go take the fight to BetBoom.
Both teams getting a creep wave push into the base and no one reacting. Yeah, that tells you something. It's like, okay, where is the other team right now? They're a little uncertain of what to do right here. I mean, Puck does eventually teleport back to the bottom and gonna start protecting that. But I mean, Dark Willow as well as Pure on the Centaur Warrior are still up here at the top lane to be a presence at least and help the creep wave get to the tier 3 tower. So now Earthshaker will show up though.
Yeah, so I've been talking about it a lot, but I would really like 9 Pandas to use, well, the Aegis, whatever. They're not going to use it. They got a lot of farm out of it with it. But their cores are currently so tanky. And I think at this stage, BetBoom have a really hard time dealing with it. The longer you wait, the more gold they get to start dealing with this high HP that you have. So I really think like this is your time to smash if you're 9 Pandas.
Time to shine right here. If you're 9 Pandas, I mean, the Aegis, the only downside is the Aegis is about to wear off in 10 seconds. So there's that, but even without the Aegis, it still sounds like you're pretty confident that this is their timing.
Well, looks like they saw that, but now 9 Pandas also see BetBoom. Let's see if there's if they will also smoke in vision. Oh, this could be nasty. Okay, Kiyotaka, he breaks.
Yeah, it pops his illusion. Again, the Aegis just wore off. Obviously, they're aware of this too, so
that they both know.
I mean, down here, it's Primal Beast going in with that play. We mentioned how tanky he is. Puck, meanwhile, is just going to blink away. concoction in, catches Centaur,
Okay,
the Stampede
nice Fisher.
activated. Good team support with the Force Staff as well. There's the Echo Slam on Vengeful by himself. Not going to kill him initially, though, and a lot of damage in return. Catacomb are going to be coming as well. Vengeful with the swap. They want to kill the Earthshaker. Meanwhile, down here, Centaur trying to survive, but it's going to be too much damage to handle from the Alchemist. He's out for 50 seconds. The Earthshaker managed to live. Luna can't really fight this. The upheaval's slow. It is damn annoying, but here comes the Eclipse, but the Blade Mail popped. You got to be careful. Nightfall needs to run, and it's doing just that, figuring that's not the fight to take. But 9 Pandas, definitely their fight.
Eclipse for what? They just pop their BKBs. They don't give a damn. And now 9 Pandas up 5k gold. I mean, I love the way they... I don't even know if they were the ones who really engaged. I feel like BetBoom, you know, kind of got separated. Maybe there was a nice Fisher while Pure went in, but you can just see this tempo from 9 Pandas. It's too much for BetBoom to handle right now.
Yeah, absolutely is. And again, Alchemist... Take a look at the overall damage recap of that fight. I mean, yeah, obviously led by Earthshaker, but Alchemist did over 2,000 damage himself as well. Certainly doing plenty. The point is, though, he's by all means a core that has recovered and is of serious threat too. So, and speaking of that, Luna.
They are ready
Luna,
for this.
The upheaval, the onslaught in. You mentioned OBKB, and that such a tanky primal beast. Luna has to man up though, and Alchemist will be killed off as a result. So he went too deep. The response was there for BetBoom. Primal Beast gets caught. Primal Maze just gonna pulverize though in the center. Says, if you want to fight, let's go, baby. Pure Stampede. They finally get the kill. The Fatal Bond's ticking around, doing some good damage. Kiyotaka manages to axe out himself, but double kill for Nightfall. So this time it's BetBoom with the fight to win, as they managed to take it there.
Oh, good stuff from BetBoom with how they responded. Perhaps overplaying your hand a little bit there as 9 Pandas like clump up all their cores in like one spot against Nightfall, who just gets to whack away at them with all his glaives bouncing 8 billion times. Oh, Coil.
Oh, Coil wants that kill on Earthshaker still. Centaur does, so now
Superman.
they know. Yeah, a little hard to chase that, though, and I'm guessing he's getting out. Yes, he is. The TP away, finally, from Kiyotaka, and will manage to stay alive. But, yeah, again, big picture, still feels pretty good for BetBoom. You're right. Even without an Eclipse, that was just simply the glaives bouncing around of this farmed Luna, and it showed off there.
I mean, generally, I see more, like, Pure generally has, I mean, not to say that he's having a bad game on the Centaur, but generally he's having better games. But this minus armor from the acid spray and the AC, it basically puts him at neutral armor on the Centaur. So he's going to be a little careful about that.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't feel like he's as tanky, especially with that pipe build, as you would expect. But in the end, team managed to have a successful fight the last time around, and moving towards the bottom lane. Roshan, it's at that point where he could potentially be up soon.
It's a very long spawn, but it looks a bit.
As we see, I was going to say, it's a very long spawn, nearly 3 minutes, so it's going to be a while.
Yeah, I definitely think that does favor BetBoom. Like, they're still going to have bigger items coming out. We saw that Nightfall is queuing up the shard. I think the shard on Luna is incredible. It's super underrated. You take less damage, and you're playing against 3 melee cores. The longer you stay around them, it just keeps circling. They're going to take so much damage, and he has a Chrysalis on top.
So BetBoom's protecting it. Again, they're not aware exactly when it's going to spawn. As we can see, that was going to at least be 2 minutes. That's going to be a smoke play, though. On the side of BetBoom, want to catch them off guard. Toronto Tokyo, getting some Lotuses.
BetBoom have some nice vision here, so 9 Pandas need to be careful about how they close in.
Oh, that's ball jumping. Ramses, good BKB indeed. Man, stay alive. Nightfall, he has his own still, but not using it just yet. Centaur, gonna be swapped out. There's a Stampede as well. Ramses down to 50 damage. Nightfall with BKB. Ramses just absolutely melts in that fight. The Eclipse bouncing around. Muro having to choose to go back in, maybe. Pops the Blade Mail. Wants to onslaught, but they are without their Alchemist, so this would be an ambitious play.
Too good. Oh, 9 Pandas need to still be careful.
Absolutely. The Earthshaker having to Ags away with that enchant totem. It's good for now, but I mean, still sticking around. 9 Pandas, it's a 5 versus 4. Should they be so confident?
I guess as long as they like stay somewhat away from the Roche pit, it seems to be okay. I mean, 9 Pandas don't know that Roshan is not up yet. So actually, with how it all turned out, BetBoom would have been pretty happy if Roche were to be up now. But either way, BetBoom get to protect the area, and yeah, they are looking very strong.
Yeah. This has got to be so frustrating for BetBoom. They keep checking and they're like, come on, what's going on, Roshan?
I'm sorry, bros, but this is the longest Roche respawn you could have had.
Yeah, pretty much. It's unfortunate for them, but another 30 seconds. Obviously, Alchemist is going to be back up, and it's interesting because you made that point there. Nine Pandas also is unaware that it's not up yet, so
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
they don't see that message pop up for another 30 seconds. It's like, wait, what is going on? Do they start making their way down here again?
I think so. That's kind of like, you know, surely Roche is up, but it's gonna die eventually as a random tier 3 token gets picked up by Ramsey. So it looks like he's gonna go for an MKB. I would assume that perhaps their plan is gonna change where they try to all in the Luna, even through a swap, whatever, just blast all your shit on Nightfall and hope and pray to God that he's gonna die. Yeah. Roche is up, and I think with the map positioning, that's just a free one.
Yeah, there's no way they're getting over now. I mean, this is a very good Roshan killing team as well. The Wave of Terror, just the auras, it's gonna be a quick one. So there, the message will pop up, and that will be the confirmation. Luna picks up the Aegis. Cheese going the way of Centaur. For the time being. But now you have to deal with this Luna Aegis. She's level 23, almost 24. Of course, 25s are around the corner now. Silver Edge being built too.
I think like Puck as well, like GPK and Pure with like the next items they get. Pure's gonna get more tankiness, which then allows them to deal more damage in the fights. Next GPK items, even the Ags that's coming up on Toronto, Tokyo. I think we're reaching the state where every minute that passes by, 9 Pandas are loot dropping like 1 to 2%. Oh, calculated, bro. Don't worry about it. Didn't even pop the Lotuses. This guy is just cool.
He was confident.
Yeah,
you're right.
He knows. Lotuses for what, bro? He's saving those for later.
Love it. All right, so they get GPK as you're talking about him. He also now has the shard to work with as well. So that upgraded phase shift, not too shabby there. Hits level 20, so the waning rift cooldown even reduced by 4 seconds as we see there too. So yeah, BetBoom, clearly they're feeling pretty confident now themselves. The Aegis level 20 on Centaur and his progression.
I mean, they're getting some big stuff. They've got the shard now on the Centaur as well. So Pure's gonna rack up the double edge stacks and go to like 7,000 HP. But you know, Solo, he gets it. He bought the 35-minute Midas on Warlock. He knows that this game, it's gonna drag. He's ready for the late game.
I guess so. That's definitely an item to help you once you reach that point. So interesting investment there. But yeah, you see the refresher orb coming up next, naturally. But obviously that's going to be a bit now.
9 Pandas they're going to have to be clutch. They're up 4,000 gold, which seems to be a miracle to me. Because if I just try to think about how this game feels to me right now, I feel like in terms of how the game is, they're down like 5k, 6k gold. Like BetBoom, their scaling and how strong they are right now is off the charts.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, of course, the Alchemist factor in play there, but I'm with you, though, too. Yeah, both the Centaur and the Puck are 5 and 6 right now as far as the core farm goes, and it does seem a little bit lower than you would expect, but to the credit of 9 Pandas, and all 3 of their cores are managing pretty good farm. But smoke play from BetBoom, will it result in something? Or Shaker.
Kiyotaka, run,
He's
brother.
dead. Oh, no chance. That just happened to go to the right place at the right time if you're BetBoom.
Yeah, and honestly, BetBoom already has pretty decent lanes. Top is all the way in. Mid is, they're going to keep this range creep alive too. And Nightfall, he's already here. Aegis on board for 2 more minutes. He's got all the items he needs. They're going to say hello to the high ground here.
And we all know what Luna can do, especially once you destroy that first tower. Those glaives will start wrecking the base. So certainly got to put priority into defending the tower here if you're 9 Pandas.
Maybe you just go hit top instead of running through this upheaval. Seems a bit annoying, but it's... Oh, they just want to go way behind.
Or you do that. You jump on the Warlocks, they stop it. Centaur. All going to get stunned out right there. Nightfall, though.
Oh, that's one way to cancel upheaval.
Yep. Just literally stun him and force him to walk away.
Uh-oh. If this tower dies, we all know what Luna does to your base.
That's
She destroys it.
That blade mail. Whew. Blade mail, you got to be scared of that. Is wearing off there, but the tower's dead. Now people put down, but again, the silence to stop it. And now here come the glaives. Bouncing off heroes and buildings alike. Another fortification going to be used, though. Again, Aegis is still online for another minute and a half.
He's got Satanic in 1. He's going to heal up and keep going. All right,
what
rock
do you
throw.
do? 9 Pandas, they have the Earthshaker buyback this whole time, but they're saving it.
Yeah, I think you gotta give... Like, the way 9 Pandas need to fight is it needs to be planned. If they rush themselves into, like, a fight, I think it's gonna be game over. They need to smoke, go around. You either smoke, go around and kill the supports, or you blow up Nightfall in 1 minute on the Aegis Expire. Like, I think you're plays are getting very slim, and you need to clutch it out.
Yeah. Now the reset play here from BetBoom. We talk about the core, even heroes like Dark Willow, a save, picking up a Lotus Orb to go with the Forest Staff, as well as the Glimmer Cape. So a lot more utility there to work with. You have the Ags on Vengeful Spirit, of course. You play by Toronto Tokyo. Fantastic item there. But look at this scout out. Kiyotaka, uh-oh. He's going to be spotted the first here.
Nice
goes in. Eclipse sack. No, that wasn't a clear. That was just a Lucent Beam. Anyways, Miro goes in with the onslaught. But Nightfall's running forward. Wants Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka still trying to run away this whole time. BKB's going to be wearing off. Puck goes into the midst as well. The Eclipse has put down the drink off to lock him in place, and they kill solo for the time being, but Earthshaker manages to jump on out. He's ready to come back in with the Echo Slam. Wait for that. Alchemist, though, he's just dead in the midst of this fight. And Miros also, never mind. He gets out with the TP, just barely. But Earthshaker lived. Took a lot
on the
out
bright
of
side. Solo.
Well, Solo's died.
TPK is just holding a casual like 6 billion gold on puck. We'll probably look to spend that before the next fight. Oh, Nightfall's getting a refresher. I love when carries get late game refreshers. It's just so good. Gotta get double BKB, double Satanic, double whatever you need. And we saw pure damage in that fight, 7,000 as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and Luna's level 25, so the Lunar Blessing damage that's being presented here is even that much more amplified.
Yeah.
So pretty good. Yeah, you're right with the refresher. It's like we think so much. It's like, oh, refresher double ultimate, but exactly
boy.
The items is the big thing.
All right, next Drax is gonna be down. 9 Pandas, you have one little last fight in you. Ramses has to buy back. They're either getting mega losing or he has to buy and fight.
Miro's trying to play his best axe impression, trying to taunt them. It's like, no, fight me. But
Kiyotaka is looking for something.
The blow up, the Echo Slam.
Excuse me?
Swap from Toronto, Tokyo. And here comes the Satanic kill. There's the buyback from Ramses, but it's too little too late. The Eclipse, and down goes Primal Beast out for 85 seconds. Centaur, Alchemist wants to beat him down, but it's Alchemist that's going to be beat down for the dieback. They will kill Centaur, but at what cost? GPK will take out the Skywrath. He buys back immediately, as does Warlock, but the tower's going to fall, and the racks are exposed, and that means mega creeps.
I mean, what a great drop from Toronto Tokyo, but if you're 9 Panda, maybe you can execute where Ramsey buys back a bit earlier, you get to take the fight, but either way, they're gonna look for a miracle spell usage. Maybe Antares can just kill everyone here on Skywrath. Just do it.
No.
They got the bench.
Probably not, but hey, one can dream, and Dream Coil, speaking of that being used, Warlock's dead, GG's are called, it's official, game 1, going the way of BetBoom here. This was an interesting one. I mean, 9 Pandas definitely, despite that horrendous start from Alchemist, still managed to have a pretty good game going into the mid-game stage.
No, this game went like super back and forth, right? Like BetBoom's early game, incredible. They waited it in lanes, but 9 Panda's strongest suit is their mid game. That's why they strike back, and they did that even with this horrible, horrible early game. Then they just make like 1-2 mistakes, and I think eventually after like 30 minutes, they didn't truly know anymore how to fight together. But yeah, BetBoom scaling and their skills coming through as how they need to play together, it just showed.
Yeah. See the reactions right there. Of course, frustration on the side of 9 Pandas and the opposite on the side of BetBoom, as you would expect. But in the end, fantastic game number 1 by both of these teams. We're going to throw it away to the panel to talk more about it.
Let's break it down. Let's have a chat. It's a game 1 in this best of 3. BetBoom looking fantastic there. Some great saves. I was a bit worried at the start, Lizard, with some of Toronto Tokyo's Venge swaps, but they came in clutch. Luna picking up that refresher for herself at the end there too. Big game changer. Otherwise, we could have been seeing this go into maybe 70 minutes.
Yeah. Some people in the green room were calling for the 70 minutes mark. It does happen.
I wonder who that one
Who
could
could
have
that
been.
be? Yeah, with a couple of those nasty swaps that were happening early on in the game, we might have even gotten the 70-minute mark, but no, it wasn't only like that. There was one mistake when Toronto Tokyo swaps the Shaker into his teammates. The other swaps were pretty much on point, especially this last one. While the high ground push was happening, he actually swaps the Luna at the nick of time to save her life.
Yeah, just clutched it up there. Although seeing the Primal, how he's able to farm, the amount of health that he had towards the late game, I was a bit worried that BetBoom wouldn't have had the damage to be able to actually take them down, and especially with the Alk having some farm after the rough start that he had.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the Centaur decided to go Kaya, Sinch and Kaya. So he felt like he
You
needed
love that
to,
Kaya, don't you?
Yeah, he needed to do damage in the game. You know, the Luna alone wasn't going to cut it. So I felt like not everybody liked the item, but I felt like it was reasonable given the situation. And the Centaur also did a really, really good job in the early game slowing down the Elk. Like, Ramses was so poor, you know, from the laning phase itself.
Yeah, this is one of those games when you're playing an Alchemist game on a team like 9 Pandas and you never break, what did you say, 5k gold lead?
I think that 5k was the max they ever had.
Yeah, that's the max, and that isn't even like some early game advantage that they got. No, they got it later on with a couple of really nice executions, really good team fights. So for 9 Pandas, I can say that even though the lanes didn't go that well for them, specifically the Alchemist one, they still did manage to play the team fights quite well later on with the deficit, because being 2k ahead with an Alchemist on your team, that's a deficit. Like
it's not enough.
Yeah,
Nowhere
exactly.
near enough. So the fact that they were able to come in that way, able to get it back a little bit, that Luna just being way too far for the side of 9 Pandas not able to hold it. Still some great team fights taken. And when we look forward towards what's going to happen, actually no, let's keep talking about this one a little bit more, because Warlock as a support, we had a bit of a discussion into how you build on him, why you don't really want to go that heal at all. But BetBoom had a lot of answers. You got a lot of different stuns on the side, a lot of backlines as well. That GPK, I think, was the main person that was trying to deal with this Warlock, so they didn't have this team fight advantage when it came to trying to have all of BetBoom clumped up together.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised that they picked Warlock here, because they picked Warlock after seeing, I think it was the Centaur, Venge.
Yeah, it was Venge, Centaur they saw, and then Warlock.
Yeah, I don't like to pick Warlock if I'm playing into a lineup where it's hard for me to channel my up hero. I mean, the Puck was picked later, but even before that, playing against the Venge and the Stampede is not ideal, you know, for Warlock.
And when you look at 9 Pandas, you're seeing these two supports, you think, okay, they have Warlock and a Skyrat, completely the outskirts type of supports that are they can never really initiate on their own. They can't give info. They wait for the info to be given to them. When you see the 3 cores, these 3 cores are giving those, right? Like you have Earthshaker, you have Primal Beast, you have Alchemist. The problem occurs, however, when GPK jumping you first. And he was doing that 90% of the time. That Puck always jumps the Warlock, always jumps the Skyrat, and they just disappear from the team fight 5 seconds in.
Yeah.
I mean, on the other hand, I think it would have been a totally different game if the Elk had a decent start. Because you mentioned it's Warlock and Skyrath, right? They can't really do anything without the cores jumping in first. So imagine if the Elk had a normal game. He's going to have Radiance and Dagger, BKB at a reasonable time. And then it becomes a different game for the supports, because then somebody else can actually go in. And I was talking about like how, as Warlock, you like to be greedy with your build. Maybe you get the drums, and if you're snowballing from the lane, or at least you have a decent start, it makes a huge amount of difference for a hero like Warlock.
Yeah,
so it's not even just shutting down the Alk, but it's the fact that you're doing it in tandem with Warlock, which is a support that if you get that little bit of gold at the start, it is very easy to snowball just yourself but your team.
Yeah, I feel like the Alchemist wasn't really an issue in 90% of these fights. He didn't really do a lot. If they were getting any kills, they were due to Fatal Bonds, Earthshaker, maybe a little bit of Primal Beast. The Alchemist just never really came online. What they would do, of course, Alchemist is still difficult to kill. So what they would do is they would bait out the BKB, fall back a little bit, kite him around. The moment that BKB is out, so is Alchemist, like he just dies.
Yeah, that's the worst, when you feel your characters being kited around. Did you see any of those picks that went to the ones that are a little bit out of meta, maybe some bands that you're like, oh, this must be because they know each other so well, that they're both Eastern European teams, they've had all DPC together. This is more a team specific rather than a meta or a counter.
Probably the Undying. I think Undying is not exactly a very popular hero. We saw, I think it was Gladiators did pick him one game, but the hero is definitely not a top tier hero anymore. It's more specific to how Solo likes to play. Like everybody remembers his triple stacking, Blood Grenade, Undying, running around.
And maybe it's also another hero that you mentioned and noticed during the draft. That's the OD, right? He also got banned out in this series. So there are definitely some niche bans happening when it comes to picks. Maybe Alchemist is a little bit out there, not really a hero that's picked a lot. Got picked up this game, didn't really work.
I mean, obviously outside of him having a good game, why isn't Alk being seen in the meta? What struggles is he facing up that clearly prevailed in this game, but might also prevail in a game that he's not shut down as early in laning?
When he came back into the meta, he was just ridiculously broken in the laning stage. think.
Oh yeah, this was back in Berlin major time.
Exactly.
Medusa,
Medusa and Alchemist, every
phase.
single game, even some players buying travels super early on. It was crazy times. But I believe he did suffer some nerfs, and the offlane changed a little bit. You don't have these zoo heroes anymore on the offlane. You have like
the passive got nerfed, so you didn't get as much gold.
Yeah.
I think then they nerfed what else did they nerf? I can't remember. I think it was the stun as well that got nerfed, so his laning wasn't as strong as before.
Plus, you have these like centaurs now, and all the bulky boys on the offlane. They're there to dominate. They're just to farm and then fall back to ancients.
Yeah, I mean, if you pick Alchemist, you're gonna have to make sure the Elk gets a good start. If the Elk doesn't get a good start, then you're gonna struggle a lot with the hero. It's a very timing-based carry. He needs to hit his timing. He needs to be able to snowball fast enough because he's not going to scale very well late game. Sure, you can always talk about how he can buy Aghanims for his teammates, but then he's not going to be able to carry the game. Then you're going to have to rely on another hero.
I know we're in the middle of our BetBoom 9 Panda series, and we will come back and talk about these teams a little bit, but at the end of our first best of 3, LGD did it 2-0. We didn't have time to catch up with them, but I do know that Slacks has been able to go and catch up with LGD, so let's listen in. Let's have a look at what he got to ask the LGD players.
What's up, everybody? We were going to go into LGD's room, aka Team Hot Dog, but they were having a team meeting. In fact, they're still having a team meeting, but we need to celebrate their victory, and what better way to do it than an all-American feast? They love this American food. We even got a Seattle dog in the middle. You ready, Helen? We're going to go in there?
Let's go.
Who's going to eat the Seattle dog, you think?
We'll find out.
Okay, fantastic. Let's head in there, everybody.
Hello.
Congratulations.
恭喜恭喜你们进入胜者组。
We got you hot dogs! All right.
为了庆祝我们给你们准备了热狗。能吃能吃，可以吃，真吃。
Hot dogs, please. All right, fine. It's very important. There's one in the middle called a Seattle dog. Now, this is a very normal American treat. It's got sour cream, jalapenos, onions. Who will eat the Seattle dog?
我们准备了一个很特殊的，就是本地口味的西雅图热狗，然后是有奶油 cheese， 然后还有辣椒的。有没有勇士？有没有勇士挑战一下？牛哥。
Will you eat the Seattle dog, New?
牛哥可以尝试一下吗？
我现在尝一口。
I will try it right now.
Let's go, baby! All right, real review. Here we go, New.
比较塞的比较满一个。
It's a big bite. Wait a bit.
Okay, all right. Chew it over, New. You want one? Chew it. A little one?
I think it's poisonous.
Oh, okay. Well, I was.
还好吧，有点咸。
What's that?
It's alright. A bit salty.
It's a bit salty, everybody. All right. Well, congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Seattle Dog. A pleasure. And that is Team Hot Dog LGD, baby. They're going to be winning some more. Thank you. You want a hot dog?
No, it's alright.
All right. I'll see you soon, baby.
I have never seen a food content piece like that in my life, and I'm not sure I'm ever ready to see that again.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I lost my appetite or what is it right now, but
Would you, if we got a Seattle dog right now, would you eat it on panel?
It's a bit salty. You heard the man.
You wouldn't want to try for yourself?
Of course I would.
I'll try it.
Yeah?
I'll try it.
I'm so lost about the hot dog thing because it's just a very funny rebranding. You know, we're very used to PSG at LGD. PSG ended up going over to Quest, and now we're seeing LGD with the hot dogs. Great bit. I love it that Slack's got them to try the Seattle dog. I haven't even tried it myself. What was it? Pickles? Sour cream?
Sour cream, jalapenos.
Onions?
Jalapenos were on it too?
I
Onions?
think so.
Cream cheese. It was
yeah.
cream cheese, not sour cream. It was cream cheese.
Well, he said sour cream, but okay, cream cheese.
Yeah,
and a lot of salt.
Most of the players are foodies. You know, they like to go around trying food after their scrims. So normally players are quite happy to.
What I did like though is that the Seattle dog, the one that's different from all the others, New picked him up. You know, everyone knows who's the boss in that team.
He's the true carry.
Yeah, he's the true carry.
Well, Slacks did ask Xiaoba first, the director. Then he said no.
Thought it was poison.
Yeah, poison.
I would never take a hot dog from Slacks either. But we want to circle back to this BetBoom. Slacks, hey, buddy. I mean,
No one would. It's fine.
well, let's just stay on air because I don't know if Alex is gonna maybe poison my lunch after this one, but BetBoom 9 Pandas, he's walking away. He doesn't want to hear any more of it. Game number 2 will be coming up very soon. 9 Pandas need to bounce back. This team have come up against each other a lot. It's a best of 3. It's very possible to bounce back from it because they know each other very well. In fact, one player a lot of us know that we've seen around in the scene many times is Solo on 9 Pandas. So let's hear a little bit more about him, his journey, and him as a Dota player.
I don't have as much fun as I had when you run home to click find match to play on new hero. But I really enjoy the moments when I feel how team improve, when I feel that things we were working on start to work, you know. I learned that discipline is the most important thing in Dota. Discipline beside the game and discipline in the game. I think this is the most important thing that I got through years. Let's talk about Kiyotaka. He's the youngest guy on this TI. I'm the oldest one, and he's the youngest one. Gleb has so big hero pool. Like usually mid players have pool from 7 to 10 heroes. Gleb can play any hero. This year for him is really, really good. He showed that he's one of the best players in mid lane. I really think that he will be the best mid player in the history of Dota. Maybe it's too early for this, but he has a lot of time.
All right, welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we got game number 2 going to be coming at you. Of course, BetBoom up 1-0 in this best out of 3 series. Eventually taking care of business, but that first game, you know, was quite the roller coaster ride, especially if you're a 9 Pandas fan. It was a very rough start. It started to look pretty good, but then by the end, BetBoom had just taken control there, Casey.
9 Pandas, they can bounce back. We also just heard it from Solo. You know, he's like the oldest guy in the team, and he has Kiyotaka, which I agree. This guy has like insane potential. You just need like some veterans around him who will help him out. So I think what they talked about during the games just now is super important. They have DM as their coach. He played for OG before. You know, it's time to bring out your Seb speech. You know, you're down 0-1. You say, guys, the game was good. Our lanes were not so good. Let's make the lanes better. And you know, everything is going to be A-okay, guys. Let's go.
There you go. Just like that. Maybe a little more umph behind it with some extra hype as well, but I understand the point behind it, though, absolutely. So, yeah, hopefully for 9 Pandas' sake, they definitely got some kind of pep talk there because, again, they are going to be down 1-0 now going into game number 2. But it goes back to absolutely the expectations are there that a game 3 is certainly wouldn't be the most surprising thing. But kind of looking back at that game number 1, obviously Vengeful Spirit being the first pick. Overall, Toronto Tokyo did play it very well. It's one of the most popular hero picks in this tournament so far. Is that going to be maybe the adjustment ban, you think? Or?
I think what BetBoom did in the game was actually very clever. Like when I think about 9 Pandas, I just think of this mid-game train that will eventually come and hit me no matter what I do. But what BetBoom did is they crafted good lanes, Venge, Centaur, Dark Willow, Luna. Like Luna, Centaur, very strong laners. They give you a good team fight. So I think if you're 9 Pandas, you want to try to break that a little bit. Try to force them into carries that aren't as good laners, aren't as good as the mid-game, and aren't as hard to counterpick as like a Centaur. I think I would focus more on that.
So far, things are the same, as we're a couple bands in on either team. In fact, it is actually the same, too, as BetBoom. They're Radiant. They have the first pick. So there we go, though. 9 Pandas will throw that Centaur ban in there. So as you're talking about it, sure enough, 9 Pandas, they take away Centaur.
No, I think they understand. It's also one of Pure's best heroes. I said it in the last game already. He's the first one that brought it back. He was also the first one to do the Shard, Kaya Sanj into hard build. It looks so good. Looks like BetBoom, you know, with the swap up of bans, get themselves the Muerta. Good on position 1, good on position 4. We see it all the time. They're happy.
Yeah, a pretty easy adjustment, exactly. The one different ban was that Centaur instead of Muerta, and shocker, Muerta's picked up by BetBoom. So pretty simple logic there. Now that does mean Vengeful Spirit is left open as an option now for 9 Pandas if they want to go that direction, or do they go the Primal Beast again? We'll see.
Okay, so like, Avenge is always good. I mean, Avenge is just solid overall. When you do see Muerta, I think you generally would want heroes that get on top of her. Like, whether she's a 1 or a 4, the hero still struggles against the same thing. Heroes that get on top of you is something you don't like. Looks like 9 Pandas, you know they're going to stick with their comfort. And Terry's is probably one of the best Sky Revs probably in the world and in Dota. So, sticking to comfort.
Nothing wrong with that, especially down 1-0 in this series. Comfort Heroes certainly going to be potent pickups to be making happen here.
Yeah.
A couple more bans, though, than those picks. So, yeah, we'll see if, again, the Vengeful, the Primal Beast. I mean, what about Primal Beast? Is that a hero that you'd expect to get banned now, or is that one maybe you'll see left open and still see other team picking it up?
Honestly, like either or. I don't know if it has to necessarily get banned, but like I wouldn't be surprised if either happens, really. Like maybe if you see some Primal ban, it's more likely that the other team will pick Pango, so you'll either way get some info out of it. But if a team were to pick it, I feel like it's more of a 9 Pandas hero rather than BetBoom.
Okay. So far, we see the Brewmaster ban taking place, but now that you have a Muerta pick up here from BetBoom, is there a hero that maybe comes to mind as a cat? Again, we don't really know if it's going to be a support or a carry yet, but is there a hero that maybe comes to mind where like, okay, we'll pick up this hero as a response to the Muerta?
Generally, I like heroes that just get on you, like maybe Pangos and Earth Spirits, like from mid. Kanka's still in the pool too. That is certainly a hero that you need to respect. I think, you know, we've seen the Cowman come up with Spiritbreaker. I think Water Park, Scenario, Superman, you know, Kanka just seems busted as well in like these mid games. Even if you shut him down, he gets shard Ags. Doesn't matter if it's minute 15, 20, 25. It is so strong. I would be super surprised if this hero does not get picked up.
Yeah, well, it's still one more ban to go from 9 Pandas, but yeah, especially if he makes it through the banning phase, certainly could see that high priority for one of these two teams. And, well, it is made through as the Naga Siren ban is going to come out from 9 Pandas with their final one. So now here come the 3 picks for either side. And you mentioned Kanka being left open. That's got to at least be on the mind, if not certain pick here for one of these teams.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like this hero is just very good. Same with like your Pangos and Earth Spirits. You know, they're just very mobile. They can run around the map. They're just solid picks. You can also flex like some of them. I mean, we'll see. 9 Pandas are very good when it comes to like setting up their draft. Like that's usually what I feel like they don't get outdrafted very often because they always have like this mid-game timing where we saw it last game. Bad early game, they can still bring the fight to you.
God, that's right. Vengeful Spirit even left open still as well. And sure enough, BetBoom will get that, and they go with a Clockwork, classic combo.
I hope Onterius is just tired, because otherwise that facial expression was him not being as happy about these picks. But I must say, you know, people often say like, oh, this hero is unpickable, this hero is unplayable. This is a goated Clockwork pick. Both of these supports just feed to you. They can't really cast their spells. You go in for your team. This basically already makes Muerta as well a carry, at least for the most part. So you've got the Venge to back her up. Yeah, I am really liking BetBoom's foundation of the draft so far.
Yeah, feeling pretty good. And maybe not so feeling as confident as you're pointing out there. We saw the expressions on the side of 9 Pandas. But in the end, they still have a couple picks to make themselves now. And okay, we've seen Wraith King make some appearances here and there. And we've seen both a mix of position 1 as well as position 3 Wraith King.
Okay, yeah, that is true, right? We actually have seen the flex, so it's very likely that I think if you're 9 Pandas here, you should pick your mid. Otherwise, you lose the flex potential of this Wraith King, which right now I feel like is pretty strong if you can keep it that way. So yeah, I would like a Kiyotaka hero to come out here.
Okay, I mean, still certainly a lot of options. There's even that Earthshaker if they still want to go that direction, but Primal Beast, as we've been talking. Oh, that was actually banned, never mind, but yeah, I mean, still plenty of options.
Like Kiyotaka is probably like, in my opinion, he's their star player, so giving him last pick would be nice, but I value the flex potential very, very highly here on 9 Pandas. So we'll have to see what they go for. The only thing I'm thinking of is picking this mid isn't easy. So it's either like you man up and you're like, solo, you can pick me this hero, I'm gonna smash them no matter what. Or you take the other approach where you're like, I'm not comfortable with my pick. You gotta pick the safe or offlaner here.
Yeah. I mean, Pango's still on the board, and that's just one of those just solid mid heroes we talk about, even in an unfavorable matchup. You still expect them to overall have a decent game. So if that's what they're thinking, to really want to save that flex opportunity on Wraith King, maybe they could go that direction. But yeah, they are spending a lot of time on this.
Pango's fine. I think Clock is definitely slightly annoying. Like the early game cogs to like redirect you. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a hard counter, but it's certainly something that's not super easy and you don't see your matchup. And you can tell that 9 Pandas, they're using, this is the hardest pick in their draft by far. They've already used more than 1 minute of reserve.
Wow. They are sold on this Alchemist, Kezu.
Oh, they just run it back. Okay.
Back to back. First time appearances with this hero. Not the prettiest game one with it, so.
No, 4-10-8. I feel like you're getting Legion Commander here by Pure. So, so one thing, you have Wraith King Alchemist. I think, yeah, you're building towards the draft in the mid game again, where you just have 3 tanky cores, or at least 2 that will go in and try to get their stuff happening. But you have a lot of overlap between these 2 heroes, and I must say I like this pick a lot as well.
Mm-hmm. Why is that? Lone Druid pickup coming out for BetBoom.
So I think Lone Druid, right now you have 9 Pandas who have 2 side lane cores that heavily rely on their laning. You have a double melee safe lane, most likely, with Alk ET. I think Lone Druid is super annoying up there. It also makes it easy for Clock to go into off lane. If you're with Venge, it makes the lane even stronger. And when you play against ET Alk, you love to have a hero where you can protect each other. Savage Roar can absolutely just destroy when they go on you.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm almost in shock, honestly, by the fact that 9 Pandas to go a hero like Alchemist back-to-back games. The first game just did not do well. And clearly, they have something in mind. I mean, you even said with that first pick in the first game when it happened, it's like, you see the potential. You're surprised here that he hasn't been played yet. But man, to have such a rough game 1,
they don't care, bro. This is Eastern European Dota, 9 Panda. Ramsey's gonna back down from his hero. Nah, man. He's gonna say, we messed up. We shouldn't have died 8 times, which, it's a correct assessment. I don't mind it. But yeah, you're gonna need Kiyotaka. He's getting the last pick. They're setting him up for success. He's not the hard carry of this team, and he will not be the hard carry of this game. Mm-hmm. They're setting up Kiyotaka right now. Maybe some, last pick, Tinker, Arc Warden, whatever it may be. Something nasty has to come out here for 9 Pandas.
Sure. Oh, that means it's going to be very heavy on the mid bans here, of course, because, both teams very likely to go that mid hero, as the position 1 and 3 on either side have been picked up. Very likely, at least. So,
I mean, BetBoom,
so far.
They're getting Pango, I think. If you're not banning Pango on 9 Pandas, that is way too good of a pick for a BetBoom team. Like, what does Muerta and Lone Druid want? They want people to go in for them. What does, Alchemist and Wraith King hate? Some dude that disrupts the fight, same with ET Skyrev. I think you've got to ban this hero if you're 9 Pandas.
Well, what about Kunkka? I mean, you gave a lot of praise to Kunkka as well. He's still available.
Never mind. If you're banning, they're getting one of the 2 at this point, I think, and they are just phenomenal. So if you're 9 Pandas, you have to think of this already. Like, maybe now if you're a BB, you try to set up this Pango pick for yourself.
Mm-hmm. So they do eventually ban Kunkka with a final ban. So now to your point, Pango seems pretty likely for the side of BetBoom, unless they have some other kind of logic they're looking to work down towards. But they do got a lot of time to figure this out here with this final ban. Then again, they have the pick to follow. It will be 9 Pandas, though, with that final overall pick. The chance to respond themselves. But yeah, seems like the draft is coming together pretty nicely. More so for the side of BetBoom, but 9 Pandas certainly is capable.
Yeah, let's see. I don't know what else they've played a lot on. I mean, GPK, they have a really huge hero pool, some of these mid players. So they banned Storm. GPK loves the other heroes. I think this was way too obvious. I hope that 9 Pandas have a good idea, because I think this is a very incredible last pick.
Yeah, because now it's like, what hero do you get to play up against Pango? But then also a hero, as you're mentioning, you really want it to be that carry hero, because you're not necessarily going to rely on Alchemist to be that carry for you as this game scales on. So you want that. Who is that? You mentioned Tinker as a possibility. I mean, does that still stand here?
Honestly, this clock pick is super annoying, because a lot of these heroes Kiyotaka would maybe want, like some Arc Warden Tinkers. They're very annoying. Okay, Lina gives you high range. I still think that she kind of struggles in the game against Clock and Venge. Anyone that puts you out of position or can touch you is annoying for you, but getting this high range hero who can win mid is kind of what they needed.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Lena certainly can. Kiyotaka queues up on it quickly, and there you go. So yeah, it's a Lena final pick up against the Pango, but yeah, confidence certainly for that Pango pick, as you kept on going back to, and let's not forget too, this isn't Muerta now position 1 as well. Again, we've been seeing this as well as a support option, but just to be clear on that, Muerta position 1 on the hands of Nightfall. You think that's setting up to be a good game for the Muerta as well?
Yeah, I think this is a dirty Muerta game. Like, they should have good lanes. 9 Pandas, this is a very similar game to game 1. At 15 to 20 minutes, they need to get these Blink Daggers, get their timings, and keep pushing the game forward, and they need to build a big lead. Because again, when Pango gets a second, third item, when Lone Druid keeps scaling, you have the Muerta who's going to keep scaling. Their scale is too strong. It's on 9 Pandas, have a good early game, push it forward, get this Aegis, be ahead.
So again, a big issue last game was Ramsey's getting locked down on that Alchemist, kill after kill after kill taking place. You mentioned Lone Druid, a great laner, likely to be paired up with the Clockwork here. What is it going to be? Elder Titan pairing up with the Alchemist on the other side?
So.
You see that going better for Ramsey's at least?
It's got to go better. I feel like no matter what lane you tell me, he's not supposed to die 4 times. It's got to go at least a little bit better. There's also maybe something where like you try to bring the Skyrav like to your safe lane and like go for 1 or 2 cheeky kills. Lone Druid is a very, like this hero can get his game ruined pretty quickly. So BetBoom need to make sure that there's no small misplays going on, don't overplay. But if they play clean, I think they will make it very hard for 9 Pandas in his early game.
Yeah. This is going to be loading into game number 2. Another good one coming at us here. Of course, 1-0 lead right now for BetBoom. They would love to take care of business and finish it right here, right now. But on the other side, 9 Pandas trying to make that game number 3, which has been rare so far in these day 3 and 4 group stage matches. Only the 1 series previously of the 5 that have been played have gone the distance. So going to continue that trend at least.
I mean, I want to see it. It looks like 9 Pandas are missing 1 player, unless that PC in the back doesn't belong to one. Looks like it's Rave King. Might be on the toilet. It looks like he's back. He's moving.
There you go. Yeah, Miro's back and running down toward the bottom lane, so we're good.
All good. Had to
come out.
Release some of it, take off the pressure. And we already have a smoke coming up, so just, setting yourselves up with the early wards. But yeah, my eyes are on Kiyotaka. He has to deliver hard. I said the same thing in game 1, and I think he has to deliver twice as much as he did in game 1. All right, scout the ward. Easy D ward, well played.
There you go. Toronto Tokyo getting credit for that there, but good D ward off the bat. Mentioned last game was a 3-for-1 bounty rune advantage as well for BetBoom, remember. Not saying that that's really what set the tone of the game, but you have an Alchemist. You do trying to at least get the split there yourself, so.
BetBoom have very good rune control, or like even this early like rune fighting. Wraith King wants to skill skeletons, and that spell is just worthless on the rune. It does nothing. You have Lone Druid who counters like 2 heroes. You have Deadshot to push a hero away. So let's see. It's possible for them to get a 3-1 split. Ramses. Let's see who wins the click battle, Bear or Goblin Man.
Hey.
He did it. Well played. Ramses
there
too good.
There you go. Yeah, too good. So the split is there, so slightly better at least for the side of 9 Pandas this time around. But yeah, into the lanes we go. You mentioned that mid lane is going to be absolutely key for you. Kiyotaka matched up against GPK, of course, Lena versus Pango. But yeah, certainly a lot of eyes also going to be on that top lane. This Alchemist, Ramses. I mean, fantastic player, of course. We know that was one of those performances where you certainly do not expect that.
Hey, he's been known for his Alchemist, like dating back to like some Kiev major with the old Virtus.pro where he also played with solo. So, this kid knows what he's doing. And Kiyotaka in the mid lane, Lena versus Pango. This is a heavily Lena favorite lane. Always has been. I don't think this will ever change. So he should be off to a great start.
Yeah. You already see plenty of damage coming out in that mid lane matchup, but yeah, looking forward to seeing him having that good start continuing. As Courier going down at the bottom lane, that's Antares on Skyrath Mage is going to take some damage from Toronto Tokyo as they're off into the jungle, letting their carries do their thing in the lane, which right now Nightfall is actually getting some pretty free farm for the time being.
Yeah, he should be pretty good. Like, what I've seen from these Wraith King lanes is that, I mean, they're level 1, all they want is get Skellies. Maybe they get level 2 before you, use the Skellies, pop a stun, but Wraith King is kind of like Venomancer. He needs level 3 with 4 skeletons, and then then his lane begins. Before that, he's just a creep who wants to get gold.
So, expect Nightfall to have, a very good time for most of this earlier on laning phase, what I'm hearing there. Mid lane, Lena is going to do some good damage again to GPK as the creep wave pushing in his face, but living life on the edge there of sorts, popping some bottle charges, however. Oh, shield crash. Yeah, Kiyotaka's getting low there, jeez.
They're both, this is just the good old classic. He's going to be a bit careful. Bottle is here, so they'll be fine. So first water runes are coming up. Honestly, both mid laners doing pretty well. I think both of them are happy. Going to have, of course, the water rune refill. And they're going to be chilling.
Well, again, a big thing with last game as well with the Alchemist Ramsey, he died at level 1, remember, in the laning phase, and he was level 1 for the first, like, 2 minutes of the game. So the fact that he's already 2.5 here, obviously, it's much, much better start. And that can certainly snowball the other way. It's kind of the point that I was getting at there. So, yeah, now this time around, already a bit different. And his CS is reflecting too. 12-0, created the Lone Druid, that's 10-2. Early bottom lane, Skyrap. Okay, that is going to be a kill. Blood grenade for it.
They did actually get the last take. And yeah, something to look in the mid lane. Looks like no GPK was able to get all the CS, but it was Kiyotaka who got the double bottle refill. I think this top lane for BetBoom gets so infinitely stronger when they get level 3 on both the heroes. 2 levels roots, but also much more double level in the battery assault.
All right, so look for a bit more aggressive play perhaps once that
nice play
is
by
online.
Pure. Love that. He skills Savage Roar. Actually, doesn't even have the lifesteal. Pushes him away, and because the bear counts as a hero nowadays, you can take a Lotus.
Oh, yeah. Snatches it from the Elder Titan. Not too shabby, actually. GPK, again, getting low in the mid lane, but he will survive. That bottle actually is going to go all the way back to base. So that's a win for Lina right there, sending Pango all the way back to base to regen and eventually make his way back in.
Absolutely, and I see Terry's pinging in the bottom lane. I think now that they have double range creep, they have skelly charges, they want to push in the lane, and I think go for a dive with the 4 skeletons. Even solo, this is a classic solo move, baby. He has 2 blood grenades already. He has no mana, but he's just gonna go straight up bottom with the blood grenade. It's diving time, bros.
There we go, but I was gonna say this, TP in Clockwork actually, so Pango does go back to the mid lane, but Clockwork here as well. The calling is down. Did Solo go too deep? It looks like maybe. Dead shot on him. The fear kicks in. Solo trying to get out of the cogs, but it's just too damn difficult. They do kill the Vengeful in response, though. So both teams losing a support there.
Okay, I mean, very good response by Safe. The one problem for 9 Pandas is, I think if the top lane continues as a 1-on-1, Pure will eat Ramses for breakfast.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Ramses isn't even interested in the lane. Of course, with it being pushed up right here, is going to be doing some jungling for the time being. But mid lane, some bottle support coming out from the Vengeful Spirit. And
he did also smoke himself, which is kind of interesting on the Venture. So I don't know if he just wants to place a ward or try to maybe surprise Kiyotaka here on mid. But yeah, Nightfall is going to struggle at least a little bit for the time being.
Well, look at this wraparound. Do they have the damage for a kill, though? This is going to be interesting. Magic Missile, Skywrath coming in. There's a Swashbuckle. LSA hits. Giltaka using the Fairy for the 1-2. Toronto Tokyo wants to finish, but can't do so. The bottle kicks in, and Lina survives. So the answer eventually was no, but it was very close.
It's honestly still a very good move. You get Kiyotaka low. They did also, Toronto got to place this ward to the right. They already have a sentry. So this ward that Kiyotaka just played is going to get instantly dewarded.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Solo. Looks like he's going to be okay.
So not as crazy of a hero kill game this time around, as we're about 5.5 minutes in now. It still remains 2-1 favor for BetBoom. Toronto Tokyo, Blood Grenade, and one more Arcane Bolt will do him in. So good job by Skyrat there, finding him solo.
Any roots happening for Pure? Doesn't look like it. Well, 9 Pandas top lane, they need to hope to get as much as possible, because when this Lone Druid gets a defusal, ain't no way that anyone is going to lane here. You just get kicked out straight up, and he's only 500 gold off.
Yeah, it's coming along very nicely for him. Solo on the other Titan is going to try to harass and do what he can, but oh, mid lane, Laguna Blade used, but GPK rolls on up, and he goes towards a Haste Rune, which he will bottle. Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo trying to make sure to keep his distance. Not going to happen, though.
Got the kill.
Good Dragon Slave there, gets the kill indeed. But now Solo, nice silence. That's actually, you might keep Solo alive. Never mind. Okay, he was definitely dead at that point, but
yeah. No, still a good silence for like try and prevent it overall, but 1-for-1 trade. Active Rune did get eaten up by Mr. GPK, who's honestly, for this matchup, yeah, he's 700 gold behind. Oh, hold it. All right, just pressuring, just doing a little bit of trolling.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Close call there, but yeah, as far as net worth goes, Lina is looking pretty strong right now. As top lane, that's a bit of a dive, isn't it, Ramses?
Save Ramses, my friends.
Anyone coming in? No, so far, but he is a little too fast, apparently.
Huh, no boots on
waddles
Mr.
away.
Clock, perhaps. Yeah, only a Windlace. They see him on the ward, though.
Runs right back into him. Pure now hoping for the root on Elder Titan, maybe. Gonna turn his attention, get the Savage Roar onto the Alchemist.
Oh, the bear, plus 300.
That's nice.
That matters a lot, but there's a defusal.
True.
Right, never mind, still chilling.
Mid lane just being pushed in during all this, by the way. Tower's still plenty alive, I suppose, but yeah, lane rotation.
They are doing okay there, but it looks like this bot tower is suffering and during all this meantime, right? You just have all the skeletons. Toronto's been absent from this lane for a long time, and Moreto's not the best one at defending this tower.
As you say that, it looks like Nine Panda's also picking up on it, whether it's vision or just spider sense is tingling. They are going to start falling back because supports were running over to that bottom lane, and both Wraith King as well as the Skywrath Mage, they make their way back to safety. So instead, focus back on the mid lane. Kiyotaka, he pushes up here, maybe about 8-minute runes are coming in, so actually both teams fighting around the bottom rune specifically. Rolling Thunder committed. GPK wants to make sure to control it, but it's top, and that's going to be a region. Going to get there first? Nope.
He will not make it. Yeah, you just got to kind of use your ult to try. I'm surprised he didn't run in for the bottle. I guess he's a bit too afraid, doesn't see the support, so we'll somewhat understand it as Nine Pandas are still around. Just want to get the tower, and honestly, yeah, they're just going to get it, right? No glyph, Skelly's popped. Looks like an easy one.
So as I was kind of getting at earlier, this has been a much slower game in terms of hero kills compared to game number 1. Does that favor maybe Nine Pandas more this time around?
Oh, Nine Pandas are doing great right now. If they can keep, like, their Wraith King is top net worth, as is Alchemist. I think they got through the lanes nicely. Kiyotaka, of course, is slightly ahead of mid. The only thing that they cannot do is buy 2 Radiances, because right now both Miro and Ramses have it queued up. So I think Miro is going to have to just go armlet into Blink. But I love this play down bottom. They take the tier 1 tower. Now he has a stacked hard camp. He's going to pull it back. And Nightfall, he's going to get bamboozled in 30 seconds when there's no wave showing up down bottom.
Yeah. That is interesting. I mean, yeah, still has it queued up, but certainly can expect a bit of a change right there. So Bounty Rune spawn, though. And yeah, where it does, gotta kill the range creeps at least, but Wraith King doing a good job of that control. You mentioned his net worth, very impressive right now. Just a matter of what he ends up using that towards. Another 1,800 gold saved up on him currently. But Alchemist does have the one component at least, as you'd expect. No surprise here, going to Radiant, Sacred Relic, 2,500 gold saved up. That's actually a kill onto Vengeful. Kiyotaka finds him. Easy peasy.
With the very early Aether Lens, of course, like mid lane, I think Kiyotaka's going to have a great game. It's going to be up to Save and Toronto Tokyo, I think, to really slow down his game later when you get this hook shot. So getting level 6s on all of these supports is going to be very crucial for both teams. Some nice stack killing going on for Ramses. That's what the Alchemist loves more than anything in the world. Creeps.
Yummy. He's thinking feast on the creeps right there. Hey, you mentioned Lena with the 8th lens. The follow-up of the Boots of Travel will be the play for Kiyotaka. So a lot of map control. It makes sense to you?
Oh, absolutely. Like the move speed, you need it. Make it harder for Clock to hook you. Make it harder for like Pango and Venge to really, you know, bridge the gap between you and them. So Travels is great. As for now, it looks like the game is slowing down a bit. And I think Nine Pandas, if they hit their timings nicely, then this certainly will benefit them the most.
Absolutely. Another defusal will be the play on Pango. Not the most surprising, of course, pretty typical item for him, but we're going to have that to go with the Bear as well, having it from earlier on in this game.
Miro has his courier on the side shop for the relic, and Ramses is currently flying out his to buy his too. I really hope we're not getting some double sacred relic action going on.
I mean, yeah, like they have to be. Obviously, you have an Alchemist. I mean, he's 100% going Radiant, so there's no way they're just overlooking that, right?
And maybe they're just doing a little bit of trolling, you know, hashtag for the viewers, you know, let us believe that maybe they're stupid. Of course they're not.
Again, he hasn't committed to anything yet, but it is definitely interesting to speculate on, I suppose. All right, anyways, Lena figuring out some more of the jungle there. Meanwhile, enhancing her farm, of course, get towards those Boots of Travel. Lone Druid, where does he go next?
Yeah, Lone Druid, you just go like Diffusal, then generally you go Echo Saber, you can do Echo into Harpoon. A lot of the times you want Shard on yourself because it will Dispel, which is great. And if you get Silence, you can still use it on your Bear and Dispel like all the random stuff from you. So that's likely where he's going to be headed.
Ooh,
they're looking on Ramses, man.
Double damage activated on Pango as well. Big opportunity here.
He can smell this one. Or can he? Hook shot? He can't.
Yeah, there's no chance for Ramses. Elder Titan, the sleep, I mean, it's going to help him, but there's just no chance. The 4 heroes being there, the double damage Pango, he was never getting out of that one.
I'm sorry to say it again, but it's the moment of truth when Miro kills his next creep if he's also buying Relic.
Okay. Yeah, he's sitting on 3,300 gold, so here we go. We'll know for sure soon.
Shield Rune at least on Kiyotaka. I think they do have the Radiance completed on Ramses. Likely he's going to want to go for another item, but like 15, 16, 17 minutes, I think this is certainly where 9 Pandas will want to just get in there and go ham.
Okay, he did go the Sacred Relic. So now it's like, does he go Nullifier? I mean,
well, apparently double Radiance is so good that you just go for it, because I refuse to believe that... Yeah, I don't know. I think this is a mistake, but maybe the game plan is for the next 50 minutes, Alchemist plays top, he burns everything, Wraith King stays bottom, he farms everything there with his Radiance, and then like they take 2 separate fights where Alchemist keeps burning 3 heroes and Wraith King goes on the other 2. Maybe it's the next level stuff.
Yeah, well, again, to be fair, like this is the back-to-back games they're picking up Alchemist, which hadn't been picked up yet so far in these group stages. So maybe there is something to this, the idea that they've been working on this theory, practicing it, etc. A double Radiant strategy being part of it, and perhaps there's something there too. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be seen though from the looks of it. But anyways, enough of that. Smoke play coming in, this time from the Dire team. And Therese, though, he finds himself in a pretty bad spot. He's going to be swapped in aggressively, and that means it's likely his death of Pango. GPK's having a little trouble there. Getting stuck on the stairs, but eventually Swashbuckle to kill him.
Yeah, don't drive drunk, guys. As all good. Sometimes you get stuck in a wall. Even happens to the best Pango players. I would say, so I'm looking. 9 Pandas, they're up 3k gold. Ramses has not decided to, like, he's not showing us what he's building next. I feel like you could maybe go Blink and speed up the game. Like maybe you could go 2 Blink Daggers on both the Wraith King and Auk and like speed it up. If you want to chill a bit, then you're gonna go the BKB first, keep farming on your ult, then he goes Blink, and then you fight.
Well, you see Pure just controlling that top part of the map on the Lone Druid. As of course Wisdom Rune gonna be picked up, at least by Skywrath, and Toronto Tokyo here on Vengeful, doing the same for his team, so both teams making that a priority, certainly after they spawn. But yeah, again, both teams very content on just playing a lot of more of a passive style, get that farm.
I mean, at least for the meantime, if 9 Pandas can stop Kiyotaka from dying, I mean, currently he has not been in too much pressure. Like, if he can keep up his game good, and he's gonna get, like, what, a good timing on his Aghanims later with the other stuff as well. He has the Lance Travels already. Looks like he's going Force, as Miro's in some trouble.
Wow, that's a lot of damage, man. That Pango Swashbuckle, it just cuts right through him. And can they get the Reincarnate at least? No, they cannot. The support is here.
It's a Swash.
The dead shot hit as well, but it doesn't matter. They lose Vengeful, and now GPK. Oh no, he's in a bad spot. He's gonna have mana though, so never mind, he'll be fine.
Kiyotaka's looking. I don't know if he knows that save is around. Now he does. It's a hard one to hit. Good sidestep.
Well, only the Vengeful dead, but again, that was them trying to kill the Wraith King, which they couldn't even pop his Reincarnation.
Yeah, it was definitely a little deep. They did not yet have the Pango roll, I think, at the initial engage there. It looks like BetBoom are definitely trailing behind a little bit. Okay, they might spot Ramses on this ward up there. He's got to be a bit careful.
Yeah, they see the creeps, if anything. They know he's up here, and yeah, save. He's going to hookshot in.
Uh-oh, Daddy.
There. Cogs make it a little awkward.
No, you have to throw
good fear. Great fear. He tried, but the fear hit, and that missed, though. It is going to be enough for the kill. Bear is dead, and the Laguna play to snipe out the Lone Druid, so an eye for an eye might end up being more for 9 Pandas.
Well, that was a lot of gold Kiyotaka's way, and it doesn't stop there. He got the Bear and the Lancet on Pure, who had a pretty big kill streak.
Man, that's massive.
Kiyotaka, he's gone. He's cooking. He's about to go back to base, then TP back. Full mana with his travels. Alrighty, they're definitely cooking.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Elena is feeling very cozy after that one. And it's actually on par with the Alchemist, basically, when it comes to her farm as well. So, Kiyotaka, mentioned, cooking. Gonna go Ags with the next item here. So we're gonna see ourselves a Flame Cloak.
All right. I mean, it's so strong. Magic Lina nowadays, like, it's back. It was meta for a bit. I think now it's just the best build that you can go for. New Shard is good. Lens feels great on the hero too. I like that Miro's going Blink. I do like when you get this BKB on Ramses and then the double Blink on him and Wraith King. They are so strong, and they can just use this timing to overrun. Yeah, you know, Ramses, he knows that they need 2 Blinks. He's gonna get 2 on his own.
Yeah, Miro, to the credit, again, the Radiance build, the double Radiance, not a strategy you see all too often at all for obvious reasons. But if you're spreading out like this, then you can definitely see the value. And he is absolutely using it to his best farm and split push in the bottom lane. And he is going to have that blink shortly on the Wraith King, as you're talking about. So things are definitely coming together pretty nicely here for the side of 9Pandas. A 5,000 overall net worth lead, even factoring in the Alchemist factor. It's the other cores also are doing very good for them.
Yeah, I mean, Pure's got the Harpoon, so they're still scaling very nicely on BetBoom. I do feel that Nightfall might have to... I mean, it looks like he's going to rush BKB. Okay, so I do like this understanding. I think they know that, again, 9Pandas, their mid-game train is going to come crashing, and you better at least be somewhat equipped to fight back.
Mm-hmm. Also worth pointing out, Lena, the first 15 in the game. LSA damage being increased mid-wars. 18 minutes.
It's here.
We got some mid-wars here. Pango, he's going to go very aggressive. No fire slow initially in Skywrath, but on the back of Wraith King, he just jumps on a Vengeful. Trying to isolate the support right there. Pure's Bear. It's in kind of a awkward spot.
Barely off the mark.
Fine, though.
Well, BetBoom still got the mid tower from that. Let's see if they can hold their own. Yeah, it looks like they've also... They're still pretty okay with this play. I think it was a good decision from GPK to not overplay there and back off. Like, when you dive too deep into an ET, suddenly your backline gets jumped and everyone just starts feeding.
I mean, Wraith King was starting that as he just jumped on Vengeful immediately and dropped him to half-life with one auto attack. So, yeah, that's certainly the good call, as you said, to fall back, and ends up being no kills in the end. But Alchemist does continue to farm away, getting ever so close to that blink, as you're talking about. I got to say, Morita, we really haven't felt the Morita impact yet at all.
Yeah, you could... If you said that there's Morita in the game, I'd kind of believe you. Like, Nightfall has not really done much, and, you know, rightfully so. All he's going to do is scale. Try to keep farming. I think it's not, like, I was questioning whether he should be higher net worth, but he's got a Lone Druid who's always eating, like, the top half of the map. His mid is a Pango, so the moment, like, he gets to this, like, Hyperstone-ish later for the BKB, that's when he will really start taking off in net worth.
Sure. Well, that BKB being delivered out to the Morita, so we'll have that online now. Mid-tower, though, for 9Pandas. As you can see, they're putting the pressure on. The Skeletons leading the way. Nero not going to play too dangerous. Will blink out as he sees the Bear. Harpoon online for the Bear here of Pure.
Okay, 9Pandas, like, playstyle now, or like how the next minutes need to look for both teams is that 9Pandas, they're going to get this Rosh. Daytime Rosh on bottom half. I don't know if BetBoom can contest it unless they have a really, like, miracle play where you smoke up, you rocket flare, you go for, like, some sick tie. Like, you just maybe try to steal it with, like, a Pango clock smoking while the rest keep farming. Because I do not see you fighting into 9Pandas right now. They're way too strong.
Yeah, I mean, Lita's also about 500 gold away from a Aghanim Scepter as well. So, yeah, as you talk about, we hit 20 minutes, Roshan spawns bottom, and look at where 9Pandas is going. Yeah, nice deny there. Happening Kiyotaka, he's running away, and he is fast. You mentioned with the boots of travel. That's one of the reasons why I went that. So he's going to join up with the team. So he won't have the X just yet, but they are going to go for Roshan. Here comes the smoke play, though. BetBoom, they're going for it.
They need Pango for this. GPK, he's going to have to TP if they want to make this move. Like, without roll, I think they can contest. As 9Pandas, I think wisely so. They back off. They want to smoke themselves.
He's coming over on Pango, but it's going to be a while. He's teleporting now. Immediately, Vengeful gets blown up, though. Clockwork in the back lines. Trying to be a disturbance is certainly doing that, as Wraith King also gets silenced, as he went in himself up Pure with that Bear. But Wraith King's just too tanky, apparently, with a lifesteal. They do kill Clockwork, and now Pure's Bear is slow. He gets it out just barely. Survives right there. But damage certainly done by 9Pandas, and now they're going to reset and just try to finish up Alchemist, or even the Roshan now with Alchemist.
Yeah, I mean, 9Pandas are super chillin'. I don't think there's any way as BetBoom that you ever get to contest it like that. I love that 9Pandas even stop it and, like, they bring the fight to you to not let anything random happen. Like, just remove all the random RNG from BetBoom being able to do some sneaky stuff. So, yeah, just well done by them.
Who do they give this to? It is going to be Lena, yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, Alchemist, you don't necessarily want to, so.
Yeah, it's like, once again, just like in game one, right? You've got the BKB on Ramses, he's got the blink. He shouldn't die, so give it to the other hero who now it allows him to play way more aggressive. Kiyotaka, he's 6-0, 250 CS, he's queuing up the blink next, he's got the Aegis. Yeah, let the man pop off.
Yeah, talk about a complete shift from game 1 to game 2. It really is all 9 Pandas right now, it feels like, and BetBoom finding themselves in a very dire place despite being on the Radiant side. The Bear, it's working on an MKB now, is the build for Pure, but it's still a ways away before we'll see that, so wants to be able to farm it, but that's easier said than done right now.
Yeah, no, it's definitely the correct build. It's similar to last game. 9 Pandas, you have an AK gold lead. I think they need to keep pushing up the aggression. BetBoom scaling, still very good. You've got Lone Druid, once he gets MKB, he'll start dealing damage. GBK is working on his Axe, he's halfway through. And Muerta late game is still scary. So it's all in 9 Pandas' hands to keep pushing the game forward and get a bigger lead.
Yeah, certainly going to feel that scary later game Muerta, at least that's what BetBoom is definitely going to be relying on with how things are shaping up right here. Do see Save farming away pretty deep on his side of the map down here, but managing to get behind the team of 9 Pandas to safely do so. But yeah, 9 Pandas is going to start kind of
He's got to TP out if he doesn't want to die.
Oh yeah, they know he's here.
But I like this play at least. They understand, okay, all they want to do is delay, keep everyone else farming. Even if Save did end up dying here, it would be totally okay. Kiyotaka, he's scouting.
Yeah, it's wasting time. And if you're Kiyotaka, it's like, do I really want to keep pursuing this guy?
No, because this is totally A-okay for BetBoom. Like, this is, I think now after the last fight, they understood, okay, there's just no way we're fighting into them right now. They need to delay, and 9 Pandas, complete opposite. They need to keep pushing.
That timing of the glimmer, I love it. Oh my gosh. He knows he's here somewhere. Flame Cloak's gonna be up in a second. There's a jetpack for the Flame Cloak. Oh, the hot pursuit. Let's go. No way. He's actually
dude, Save is just outplaying him. He's breaking his legs. He's destroying him. That's a good tip. My man deserves it.
He's gonna glimmer again. Yep, here we go. There's the
he got him again.
Where does he go?
No one else played Dota. I want to keep watching this.
Yeah, I don't even care what's going on in other places of the map. This is entertaining as hell.
He's going to cut another wave soon. I mean, he's got Philly Stone. He's going to get the 4 soon. Looks like 9 Pandas, the other ones, they don't care about any of this. They're closing in on Pure, though. Can he sniff it out? He can.
Yeah. He gets out safely, and yeah, Lena gave up. Lena's just in the mid lane now for the rest of his team. Saved, mission accomplished by all means. And look, now Wraith King's like, all right, my turn. Let me do this. What you couldn't do.
He's the Radiance.
He's got dust. That's
he's just gonna TP out. Oh, someone's coming.
Jetpack, no way. He's gonna get away. I love this.
The net worth is still good. All right, 2 seconds on Blink.
Lena? Oh no! Where is he? The cogs. Okay, now they know. Okay, they actually kill him here, right? Yes.
Yes, they will. Honestly, they're still. This is mental damage. I'm not even kidding. I love that he's voice lining too. Like with what's going on, BetBoom are still getting everything that they want. Like 9 Pandas, I cannot stress enough that they need to continue to get a bigger lead and try to stop these Radiant heroes from farming.
To that point, I mean, the Bear, the MKB, it's getting there. The Demon Edge is the last component needed. He has 500 gold saved up, so mention how big of an item that potentially is going to be, but also Muerta full Mjolnir. We see now picked up and going to be building into the Dragonlance, but a Mjolnir BKB alone is also pretty potent damage to come from Nightfall. So yeah, they are finding that room to farm, and top lane Ramses.
I mean, this is where Nightfall can definitely start to take off, as they don't see this TP yet from Safe. Ramses got to be a bit careful.
The jump.
Dead shot.
Dead shot hits. Is it enough damage, though? No, it's not. Out comes the Chemical Rage of the supports here. Laguna Blade snipes out Vengeful, and Muerta's just running. She pops pierce the veil. Gonna use the TP. Look at Pure, though. Pure doing the damage, but Pango's dead, and so is the Bear of Lone Druid. Wraith King rocking and rolling. Going back in. Pure, though, with the resummon. It's the second Bear, remember, but it's doing damage. Miro getting low. He's already popped Reincarnation.
That's a buyback.
Vengeful Spirit with a buyback. Toronto Tokyo porting in, but it gets silenced immediately.
Good silence.
Great silence, and he gets blown up for the dieback. Pierre's gonna lose a second Bear.
Uh-oh. He ain't a hero, bros.
No, Lone Druid's, he's dead too. Both Bears dead, he's dead, and 9 Pandas, they find the fight that they were looking for.
All right, Ramsey is just hella baiting them. Full mana for Kiyotaka, seems great. I mean, this Alchemist has got a Scotty, BKB, Specialist Array for more stats too. Yeah, that is a hard kill. I don't necessarily blame them to go for it, but yeah, the moment that kill doesn't like get off in the start, the fight's over.
It absolutely was. You could just feel it as soon as he lived and the response started coming in, and Nine Pandas, they felt in total control, I'm sure, of that fight for the most part. So yeah, glimpses of the bear doing decent damage, but I mean, I know you keep talking over hype, but Muerta, I'm really not seeing anything from the Muerta yet.
Yeah, he's not doing much, because all he can do is kind of run away, right? He gets double blinked on, and then there's like Kiyotaka with his Aghanims, and I love that Kiyotaka's going, like, he already has Blink, his next item is Hex. I think he's so close to it, and it's like when the game is in this position where you're far ahead, when you get Blink Hex, it's kind of like GG, because all the enemies can do is split push, and now you just continue to pick them off over and over and over again.
Yeah. Well, Muerta down here, Nightfall with GPK is trying to get some kind of safe farm anywhere they can. Double damage, though, picked up by Ramses. Scans coming out, none going to hit just yet, but both pretty aware of where one another is in the area. We see Solo or even here the Boots of Bearing going off right there, so great utility to have.
Yeah, that's got to be Solo's favorite item, and I think it's such a good item for this team too, because they like to go together in the mid game, get each other sped up, give this attack speed to each other. Okay, Toronto Tokyo, he did get level 2 swap from the Wisdom Rune, because I feel right now there's only 2 ways BetBoom can fight. Either A, you swap someone into you and you blow him the hell out of this game with a Panga roll you coordinated, or you have to go around and kill the supports. There's no other way of like doing something in between. You will get wrecked if you do that.
Yeah, a hero like Lina, obviously going for the blow up on her if you can find her. Certainly feels like a pretty solid strategy, but as usual, a lot easier said than done. Ramsey's even throwing out the tip there to Purus. They take out the mid tower with ease. Pure is farming elsewhere. Oh, they see him. Maybe that's what the tip was for. It's like, gotcha.
Beautiful.
That's some blow up damage right there.
It's just too easy. Nice wards up top. They know that all they can do is split push. Blink Hex comes in. Kiyotaka, he's hella delivering.
That was a warning of sorts coming out from Ramses, and Pure did not react to it. So, yeah, Kiyotaka with that kill. I mean, he's out for 45 seconds, no buyback. So, this is, he won't have a bear. This is pretty miserable time for BetBoom right now. Nine Pandas, easy siege coming out for them.
I also like this axe that Nero's building. It's so good. Like keeping or you're getting more spells from your other guys. Even if they die, they're gonna continue to live. Yeah, this win probability is nasty. 93%.
Well, it's still not going to be enough for the siege, though. I mean, again, certainly the argument of Nine Pandas is in no hurry. They don't need to break the base right here. So they are going to play it safe, fall back, and Roshan's up in a minute 15. So I'm sure that's going to be where they're keeping their eyes at.
Yeah, honest, Nine Pandas, they showed up this game. I was not sure if they could do it, and they're Nightfall. Okay,
getting locked down on Lena. This isn't necessarily the blow up here, but it's a lot of damage. Marissa shows up, and he is dead. 85 seconds, no buyback.
That is a lot of gold, my friend, though.
Yeah. Wow, that's like 2,000 plus gold, yeah.
I still for only 6,000 experience, and yeah, luckily for BetBoom, it all went to the Muerta.
Okay, well, again, the overall net worth nearly still about 20K, but that kill alone was basically about 2,800 gold swing towards BetBoom. So you got to start somewhere as far as climbing that Mount Everest, and well, they're at the base still, but kind of up the base now.
I mean, that's also a big momentum swing, and not just that. Yeah, sure, Nine Pandas are still doing great, and of course they're by far the favorites to win this game. But this kill could lead into BetBoom like getting Roshan control area. It's spawning within 10 seconds. It's daytime. They're already around. So it's gonna give them like a nicer setup for the upcoming fight.
And Roshan's up, or he's gonna spawn here. So if they actually manage to nuke down Roshan quickly, that's massive. 20 seconds for Lena.
I mean, they kill it very fast. They have solar and everything. I do think if you're Nine Pandas, yeah, I like that you're running close. You want to start, like, screwing with them a little bit.
Definitely one of these fights where so much could be determined and how we play out here. Save, doing annoying clockwork things, and Roshan is dead. A just picked up by Nightfall. And he has the cheese as well, and they're going to get out. No damage done in response. Oh, okay, yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, that's why you've got to be careful about some of these plays. This one death, it turns into more. Oh, nicely done by BetBoom. Perhaps a little lucky that Roshan does respawn in time.
We saw the long respawn last game. This time wasn't the fastest, but it was just quick enough to allow them. But hey, they gave themselves the chances. They gave themselves the good odds there with that kill on Lina. Of that window of him not being alive to do much, and obviously it just happened to work out for them. So yeah, exactly. In Aegis on Huerta, that feels really good because not only that, but just more damage has even been built since then. Has a Chrysalis. We're going to see a Silver Edge. We're going to see a Tormentor kill. I mean, that win probability has certainly shifted now.
Yeah, at least for sure, right? You've got the level 20 talent as well on Nightfall, where he just gets higher chance on the Gunslinger. Whereas, yeah, I think BetBoom got a little unlucky with the shard on the bear, where it's kind of like a lasso in a way, like a baby lasso. I've not seen it yet in a real game, but it's gonna look funny if he remembers to use it.
Well, Pure. As far as the bear item build goes, again, the MKB has been completed, so a lot of damage coming out from that. We haven't really mentioned Pango too much in a while, but he has the Ags as well as the Shard. The Scepter that as well as the Shard. Going to be working on Basher, but still a ways before Pango will have that online. But we've also seen Clockwork with the Jetpack, and he's almost got his own Ags. He actually is about 1,500 gold away from an Ag Scepter on Clockwork with that overclocking.
9 Pandas are doing great. I don't want to cope too hard, but BetBoom's scaling, again, is very strong. Like the Ags rockets later, you've got a Solar Crest on the Muerta. Like 9 Pandas, you've got this Wraith King Alk who are super strong right now in the mid game, and they still scale okay, but nearly no way as good as the Radiant Draft.
Not the bear. Savage Roar used, and Pure gonna make sure to keep the bear alive, at least trying. Laguna Blade even committed. They are gonna kill it. So plus 300, go on the way of Lina. Second bear summoned.
Like, the bear isn't actually that tanky. I think Pure is going to need, like, what, more Wraith Bands to stack it up on you, give maybe another one to your bear, share that armor in between you and him. Because, yeah, the bear is still something that is criminally underrated when you play against Lone. It's always in the front. It's not that tanky. Love that play from 9 Pandas. Just take it out.
Apparently there's no in-game audio happening. So I'm sure they're working on that, though. We're going to get that fixed ASAP for you guys. We'll do our best sound effects in the meantime.
Beep, boop, beep, boop. Yeah, it's Clockwork. He's coming in. We have reached the state where we only have one Radiance. Ramses did go for the split, so they just got them both to scale. I like that.
Yeah.
I think you've got the Nullifier against some of, the Glimmer Capes, the Force Staffs, and what have you. So nice split. Nice pickup.
Makes sense. How about that? Both teams smoking S5 at the exact same time, essentially. Wrapping around, and obviously they're not going to run into one another, but the Radiant, BetBoom, they'll find themselves killing the tier 1 bottom.
They want to take this fight. That's a rainbow TP right there.
It is. Do they engage? BetBoom's not going to force it, though. Oh, the Lina's going, and they want this bear. Remember, this will be the second bear kill. And they blow up the Lone Druid. Lone Druid's out. Vengeful Spirit going to be picked up as well. GP getting the backlash. They try to go for the turn kill to Lina, but Lina's still plenty tanky. Meanwhile, Clockwork, he's been a distraction. Laguna Blade on him. He goes down. Nightfall TP's out in the midst of everyone. That is a beautiful pick for 9 Pandas.
No, great. They just get Pure again. The burst is way too strong. I mean, even if they don't burst Pure and they just get to go on the bear, even that is just good enough. So Kiyotaka still, his hero is incredibly strong. I still think the same thing as before. If BetBoom want to fight, they need to be the ones engaging. They have a good ward, though, on Kiyotaka right now, if he doesn't back off fast enough.
They're pinging him out, but there you go. There's the back out. Getting greedy. Not really. Yeah, he's fine. Kiyotaka very aware. He is level 25 as well, by the way, so that Laguna Blade damage is now pure. That's pretty damn good.
Oh, yeah.
No resistance needed to be worried about there. And we're going to start seeing some sieging finally from 9 Pandas. Despite Muerta, the one with the Aegis, still for another 30 seconds.
They know the ward is there, but yeah, that's a tough one to click at this point. So Kiyotaka, he wants to wait. And yeah, every time you die as Lone, he will only come up with one bear. Like, if that one goes out of position and they just, like, Mystic, Flare, Laguna, Stomp it, like, they just kill the bear without committing. Or they force Toronto to swap it and then he has to die.
Yeah. So the map control being very restricted by 9 Pandas, as you'd expect with the game state here. You mentioned that split up from Alchemist earlier of the item, and sure enough, there's the other component, of course, the full Butterfly now completed to go with the Nullifier. So yeah, this Alchemist is certainly a wrecking ball himself with plenty of damage he's outputting.
Oh yeah. Next item for him is going to be the Swift Blink, so he's still got a little bit to scale. Can upgrade the Blink, get a Moonshot, and start ferrying out some Aghanim Scepters.
Wraith King joining up with the team. 9Pandas not looking to relieve the pressure. They're looking to keep it going. And Wraith King, oh, he gets stunned by the swashbuckle of Pango, who has that basher now.
Not a good sign. When you place this high ground ward, you see them slowly walk into it, and you still have to give it up. It kind of goes to show you how weak BetBoom feel.
Yeah, they had to retreat. I mean, the Lone Druid still has another 50 seconds before another bear summon's ready, so
yeah,
I'm sure that's a big part of it there. Hurricane Pike for Nightfall. Nightfall wants to finish that at least. He's almost got the Force Staff, so ideally should have that before the next fight. There you go. It's going to be delivered there, so another tool to use at least for them, but having to continue to play fairly defensive here on the side.
I mean, Miro he's becoming really annoying on this Wraith King. He's got the Aghanim's, he now has the AC, he's gonna queue up the Refresher next. And Kiyotaka, I love the Boots of Travel too. He can farm the whole map up top. If there's any, bystander from BetBoom who is like sneaky farming, you're killing him. And with the Boots of Travel too, he can join any and every fight.
Wrap around Nightfall, trying to find the angle. They know Alchemist is nearby with the acid spray being put down. Currently, Lino's not with the team elsewhere, so there's initiation to blow up on Alchemist. Is it enough? The answer is yes. 85 seconds. No Alchemist.
All right, that's a good kill. 80 seconds, no Alch. You can try to retain a little bit of the map. He even had a ward there. Interesting. Well, just nice spell usage there from BetBoom. You get the roll off, the Deadshot Fear to get the second bounce. All good.
Yeah, so BetBoom definitely still showing that if they happen to get the jump, then they can blow you up. So continuing to put that firepower in there to use. Again, the net worth lead still pretty phenomenal for the side of 9Pandas. And Alchemist is up in another 50 seconds. But the point you made there is the biggest. It kind of relieves a little bit of pressure now for BetBoom. Yeah. They can push out. You see Pures even pushing out the mid lane with his bear, so getting some fun.
We see like Ninja Gear is just such a good item, just like conceptually. You have 3 heroes and 9Pandas who need it, because positioning and not being seen is just like, it's everything in Dota in a lot of these games. And now that Save has Aghanims with the permanent rocket flare, he's going to start being very annoying. We had this in a similar game in the group stage, like even earlier. You don't feel it as much as a spectator, but trust me, the players can feel it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's isolated. Skywrath, he's by himself, and you see Martha when she's able to just sit there raining down damage with those auto attacks. It is impressive. So, yeah, Skywrath gets blown up. He has a buyback, but still another free kill for BetBoom.
I mean, BetBoom are doing good stuff on the map right now. Like they're regaining control step by step. Of course, 9Pandas are still doing very great, but the 23k, I think this lead is a little deceptive.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mention those tier 4 items and dropping.
It's a bit loud.
The tokens at least. Double damage is going to be picked up by Pure as well on the bear.
Huh?
Roshan's up in about a minute, by the way. So clearly positioning happening by 9Pandas to take over the bottom portion of the map.
Yeah.
And wait for that Roshan respawn.
Do I have to be able to hear myself?
Try to take it out quickly.
It's gonna be time to start saving buybacks.
That's okay.
Like if BetBoom can go for some all-in play where you use like 2-3 buybacks, but you get to get the Aegis on Nightfall, they're gonna be in a good position. Whereas for 9Pandas, game is still going great for them. They just need to make sure that they go together and don't get picked off one by one.
Nothing or just super loud.
Solo's playing the team's ward right now, just sitting in the Roshan pit, waiting to get that information for the team. Clockwork, though, of course, doing clockwork things and sending in the rockets. Does have that Aghanim Scepter, so overclocking's online as well.
Because the thing is still, even when you're far behind, when your lineup has the opportunity to clutch someone out of the game, like you swap them in, there's Miro.
Yeah, Blade Mail makes it a bit awkward right there, but it's not awkward enough. And they do get the reincarnation at least. The Alchemist also caught. Chemical range has been activated though, so the reincarnation comes up and they get the kill on a Wraith King. He's got the scepter effect for now. Bear's dead, number 1. Lone Druid resummons the next. Nightfall, he does help finish off the Wraith King. Meanwhile, Alchemist jumped back in, got stunned initially, but he gets the BKB off after the fact. Chemical range auto attacks, a nice swap for the Vengeful Spirit, trying to keep Pure alive. Pure barely alive, but he is indeed dead. 85 seconds out for him. Pango jumping in, finishes off Skywrath, but he cannot get more. He blows up, and now Nightfall's by himself. Save's going to come over and try to change that. The overclocking buyback onto Pango. Nightfall, now a chance to put some good damage. Yeah, you gotta respect it. Pango, stunned initially as he went in. Concoction as well with the follow-up.
Nice
Lena doing the auto attack. The roll-up helping keep him alive for the time being. But Muerta's looking to finish off Alchemist, and one more auto attack should do it. Yes, finds the Alchemist. And Nightfall is unstoppable currently. Lena, though, with a dieback kill.
He has
on to Pango. 1 versus 1. Muerta says, fight me, bro.
Okay, he does kill the Pango, and he forces another buyback from the Clockwork.
Clockwork does not have hookshot for 15 seconds.
Okay, so after all is said and done, yeah, just look at Kiyotake. He dealt like half the damage. The Nightfall as well. They're really dishing out a lot, but with this dieback on GPK, this should give 9 Pandas the next Roshan.
Ooh, they do catch Lena. See the flame flow going up, the pushback as well. Solo coming in with the Earth Splitter. That's a great Earth Splitter position. Clockwork's gonna melt as a result. Nightfall realizes it's a lost cause and it will teleport out with the BKB. But as you mentioned, a dieback on Clockwork, and I think Roshan now is gonna be a kill by 9 Pandas.
Yep, Solo called it in the pre-game content, whatever you want to call it. The Kiyotake, he's gonna be the best mid player one day. He's already showing why he says that.
Almost level 30 as well, by the way. So that Laguna Blade damage is pure. It's also going to be a minus 25-second cooldown. So that's got to feel pretty good. And just picked up Refresher on top of that. So yeah, this last pick, Lena Keizu, is looking really good.
It's just looking like the perfect pick. He's stealing. Oh, are you serious?
I mean, that's just GG? Is that it? Like,
could be game. They could have buybacks, you know, you never know. 9 Pandas don't know that they don't have buybacks, but that's pretty funny.
Tormentor never ceases to just impress, man. As far as it's still to this day, it's been in the game for so long. It's like it still catches players off guard with how much damage it returns sometimes.
That's not what you expected. It was a pretty funny voice line. Yeah, I think as 2 people, you can't really kill the Torm like that, boys. It's not Torment time.
No. To be fair, obviously they're desperate in this case. You know, they are just trying something pretty radical, trying to at least get the Tormentor kill. Whether they get it or not, though, you know, maybe wouldn't have made a difference. Either way, it's just 9 Pandas. They know that this game is all theirs for the taking now.
Well, at least that sets up Slacks to run into another team later and be like, guys, so you know how the Tormentors work? Okay, Save is looking to stall. 30 seconds of Nightfall. Let's see if they can do it. There's some rolling.
Save's dead, so not so much there. Although Pure, okay. Well, they do kill the Elder Titan.
Okay,
BKB Bear is up
save
there.
Brian.
30 seconds on the Resurrection, so they are going to save the Bear, just barely.
Okay, tier 4 is falling.
That should do it. 9 Pandas going for the Ancient. BetBoom is out of firepower at this point. They're just going to call GG, and it is official. Kaiser, we got a game number 3 coming at us.
We do. I mean, I knew that we were going to be in for a good series. You know, with the last pick, Lena, Kiyotake really delivering. You know, I questioned the double Radiance, but it just got them all the farm they needed. And eventually, you know, the 9 Pandas train, after a way better early game in game 2, it was just way too hard for BetBoom to handle it.
Yeah, I mean, again, Lena, it's the last pick, Lena. You mentioned how great of a Pango game this potentially was. It was a great pick for BetBoom when they picked it up there. He called it. It just made sense. Lanes felt like they're potentially going to be set up pretty well. But, you know, how about the perseverance by 9 Pandas, the game 1, the Alchemist pick, here we hadn't seen yet, to then do it in game 2 again, kind of scratching our head a little bit. Okay, you know, we see a little bit more. Yeah, when it doesn't die 5 times in the laning phase, maybe there's something more to it.
Yeah, I think that's really where all the credit should go to. I fully agree with you. You know, this is just how 9 Pandas play. They want these heroes who hit this mid-game timing. Sure, it didn't work out game 1. You know, that was more of a playing error rather than a draft error. So they do it again. I think BetBoom didn't really get to go together so nicely. Maybe the lone with the Muerta, you know, not the nicest synergy, but yeah, 9 Pandas. I think game 3, this Alchemist is going to be on the radar again.
Absolutely something to be of concern now. We'll let the panel figure all that out. We got a game 3 panel. How about that?
I'm very excited for game number 3. I'm excited also to break down this game too, because we knew the interregional between the Eastern Europe teams, between BetBoom and Nine Pandas, was going to be something. But a little extra to help us break this one down and look towards the next game is an extra guest on the couch. We pulled in Blitz.
Hello.
It's so nice to have you on a broadcast. It's been some time. We've gotten you for interviews here and there, but now we get to really delve into the mind of Liquid's coach here.
Yeah. I mean, it's been, I think, 4 years. I figured if I came back, it'd be like to do it with Cap, but I don't like him very much anymore. But I wanted to do it with the two most jacked dudes in the Dota scene. It's like I couldn't think of a better panel, so.
It makes sense. It really does make sense. Well, let's talk about this game too then. Let's make your return something special, because Nine Pandas, they were able to bring it back in a overwhelming fashion. I thought BetBoom were going to have it because the lanes were looking pretty good for themselves. Arc having that slightly better of a game lizard.
Yeah, for me, I feel like after this game, BetBoom has to win Game 3. After watching this one play out, they sacrificed themselves to Tormentor gods in the end. They've made the offering, so obviously they're taking Game 3. Also, I didn't like their draft. We'll hear more about what Blitz has to say about it, but for me, their draft was very difficult to execute after the laning stage. Clock and Vengeance, 2 supports with Lone Druid and Pango. I just didn't see the oomph. I didn't see the kill potential. Even when you look at Nine Pandas, they went for what, Winter? Like 2 Radiances? It still worked very easily for them.
Yeah. We talked about how important it is to find the right hero combinations, the power couples that we were talking about earlier today. And it just felt like they didn't really have much synergy between their heroes, like Muerta and Lone Druid. Like, they both have very, very different timings in the game. Lone Druid wants to play a lot more focus on the early game. Muerta wants to farm and play the long game.
Yeah. When I was looking at players leading into the Road to the International, into this group stages, I thought we were going to be seeing Lone Druid a lot more, especially in that offlane. It gets picked up. It's not really having the impact that a lot of us would have thought, Blitz. But on top of that, what Winter's saying is it's very disconnected from Muerta. So the fact that they pick her up first and then Lone Druid later, do you think the Lone Druid is kind of an issue? Or they were so hell-bent on seeing Muerta as a busted hero that it's available, let's try and pick it up for ourselves?
I think it's just kind of BetBoom style of drafting. I think that they don't really care too much about synergy. I think since these guys have been in the scene, like something that they really think about in terms of drafting is like, how will our lanes go? Which I know a lot of people bring up, but it's totally true. When you draft against them, it's something that you can see as like the forefront. They don't really try and play between lanes or anything like that. It's like your 2 supports, yeah, I mean, that's why you have Venge and Clockwork, because they'll make moves around the map. But the 3 cores don't really have any synergy. No one's going to really move to anybody. Even if GPK plays Pangolier, he's not like, let's say, Quinn or Gunner or something like that, where he's just going to go up and down the lanes and cause chaos. Like, he's hoping that his 2 side laners just stomp their lanes, and then nobody really has to make a move to anybody. Then at some point they get together as 5 and they're really strong and they kind of just run you over. And when that doesn't happen, the games will look like this, where it's super disconnected. They get like 8 kills or something like that. Nothing really happens on the map. So when it gets going, it's like the sickest thing you've ever seen. It's so frustrating to play against. I know going into this event, we lost like 8 scrims in a row against them, all in 20 minutes. It's like, okay, well, I guess they're just the best team in the world.
They're just like, there is nothing more we can do. They're this team that will run over you. But Nine Pandas were able to bring this one back. We talked about that lanes. It's very evident Game 1. That's how BetBoom won it. They were able to shut down Alk. In Game 2, they didn't shut him down as much. But I also want to focus on the supports of the Nine Pandas. They double up for the Skywrath. But this time around, we're seeing an Elder Titan coming out. Not really being picked up too much this year.
Yeah, we didn't see a lot of Elder Titan in the tournament so far, but he had a couple of really damn good stomps, turning the fight on the bottom lane. I think that was probably one of the crucial moments.
How comfortable do you have to be as a ET player, Blitz? Is this like a kind of bread and butter hero pick, or you think that he has a place in the meta and in drafts right now that we could be seeing him more as the month progresses?
No, I think it's a really cool hero, because I think most people have caught on to the concept that all these heroes are like hard to kill and he removes armor, so he'll always have some value. And I mean, supports that provide you teamfight are just always going to be really nice, especially at TI, because I don't know, like Winter, you're the only one that's played at this TI, but you must know that teamfight heroes always feel nice to play at TI. That's why like Rubik's and Earthshakers and all that just always make an appearance.
Yeah, it just makes it so that it's easier to play the game whenever you have like a lot of team fight. As long as you don't lose the lane too much and your heroes get levels and you win team fights, it's easy to play the game.
Now, in retrospect, do you like the Lena pick? Because even though we didn't cover the draft for Game 2, you had this question mark about the Lena. She was that last pick. How she's going in mid. It only been picked up, I think it was 3 other times. And
Yeah.
not looking great.
I think the Lina kind of makes sense because they have an Elder Titan. Whenever you have ET, I feel you need a mid hero that can abuse the magic for the aura. And Lina is perfect for that, even though I kind of felt like it was kind of greedy with their tri-core setup, having the Wraith King on the off lane, then you have an Alchemist, and then you have a Lina. But it kind of worked out because they were able to do well in the lanes, and BetBoom couldn't do anything to punish the grid after that, even with the double Radiance.
Comparing the mid laners here, my goodness, Kiyotaka 18-1-7. He was always sitting just underneath Alk on that net worth graph as well. So a massive, impressive display for him there on Alina. With the bans coming out, they went for that Undying again, Winter, that you talked about. Anything else now from these 2 games that you think the Game 3 really is going to be its own niche meta again?
Yeah, probably. I felt like this game, the draft was just very difficult to play, even though maybe they have their own idea on how they should make their draft work if the lanes went a little bit better for them, but it's difficult to execute. I feel like if I'm going to make an adjustment for them, I'm going to try to pick supports that are going to help me snowball from the lane. Venture and Clockwork are not very, very strong supports. I think they picked the Clockwork as a response to the Skyrath and the ET. They saw the ET coming out and they wanted a hero to just catch the ET in the back line, and Clockwork was the hero they felt like could do that for them, but he wasn't very useful in the lanes to begin with.
It should be, in theory, good with Muerta as well, right? Like, keep them in the silence, protect her. Like, Save did so much. For me, the highlight of this game was the bottom rush pit part when he's juking them for 3-4 minutes straight.
No. How would you describe Nine Panda's playstyle then, Blitz? Because you were saying for you, BetBoom was really tough. You guys were losing a lot of scrims. Do you have a lot of scrims in the past few weeks with Nine Pandas?
I don't think so. I don't think we played them once, but
really?
we've played them a lot in the season.
Yeah.
I mean, they're a really well-balanced team. They have a really unique style, like this Alk thing that they do, almost no one else does, and they were the first people that just kept spamming it and things like that. They have their own unique style. I don't think it's very CIS-y where they try to smash lanes and then run at you. I think they're like a weird cross between Spirit and BetBoom, because for me, Spirit is always the team that will smash you in team fights. They're very good about vision and they smash you in team fights. For me, BetBoom is the team that smashes you in lanes and then snowballs. And Nine Pandas is some weird mix amalgamation between the two of them. I also thought the Lina pick wasn't going to be very good, by the way. I felt like she doesn't play between the two cores. She's not going to come for Alk, because Alk just wants to farm the top side for 20 minutes. What are you going to do with a Wraith King offlane? And Wraith King offlane won't go to her, so it's almost like they sort of matched BetBoom style. They're like, okay, you want to play 3 lanes? We'll just pick 3 slightly better lanes. Nobody has to move. We'll win this weird standoff or something like that.
Yeah, it wouldn't work if the early game wasn't so good for them. I felt like if the supports were able to get a lot more better levels from the early game, especially Clockwork, I think that the Lina could actually be targetable and you can punish her. But because they had a really bad start, then Clockwork as a hero, you don't really want to play from behind. I feel like every time when I'm playing Clockwork, at least, I want to be on a lane where I can get kills, and after that I get level 6 quickly and I can roam around. And he wasn't able to do that game.
It's indicative, right? You're playing versus Skyrat and Lina and you're still unable to get kills as Clockwork. Something is not right, something's wrong.
Yeah, they just had a lot of burst towards that later part of the game. I think even though when you see Sky, when you see Lina, that's exactly what teams are going for, but it still blew my mind to see someone just vanish like that, especially that Vengeful Spirit port Toronto Tokyo towards the end, just vanished, brought back, had the exact same thing happen to him again. But this Alk is a big question. We heard Breaking and Casey talking about it right at the end of Game 2. Nine Pandas have gone back to it twice now. Game 1 didn't work out, Game 2 did. Do you expect them, Blitz, to triple down and pick it up just yet again, or should BetBoom really be proactive and take it out?
I mean, it's hard to take it out right now. When you draft these bans, especially in the second phase, they're not easy because most of the time you have to target out a support or you have to target out a pair. That's why, for the most part, everyone's getting the carry heroes that they want right now in these drafts. It's just impossible. Whereas supports, I mean, it's also kind of complicated just because there are 5 really good supports right now in the meta, which I won't say because we're still in the tournament.
Of course.
It's tough to devote that many bans to that many different things. This Lina also cooked.
Yeah.
And maybe this ET is also a problem. And so it's hard to say. I mean, you see it all the time. Spirit picks Breaker both games against.
Yeah.
What is it? Shopify yesterday.
Yeah.
And we can see it from the outside. We're like, why don't they just ban it? But it's really hard because you don't really know what people talk about in between games. Maybe they're saying outside after the game, they're like, well, laning against this Alk is free every single time. And if their team really cares about lanes, then Alk theoretically shouldn't really be an issue, right? Because this hero doesn't stomp a lane or anything like that. So maybe their takeaway from it is maybe our safe lane needs to be stronger. Because our off lane was okay. Like, Lone Druid got a lot of farm. But I could see them go down that route as well, where they're just like, Alk's not a big problem. The lane is free, so it just has to go down to our safe lane.
Yeah, for me, the difference was in that game 1, when they locked down the Alchemist, they could blow him up from 100 to 0 instantly, right? Post BKBs. This game, maybe it was a little bit more difficult, but the difference was also that Alchemist wasn't the true position 1 carry. It was the Lina, right? Eventually, Lina was the one that took over the game. That was, even though Alchemist dies, Lina wins the team fight. They didn't have that in game 1.
Yeah, the Wraith King, you could say that about him as well. The biggest difference it felt in those first phase bans was that Nine Pandas were willing to let the Murtha through, right? They picked it up for themselves over in BetBoom, but what they banned out instead was that Centaur. So do you think there is the most amount of range and flexibility in offlane picks right now? And that's why if you're going to substitute a carry being let in, it's more than likely going to be for offlane what feels like a tanky boy to be banned out instead.
I mean, it's also a question of whether they had enough damage. With the Centaur in the first game, and we could see from his build where he went Kaya, he feel like he needs to actually do damage. And in the second game when he was Lone Druid, like he couldn't really do a lot of burst damage with the hero, so the supports couldn't really do anything. If they would pick the Lone Druid again, maybe they have to try to switch and pick supports that have a lot of burst damage. Like they feel like Venge and Clockwork, they are a little bit too passive. They are kind of like the same hero. They wanna like set up, but they don't really provide a lot of damage.
Yeah. I mean, you see one lineup, like, runs at you, somebody dies instantly. The other lineup, long fights, not going to benefit you.
Can't kill anyone, yeah.
Do you think it would make a difference if he had gone for Radiance on the Lone Druid and tried for the long game instead of the Diffusal?
I mean, it's hard, because I feel like their lineup would just be way too slow. Like, somebody needs to fight on that team. Like, the Pango's not doing great. Murtha needs so much time in this kind of game to come back. I don't think it's easy. Like, I was trying to figure out, like, what goes differently here, but I just feel like maybe the supports probably have to collapse on mid a lot more, because there's no way Lina should get away with this free of a game. You have Pango, Venge, Clock. Like, this hero should feel pressure at all times. Like, historically, Clockwork was the counter to Lina as a support. You just run at her non-stop and just hunt her down. But if you can't do it in this game, it's going to be real rough.
Yeah, that's something that maybe it's a playstyle, maybe it's a draft thing. Just don't let through, because it feels like we can't make those changes just yet. But look, Blitz, we've got you. We thought we would use you for everything you're worth. We're going to be doing the draft here. We're going to be talking about it.
I will try, and because I know my
You can skirt around things.
Because my team's watching, and they'll get mad if I leak some stuff. So we'll try.
Don't leak it. Just say everything that you don't think.
Yeah.
No. We'll get Winter to say everything, and then Blitz will be like,
You have to pretend you're playing a pub, not in
Winter's a straight up genius, so it's not hard. Like
on a positive note, when it comes to the last game, BetBoom, even though they lost, and their lanes didn't go that well, they still had a pretty close game, right? They almost won it at some point. Like on the bottom lane, those team fights, they still outperformed.
I actually thought they were gonna kind of turn it around before the Tormentor play.
There's until that.
I mean, they got a chance because they got Roche somehow.
Yeah, I mean, that was sick. And then,
but still, it's all about those little things, right?
Dota happens, man.
The 1%. Sometimes you just forget. Sometimes it creeps up on you that Tormentor does too much damage. But not too many change-ups for BetBoom in those first bits of bans in the draft, except the Alk, we talked about it. It's taken out the Undying, Invoker, Spirit Breaker, the staples of what they've banned in the last 2 games. And then over on Nine Pandas, they're still looking exactly the same as well. Dazzle, Ench, and Centaur.
Trian doesn't really have a high win rate, right, in this tournament so far. I believe he's struggling a little bit.
I feel like we picked him 3 times and won all 3. But
I love
you
the
honestly
hero.
might be one of the only teams then, because I looked and it was like sub
yikes.
50%, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, the hero is really, really annoying, to be honest. Like, you have to know what heroes to pick around him to make him very useful. Like, at least from my experience, if I'm playing Trian, I would like to have like a lineup that's gonna be less greedy, so we can abuse my living armor in the early game and my leech seed. And obviously, you also need like a Trian specialist on the team. I feel like this hero is not an easy hero to master. If you don't have someone that spams the hero a lot, then you might not be so inclined to pick the hero.
It's made for these flare position 4s like Matthew and stuff that just want to be invis behind enemy lines 24/7.
You know, some heroes are like, you have to be like an enthusiast.
Yeah.
You know, you can't be a casual It's like you just like CM is a casual hero.
Right? Yeah,
You
nice.
don't have to be like, you can just be a CM player. That's fine. You can be like a Lich player. That's chill. But like, if you want to play Oracle, Keeper of the Light,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you have to be enthusiast. You really have to
It's
like
a lifestyle.
enjoy exactly. Like, you just, I don't know. Avengers.
I love how
casual too.
you're mentioning Quattle Insania, Oracle Insania.
Yeah, because he's a specialist. My boy's a specialist. I love him, but he's, you know, he's an enthusiast of these heroes. Like, he lives that. But, you know, it's like, Tree is also kind of one of those heroes. Like, you kind of have to, I don't know. I don't want to flame Insania too much, but you kind of have to be a little bit of a loser. You know, like, you don't ever participate in any of the cool activities that the kids do. You just hide in the trees and you're just like, what's up, guys? You're just like, you have this global thing that no one really notices, but
you can AFK, chill next to your tier 1 tower, protect
No,
it.
you have to even know which trees that you can go over without breaking the invis.
That's why, like, you have to be a nerd as well.
When you buy Ags, you need to know exactly the trees to cut all 3 lanes at the same time.
And if you see
How many people are really buying Ags though on Tree?
It
Unless you're
did
going
happen.
super late.
It did happen a couple of times
I
recently.
mean, if you have a Midas, maybe you can get there.
I mean, this hero's really good at late game, so it's like, you know, you think about it. They did ban the Alk, by the way, which I was a little bit, I didn't know if they would do. 'Cause I would imagine that the reason they didn't do it in the second game was because they're like, well, this lane was super free.
Yeah, we dealt with it in game 1. Why
Yeah.
not? And then on BetBoom, they picked up the Shadow Demon. Doesn't really give too much away. Just a hero that people enjoy right now.
Mm-hmm. He's not. He doesn't have a very high win rate right now. I
Yeah,
don't
he
think.
was
like
also
me to-
really low as well.
Okay, so I did look at the Tree one. It's up to 52% now. So it was it was the end of day 2 of groups. That's when it was still quite low, and we're like, what is going on with Tree?
I mean, I would imagine the Shadow Demon here is to kind of semi-deal with the Treant, because you have the Purge to remove the armor, and you can kind of dispel your teammate as well.
30% win rate, by the way.
Okay.
On Shadow Demon.
For Shadow Demon? Okay.
Yeah.
That's not a lot.
In
kinda
23
low.
picks too, so 7 wins, 16 losses.
I'm really dumb and I don't know how math works, which I'll just announce there. But if a hero is first picked and it has like 52% win rate, it's pretty good, right?
Yeah. Yes.
This is casual first. That's how that works.
Yep.
Okay, thank you guys.
That's how we would all say. I mean, it's you've revealed the most, right? You should be able to shut it down, pick something that deals with it, and you don't. Dark Willow, they're also being a big favorite for a lot of teams.
Is
right
that on Jabs, by the way, to do the math in your team?
Yeah, I'm so stupid. Like, I don't know. I kind of just got this job by, I don't know, I just kind of walked into it and nobody really kicked me out. Whereas like Jabs is actually intelligent as a human being. So that's why we don't send him out for a lot of public stuff, because the contrast would be, it doesn't look good for me.
He'd give away way too much.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, do you feel like they're locking down their draft by picking the 2 supports right away like this, instead
Yeah,
of like
I'm a
having
little-
something like a Kanka?
I'm a little bit surprised because their second pick, right? Which means they have to show, they have 17 pick, which means 9 Pandas is 18. So no matter what, you're getting counterpicked as a core. So I kind of feel like you should just take a core right there.
Have a flex core, right?
Yeah, it would be pretty nice to just, or maybe just straight up take your off lane. But that's something that they don't really do. They almost always leave their off lane and their carry to last 2 picks.
How do you feel about, in my perspective, like Shadow Demon and Dark Willow, perhaps not the most synergistic of supports?
Yeah, but that's what I was saying about this team, right?
It doesn't matter, right?
I feel like they don't really care too much about it. They don't think in terms of like, well, one support does one thing, another support does another. I feel like this team just thinks like, oh, they're cool heroes.
Hey, there's a high win rate on this. I kind of know
Yeah.
this hero. Let's pick it up for myself.
I really cannot understate how sick this team is. Like, they're so individually skilled. It really can't be understated. It's like if they get off to a good start, there's really nobody in the world that keeps up with them.
Okay.
It's just kind of like they beat themselves up sometimes, I feel. It's like their internal thing goes wrong. But in terms of skill, I mean, they make so many different things work.
Yeah. On the other hand, on 9 Pandas, I feel like, not saying that they're not skilled, but they're also getting some combinations within their picks already. Like you can see this Wraith King and Skyrat can dominate the lane if the Sky Wraith King is the off lane.
Yeah.
Skyrat +3 is a combo later on as well set up. You have Blink Wraith King perhaps to set up Mystic Flare too. So overall, it feels a bit different, right? The way they opened.
No, for sure.
I do want to ask about the Wraith King. And look, you don't have to answer Blitz because in case you're giving too much away, but is there ever a realm in which we stop seeing Wraith King as off lane? Because when we pick him up, that's all he really is at the moment. But do we see him go back to a carry role? Is that something that is such a specific matchup to make it work that really it should just stay in the offlane for now because there are better options for carries?
I mean, I think it's just like carry players find this hero kind of boring.
But don't you
Not
feel
flashy
don't you
enough.
feel it's kind of the same whether you're playing off lane or
Yeah, but like
safe lane?
yeah, and offlane players are like they're used to like boring lives because you know
They see Wraith King, they're like, wow,
yeah,
I
like,
get to pretend I'm a carry.
like
So,
if you
so
play,
he's flamed Insania, now he's going for Zai.
if you play Wraith King, you're like a Marvel movie enjoyer, you know? It's like you're okay with like the average that life has to offer for you. You know, you've seen every Fast and the Furious movie in theaters. Like that's okay for you, and you're perfectly okay with that. You know, and I feel like carry players they're sophisticated. You know, they want like some spice. They,
You know
they go
what,
for
Will?
some indie films.
Off lane players back in the day, they were not like this when it was
I know.
1v3, you know?
It was like back
a
then it
different
was really
age.
cool. Back then I felt like offlane players had the most flair, and now everyone plays like, you know, this guy's gonna play Wraith King, and now it's locked in. You know, he's
Yeah.
for sure a Wraith King.
Doesn't matter. It's all about the family in the end.
That's true. That's true.
All right, well, let's talk about BetBoom then. Let's maybe not blame any more offlaners for their Wraith King pickups, but just know that's exactly what Blitz thinks of you if you pick up Wraith King. The Chaos Knight and the Conquer then for BetBoom. How much flex is available for this Conquer being in offlane in mid? Do you want to just wait a little bit longer and that's why it is a good pickup, or is there more in its toolkit that is offering to amplify what BetBoom
I
has?
feel like I've seen the Kunkka into Sven a couple of times so far, and it feels a bit difficult for Sven to sustain himself in that lane. He's constantly spammed, either the cleave or the torrent. It looks like one of those better lanes into the Sven.
I mean, the hero is just very, very busted once you get the axe, you know, like at a good time, like 15 minutes, if you have a good lane, the hero just does so much in the game.
Yeah, it's impossible for supports to play against Kunkka once he gets the pool party. Like there's just it's honestly miserable.
Do you feel like you have to buy pipe against this hero in order to have a chance to play the game?
Yeah, but the hard part is like the heroes don't really like going pipe nowadays. And supports nowadays, it feels like neither of them really have opportunities to get it. But I mean, it's a good idea. It's just, yeah, people have to start the movement. That's why Winter's smart.
Yeah.
You know, he thinks outside of the box. Pro players, the scene is way more, we just steal from each other and no one really pushes things. That's why players like Thompson are so cool, because they pop up with something.
I mean, could it also be because pipe is just too expensive right now? That's why
I mean, yeah,
people
that's
don't do
another
it.
thing too. Oh, that's the mid.
I feel like if you have the money as a support to be able to buy a
I mean,
pipe, is it better?
you'll
option,
never have
you
the
know?
money as a support
Exactly,
nowadays.
but if you do, there is a significantly better option for either your own game or for something else that you're lacking rather than
You ask all the position 5 players, they'll tell you, oh, when I have money, I want to buy drums, I want to buy miters. You know. Pipe?
I don't know.
Absolutely not.
I feel like it's an underrated thing, because if you play these games 24/7, you're just playing solo queue game after game. You want to do some fun things, and buying pipe is not fun. Like, I don't know. That's why I like going Midas. It adds flair to my life.
All right. Earth Spirit isn't anything new though. That's not too much flair. It's gonna be seen in the mid lane.
Are you guys not excited to see Earth Spirit versus Kunkka mid? I am.
Yeah, woo!
Where's that enthusiasm,
Damn.
guys?
Okay, but the Beastmaster. Like, not a lot of Zoo picks so far in the tournament. What do you think about that? Like,
I think
he
they
fell off completely.
I think they need a lot of ways to lock down, because right now it felt a little bit awkward. There's a lot of single target on the side of BetBoom, like Shadow Demon Disrupt, Chaos Knight Stun, to X Torrent. So I feel like they probably just needed a little bit more team fight, and yeah, I mean, they also needed a way to push lanes. They probably wanted something that lane's okay. Like Beastmaster's probably fine into this. He's against like most likely what?
Tree and Sven.
Yeah. I think it probably comes down to portal plays if they can mess with this Beastmaster a lot, because it's pretty easy for Sky to just portal in, get like 2 kills.
For me, it looks like BetBoom are playing a little bit of an older patch in this particular game, like with the Beastmaster pick.
Does that give them the advantage though in your eyes?
I feel like I still have to stick with them after game 2 and how it ended. Yeah, they lost, but for me it felt that in this matchup they have the upper hand.
But I feel like what Will said, the portal place is going to be very, very crucial because Beastmaster is a hero where he cannot afford to have a bad start. And this game, as long as they can identify that in the early game and make sure that the Beast gets ganked, once you pull the wave, you're always going to see like, the support pulling the wave, and 30 seconds later, the other support from the other lane is going to come over with the portal. If they can do that in the game, it's going to put them in a good position.
And do you have a make or break hero on either side, Blitz?
No, I think like Winter. I think the Sky. If he can kind of get that moving and their lanes go pretty well, I think that 9Pandas can win it. If he can't, then I think BetBoom maybe just snowballs through lanes and just kind of crushes.
Well, I'm excited to see how it plays out. Then thank you so much for joining us for the draft. It was a lot of fun to cover, but it's game number 3 in this best of 3. We've got breaking. Kezi ready.
Here we go. Game number 3, BetBoom versus 9Pandas. What a fun draft. I always love seeing the evolution in a best of 3 series, especially going into Game 3 KZU. And you could definitely feel it in this one, from then the banning of eventually the Alchemist, the Shadow Demon response to the Treant. We have Kunkka making the appearance, all the way to a final pick Beastmaster. I mean, what's your take on all of this?
I think it's great that they did ban the Alchemist. I feel like that hero had to kind of get out. I think 9Pandas will have a very similar draft. Like, I feel like it never really changes all that much. And I agree with the panel. I think Antares in this early game, he's got to do quite a bit. Same with Kiyotaka. Like, they need to slow down this Beastmaster at least a little bit. Because I think later, the mid-game of BetBoom is, honestly, it's pretty nasty. Also, the SD shard later, it's going to purge all of Earth Spirit spells. Magnetize, he's going to purge it. Spirit Vessel is also going to purge the Overgrowth and the Silences. So I think this SD shard later in the game is going to be top 1 priority for BetBoom.
Yeah. Shadow Demon has proven already to be one of the more top-tier supports for that reason alone. And then this is a game, as you're suggesting, there's many reasons even to as more why this game it's going to be great. Toronto, Tokyo, certainly bringing a lot of value to the table here on this hero, but still got to execute. And so far off the bat, it's a 2-for-2 bounty rune exchange. But I also want to talk about Beastmaster. I mean, again, Pure going to be playing the Beastmaster this game. Last pick. What do you think?
I think it's pretty good for their draft. I think they already had a lot of team fight with like the Kunkka Water Park, and you have CK. I think trying to help enable your CK in this mid game is really important. So I think instead of like trying to go another core that like out carries Sven from the offlane, just pick a hero that makes the Sven game harder. And I think Beast does exactly that.
And then, of course, our mid matchup, it's the Earth Spirit, Kiyotaka, going up against Kunkka. We mentioned multiple times about the Kunkka possibility. We're finally seeing it here.
He cut the tree. GPK just placed a branch. Oh, I'm sorry. It might be a kill bottom.
Well, bottom lane, yeah. Antares is actually going to go down there. Nightfall getting credit for the kill. It's just chaos all over. Who would have thought?
All right, so first blood for BetBoom. That's great. But Kiyotaka just did a dirty play in mid. He kept spamming the Quelling Blade because he knew GPK is going to place a branch to eat it with his tango. He just ate it straight out of his face.
Well, there you go. Some mind games coming out right there. You see the top lane Treant, speaking of mind games, running down save on that Dark Willow. But yeah, it's Eastern European Dota. We saw this especially in game 1. I mean, not afraid to clash right off the bat. And well, so far, BetBoom having that slight advantage as they get the first blood.
And also about this top lane, Beast is pretty annoying for Treant. Like, unless Tree has a lane where he can kill, like just spamming axes and cutting down all these trees and then having the boar and the hawk is honestly very annoying. Like, the level 2-3 timing here for BetBoom is very strong.
Yeah, you see right there, both heroes even running into that bramble maze, trying to put pressure on Pure, but in the end, we'll be fine there as far as that top lane goes. Poison's coming out the bottom from Shadow Demon. Gonna even start doing some pulling with it. But mid lane, Kiyotaka getting low. But I know that these players, of course, they know their limits. So not gonna be a kill. But
they've played this matchup 8 billion times. As I see GPK is getting a blood grenade on Kunkka. I don't know if he will stick to that. I do like seeing unconventional things coming out later. But either way, I think I've seen this Kunkka and Earth Spirit matchup like quite a few times. And I think if Kiyotaka decides to go for a Vessel, that can really destroy Kunkka in the mid game.
Yeah, Earth Spirit's certainly a fun hero to watch. It's been a fun hero throughout Dota history in the support role. It's been extra fun in this carry mid role that we've seen make many appearances already throughout this tournament. And, you and I were commentating a game where we had an Earth Spirit that was like 15-0 start, I want to say. I mean, it was just bonkers. So Kiyotaka certainly has potential to start off strong, but a hero that feels like it fits his play style pretty well.
Oh, absolutely. It's just like a flashy mid hero that can like scale a lot. I still think Earthspirit is one of the best mids in Dota 2 right now, like just as a hero. But you know, you've got two of the best mid players just going at it.
Continuing to do so as it's 18-3 Kunkka, 14-2 Earthspirit. So the slight advantage for the Kunkka so far, and maybe kill potentially coming up. Both again manning up, knowing their limits though, and eventually will walk back from one another after trading a couple more blows right there. Bottom lane though, looked like a possible kill opportunity down here. Skywrath again in trouble. Nightfall with the Outer pull in 3 stacks of that poison. It's not going to be enough, so staying alive.
Not quite enough, but it does show you, like, CK is a great pick here. He gets to sustain himself against the skeletons and like Wraith King's harass. Same with Sky, but he also threatens to kill, and that is what Skywrath hates the most. All these PAs, Weavers, Chaos Knights, so just already showing why that pick was very good for them.
Yeah, how about the all 3 carries, course, even on this Radiant side, and BetBoom. They are top of the CS charts right now, all having a very good time. At least Wraith King kind of standing out as the one that's, it's not going so well for him.
No,
mid lane.
I think they got him.
They do.
They do.
Okay, good rotation coming out from the Skywrath.
This just happens sometimes. You're so focused on your 1v1 mid, you just kind of lose track of the map, and without anyone saying anything, yeah, just nice rotation from 9Pandas.
Yeah, Solo even rotating down into the bottom lane. I figured Wraith King was going to be alone, but never mind. Trant was down there, so now they know Sven's by himself, at least was for a little bit, and they take advantage there at the top lane. Beastmaster increasing what's already a very good start.
This lane positioning up top is pretty annoying, I think, for 9Pandas. Like, there's only a hard camp, but they don't get to pull it. There's 2 levels in Boar now. I think if BetBoom can continue to play aggressive, they can start to slowly be very annoying in this lane.
Oh, 9Pandas going pretty aggressive right here. Blood Grenade even coming out.
Just
grasp, and that is a kill. Solo credit for it, but yeah, speaking of playing aggressive, Beastmaster Pure, he didn't expect that.
No, absolutely not. He's owning this lane in both the CS 28-10, but they just made that look very easy.
Simply right-click him down and clearly show him with their abilities coming together. They have more than enough damage, so Beastmaster, he'll TP back in. But Earthspirit is making his way up here, trying to maybe time this. If they can kill him again after using the TP, that would be massive.
And that would just be a sick kill. He just got the urn, and they know that Beast TP'd. Even if they don't kill him, if they can force Pure like away from this wave, like, yeah, even without getting the kill, this is doing a lot for them.
They did scan the Earthspirit, so they're very aware, but, the other side of this too, though, GPK is like, thank you very much, I'll just get free farm middle. He's got the siege creep here to take care of, and he'll do so in the meantime. So yeah, they don't get the kill, but bottom lane could be seeing a kill once again. Shadow Demon, look at Solo, back bottom lane, and this time it's trying to get a turn of Tokyo. He's got his own support, save coming in, cannot save his teammate though. But Miro may end up falling still. Nightfall, another cast pulled in 2 seconds. Needs to stay, no, let us sight. Miro doing a good job of going through the trees, and now Nightfall cannot stay in range. Wraith King surviving.
Yeah, everyone's got their juke boots on in this series, that's for sure. They're all just cracking each other's ankles. Yeah, he just gets to walk it off. I mean, if he gets to hit some creeps, he can lifesteal a bit. He also got the Lotus, so it looks like Miro should be okay. Kiyotaka is aiming up top again, but GPK did draw on the map.
Love to see an aggressive Tree Protector just moving around. Of course, Save is certainly, or Soul, excuse me, is certainly doing that here on Tree. This is the second time he's been at the bottom lane. We saw him get that kill on a Beastmaster up at the top, and almost, well, I guess they did eventually get the kill also on Shadow Demon down here, and he's still hanging around at the bottom lane.
I mean, that's like one of the nice things when you have Sven carry. Like, Sven is still a good hero. He can self-sustain his safe lane very easily because he just pushes it. He's gonna hit some jungle and then just goes for a back and forth. He's very tanky, hard to pressure. So yeah, they're just abusing their lineup to the max right now.
Scans coming out right there as the Wisdom runes are about to hit. And it looks like both teams will safely get their own, but yeah, you mentioned Sven. I mean, he's 37-4 up here. Beastmaster, though, 41-13. So Pure, despite that death, is still managing the better CS. And what are we going to see on Beastmaster? I mean, it is going to be the Helm of the Dominator, of course.
Yeah, he's going to try to work with that. Is Kiyotaka trying to kill him again? So this is like the 2nd to 3rd time that he's like kind of angling into this top lane. And you can see that the GPK is starting to build, the small lead. Only 200 net worth for now. But the faster Kiyotaka can get this vessel, then they could even play through the mid lane.
So GPK, you hear the caster start, or the panel even talk about, once again, we've seen him plenty throughout it, the Ags build. It just feels like that's kind of the critical point, that Torrent Storm out. Supports is just such an annoying thing to play against. So heroes like Skywrath and Train in this case certainly not going to be liking to go up against that once Kunkka's able to get it, but we'll need that time.
I mean, the Axe is just super strong and very annoying, especially also for like an offlaner like Wraith King. You have no counterplay. Your hero has to go into the fight as do your skeleton. So, like, even just by nature, that spell is just going to do so much. We see that both teams have quite a couple of ancient stacks. So for 9 Pandas, that's mainly going to be the Sven. As for BetBoom, you know, pretty much anyone can take it, but preferably Beast or Kunkka, speed up their game.
I was going to say, I mean, is Mira go for the Radiance again? And sure enough, he does queue it up right there, actually. Same build, so we are going to see the Radiance on him this time. No double Radiance, it's just going to be him.
Not this time around. I mean, it would be nice if they can get to that Radiance later on against like CK. So we have a smoke action for now. Solo.
Solo by himself. He's one with the trees, but that's not going to matter. Eventually going to be killed off here, and GPK even taking credit for the kill, sitting on top of him. Says thank you very much.
I very much like this move from BetBoom, even if it only does give them the Treant kill. Because right now, when you have these CK's lifestealers, they're very good at like maintaining and just soaking the safe lane. You're playing against Tree and Sven. You want to kick out the Sven, help your Beast take the top tower, and you can most likely maintain your own safe lane tower.
Ooh, look at this counter smoke though. Kiyotaka and Antares, they're making their way towards the top lane.
I love that play in return. The vessel is up, but no charge yet. So they need, ideally, they just get any kill. Even if you just kill a support here, it's so big to just get this vessel charge for then the future kill.
Now, even with the smoke, it's pretty obvious Earth Spirit is missing middle lane. So obviously, BetBoom has some reason to suggest that, okay, maybe he is heading top, and they are right. So now GPK makes his way back to the middle lane, and sure enough, it's going to be Earth Spirit also making his way back here. So a good idea on paper, but in the end, the actual making a play with it is unfortunately not there for the side of 9 Pandas.
I mean, honestly, just very good reads from BetBoom. Yeah, it's not like impossible to read, but this is what makes them like such a good team, like both individually, but also together, and allows them to get this much farm on all their cores. They're very good at reading the map and getting everything on the map possible.
Free pull and having look at a stack over there being shown off. Stacks throughout the jungle, especially on that dire side for 9 Pandas. So Sven, he's got his Mask of Madness picked up. It's just a matter of time before he eventually makes his way over there to have some fun and really increase that net worth of his. Top lane though, Kunkka is setting up.
I mean, right now, if you're any of the supports, you are just begging your cores, please, kill the Ancients, kill these Axe. I want gold, I want XP, I want my level 6s, because they're all just waiting. Like, all these supports just want to play Dota, and they're barely level 6.
Oh, GPK trying to be patient up at the top lane. Doesn't really get the chance, though, to make a play. You do see Beastmaster there. He is taken out, at least softening them up in the meantime with those level 4 wild axes, but eventually going to start killing them. Bottom lane, though.
I mean, 9 Pandas, they see this. They have a very aggressive ward. Okay, double TP, X mark, onto Solo.
There's Solo going to get pulled in. It will pop over growth, but it's just going to delay the inevitable. And Solo's killed. So a lot of heroes showing up down here at the bottom lane, and ends up being a train kill.
Yeah, honestly, both teams are just happy with this. Sure, you know, tower ends up dying, but in the meantime, 9 Pandas, your Sven is farming top, your Sky is getting levels mid, no one really died, so game just continues. Everyone's just getting all the gold that they need and want.
You still look back at Beastmaster, he's still working at these the stack here with the wild axes. And there you go, pure Pogo sticking in, and eventually is going to start cleaning up. Now he gets scanned, by the way.
They scanned him.
Oh, this is big. Yeah, he gets all those kills, but just like that, it's going to be killed himself. However, Antares needs to be careful now. This Helber Smasher of the Beastmaster is doing plenty of damage, and obviously Shadow Demon TPing in, disruption, and they are able to set up the turn kill. So they at least make something happen out of it.
Kiyotaka does get out. He also gets so Vessel charges, Haste Rune, you kill the Beastmaster. Great play for them. Now this makes like the future smoke. Like honestly, they could try to get onto like GPK in this mid lane. Like opening and going together for a mid play could be pretty good. He's going, I mean, GPK doesn't even know yet what he wants to build. Probably a Blade Mail. I mean, generally the builds we see is like Blade Mail, Shard into Water Park. But we'll have to see if he wants to do some adjustment.
Love the Water Park right there. Yeah, okay, there you go. There's going to be the purchase, the right click of the full Blade Mail. So right on that at least, and that will be delivered out. So he's going to start heading towards the top lane. It seems like a couple others, Toronto, Tokyo included, Making their way up there too, but look at Sven. Yeah, thank you very much. The support's like, yes, we can breathe. It's a nice stack there and takes that out.
Yes, I mean, everyone is just kind of getting what they want at this point. Sure, you know, you did get this 1 kill on Pure, but he's just farming every ancient camp that's like available on the map. I think BetBoom soon would love to take this top tier 1 tower, like open up the map a little bit. Because now that 9pandas took theirs on bottom, it's getting a little annoying for them to play this map.
Yeah, Sven gonna head to his right as well, and there's that other stack waiting over there of the Ancient. So he's already been top net worth. It's gonna get that much better. But Chaos Knight, to his credit, certainly keeping up. Nightfall is building an Echo Saber of his own. He went the Armlet first, of course. So both position 1s especially are certainly performing in hell. Even the mids, I mean, really all cores of this game are actually doing pretty damn good.
It looks like we're not smoked on bottom. They might just get in Terry's, who's looking at the bounty rune.
Yeah, Wraith King started heading over, but when he realizes all those numbers there, it's probably not worth trying to help out your support Skywrath. So good call by Miro not to make his way over there, but yeah, easy kill. GPK will take him out, and Miro will fall back a little bit with his own Blade Mail picked up, but he has a ways to go before that Radiance will be online.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I feel like this is a classic TI game. Like, there's a lot on the line. This is your 3rd game in the BO3. You're both just playing towards your timings, and then you just take the fight towards each other. Miro is very aggressive here without any backup.
Just gonna say, I mean, he obviously knew that they've been hanging around out here. Perhaps he expected they just fell back for now, but that's gonna be a reincarnation. Now there's TPs there. The response is coming. That's for sure. The ship comes out, Miro. He's taking up, and here's the overpass out. Now Chaos Knight's in trouble. They kind of playing Dinas here. Nightfall. He might fall. Silence is up and eventually gets ticked down. Magnetize helping to do the work. Yotaka
through the gate.
Goes to the twin gate. Oh no, the twin gate TP.
All right, nice
well played by Save. But they got the Chaos Knight, so I think 9pandas is satisfied.
A nice play from Miro. I wasn't sure if he would live through that, but I think the living armor just did so much against both the Kunkka there and the CK hitting him, then the blade mail damage. So yeah, beautiful play from 9pandas.
And now, I suppose this could just be a nice transition into a top lane push, but not for the time being. They're actually just not that interested in going for a tower kill. Instead, they want to farm their own jungle and Earth Spirit. Also with the play mail, that Blade Mail. This is the game of Blade Mails, apparently.
No, I mean, Strength Hero meta with Blade Mails is just so good. And I'm going to get the hearts after. It's honestly the perfect build. He's got the Vessel to get kills. Blade Mail is going to allow him to go in deeper and feel stronger. And then next up, the heart to tank up. Love it. Nightfall mid. Oh, I don't know if I love this one.
That's a dead Earth Spirit. Yeah, so we're talking about that Blade Mail. It's not going to save him there, even with the use of it. And now BetBoom as a team, they're going to go for an easy tower push mid lane. Beastmaster, only level 1 inner beast, but has a Helm of the Dominator. This should be a tower kill.
This is like, honestly, on the 50-minute mark, sometimes you just get caught off guard. It turns into nighttime. There's a siege creep. Do you feed a kill here? And it just gives up the mid-tier 1 tower. And that against a Treant. That's a big kill, Miro.
Miro in trouble again. Reincarnation's still well on cooldown, so that's not going to come to play. Save has to get away as well. Getting fairly low. Skeletons and even the blast getting him extra low, but not low enough. In the end, Miro will be killed. Disruption used to make sure of that. So Save had to play a little careful, but they kill the Wraith King, getting a little too greedy at the bottom.
Yeah. Living Armor is surprisingly annoying with some of these Strength Heroes that also have like a Blade Mail. It took them quite long to really get them killed. So Solo does have a shard. He can be quite annoying now. I do like his skill. They have an aggressive board and they do see Pure. Let's see if he can dodge another gank.
Yeah, Save with that level 4 living armor as you talk about that, or Solo, excuse me, level 4 living armor. So yeah, very potent there. Hard to break through.
Yeah, Ramses is ready. It's kind of like he's playing Alchemist. He's just farming 16, 17 minutes. You know, last game it's the Radiance BKB. This time it's the Mom Echo split BKB. He's ready to play.
He absolutely is. Ramses, he's up the top, hoping that maybe an opportunity comes, but instead he'll take out a creep spawn at 17 minutes. But yeah, now they're going to push as a team here at the top lane is 9pandas. The only one not with them is, not surprising, Wraith King. He is bottom lane, still living down there, but will we see a defense come out?
Yeah, I kind of like that he can just play bottom. You don't want to like over 5-man, but the thing is he does not have a TP, so this is only good if 9pandas do not overplay.
Yotaka, oh, he overplayed. He definitely overplayed right here. The roar immediately and no chance to get out. So they want him to get the tower kill, and Sven barely TP's out in time as well. So right as you're talking about it, the overplay comes out.
Yeah, you definitely got. They are strong. Don't get me wrong, and you know you're forcing all of them there. That's a good play if you don't feed with anyone, and Raytheon gets to push in bottom. But now this one small thing turns it into a disaster.
Because not only is it the hero kill, but it's going to be a top tier 1 kill, and potentially more.
Not just that, if BetBoom get to hold this area, this first Roshan until minute 20, it's gonna be their control.
Well, the living armor making it take a little bit longer, but they will do it. Treant Protector, he's got overgrowth, of course. However, needs plenty of backup. But as you mentioned, Roshan's up. They're going to go right into the Roshan pit, and everyone is up on 9 pandas, but now it's forcing them to make this decision.
They should know that this Rosh is happening, right? You see the trajectory of the courier flying through the ward. Solo is scouting. I mean, you will not have Godstring for like 20 seconds, so you would have to delay. So I like that they're coming over and posturing aggressively. This is good.
Yeah, Wraith King really posturing aggressively. He just charges in. Fairly blind right there, but I suppose luckily for him, or either way, they're not there. BetBoom had already fallen back. Not worth the commitment, so yeah, choosing not to fight this now does BetBoom essentially.
Okay, so it looks like Miero will continue, right, to commit to the Radiance. And Ramses is going crit. I feel like until they get those Blink Daggers, because right now, the way I envision fight, if this Earth Spirit rolls in, he's just feeding. He ain't got no backup. And then when Sven runs in, he gets SD ulted. I think you need a double Blink Dagger to help out Kiyotaka in these fights.
Yeah, Kiyotaka, mentioned the Midas, playing for a little more scaling as the game goes on here, but there you go, the official pick above the Midas. Meanwhile, Chaos Knight, Nightfall, he's working on that Mage Slayer, which is getting close as well. So more progression being made. Sven on the other side, his own Chrysalis is coming, but we're back in the farm meta of this game right now as we're approaching 20 minutes in. But yeah, Roshan's gonna head towards the bottom, of course, at 20 minutes. That's, I'm sure, positioning. In fact, we already see it is starting to happen down here now.
Yeah, you can see that BetBoom are already looking to run down bottom. I mean, 9 pandas probably want to continue to... yeah, their time, they feel a little awkward right now. Until Radiance, Wraith King doesn't feel too strong. I think GPK, he's ready to fight. He would love to squeeze in another level of Torrent, as he only has 2 levels for now.
Uh-oh, 9 pandas might get caught out here, and it looks like it. Bramble Maze catching him initially on the Wraith King. However, Antares is able to save his team. And Ramsey's now running with the God Strength, going for Dark Willow. Dark Willow, Glimmer, Cape though, keeping alive for the time being. Nightfall having to BKB TP in the midst of it. He gets out, saves, also going to TP away, and the rest of BetBoom keeps on running.
Okay, another roll.
What a hit right there on a Kunkka. Gets the signs, blade mails up, but Sven don't care. Shredding right through the Kunkka. GPK's out for 45, and they want more, damn it. Toronto, Tokyo, you're next in line. Ramses, so Kiyotaka with the kill, but either way, it's happening for 9 pandas. And now do they maybe go back for the Roshan?
Well, that looked super awkward. That actually looked good for BetBoom in the start, but they just couldn't kill any of those 2 heroes that they found on their own. Now instead, this might just be 9 pandas Roche. No God Strength, but who cares?
Yeah, it feels pretty free. I mean, Kunkka's different in the 20 seconds, and the positioning, BetBoom has no interest in defending this right now. So, yeah, you look at the top lane, meanwhile, Ancient Black Dragon is up there doing a bit of a creep push. So, 9 pandas will have to address that top lane, but hey, they're going to focus on Roshan first, get the Aegis for Sven, and then feel confident to fight further after that.
Huh, yeah. They're going to have to start using Pure in some of these fights, I think, because he's doing his best carry impression. He is really fat on his beast, but I've not really seen him with his team yet. Love the Aegis on Earth Spirit. Same story as all the other games. Give it to him. It's going to allow him to go in more. Your other cores are going to have BKB. Wraith King already has an Aegis. I love it.
Yeah, so might as well throw it on to him. Logic is certainly there, but yeah, Pure Beastmaster, he is very farmed. Tell him the Overlord to that point. No blink just yet, though. That will be next in line, but he wants to get this pipe. Making a priority to go for the pipe on the Beastmaster.
Okay. Well, I guess like once you get pipe, you kind of neglect or negate a lot of the damage from anyone that isn't Sven. So that will help you a lot. So we have a little bit of a pause going on. Yeah, Ramsey's blink coming up next. Definitely the perfect item.
Yeah, you talk about that. Also noticing Shadow Demon, no shard yet. Of course, he's going to go for it next. He does have the Aether
just
first.
queued it up. Okay, so maybe also like you can just go for Tormentor at this time because, yeah, I can not talk about it enough.
Careful,
the SD shard is so strong. And that too. You know that the only Death Nightfall had last game was from the Tormentor, actually? That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, I'm sure they'll be on point with that. So yeah, exactly. Go for the shard that way as well. Certainly a possibility. But in the tech pause here, wouldn't expect anything less. Game number 3 with so much being on the line. And I mean, I don't know if the panel mentioned it as well, but either way, again, the winner of this, obviously both teams still remaining alive. It's just where you go in the main event. And the winner of this going to the upper bracket, they'll have to play LGD. Obviously a very difficult opponent there. They've looked so impressive in the group stages on the road to TI, but still, you're in the winner bracket. Losing team will have to play Vivid Keys from South America there. So those are the matchups that are set to be.
Yeah, honestly, both those teams looking pretty good. I think even Keat Star is looking better than people expect. LGD are, a scary one. But for now, let's make sure that all the players feel comfortable. Because it's still anyone's game at this point. I'd say 9 Pandas definitely in the driver's seat a little bit. Have Aegis and most of the items they do want.
Yeah, so pretty early on in this one. I mean, it's obviously that last fight went very well for 9 Pandas, getting them the Roshan and everything, but would you say that they're in the lead, or is this still kind of a coin flip for you right now?
I would say that 9 Pandas are slightly in the lead. Like, especially because a lot of the time it just also depends on momentum. They have this Aegis now, they are about to get Radiance, and I've not been very inspired by the last few minutes of BetBoom. I gotta say, like, Nightfall's had this BKB for a long time. They've had Water Park and like all the timings on Pure, and they have not done much with that.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if that mental game's coming into play again, knowing what is on the line here. This being TI after all the road to TI and the pressure, etc. However you want to look at it, but either way, gonna wait for the rejoin here of Ramses, and we'll be good to advance on once the issue is figured out. But yeah, Sven, he is feeling extra powerful right now. You mentioned the Aegis in the hands of Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
He's got the Blade Mail with the Spirit Vessel. So yeah, he's going to work on a BKB himself next too. So no surprise here. A lot of BKBs making an appearance.
I do think from a standpoint where this game like drags out and people get to play like near perfect Dota, this SD is going to be super annoying to deal with the Sven, and I feel like the Water Park kind of deals with the rest while CK gets to hit. It's still very hard to execute, but if this game drags, I will slightly prefer BetBoom. There's Toronto Tokyo reading some notes. Wonder what it says.
All right,
pause very useful, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, taking advantage. Hey, we're gonna pause. Might as well, you know, look at a couple other things here in the meantime. So, all right, here we go. Back into game number 3, though. You mentioned also the Radiance and Wraith King. It feels a little bit, you know, not the best hero until then.
1, 2, 3. He got it.
Okay. Whew. There we go.
He knew. He didn't. He don't need to rush it when you know you're gonna get it. This guy's good. That's why he's a TI winner.
There you go. Toronto Tokyo manages to get it, and that demonic cleanse now on Alliance. Yeah, definitely one of the stronger shards in the game for sure. Earth Spirit, Roar, no.
Can't. I got the ulta from SD, but Roar slightly too long on the wind up there.
Yeah, so Earth Spirit will survive for the time being, and it kind of goes back to the, you know, not going the blink just yet. He is prioritizing it next, but Pure going that pipe.
They were still looking. It was kind of close to being caught out, but at least, okay, top tier 2. Trying to force a bit, but Glyph and Living Armor will delay that for the time being.
Bottom lane pressure. You got, meanwhile, mid lane, Kunkka doing Kunkka things. GPK using the X on himself. Clear on the creep wave. Before going back into the dire jungle there. Meanwhile, Gotaka pushing mid tower with Antares nearby. Got them pinging it out. BetBoom is, but Nightfall the one doing so. Pure teleports in. Trying to get a good angle, but really can't find it. They don't know where everyone else is, so.
Yeah, maybe a bit late on this. I think we're going to have to start dealing with some of the waves. Like bottom is a little bit annoying. In the meantime, for 9 Pandas, top lane is annoying. So I think we'll see both teams perhaps defend their lanes and potentially smoke into each other.
We'll say 9 Pandas definitely has to address this top lane though once again. Beastmaster Furies.
I think that's what BetBoom are banking on. Like this is where you can go for plays. You're like, they're gonna defend top. Someone might TP there. So let's see if 9 Pandas kind of take the bait.
Or just even run up there and they're kind of trying to cut them off, get them a little bit dysfunctional. Miro could be a target. There's the opening initially with the X. The ship as well. Kunkka will be counter jumped in response with the ship. Drink of the rum. For the time being, the Torrent Storm also going around every which way. Reincarnation onto the Wraith King. Got the perk down as well. Kiyotaka, though, the Magnetize in the midst of it. A bit awkward indeed. Who's a better for so far? Fear on the Wraith King. Wraith King will die. Well, maybe not actually. Okay, yeah. He gets away some way, somehow. But now Nightfall trying to run away. Kuka's dead in the midst of it.
They're getting him.
Nightfall's dead. The stun from Sven is too much. Finally, the God Strength going to be used by Ramsey. He's not even activated until just now. But absolutely, it's 9 Pandas with the victory in the fight here. They take out Shadow Demon, and Beastmaster eventually gets run down too. Triple kill for Ramses. You said it. It was kind of a funky, awkward fight.
I mean, that's it's just so deep. Like, when you also think about it, like Earth Spirit and Wraith King, they both have ages. It takes so long to kind of go through them. Ramses didn't even have God Strength until like 20 seconds into the fight because they used it for farming. That's how hard they won this fight. They didn't even need Sven at full power.
Yeah, that's 9 Pandas. Got to feel really, really good after that one. Let's go to the pause there. Up until that fight, it's just, okay, maybe a coin flip. Still not definitely favoring 9 Pandas now. I mean, look at Sven, too. Ramses, 20,000 net worth almost here. Just under 20,000. No one's even close to him now. And yeah, you're right. The fact he didn't even pop God Strength until the fight was essentially already over says something as well.
He didn't need it, and like even killing Wraith King, you just spawn like all these stupid illusions. You have to like hit through his blade mail. That's not the fight they want to take at all.
And now if you're BetBoom, you got to figure out how to really calm this down and start playing a bit of a comeback game. And I mean, I look back at Pure on the Beastmaster, that tool of initiation, the blink, still feels like it's going to be promising. He's trying to farm it right now. About 800 gold saved up, but get in there at least.
Yeah, honestly, it's starting to feel very awkward for them. Like, until he has this blink, I don't think they're gonna want to fight, so it's gonna be like another 1 or 2 minutes of a bit of a stalemate for them. I think 9 Pandas could definitely use that timing. Even GPK, they've done a very good job at kiting the water park. They see it, they just let Wraith King tank it, they dance a bit, 5 seconds later, boom, then the fight starts for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, Kiyotaka, the Aegis reclaimed. As he just continues to farm up in the jungle over here. He's working on his own BKB. Of course, the Octarine car online. We just see the constant rolling boulder. The mobility that he gets with this hero, especially with the Octarine core, is just absurd. Can be anywhere on the map, it feels like, at any time. Tonka trying to build a heart.
The more I see this Wraith King, I feel like this hero is actually very annoying to deal with in this state. Because even if he doesn't have the best laning, there's so much space on this bottom map. He just keeps summoning skeletons. You run into him, he has some stupid Aegis. He buys Aghanims, and then he helps. Yeah, it's just very annoying. Dota is all about options. And when you suddenly remove an option of attacking a hero or a part of the map, his push is very awkward to deal with.
Yeah, that's always been the niche of this hero for all the time with Wraith King. It's a second life, and it's how do you deal with that? And exactly, it's all that last fight. I mean, yes, they blew him up quickly for the first life, but you have to wait for him to actually come back up and then try to kill him again. And that buys so much time for the opposition to then respond, and as they certainly did, and we saw. So, Satanic just finished by Sven meanwhile, so Ramses, why not get bigger and better? He also has a Titan Sliver, so talk about
he is so strong. He also has the Warcry armor. He could even think about buying the Shard later, so it's undispellable to help his team against the SD ult. But honestly, yeah, 9 Pandas, they're playing great, they're moving nicely, they're hardcore in the driver's seat right now.
BetBoom, you need to pull over that vehicle some way, somehow. Ramses pick up the room before sending the illusions out.
I also love the double Lotus Orb on 9 Pandas on both their supports. Put it on Sven. If he gets roared, Beast is gonna fire it back at himself. You can take off the Terrorize Fear against the Brambles, so he doesn't have to BKB early. It's amazing.
Just a lot of armor for them too. I mean, there's a lot of physical damage coming out from the Radiant team, hero like Chaos Knight especially. So why not get a little chunkier when it comes to the armor? Good tool to have there. Wraith King, speaking of good tools, that axe, it's going to be delivered now. So he's going to have his own axe scepter. Ismiro also picks up that wisdom rune. And that's just another annoying ability that BetBoom is going to have to try to deal with in these fights.
I must say that this is some new tech. I was not aware how strong this Wraith King is. After seeing these 2 games, I think it's definitely reaching S tier territory. I have not seen a good answer yet.
Well, Sven starting to march down the mid lane now. Going to kill an illusion at least, but Roshan, 8 seconds on the red timer, so the potential for Roshan's spawn is coming up. It will be to the south eventually here, as we're going to be coming up in daytime in about 30 seconds.
Not the lizard.
Oh, see ya.
Easy 250 for Antares. Also, I mean, Kiyotaka has a BKB. They've got the Ags on Wraith King. Ramses is probably like nearly full slotted. I think they're all super chilling right now. They're so happy with the state of the game.
Yeah, you can see BetBoom is, they understand that they're behind, I'm sure, too. And you know, what's the next obvious point of contention? That Roshan, 2 minutes spawn on Roshan. You also look at that win probability there.
Oh, they see them and they're coming in smoke.
That's Shadow Demon, likely dead.
You cannot do that, my friend.
Gonna find him. What? Chaos Knight is locked down up here just north, so they kill Shadow Demon. Chaos Knight forced to fight by getting the Lotus Orb reflection. He stuns himself, and he's gonna get completely turned on. An immediate smoke. 9Pandas is feeling it.
Oh yeah, I love the back-to-back smoke as well. Like, just keep speeding it up, catch anyone. They're not allowed to be anywhere on this entire map. Beautiful ward catches them out initially. Arcane Rune Earth Spirit. It's time.
Oh, jeez. With an Octarine core, that's absurd.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, this tower, it's going to melt the fortification, but you still have 28 seconds on Chaos Knight. I mean, without CK, you really do not have a lot of threatening damage on the Radiant side.
Did he God Strength in the fight to kill them, or did he use it to farm? I'm a bit surprised they're not getting racks of this, but either way, 9Panda's still incredibly happy with this play. 1 minute for Roche, so let's just use this time, clear the map, keep good positioning. Yep, there's another ward being taken down. Yeah, if they can get the next Roche. Whew, the 9Pandas are cooking.
Yeah, I think he used the God Strength to help him kill that Shadow Demon, maybe expecting a bit more of a fight, but either way, it's going to be back up in about 14 more seconds now. Now, as we see, Roshan still has a little over 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Before making an appearance, but they're going to be camping the area as 9Pandas at least.
I mean, Save is still having a flawless game, 1-0-6 on the Dark Willow, but there's honestly only so much he can do. Like, they cannot contest the second Roche. I think it's impossible.
Not even worth trying.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess then the next best is just push top lane like they're doing and force a response out of 9Pandas.
Yeah, like get as much gold and XP as you can. Like maybe try to set up the map in a way where there's a small chance 9Pandas will react in a bad way and you can capitalize off that. But yeah, contesting this, it's a no-go. You just straight up lose the game.
The immediate spawn is just going to attack, and double damage rune does spawn at the bottom rune, and actually 9Pandas has vision of that area. They know it's there. BetBoom does not. But this will be that Roshan as mentioned. You do see the top lane is taking the pressure. It's going to get a little bit of chip damage into the tower, but no heroes are attacking. It's just really the creep wave, so.
And also, like, Treant kind of, like, removes the fact of where you have to, like, care too much about it. Like, even if this tower takes 99% damage, you will just heal it back to full. Kiyotaka is going to push the wave. Ramses goes mid. They're going to wait for God Strength in, like, 30 seconds. Push in waves and just go smoke.
Yeah, once again, our Spirit, the candidate for that Aegis, as well as the Cheese. Sven, he's just feeling godlike, understandably. You just look at his inventory.
BetBoom are going for their own smoke. Okay, they're really hoping to find someone off guard here.
And desperate times call for desperate plays. Nightfall. Who do they find? They see Skyrath there for a split second. And it's not the prime target, but it's a target. No, the Lotus Orb reaction again. Making it a bit awkward. Mystic Flare put down. They're going to go for Trina as well. Trina will get blown up, but lockdown is pure in the back line. So he gets overgrowth, and now Miro sitting on top of him with Ramses. Ramses wants Nightfall, though. He's trying to find him. Can't find him just yet, but actually looking okay for BetBoom right now. Curse Crown Miro going to be stunned. Pull back with the XL Pure. Finally taking some good damage there from Sven, but Ramses can't finish him. The fear kicks in, and the BKB is worn off. Ramses does have Satanic.
Actually doing okay.
GPK will fall. GPK is going to get run down. The Blade Mill ain't going to save him there. He's out for a minute.
So it's kind of like 2 for 2. I think SD did buyback in this fight as the Treant Protector. But, you know, God Strength is down, so they get to hold a little more. But yeah, that was... I'm starting to... Like, this was the best case scenario fight for BetBoom. They find both supports, and even then, they barely, like, scraped an even fight.
I mean, the fact that Antares was able to even get off the Lotus Orb as he got jumped right there, I think that the big reason. That's why I went not too shabby pure. He has no clue.
Ramses.
I mean,
No
with no
God
God
strength.
strength. Yeah, I don't know if. Yeah, that seems like the smart play there, because with support coming, that would have been very risky.
You just kind of check in, of course. Did get the shard now. I do like it. You kind of want to get that against, SD. Can't really purge it. You help your entire team like so much. Like now they have to work through Warcry, through the Wraith King Axe, the Living Armor as well. Yeah, it's dirty.
Radiant's top tower is under
And Sven will be our first hero to hit level 25 in this game at this rate. He's 24.5 right now, so something else we'll have to consider.
Yeah, he's gonna get so much more damage.
In the meantime, the Tormentor taken by 9 Pandas. It's going to be Skywrath getting his own shard now to work with.
Even more armor. Maybe the one game where the Skywrath shard is gonna have impact. If he gets to like just blow out his ult, get some armor, you know, the shield of the Zion. Not the favorite shard of most people, but he will take it.
Fortification, or more so even the backdoor protection, has kicked in at the top lane, but eventually it's going to be brought down here as Sven Ramses will stick around and do some damage to it. Miro pushing out the mid lane meanwhile, but even going to commit God Strength to get on this top tower kill.
Yeah, might as well. Let's just speed up the game as the Kiyotaka is chilling and / also looking, but they're not biting. I mean, again, how can you attack this Earth Spirit? He has like 3k HP and an Aegis.
Yeah, it's just not a candidate. You have 4k HP even. It's just not somebody you want to be jumping. I mean, the strength meta, as you go back to, though, there really is no prime target. I mean, obviously, maybe like the Skywrath, I suppose, trying to blow, but even we saw with the Lotus Orb reaction, even he took a while to kill off and just wait too much time. So, no easy answer.
The supports are still the best. The cores they're just too tanky. You need to like kill the supports and then try to kite and then refight later. It's a super hard task for BetBoom. Nice roll by Kiyotaka.
Shadow Demon, he ain't gonna stand a chance there. He's out for 75 seconds. No buyback on him. Sven also did just hit level 25, so he does get the God Strength damage. In 20 seconds, he will have another God Strength ready to use. Earth Spirit aggressively rolling bottom. They're hunting. They're looking for Pure. They know he's down here. See him using the Shiva's guard. It's a matter of time before he saw him. Yep, split second. God, just the tracking right there. He's gonna go for the TP play.
Can solo reach him?
Oh,
not quite. I mean, Ramses is already ready in mid. He's gonna start the fight and kill him. All right, easy game.
Well, I mean, okay. Meanwhile, Ramses just soloing the other team's carry. Torrent off the bat, Bedlam's in. Just do what you can to stall as long as possible. It's gonna be about a minute.
3 seconds. So full mana for Kyo Daddy.
Yep.
And cheese.
Why not? There's the reclaim, and yeah, he still has the cheese as mentioned.
In the meantime, Skeleton Man will take second, right? I mean, BetBoom are just not ready to fight. They might have one more fight if they can stall for Nightfall, but I'm not seeing any signs of life.
Yeah, even with Nightfall, it still feels pretty grim, but yeah, you might as well stick it out to the very bitter end if you're BetBoom, of course. But yeah, 9 Pandas, everything to gain right here. Dark Willow, gonna be jumped. Nice Glimmer Cape initially, keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Gonna cue up to Terrorize. He's thinking about it. It's just a matter of when. CK does have buyback now. It's about 10 seconds on Resurrection. It's that awkward spot of do I buy back or not.
Okay, they're holding for now. The big black dragon took the top tier 3 tower. He's chilling. I don't know how much it matters, because if 9 Pandas go attack once more, you're getting megaed. Pure has reached the timing of the game. He has Refresher if he buys the recipe, I think. So maybe this is where it all comes together.
Yeah, still needs a little bit more gold for that. But 5 versus 5, there's the mega creeps. Pull in, try to go for the blow up on Sven. That'd be nice. The Torrent Storm as well. Sven's gonna glow. No, the Satanic kicks in. The God Strength, the War Cry, and it's return damage time. Ramses, he's just going off.
GG.
They tried so hard. They are unable to get too far, and it's BetBoom will be deterred. It's 9 Pandas, 2-1.
They played so well. I love their drafts. I love how they play. Such a deserved victory.
Yeah, fantastic play from them, of course. And how about that? Coming back, obviously game 1 going the way of BetBoom. Looked very impressive in that one. Things changed around. A very even game in game 2, sure, but Nine Pandas eventually coming through. And this one, it really did just feel like Nine Pandas carried that momentum to a victory here in game 3.
I mean, they just play their strategies. You know, they stick to it. Even though in game 1 they lose with it, second game they come back with it, third game as well. They just bring the tempo to you. And if you can't answer it, you cannot beat this team.
Yeah, they look impressive when they're on point like that. And again, what that means for them now, obviously they get to match up in another tough opponent in LGD, but they're going to the winners bracket. So got to be feeling good about that. Congratulations to them. It'll be BetBoom in the lower bracket, having to make a run down there. But Keizu, our time is done as commentary. However, we got Slacks, it sounds like. He's ready for an interview.
Hello, yes, I am here with Nine Pandas. The boys are trying to go in. Go be with your team. Go. Yes, hug them. That's what we want. Yes, good hugging. Welcome. Well, yeah, very good. People are hype here. Well done. Looks like Nine Pandas trying to escape. They're all trying to leave right now. Oh, no, they're all just hugging in the hallway. Screw it. Yeah, let's go. Hello, how we feeling? Oh, yeah, that's good stuff right there. Anybody? Okay, well, no big deal. How we feeling? You good?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah. Any reviews for your opponents there? I know you guys know each other so well. How did they perform? Were you performing as expected?
It was important series for us, but we prepared well from them on the drafts, and yeah.
Where are you guys going? The entire team just ran out of the room as fast as possible. What's up?
We want to eat so much.
We want to eat. Well, you guys just feasted on BetBoom, so congratulations. You must have worked up an appetite. Get out there. Thank you so much. And Nine Pandas is off to get some yummy treats. We got another treat coming up for you. It's the panel. See you guys in a sec.
Surprised Slacks didn't offer them some hot dogs as well, some treats after the LGD interview earlier today. But Nine Pandas running out of there. They're going to be enjoying the rest of the day for themselves, knowing that they're going to be in the upper bracket. They took it all the way to game number 3, and this third game looked fantastic. They couldn't get their hands on the Alk, but it didn't matter in the long run. That offlane Wraith King farmed and had so much impact along with the Sven.
Yeah, he had a lot of impact. Who also had a lot of impact were the supports, I feel like, on the sides of Nine Panda and the itemization that they have made. Like, sometimes you don't necessarily have heroes that bring some things to the table, like purges, dispels, stuff like that. You can itemize for it. You can get 2 glimmers, 2 Lotus Orbs, suddenly put all of that onto Sven. Dark Willow becomes useless.
Was this draft also perfect, leaning into what you were talking about before, Blitz, how they have this conglomerate of both focusing on lanes, but also that later game and team fight ability?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're BetBoom, one thing you really hate is getting outscaled, like just them as a team, because they kind of want the game to come to them. They really don't want to be the ones that have to put pressure and pace and run at the enemy team. And I feel like this was the perfect example of that. I felt like late game they were going to lose, so they had to take fights, and they just weren't incredible at it, and it got really lazy and weird.
I mean, yeah, this
like
is
here.
like the fight that they forced, right? They got a Mage Slayer on the CK, and they got a Pipe on the Beastmaster. Like, they have too many of the same heroes. I feel like Beastmaster, Kanka, they're very similar in what they do in the game, like utility. That's why you see a lot of teams when they draft Kanka, they like to pair him with like a greedier mid hero that does damage and scales much better.
The other thing that we were talking about was this Chaos Knight, this Wraith King. I asked you a little bit before Winter, but the difference between them, why Chaos Knight is always still putting that +1, why Wraith King we might not see there, and you were talking about its farm ability, and if you don't want to go late, like we've talked about from BetBoom, you want to try and force these things, how do you still try and come back in as a Chaos Knight that doesn't farm as well as the Wraith King?
I mean, it's not about the Chaos Knight against the Wraith King in this game, it's more about like the overall composition, you know, like how they're drafting against this trend. Like Nine Pandas, they just really know how to draft, you know, against BetBoom. They were able to ban out their key heroes and just force them into a position where they don't really like, you know. But I feel like BetBoom, the last 2 games, they got really outdrafted by Nine Pandas, and normally it doesn't really happen in this kind of manner. I mean, this is why when we were talking about the series today, I'm very excited to see this inter-regional matchup, because whenever you look at series where both teams, they really understand each other, you're gonna see very, very different kinds of approach in a game.
Well, the way that the groups fell with what opponents were chosen, we're actually seeing 3 Eastern European teams in that upper bracket, Team Spirit, Virtus.pro, and now with Nine Pandas winning this one, that we're going up against LGD there in that 3rd upper bracket series. It does mean that Keedstar Keyed Stars will be going up against BetBoom in the lower bracket, a position that not a lot of teams really want to be in. BetBoom, do you think that they're a team that's going to be able to bounce back and perform well in that lower bracket, Lizard?
I believe that BetBoom have got what it takes to win versus Vivo Keyed Stars. But another one that's really interesting for me is LGD versus 9 Pandas. That one perhaps for me is a bit more of a peculiar series. I wonder, Blitz, what do you think? LGD so far smashing everyone. Are they on some god form, or is it just the opponents?
No, they're really good. They also crushed us in scrims. Like they.
Wait, so who crushed you?
Yeah, we need to know so we know who to put at the top of our...
What's the list?
Shopify, we were like 0-6. Bodied. Like, I wake up in the morning, just get crushed. That was
That's for breakfast.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
My lunch
Brunch?
was quick 2-0 by BetBoom, you know, something light. It's like 20-minute game, 20-minute game.
Nice.
And then for dinner, Xiaowei was just like, that was some of those games where they were really, you know, it's like, what do I... You know that meme and like
it's not heavy.
It's like it's time
dinner,
to learn Chinese, buddy. I'm like, I gotta switch regions. I gotta learn from this guy. Like, I gotta get out of here. Like, we are trash. Like, Europe is being taken over. It was sad. So those 3 teams are the ones that just absolutely worked us like nonstop.
Yeah, you're like there might be 5 Western European teams, but none of them are getting through. You know, these other teams are just absolutely.
That's why I was kind of surprised that Shopify and BetBoom didn't do better, because I was like, man, we must be trash. But then LGD's doing it, so I mean, I think they're onto some stuff. I think it's really cool to see. I feel like Xiaowei is really cooking. Their team is just, it's phenomenal. It really is. Can't say enough good things about them.
Well, maybe you can give us some more good things about Tundra, because as we look at our schedule, they are going to be the next best of 3 for us. We've already had that LGD Keyed Stars. We just saw BetBoom 9 Pandas go to 3 games. Tundra and Nouns will be our next best of 3, and leaving Entity and Azure Ray as the last 2 teams to round out our day in a little bit. So Tundra, Nouns, let's talk about it, because I know that you guys have versed Tundra time and time again for Liquid. You had all DPC, you've had a bunch of majors, Dream League as well here and there. So were they also bodying you in scrims? Did you get to scrim them?
I don't think so. I feel like they claim that their schedule was filled up, even though we tried to book with them like 2.5 months in advance.
2.5?
The schedule just didn't make sense. So, and then we tried to scrim them here, and they said like it just can't it can't work out. I feel like they put some weird restrictions. It's like, yeah, we can scrim when it's like 7 a.m. if you guys are. It's like, no.
Have you
like, well, that's on you guys.
Because you guys were here, right? Were Tundra also on?
Yeah, they were also on the West Coast. I believe they were in Seattle, so there was a lot of opportunities for us to play them, and it just didn't shake out. But I mean, I think they're truly an incredible team. I know a lot of people say that they're boring, snooze team. I hear all these like allegations, and it's absolutely true. No, I'm just, no, I mean they're good. They win a lot. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Everyone kind of wants to hate on winners. Sometimes you want something a little bit fresh, but Skinner is very used to winning, and we have some more information about his journey and him as a pro player.
This DPC, we managed to qualify to the first major in Lima. We didn't really do very good in there, and I kind of self-reflected afterwards, and I realized I have become complacent after winning TI, and I didn't have as much of a drive, and at least didn't realize that I'm not putting as much effort as I did before. So that tournament personally woke me up, and I try to do better again. At the same time, we kind of had a meeting after the whole TI run that, at the end of the day, we all want to do this thing, and we want to make sure that we are going to put as much effort as we did all the other previous years. Because we haven't really won anything big. We are still trying our best and, trying to be proud of the work we are putting in. We like to tell ourselves we are the hardest working team. That itself gives you a confidence that you can proudly say that. And that's kind of one of the fundamentals we always had. Dora, at the end of the day, is obviously all about mechanical skill. But on top of that, you need to be very easy human to work with. I think not only in Dora, just in every team environment, you just need to be able to compromise, and you need to be very understanding and have a lot of patience. When I was younger, I didn't really understand this part. And so yeah, that at least would be a biggest advice that I would give to myself, to just be more patient and be more understanding.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is MLP Dota and Jonix Fire joining you for our next series with Nouns up against Tundra. Jonathan, welcome back. So what an exciting series we have coming right up. But before all that, how the hell are you doing?
Doing great. We've had some great series here on our last day for the road to the international, for the group stage at the very least. And this matchup of Tundra versus Nouns should be a fun one. You know, Nouns punching above their weight class. I think, you and I casted NA for most of the year. We haven't had the best results coming out of NA. And, well, they make it out of groups. They look pretty decent. They didn't have to play tiebreakers up against Tundra. This is going to be a tough team. This is a team that has looked revitalized with their roster changes. So I'm keen to see what Nouns can bring to the table. It does feel like it's almost like a David and Goliath kind of scenario here, but Nouns is the kind of team that can pull it off.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They are up against a TI11 champion, so it's going to be the hardest matchup potentially that they have here for Nouns, but if they could pull off the victory, it'd be absolutely amazing for their side of things, starting off in the upper bracket. But again, it's Tundra. We know they're the favorites in all this, and I believe in the group stage, they only dropped one single game, so it's going to be a very, very tough matchup for Nouns, but already starting off with that signature AA pick for our POS5 Yamsun. It's a hero we've been seeing Nouns pick up a hell of a lot as of late, and it does really play into the global style of strat that they like. I mean, we've seen a lot of AA Primal Beast, a lot of AA Spirit Breaker. So they're just going to go right back for that POS5 comfort.
I like it. I think if they can get away with maybe trying to go for their Skyrash Mage on top, they don't quite have that Primal Beast on hand, to kind of play off of that single target control to kind of just gank with your Sky if they do draft that in. But it's all about the minus magic resist, right? It's magic amping. You can kind of take a mid laner that plays off the back of that. I love this response out from Tundra, straight into the Earth Spirit, something that can rip into the back line. AA can't really stop an Earth Spirit in any sense. The Ice Blast is always annoying for any hero, but you have no way of hard stunning already from one of your supports. So that puts a big burden onto your next support pickup here for Nouns to kind of try to counteract that. And I guess Skyrat could do that. It's also at risk of just getting run down if Thompson manages to find an angle to finagle himself in. So we'll see. I think there's still an avenue here for Nouns to fall back into that ridiculous support duo if their core lineup is correct for it, if they manage to get enough control elsewhere to disrupt this Earth Spirit. But already, Tundra, this opener is really safe. We've seen a lot of Earth Spirit wreck face. We saw it in the last series just now. And it just doesn't care about Ancient Evocation. Straight into the Phoenix as well. So already, one support's not going to be able to right-click it down. If they do go for that magical focus on the side of Nouns, that tends to not have the highest right-click speed as well. So that Phoenix Egg is going to be effective if Nouns does decide to double down on, say, an AA support with, say, a Zeus or Lina mid for Gunner, anything along those lines.
Yeah. Going back to your point about the Earth Spirit as well, John, I feel like you missed the most absolute important part of the analysis of the Earth Spirit. It's Joel's favorite hero, Jonathan. Obviously loves the spinning heroes, and Joel's very happy to see the first pick Earth Spirit being picked up here by Tundra.
Yeah, it fits perfectly. It's going to be Earth Spirit mid. That's right by the river. Yep. There are lots of rocks in the river, so there you go. Joel fans, spin away. Those fishes will spin right by, and he spins as well. Maybe we're never going to see the Earth Spirit spin in place anymore, unfortunately, or fortunately enough.
You never know.
Maybe there's another way to break that. I don't know. Beta game does happen.
I'm convinced it's a new Earth Spirit nerf. I think it's a shadow nerf from Ice Frog. Just once in a while, we'll just make him spin on the spot. He just gets deleted from the game. That's how we'll do it. Naga Siren is the pickup here from Nouns. So another K1 special. We've seen the Naga Siren being picked up quite often here from Nouns, and a bit of comfort here for K1, so you can't quite blame them for going back to that. Obviously, the Naga has been somewhat meta as well in this current meta, so why the hell not?
Yeah, I like the way for Axe with the AA as well. I think in lane, again, if you can get the value point and end snare, you feel pretty damn good in that lane. You just have an easy hold. Although, to be fair, when I think about Hector's Naga, like any other Naga player, he always goes like 4-0-4. So he's not going to be looking for the farm. He's going to be looking for the farm, not looking for the fights. The Clockwork pickup is one way to kind of hold back the Earth Spirit. You can kind of jump onto him. You can prevent him from rolling away. It's not the hardest lockdown. And it doesn't really deal with the Egg. That's the one thing. To an extent, I suppose the Naga can somewhat deal with Egg, but maybe it's just not going to be a concern. They're just going to try to split up farm. You do have some really good jump for the back line here from the side of Nouns. So we're seeing a little bit of that a pseudo global long range initiation with Ice Blast and Hookshot. So if there are squishier targets, say the Phoenix, you could probably stop with Hookshot, Cogs, and the Battery Assault. You can kind of look for that pick-off potential here. There's also the one awkward thing with picking Phoenix into AA in that if you are caught in the Ice Blast, the regen factor of Sunray is really not going to be a big factor here. So I'm keen to see which route Tundra is going to take to kind of enable this Phoenix to have a lot more impact. Maybe something to tie in with egg control, something from the offlane to just give them a hard stun to follow into the egg, perhaps. And maybe something to deal with Naga illusions as well. There's the solution for the Naga. Sven does come true. We've seen a lot of Sven today. And this hero just does a ton of work. It's also really annoying for a Naga with all the armor on hand, along with the Doom on hand as well. So that should be your off-lane pickup, which does, again, fairly decently against a Naga, depending, I suppose, on how you really try to work that lane. I don't mind this too much. I think the single target control is great. It's really durable from Tundra, which works both ways, right? Like, you've got high HP heroes that really benefit from the Sunray. At the same time, if you are somehow all caught in the Ice Blast, that kind of goes out the window. So both sides kind of have a way of playing into each other here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It is really going to be a matter of how the hell do you kill these heroes on the side of Tundra. They'll see what Nouns do pick up for their fourth pick here. 2 calls left to go. Of course, they do need an offlane and a mid pick for Gunnar. Do they have the Primal Beast? No, they don't. They don't have the Spirit Breaker either. So what do you really want to see for Moo in the offlane? Because the games we've casted from Nouns, Moo's really popped off practically every single time they've won.
I was going to say Witch Doctor.
There it is.
It's pure damage.
You did call this.
Maledict.
You did call this the other day. You said you wanted to see it. I said you're crazy. Here it is, Jonathan. Well done.
It's still strong. Even post-nerf, this hero still does a lot. And I was like, when the nerfs first came out, because I played this damn thing so much pre-nerf on the new patch, and we saw Moo play this even before, we hit that new patch as well on Tour 3. It does a lot of work. It's a great solution to kind of eat through the Sven. You've got decent healing to play with. Your lane would say Clockwork 4 is pretty damn good. I think Nouns does have a lot of regression that can come out there. And it's just more DOT that kind of stacks on really nicely with the Ice Blast. Yeah. So if you get a good Maledict, you get your Ags timing here, you get your Shard, it can wreck face. And Moo is that kind of player who does like to wreck face. Mind you, depending on the state of the game, we have seen Moo eat a ton of space to get to that point. But the Witch Doctor does play pretty up-tempo. So I can see him playing a little bit more active in comparison to before. He is going to be maybe going around as a trio with him and Lelis and Yamson just looking for these plays. Clockwork, the Witch Doctor doesn't need too much. Mind you, his downtime is a lot longer. That cooldown on level 1 Death Ward is pretty slow. So that does give a little bit more breathing room for Tundra to lay off from these ganks. And that could be something that just allows them to kind of maintain tempo a lot better than, say, pre-nerf Witch Doctor, which would have been obnoxious.
It's also a very long, very strong laning duo, right? With the Clockwork, like Battery Assault plus Cogs plus Maledict, and someone's almost guaranteed to die in the safe lane of Tundra if they're not too careful. Mind you, you do have a Pos 5 Phoenix, but Icarus Life can be a little bit funny against Battery Assault. So we'll see if they can pull off the lane shenanigans here from Nouns' end on the off lane. Obviously, I'm very happy to see the off-lane Witch Doctor, but whether it's actually going to work out or not, we saw it a lot in NADPC, but this is TI, a road to TI rather, so you can't say it's good yet. We've got to see this NA tech work against Tundra.
I think I'm more curious about how Moo levels up. I think you mentioned this last time we were talking about Witch Doctor. He did go for like a 1-3-1 build, maxing out the heal and trying to harass out and win trades that way. I think it definitely defaults more into Maledict nowadays, just because you're playing off your ult, even post-nerf. That's where the hero still really shines. So I'm keen to see what adjustments Moo will make here. We are still seeing pretty much mid-bans, Dazzle and Necrophos. Wondering what the pickup will be for Gunnar. Does still have a couple of options. There's, I suppose, a Shaker mid that can come out. He has his TA, but not completely sure about the matchup versus the Earth Spirit. Sounds decent, but it can be a little bit slower, especially when you're sharing the map with Hector, who tends to eat a lot of space out. They ban out the Monkey King along with the Zeus. So Nouns are going to have to show their hand first. They go to Shaker. It was left in the pool. Pick it up. Matchup against Earth Spirit's not too bad. Gunnar's smiling. See, that's the one thing. When we see these drafts and Gunnar gets a hero and he smiles, it usually means good things for Nouns.
Yeah, but
Mostly.
then again, John, when Thompson just has a straight face, that means usually pretty damn good things for Tundra. So it's kind of hard to know. You know, Thompson doesn't need to change his face to indicate he's going to have a good game, John. We'll see what Tundra want to pick up for their final pick here. Still requiring, well, I say still requiring, they have a mid-Earth Spirit, of course, but it could still be flexed here for 9 if they so wish. We shall see what Tundra do exactly. I don't necessarily think you want to run Earth Spirit mid against Earth Shaker. Any melee against Earth Shaker mid is not very fun.
What's left in the pool? You could be extra annoying. You could try Clinks, but there are some decent targets to snipe in the back. You can hunt in the jungle. They go with Weaver instead, which is very different. I don't think I was expecting that coming out at all. Rather interesting way of going about it. That is the 9 support Weaver. Okay. So you do have a way of saving. You've got some decent minus armor. It's a little bit harder to pin down the Weaver. Again, going back to that point with these supports, you don't have the hardest lockdown. Basically, you're kind of waiting on either Gunner to get ready, get a good fissure and his combination off, or Hector getting a value point and end snare early, which you, again, don't really see on the Naga Sirens. So 9 should have a really good time trading. I think the side of Tundra does have a lot of early play. If Thompson can kick things into gear, he can connect to these other lanes. He can play pretty aggressively. He is most of the control in these rotations, right? Like your support duo of Tundra as well also severely lacks control, but Earth Spirit has that in spades. So this should be an interesting one to watch. I think both sides have some pretty good tempo. They've got cores that, safe lane cores that do want to build up a little bit more. Off lane cores that can build up. I think the Doom will definitely lean into farming a little bit more than I'd expect the Witch Doctor to, but, you know, watching Mood these past few days, he has been eating up a lot of farm. So I'm, again, keen on seeing what kind of tempo Nouns will want to bring out and how much Tundra can do with the tops and Earth Spirit. Not that I'm doubting it. I'm just very curious as to how well the tempo will come out when you're trying to connect with a Doom or a Sven in their lanes.
I'm sure Thompson's still going to have a great game on Earth Spirit. I've watched this man play this hero so many damn times, and I'd say he is one of the better mid-Earth Spirits we get to see. So we'll have to wait and see. Game 1 is about to get underway. John, I'll ask you the difficult question. Did you have a preference in draft? Just forget about the teams. Tell me which draft's better in your opinion.
I would honestly lean towards Nouns. But that's probably me just liking Witch Doctor Ags in this game.
Yeah.
No, legitimately, Witch Doctor Ags can wreck face here, especially if you manage to get a good Maledict. It just feels really nice. You don't have the best stuns outside of like Earth Spirit, but once you have a BKB on Witch Doctor, I don't think that's a major issue. So it's really down to Moo, how his timing goes with BKB Ags plus Shard. If the Witch Doctor goes pretty well in lane, I think that tempo can be really scary because you don't have anything to pierce through debuff immunity here to stop that ultimate. If it goes off, you are going to have a pretty rough time of it unless you really want to expend like 33's Doom on a Witch Doctor in the back.
Well, game 1 is officially underway, so we'll get into it here. See, both teams already smoked up, rushing towards the mid lane to get some warding down. See, 9 on this Weaver. Like obviously the Weaver has made a reappearance as far as this meta goes, and does feel very nice in this game as well. Like it's a very slippery hero, very hard to catch in a game like this. See, the minus armor going to play very, very well with the Sven, and as well as that, just laning stage, like against the position 5 AA, the Weaver just doesn't care. It's a very easy support Weaver game by the looks of it here for 9, and I'm sure he's going to have a very good time himself. Right now, Nouns look like they're just going to sit by the tier 1 mid tower and just relax, not get too deep right now against Tundra, just never knowing where they are. But they might fight for this bottom bounty. K1's going to show on the river. Lelis, he's moving. He's going to be very careful here. Skitter's waiting on the high ground. Thompson will get some vision down. The Naga illusions will come in and scout out. And it seems like Nouns, they will eventually just retreat up to the top side, though Lelis is still hanging around just a little bit, but shouldn't be dying here. Should be just fine. In fact, Nouns get away with 3.
A nice little bonus coming out for Nouns. Every little bit can help. It does feel like you don't really want to fight into the big clump up level 1 for Tundra. I think Nouns running into a Witch Doctor, I suppose, is always just a little bit annoying, and a Shaker. Although Gunner will always have Enchant. So you're not having to worry about Fissure, but it can still be annoying if that opportunity presents itself for the mid. It's not the most painful thing to invest in Fissure for first blood. Still, looking at the lanes breakout here, Mike, we do have Moo again on that offlane Witch Doctor, along with Lelis with a Clockwork, up against Skitter and Snaking on that Sven and Phoenix. And this lane, there is a lot of trading back and forth. I think this lane really kicks into gear for now. It's by level 2, level 3. When you've got the Cask Maledict, you can start to play a little bit more aggressive. It's a little bit harder for Lelis to try to gap close and be annoying early on. I mean, you are susceptible to a lot, especially that Fire Spirits coming out from Snaking. It does make it very hard to trade for any hero. Skitter should be relatively free to farm until the levels start to scale up. Even then, I don't see the Sven being completely shoved out unless he's severely out of position, which you shouldn't really expect in this lane. So it could just end up being a very static farming lane down bot.
Certainly could be. Of course, mid lane, you are looking at Gunnar versus Jolson. Right now, it seems like Gunnar having a pretty damn good time as expected here, Jonathan. Of course, Enchant Totem makes it very hard. Did you finally get what I said, Jonathan? It took you a while, a bit of lag on your end, is there?
I didn't know whether to giggle or not at it. Very good choice, though.
It's a dad joke, John, I suppose, pretty cringe. Anyway, top lane as well. K1 and Yamson against 9 and 33. Going very well for 33 right now, which is to be expected on the Doom.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty safe lane. You just kind of build up on that Doom. You're not going to get harassed out. Again, there's some aggression that can come out with AAA on Naga, but what we've seen from Hector, he doesn't go for that value point in the end snare. So it's just going to be mainly a farming lane, and you're not going to really get too much aggression. You're happy on the Naga to farm. You're also happy on the Doom. I think the big thing for now is just trying to leverage that farm potential of Hector into the jungle. So we'll see if they can maybe get some room to stack up in Yamson. That is one way to really accelerate Hector's timings here.
Certainly is. So I keep looking back at that mid lane. Like it's such a rough time. Every time you step up to the Earthshaker, it's such a painful experience. He's gonna pull the wave away and secure his water rune. So will Topson. And Topson obviously much preferring to just farm by his tier 1 tower, but Gunnar gonna make it very hard by holding the creep equilibrium by his own tier 1 tower now, making it kind of impossible for him to farm safely. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a bit of aggression coming out. Skitter try and force Lelis away from snaking and does do so successfully. Look at the creep wave mid lane on Gunnar. Like, there's a full rating creep wave coming in very, very soon, and again, he's made it very hard by stacking a double creep wave here for Topson, so the farm is going to be very challenging again. And Gunnar, he might just do it again as well. Hold it by the tier 1. He won't actually. He will bring it behind the tier 1 tower rather, or just within attack range, I should say. So it's tough times right now for the Earth Spirit at least.
Yeah, that's just how in mid matchups that are melee up against Earthshaker tends to go. You don't have too much trade potential with the spam ability of Enchant. Control, it's also not too bad.
Cold Feet, 9. He's going to cop it in K1. Able to secure first blood of Naga Siren. That's a pretty damn important pickup and a very nice pickup from K1. Going for the early point and ensnare up against the Weaver. You see, it pays off very quickly.
I like that change up. And again, last time we saw Hector play this with the exact same lane partner, he didn't bother. He sees that opportunity now. The Weaver's still very squishy early on. You don't have to worry about time lapse or any shenanigans like that. So you have a really easy time just bullying out that kill. That does give an opportunity for 9 to top up the bottle of Topson. So he's going to be able to sustain in mid, but already good start for now. And so Hector not farming as well as Skitter is in the lane, but that kill should give him a little bit of a boost.
Yamson, I mean, he's got a Fairy Fire up, 33, going a little bit far, does have a Lotus, so he's going to be okay. Meanwhile, Yamson actually still taking damage, and with the Blood Grenade, he is down. 9 will be able to get some revenge on the Weaver. 33 really playing on the edge, but that's what this man does best.
Yeah, just trying to push that limit, and does get some good punishment out. Not the biggest kill on the support AA, so you wouldn't mind too much here on the side of Nouns, but still a bit of a boon. You know, you're not really wanting to play too aggressive on the Doom. You get a freebie kill. You've got your Vanguard up now as well, so you can just regen through that harassment earlier on, and you can start to play that farm game in a pretty good position. I think outside of the mid lane, every lane has looked a lot better for Tundra so far. That bot lane for Moo, not the most aggressive. He has decided again to go back into the usual build we'd see him do in the NADPC. going for 2 points in the cask and 2 in Voodoo. So no Maledict, no kill threat. Just going to be focusing on just harassment farming a bit.
Snaking does get caught. Does have Icarus Dive available though, but won't use it while the battery shot's going. In fact, Moo's going to move in. There's your Icarus Dive out. The cask did actually follow Snaking, but he is going to be fine. Speaking of this bottom lane, by the way, Moo doesn't actually end up getting any points in Melodic this time around. The Witch Doctor, he actually... do you agree with that? You like the Voodoo Restoration build, or is it just farming build?
I was just mentioning it a while ago. I think it's good for just holding the lane. It does give out that early kill threat without the Maledict, so you're stuck playing a little bit more passive on levels, just trying to shove them away, but not looking at the big cogs, not looking to hold them in for a lot more on the cask. That cuts off some of that early tempo you'd want to see from Moo. It does provide you a little bit more presence in teamfights to stand out.
Still chasing for this power rune. Echo Slam committed, but 9, he does take the Arcane rune for himself. Lelis in the meantime will cogs up 9, so he does get left behind, but Snaking's going to show up now, and Gunnar, he's the one going down. He does at least take 9 with him. But it's still not the best of trades here for Nouns, as Thompson, I'm sure, will be very happy with the space made as bottom lane. Well, Skidder going down, that's a huge deal for Nouns. They find the Sven while he was alone, and Nouns, they do capitalize immediately.
It's a decent enough trade, 2 for 1, but losing Gunnar does put a little bit of in the spanner of the works. You can kind of shove in mid a little bit more. You've got a little bit of room for Thompson to farm on.
33, slowed up, body blocked up as well. Cold Feet will freeze, and 33. Well, we can't really do too much about this. Lelis will just slowly chip away in K1, able to find, or rather a split anyway. Nobody found the kill, just goes 3 ways. But a very good kill there onto the 2.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you need to keep doing, right? Like the lane is just devolving into a farm lane. Kind of need to shove the Doom away a little bit, give it a little bit more for Hector to play with. He does have his Manta, his Yasha almost done at the very least, just lacking the recipe left. And they're making great use of the early aggression that these 2 supports can provide on Nouns. Like Clockwork and AA can connect pretty nicely with decent enough front line. They are also starting to get levels.
Moo just backing off at the perfect moment there, bottom lane, as Thompson had rotated on the Earth Spirit, but just could not catch the Witch Doctor. Lelis now going to get rolled on, or rather Kana will. Thompson, he'll kick him away. Lelis, though, going to chase him down, and now with the Fisher, Thompson gets locked in, but Lelis gets left behind as Gunnar. He doesn't want to fight anymore. Thompson, maybe he's still in danger, but Gunnar, he cannot hit it with all these Fire Spirit slows. And now Thompson, he wants more. Gunnar getting caught out. The Sun Ray will slowly burn him down as Thompson is just refreshing the Magnetize, and Gunnar eventually should die, as he will try to take Snaking, but it will not be enough. Snaking will secure, and Thompson, he will survive through everything.
Yeah, that's just really aggressive from Nouns. Lulla's playing so far forward. And I think Gunnar had the right idea. That's not a kill that's really easy to find, especially with the backup they had on the side of Tundra, with Snaking just hanging around the area. So a pretty big loss for Nouns, and dropping those 2 kills opens up the sidelines as well for a little bit more for Tundra to play with. You are reaching the point where Hector can be left alone, so these support plays can happen across the map, but that does mean that you're also allowing 33 to just play his game on the Doom. And with a Midas up, with a full Arcane up, can start to do more. And you are also, again, just starting to clear out on the Sven. And no Mask of Madness yet, but already digging into that jungle, so a little bit of a mirror for both cores on the safe lane here. It is a lot easier for the Naga in clearing out multiple camps though, so that is one advantage for Nouns. Moo does have his Death Ward ready and waiting. He just needs a connection. I think right now the best here to play with is actually this Witch Doctor, even without Maledict. Moo?
He's right by Snaking. Obviously does not want to go for the Phoenix. Does get the Tier 1 tower, but gets doomed up, and 33, he'll drag him right back with the Hurricane, so that should be an easy death onto Moo. He'll give his life away to secure the Tier 1 bottom tower. Still a very nice pickup for Tundra though, as it seems like 33 already looking to rotate through the Twin Gate up towards the north side of the map.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But I guess you trade your life for a Tier 1. It's not the best trade for Moo, but he takes.
It's 2 big ults as well. That's Doom down, that's Egg down. You know that they're not going to be forcing any big reaction to your movements now on Nouns, so you can afford to try to play this pickoff game. You do have the Blast ready to go from Yamson. Again, the Death Ward's just waiting to go from Moo, so you can start to make some connections without worrying about his ults.
Nice pass going to fly in. It does land, and with the Death Ward, Thompson, he's going to try to roll away, but will still go down. Great rotation from Moo. And this is why they always go for this AA, a first pick on the side of nouns. Like, they really abuse this Ice Blast timing on Yamsun, and already it starts to pay off.
And again, this is just a little bit of consequence of popping those ults for the Witch Doctor. You're not able to respond, you're not able to threaten back, get some area control back with a Supernova. You do have enough stuns to chain onto multiple heroes to connect that blast as well, with a decent Cask and decent Fisher coming out from Gunner, and they get the room to shove in. With the max out Voodoo Restoration, you can just tank through those tier 1 tower hits, apply a lot more damage than you'd want to have at this moment early on. And they're not scared of being shoved out. Again, there's nothing to worry about. There's no Doom, there's no Egg. You know that the Weaver isn't going to be that much of a threat with your chain lockdown, and you just get a freebie off the back of that. Again, a consequence of just that gank down bot.
And then Nouns are doing an absolutely fantastic job here with that mid-tier 1 tower being taken. Now they can open up the map and start rotating for some more kills, and that's exactly what they're doing. Skidder, I mean, at least he takes the Ancient stacks away. Meanwhile, 33 top lane is kind of being stalked by Gunner. You do have 9 around, but it's not really too much he can do as a Weaver to help out. 9, in fact, is the one to get caught out here by Gunner. The Ice Blast will go right through the Weaver, but that's going to be enough. 9 is down. Very nice cogs pushback from Lelis, or rather block off, and Nouns, they will catch another.
Yeah, great little pushback. Good game sense coming out from Lelis to cut off that path. They did have a ward peering into that area just a little bit, so they had a little bit of a rough idea as where that would happen. Overall, rather even the kill board. Again, the big advantage right now for Nouns is this split farm that Hector is having a fantastic time with. As a Naga, it just goes a lot faster than the Sven without stacks. That is something that Naga can excel at. Manta not too far off. You've already got the ultimate orb up and running as well. For Tundra right now, you are just waiting to maybe find an angle back in with Doom up. 33 is going for the Midas, so they are looking for that slower game. Lelis, a bit far forward.
He's okay. Not too afraid of 9 on the Weaver. Does have the hookshot as well if he needs to get away. 9 continues to chip away and keep the info up on Lelis, but they actually just leave him alone. Instead, down towards the south, Moo is going to show up, and Skidder saw him there for a moment. He'll try for a TP out, but it's too late. He does get caught, and he will go down. Another great kill here for Tundra, and it's off the back of that ward on the high ground of the Twin Gates. It barely caught him, and that was more than enough for Tundra to move in.
And that's one thing with Tundra right now. Their vision game is very nice for this kind of aggression. They've got good forward wards up top. They can kind of watch that movement, try to hunt down Hector. They get a good scan here on the Dire side to see that movement through the gate. So you're not going to be able to catch too much. They've got the defensive ward in their cliff area on the forward part of that top jungle anyway. You do have Gunner kind of hanging in the wings. He does have that full blink ready with the Echo ready to go. Just needs a good initiation, but doesn't look like they're forcing it too hard in Tundra. So it's back to farm. That kill on Moo stalls out his Midas. And that kind of hurts for the Witch Doctor. Again, you're gunning for BKB Ags timing here, maybe a blink for Moo if he feels the need of following up to Gunner's movement here, which can be really nice in a big Echo Slam setup. So that is one thing that they can kind of look for here on the side of Nouns. But playing a farm game into Doom and a Sven can be a little bit scary. You're also at the point where Thompson, he's also going for the Midas. Everyone's looking to scale on Tundra. So this delayed timing for Nouns, going for this max Voodoo Restoration farm build, can hurt.
Yeah, and speaking of Thompson, hookshot away from Lelis. He's still chasing down the clock, and with the refresh and the magnetize, perhaps Lelis will die, but now Thompson, he's the one in danger as K1 has rotated. They do find the clockwork, but K1 is not allowing Thompson to roll away, so K1, oh, he cannot secure Thompson. He's still alive. Still running towards the Twin Gate. We'll try for the TP away, but the fish is in from Gunner. Nice rotation. Thompson, though, still on the run, looking to get away. They will get a bit of vision with the Ice Vortex, but it's not going to be enough. Somehow the Earth Spirit will make his exit.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, just jolts out of there, Mike.
He certainly does. He certainly does.
Surprised you didn't latch on to that one. You know, your dad joke slam.
Slam committed. Moo going to be able to pick up 9 on the Weaver. So they do get another support Weaver kill. Not the biggest deal in the world, but now they certainly just want to be as aggressive as humanly possible. And for now, they're doing a decent job of it. I mean, Tundra, they are still 1K in the lead, but it feels like a very even game between these two teams.
That it is. I think the one thing that kind of was unfortunate for now. It's in the last fight when they were ganking up Thompson. Ice Blast didn't clip. He was right outside of that range. Near melee range, Ice Blast, very hard to land. So miss out on that opportunity. They will smoke up. No slam, but Ice Blast is back up along with a hook shot here.
They can just lock down 33, and it seems like they should be able to. As 33, he reveals himself on the creep wave. Ice Blast, of course, will land perfectly. Hookshot will not. 33, he's gonna hurricane towards the west, try to run south, but it's not gonna be enough. Lelis catches him with the battery assault. That'll be another big pickoff coming out for Nouns. Now, Lelis, looking back at his clockwork, he's almost at his Ags now. He's not too far off. He just needs the point booster.
Yeah, that's going to be massive. That overclock can come in clutch for additional control, trying to get a good position, maybe trying to block off Thompson as well, trying to catch out this Earth Spirit when they try to gank him up. You're also working yourself onto Moo with a blink. So he is prioritizing just aggression with his heal forward. He has the value point in Maldic. This is when Noun starts to really kick into gear with all of this initiation coming through. I think Tundra's done a great job of just trying to farm up. Like Skitter's building up nicely. You've got 33 farming up, although as a Doom, he's doing decently enough right behind Hector's farm. But this Naga has so much room. Like that is, again, one thing that Hector has shown time and time and again. When you give him one of these illusion heroes, he can play the first 20 minutes just fine. Even if you gank him once or twice, it's not going to matter. He'll always have map space, and Nouns will always ensure that this guy will just have the farm to come in by 25 minutes in.
Good positioning by Lelis. He'll break the smoke here and save K1. Lelis, he does get picked off eventually, but K1, he pops a song, giving time for Lelis to walk away. So now Thompson, he'll get locked down by the ensnare, but Lelis, no, he's still going to die. The Magnetizer got refreshed, and it's just enough. Right on the edge, before the song connected on the Earth Spirit, he got one extra boulder down, and it proved to barely be enough.
That does remove the save of Nouns with Song being popped. So if they did want to try to pressure the Naga, they'd have a cleaner angle. They don't commit too much there on the side of Tundra. Still a little bit of a farming game. You know, Nouns are the ones kind of trying to position as a team, whereas Tundra's the one working the map much more with the position of 33 and the position of Skitter right now, just focusing on that build-up. The side of Nouns, they've got that blink up on Moo. I think this is the go time.
Yam's not going to be chased. Stormhammer will land. Gunner, he'll help out with a Fisher, and that might actually be enough to save the life of Yamson, as now they want the fight. They found Skitter. They've got the Sven locked down, and Skitter is down. Skitter is gone. Beautiful initiation from Lelis. 33, going to be scouted out here by the clock. Hands up, waves him goodbye. But will not chase him down too much further, though I say that Gunner, he's on the cliff. That's not where he wanted to be, I don't think. 33 will be able to get away for now. Jumping back in on K1. Who does he actually doom up? Did he just doom an illusion? I think he may have. Onto the Phoenix, the egg will get bursted down, and now Thompson and Nine have been left behind. Thompson's still trying to kill off Yamsun, but he just goes down. Nine, the only survivor on the Weaver, trying to run, but Gunner lands the Fisher. K1, he just wants a bit of vision, but won't be able to get it. And Ensnare, it was on cooldown anyway. But Nouns, they'll get away with 4 kills for the price of 0.
That's massive. Like Skitter being so far forward, trying to get this seemingly easy kill on Yamson across the river. A little bit of an overextension coming out from Sven. Again, that was Moo with the blink reveal. Mansion get that good angle in to get the follow-up, and they just get that blast on. And the cleanup afterwards, again, it's just really fragmented coming out from Tundra. The egg, without the protection of the fire spirits, still relatively easy to handle at the level 1 egg. And it just kind of falls apart. Like this, they didn't manage to get a full retreat cleanly enough here from Tundra. And the punishment from Nouns is severe. Just all this area control, all these area stuns just shines a lot better than Tundra, which again, they're focusing on most of their control here on Tundra is really reliant on the Stormhammer or Thompson just landing a couple of good rolls and kickbacks with his statues, just trying to jowl around, but there's no water for the fish to roll around there, Mike.
Absolutely not. Now a 1k advantage going the way of Nouns. Looking at Dota Plus as well, 79% chance win probability for Nouns. So I don't think either of us were expecting this kind of result thus far in game number 1, but Nouns certainly showing up here today against Tundra. See so much on the line, just wanting to start off in that upper bracket position at TI if you can, and this best of 3 will do it for you. Yeah, still Tundra nowhere near out of this game yet. Like, they've still got plenty of time in this game to try and make a slow but surely comeback here for themselves. And obviously, Tundra, out of all teams, they're one of the teams that are just fantastic at split pushing and delaying games as much as humanly possible. I'm sure Tundra, they'll be able to buy themselves the time to get to a position where they can comfortably fight against Nouns. But it doesn't really seem like Nouns mind playing the slow game either, considering they do have that K1 Naga, who has a harder to ask up now. K1, as expected, the farm is going extremely well.
I mean, you just leave this guy alone, man. He works the map. Like, Hector is insane when it comes to his Naga. We've seen this time and time again from his time in Beastcoast as well. And he's just doing the exact same thing here on now. It's paying off in a big way. I think as this game goes on, let's say we approach 35 to 40 minutes in, I don't think it gets harder for Nouns, and I don't think it gets necessarily that much easier for Tundra.
They see the Earth Spirit. They'd love to have a go at Thompson. Nine's going to intervene here. He'll see K1. K1 ensnares him up immediately. They saw him with the Sentry Wall. They want to try and burst him down. And 9, he's going to go down, but Thompson, he'll jump in. They've got the Naga. K1, he could not get the song off in time. K1 is down. Skidder runs right into the Death Ward, but is going to be okay as Lelis moves in on to 33. 33 hurricaning himself out of there, but in comes Gunner. He gets the stuns off. The Doom in a bit of trouble. Stormhammer out there from Skidder, going to buy him a little bit of time at 33. He is stuck between the creeps. In Skidder, he's in trouble as well now. The Sven's just got to run, but Lelis is right on his tail. Gets the cogs out. They've got the Sven again. He'll turn and try to man fight through this, but Gunner will be able to pick up a double. They may lose K1, but they'll get 4 heroes for their trouble. It's still a great fight for Nouns.
It's an amazing fight for Nouns. The block coming out from Gunner to isolate that Doom. The fact that Tundra couldn't get a good Doom target to kind of pin down. They focus fully onto burning down Hector with a heart. He's just way too tanky to burst down fast enough. And the disruptiveness of these team fights from Nouns, again, with all of their AoE control, with all of the mobility they have on hand, it's very difficult for Tundra to try to angle in. Like, they're, again, banking a lot on the Spirit to be that disruptive factor. They go into the Roshan now as well, and again, it's this fight, it's this area. 33 is stuck in the cogs, gets pushed out. The fissure in this angle, blocked right between the trees and the creeps. Like it's insanity. Perfect fissure coming out from Gunner. And Tundra, that puts them at a relatively bad position. It's 4K at 23 minutes in. It doesn't sound that bad, but you've got Doom Sven. These are 2 heroes that are supposed to completely overtake the map, have excellent net worth, but it's all lagging behind a little bit.
Well, Lila's very, very happy on the cams there. Very happy with the way this game is going, of course. And another kind of point there, John, Thompson rolled in and just died to the Death Ward. Like, it's just the Witch Doctor Death Ward damage is just so damn high.
I'm telling you, this hero, it was nerfed. I was a bit disappointed. Then I played him like, all right, this is still going to get banned in every game I'm playing. I do not want to play Witch Doctor every game, so I'm going to have to ban it. But then I have to ban Dazzle as well. You know, that's the state of the game right now in your pub and mic. These 2 damn support core heroes are all over the place. And now Moo is very close to his Zags, only about 1.6k away. Once he has that, well, the game really gets obnoxious with Witch Doctor with that up.
It certainly does, and I appreciate he goes for the Blink Dagger build up as well, so he could just wait for all the stuns to come out, all the spells he's afraid of, and just jump in after that. The perfect initiation here for the Witch Doctor, and just get that Aghanim's Death Ward off eventually. It's still a 1k advantage either way. Win probability sitting at around 82% as Thompson jumps right in onto the high ground. K1 though was standing there and catches him. Thompson, he's just down. God. K1, he was in the perfect position at the perfect time and just picks off the easiest kill of his life.
Under attack.
Yeah, they just can't take care of this Naga without the Sven. Like, Skidder has to deal that damage onto that hero, but he's not quite ready. Again, he's lagging by 4k behind in gold. That's 1 full item that the Sven doesn't have. That's 1 full item that the Doom doesn't have in comparison to this Naga. And even then, they're not that far ahead of the other cores here.
Yeah, he's all right. Gunner's having a hunt around here for the Weaver, but could not quite find the bug.
I think one thing I'd like to see for Nouns is probably a Shard and Yamsen. He might be waiting for the Tormentor for it, but that AA Shard just having additional control off the Ice Blast as follow-up from Fissure is massive. They catch out 9 again.
Certainly do. Easiest kill of Moo's life.
That's scary.
It really is. You just get a second of lockdown, and that's going to be more than enough to kill him off. That's without the Ags up. Once the Ags is there, things get very fun for Moo.
And that just accelerated his Ags timing.
Nice blink away from Gunnar. They're going to at least catch Yamson with the Boulder Smash, and, well, Yamson should be dead. They'll just throw him an Ice Blast before he does go down, but ultimately will go down as Thompson now going to get locked in by the Cold Feet, and Gunnar, he'll jump right in, but the high ground is there from Thompson. Still, they are moving in with even more heroes now, and they have got the Earth Spirit locked down. Thompson, he cannot get away, and neither can Snake King. Another great trade from Nouns. They're able to respond every single time Tundra. They try to get something. Nouns, they always get a bit more value.
Yeah, they're just in a really good position to take that fight. Again, they've had control of this bot jungle area with Hector for a long time. He can sneak his way in. Yamson is the sacrifice. They have to commit a lot of small spells to just find him down. And then the mobility of Nouns. All these blinks, all these high mobility supports. You've got the Ags and Gunner to gap close. You've got the hook shot to play with. You've got the cogs to block off and push people around. It's a lot that the Earth Spirit has to worry about. Until this BKB is finished up on Thompson, he's not going to have an easy time trying to look for what should be theoretically simple pickoffs. There are no simple pickoffs until that debuff immunity is up.
K1, you can see the confidence in the Naga, forcing the BKB up from 33 immediately as he just goes on to the tier 3 mid tower by himself, basically. The Gunner will now join.
Moo has his Ags.
Moo right behind, and yeah, you do have the Ags on the Witch Doctor, so if you jump in for an awkward team fight and the Witch Doctor's left alone, everybody is just going to melt. That is a max Death Ward as well. 140 pure damage bouncing around, not going to be very fun. Tundra, they've got to try and find a way to defend this. The K1, he is not backing off. He's a very tanky boy with 2 lives available. It has the butterfly fully completed as Snaking will try to use the Sun Ray, but he might just die.
Oh, God.
The illusions move in. K1, he'll force the egg out. K1, has he gone too far? It's a lot of damage being dealt, but he just walks away. Moo can give him the reset if he wants, but it seems like he makes the call to just cut the creep waves down bottom, maybe come back at a later date, because Aegis is expiring in about 15 seconds.
Yeah. Such a sick play, just forcing out Egg. And this is one thing that we were talking about during the draft for Tundra. Picking up the Phoenix. I wanted something that could play into that Egg more. All they have, again, is just this roll, just the Stormhammer. It's not enough.
Can they catch him with the Hawk? Lelis, he knows where he went. In goes Moo. There's your Hawk shot, and the Death Ward's going to be more than enough.
Look at that hero.
What a great
hero. Yeah, I mean, it's been ignored for the most part, right? In the road to the international, I don't think it's been picked up at all. The last time I checked, it wasn't picked at all. It has been picked once before this game, but for the most part of the groups, just completely ignored post-nerf. And, well, Moo picks it up and shows us why it's strong. It still is. It's maybe a bit slower. You know, he goes for that Voodoo Restoration. He goes for the Midas. Takes a little bit more time, but once you're online, it's oppressive. He's going into the traveled snacks. He just wants to be able to be all across the map, find some constant punishment. 10 to 21, 4K lead still standing for Nouns. Skitter will come in at some point. He's got the Silver Edge. He's going for the MKB. The Sven has to be able to find these openings, right? It's down to getting a good initiation out from Thompson 33 and having Skitter try to back them up, try to get a good egg position as well, but Nouns are just so disruptive. Like this early Ags pickup from Lelis earlier on, these rocket flares being spammed out makes it so hard to find a position. It makes it really easy for Nouns to find the backline as well. You've got this AA standing a million miles away, so he's always going to try to just land the Ice Blast, land a Vortex, and just play it safe in the backline. It's difficult right now for Tundra. Again, it hinges on either isolating a hero one by one, which Nouns has not split up all too often, or trying to catch the backline first, which, with the information Nouns gets with his clockwork and how far back they can stand and how mobile they are, it's not a simple task. They will try with a smoke up now, though.
I'm going to give it a crack. This is so scary, though. They see Gunner, but they're pinging out Yamson. K1's going to show up. They'll smoke up themselves. K1, he'll have his smoke broken. They don't seem to want to start with the Naga, but they'll jump in anyway with the Stormhammer and the God Strength, but they will get the Naga out of there. Instead, Lelis is the one caught. Gunner in the meantime, dropping too low. The Death Ward still bouncing around, but Skitter, Skitter maybe gone too far, will go down. They get 2, but they've lost their Sven as Thompson going to try to roll away. Meanwhile, 9 going to move in for the snipes, picking up Yamson, and now Mu goes down to boot. Tundra, they find 4 for their troubles. K1, he is the only one left. K1, though, at least going to find Snaking, so that's 1 other down on the Phoenix. In comes 9. Song committed by K1, but he will just TP away. Great fight for Tundra.
That's what we need to see coming out from them. They find the backline. They start to take out these squishy supports. That smoke play from Nouns, hanging around that area, trying to counteract with their own smoke, does not pay off. Like, you've got a Weaver that can just break those smokes easily, gives them the information to jump in, and they get the initiative there on Tundra. So Nouns loses that vision advantage, loses that range advantage. They can still get run down. Again, really good punishment coming out from Tundra, equalizes the game a little bit more. They aren't able to capitalize on objectives as much as they'd want, which is rather unfortunate. They're not able to really push in for a tier 1 tower on mid or bot. They're not able to try to apply pressure in the top tier 2, but they stall for time. And they're reminding Nouns as to what can happen when things don't line up. The 33 gunning for the refresh, has the Octarine on the Doom, so much more uptime on his spells. Multiple Dooms would be massive. I think just taking away the healing from Mu already makes him a lot squishier, even though he basically has Voodoo Restoration up 100% of the time. It's just not going to be doing enough. They'll try for their own smoke now and Nouns though.
Well, they're going to find him to set Snaking. Thompson's right behind him. They'd love the Earth Spirit. In fact, the Ice Blast not going to go further. So Snaking getting caught, but Lelis, oh, nice body block. He blocks the roll again. Thompson. He's actually going to roll in with the Magnetize, keep it going, see if he can set something up for his team, as Snaking's going to buy back into this one. Magnetize still ticking away, but Thompson seems like he is going to back out as now K1 moves in. But K1, he's surrounded, he gets doomed up, he needs some help, his team right behind him, but he's okay, he's walking away for now. Tundra, they do commit everything, but it doesn't seem like they're able to actually lock anyone down. So Doom committed, but they are forced to just watch K1 walk away. That Gunner, oh, he's actually right. Skidder, TP cancelled, now the death ward out. Skidder is down.
Oh, Gunner.
Tips out for the Earthshaker.
He blocked off Skidder in that fight, ensuring that the DPS of Tundra wasn't there. So even if they did chase, without that Sven, the damage was just not enough. And just, again, perfect positioning from Gunner, perfect way of cutting off, leading that fight for a win on Nouns' end. And they suddenly regain that 5k lead. They've got Roche control as well if they want to contest that. It is down bot. They do scout out with Yamson. So that is something they can start to line up for, get that Aegis up for themselves, get the cheese going, and start to reconsider the high ground play once more. They are still hunting a little bit up top. 2v3 is in the safer side of the jungle right now, although the flares do eventually spot out a bit, but just a little bit too far. Roshan, the safer plate. They're starting to group around that area. And again, there's no contest for Tundra. Unless they get a really good angle out here, they don't have forward vision by Roche. They're playing elsewhere on the map. It's going to be a nice free one for now and so far.
It certainly will be. Roshan, Aegis and cheese to go the way of Nouns. In the meantime, you do have now a refresh orb available on 33, so he's fully completed that up. Double Doom could be huge impact here in these next team fights. The game changer that side of Tundra have been looking for. Still Nouns with the Aegis up now, looking very, very potent. Slowly starting to move in through the mid lane already is K1. Skidder's still trying to work on towards that MKB. Take him a bit more time for that one. Hopefully he does have it up before the next high ground defense comes. Right now with the butterfly up on the Naga, he's having a lot of trouble just bursting down K1 with that God Strength. More Gunner, he's going to find a nice invis rune for himself. Let's bottle it up, we'll hold it for another day. It seems like Tundra, they're going to do a pretty good job of avoiding the side of Nouns, but here's a smoke out. Nouns looking to run after Skidder, but he will just TP back towards the base.
Yeah, Gunner breaks the smoke clearing out of camp under vision, and I think they smoked under vision anyway on mid.
Yeah.
They do manage to dodge out for now. The side of Tundra, the double Doom, again, it's going to make a big difference. They're going to be able to try to pin down 2 targets. No Lincoln's finished up yet on Nouns, although you are queuing up 1 on Mu, and I believe 1 on Yamson as well. But that one in the A is going to take a little bit longer. So the solutions aren't completely there just yet from the side of Nouns. we'll see if they find out Awaken. It's a lot of pressure on 33. It's a lot of pressure on Thompson as well. But he does have the heart now on the Earth Spirit at the very least. So that does make it a little bit easier in trying to survive up front when you're rolling in, or when you're joeling in.
Certainly so. Yeah, K1, he's still just camping mid lane. He just doesn't care. Straight on the front lines. Here comes the cavalry though. Tundra, they might be able to punish him now as Skidder is right behind him. K1, gotta be careful to get doomed up here by 33. He does now get doomed, but he does still jump away with the Ogre Seal Club before that happens. And it seems like he may actually just be fine. I mean, he had the Aegis anyway, but doesn't even need to expend it. That's one doom down. He'll refresh. He'll have the next available. Keep in mind, he does have the Octarine Core plus the Time Warp Aura on the Doom, so the cooldowns are very low for the Doom at the moment. But still, K1 knowing at least one Doom down, he does move up to the high ground, though does get stunned up by Skidder. In goes Thompson. K1 though still really playing with fire as he just dances around them. In goes the BKB of Skidder and the Death Ward of Moo. That should be enough for both sides to retreat, but does Nouns want the melee barracks before they do go back home? They know the BKB on the spin is not up. Nor is the God Strength for another 18 seconds. K1's going to move in on his own. Just goes right onto 33. 33 forced to pop his BKB now. Just jumps away again with the Ogre Seal Totem. And K1, the guy's just got no fear. Thompson, silenced up with the Bloodthorn. K1 moving in, taking down half his HP and forcing the BKB out on the Earth Spirit. Another BKB forced out by K1. The tier 3 bottom tower going down quite fast here to Nouns. In comes Cunner to make sure it does get finished off. In fact, a nice fish shot. Lands onto Snaking, but they won't follow up with it. They'll just go after the range racks. Secure the objectives. Don't go too far. They've still got a minute 15 seconds on that Aegis timer here for K1 as 4-star forward is there from 9. K1 happy to turn around and oblige here with the Weaver. In fact, the mana is running very, very low now. The kickback, I believe I saw. A little bit awkward here as they are going to lose 9.
It's a tough defense. They've got the egg, they've got the full MKB on Skidder, so they can do damage onto K1. They've only got the one Doom. Oh, Refresh comes off cooldown, so Double Doom is ready. Looks like they will just accept the racks falling down. Creep Wave comes in, mid racks as well under threat. And Hector doesn't care.
Nah.
Just forward. He knows he knows it takes way too much to kill him off here.
Yeah, this is why K1 just farms the whole game, because he knows he's going to get to this stage where you just can't contest him. And when out Thompson, he tries to do so. BKB is used up, but the roll gets blocked off again. He has to walk the old-fashioned way. Meanwhile, Skidder trying to move on to K1. K1 still with the Aegis up, but he needs 15 seconds before it does expire. He'll pop the song up. He'll try to allow his team to retreat for now as Nouns. They don't want to fight without that secondary life, but the chase is on. 33 looking for another Doom out potentially. Will commit it onto K1. He found the Naga, but where's the backup? Here they come. They've got the Naga with a nice finisher now. Nellis, in comes Gunner. He's got the Echo, and Skidder snaking it. They're all gone. They are all gone. Moo takes an ultra genius call.
They call it.
Oh my goodness, what a way to finish off the game by Nouns. Holy.
Oh my God, that was finishing in style. They forced that fight out. Hector drags him all the way out.
My goodness.
And trying to chase down that Naga. The song comes in clutch. And the coordination coming in from now, it's just so damn impressive. Again, this team has looked better and better as we've seen them start to participate in these lands and third-party tournaments. You know, not the best results, and he's been struggling a little bit, but they're keeping that hope alive for NA to get an upper bracket start here, Mike. Up against a team like Tundra, they pull out that Moo Witch Doctor, and they do amazing with it. I think Tundra, the one thing that probably made it a little bit harder is, again, there was no direct hero to tie in for their team fights, right? There's nothing that really helps them maximize that egg, you know, stuff like Arena, stuff like a Puck Dream Coil, nothing there to really maintain that. Heck, even something like a Ravage, no options like that. So it was harder to play for that Supernova. Nine's impact on the Weaver also wasn't really felt there. It didn't do too much. So I don't think the support Weaver pick did too many favors for Tundra, and I'm keen to see what they adjust in their draft.
I'm sure there will be plenty of adjustments being made in Game 2's draft, Jonathan. Of course, that was Game 1 going the way of nouns. Let's head back to our panel, see what they have to say about this game number 1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Game 1 ends up going in the direction of nouns. If you would be lying at home if you said that you saw this coming, unless, of course, you are a nouns and NA Dota fanatic. They get themselves into a Game 2 situation against a Tundra team who we all thought would be challenging for the ages. Let's see what happens in Game 2. But, of course, let's first break down game number 1. And I'm joined on panel. I've got Winter, I've got Gods, and I've got Insane here. What's up, fam? How you feeling? Must be nice to be starting in the upper bracket, even though it is for, you know what Miracle said. How you feel?
No, it feels really good. Yeah. It's nice to be able to do a panel again as well. It's been like 2 years, I think, since I was last on one. So
actually, it has been
fun to be here. Yeah.
We actually got a lot of comebacks because Gods and Insania on the same panel. It's like, damn, this is a blast from the past for me. Winter, how are you feeling about this game? A lot happened. I know you had a lot to say, especially about the Witch Doctor pick, and it turned out to be instrumental into the game being won for the side of nouns.
I'm going to talk about the Naga instead. I like his build a lot. Going for the diffuser, I feel like Tundra, they weren't really ready for it. The diffuser was really smart against like a hero like Earth Spirit, because the Earth Spirit, maybe he felt like he was supposed to be strong in certain fights. He came to the fights and then he found out the hard way that, oh my god, no mana, I can't do anything in the team fight, you know. And then he died a couple of times. He kind of like ruined the game, and there was like some discussion by John in the cast about like what's the Weaver supposed to be doing in this game, and maybe he also felt out of place against the diffuser Naga in the early game.
Speaking of that Weaver, Aiden, you play support, you obviously play 5 instead of 4, but what do you make of Weaver being put in a support role? What's he supposed to accomplish, and why couldn't that happen in this game?
I've been requested by my coach not to speak about heroes too much, but I will say something else, unrelated entirely. We used to scrim against nouns and used to pick this Witch Doctor off lane, and I think it's something that's like been up their sleeve for a while. It's something that they really believed in, and it was kind of cool to see it working out, because I feel like what ended up happening in the game was a lot of times like you'd have this Naga and stuff go in and you bait out all the cooldowns, and then once the death ward comes down, it's like you shall not pass, and everything dies that's around it, you know. So it was cool to see the hero kind of pop off.
Especially with the draft on Tundra, they have like all this damage over time that Witch Doctor was just like healing off. Like it felt like they had serious damage issues with like, you know, Earth Spirit Ultimate, Doom was being healed off, Phoenix, all his damage over time. So the Witch Doctor Voodoo was just putting in work, not to mention, you know, some of the actual teamfight contributions with the cast, the Maledict, the Death Ward as well.
One of the things that I also think was very interesting about the way Tundra normally played this game, generally speaking, after a certain point, you know that Tundra just rolling towards you, they're controlling the entirety of the map. They're slowly but surely corralling you in, picking up resources on the way. Nouns, not only did they make sure to play fast enough when they were strong, they understood their timings, it felt like. Sometimes I've seen nouns throughout this group stage here, and it felt like even when things are going well for them, they're not necessarily pushing the envelope, utilizing that advantage. What do you think changed in between the group stages beforehand and today that allowed them to play at that pace and utilize their timings better?
I mean, I feel like what I noticed that I really liked about how they played is they were very good about resetting. Like, if you notice, like, God Strength is used, or Doom is used, or Phoenix Egg comes down, there's like nothing really around it. They're always ready to poke in, do what they can, and then get out. And I feel like that was like probably the most key aspect of their success. And like God's mentioned, you know, like you kite out the Doom and then you heal the doomed hero back up, and now you're ready to re-engage. And I feel like they were quite patient with their spells. Like if you notice, when they're running away, it's not like every single spell is on cooldown. They still have Death Ward, they still have Echo. They're ready to re-engage. They really understood, like, you know, once these spells have been used and we kite them out, then we can easily take the fight. And I feel like that's what they did.
Some really good execution as well. I must also really hear Winter shout out Lilas on this clockwork. I did not envision how much work he'd be able to accomplish on this hero, but early on especially, there was that big fight in the bottom lane where it felt like he was single-handedly controlling the entirety of Tundra. Why don't we see this clockwork hero more often in this role?
I think Clockwork's a hero where I've mentioned this, where whenever you pick a Clockwork, you need like a core to enable you, and I feel like Witch Doctor is the core that enables you, because you need to be able to get a lot of kills, at least some kills, so you get your levels quickly. You don't want to be in a lane where it's like a double melee lane where you have to be very passive stacking. That's not the kind of game you want to play. That's why you don't see the hero so much.
Here we is, Mu MVP of this particular game, offlane Witch Doctor, ending out the first Witch Doctor of the entirety of the group stages on the road to the international. God, what did you make of the performance overall, and do you think we now are in a position where we'll be seeing Witch Doctor as a bit of a trump card for nouns going forward?
it's something. I mean, they've shown you've got to at least consider it moving forward. I mean, it's awesome. Moo played fantastic, and it's great to kind of see him back. I mean, you mentioned I'm a bit of a boomer here. He was playing TI6 Grand Finals with Digital Chaos, so seeing him, owning it up in the offlane still to today was fantastic. And yeah, bringing in his own flair. I think if you're an opposing team, you're going to be thinking like, hey, this offlane Witch Doctor could come out. We need to make sure we have like the damage to kill through the Voodoo Restoration. And I think for nouns moving forward, you sticking to your heroes, sticking to your comfort zone is always going to be important. If you're one of those underdog teams, you can't just try and adopt and copy what other teams are doing. You need to play kind of with your own style.
Continue.
On the topic of Moo, also, I feel like he is, even back at TI6, he was like a hero specialist type. Like he's kind of like a hipster. He plays his own heroes. Doesn't really care so much about the meta, but the heroes he plays really well. And I think if you're in a drafting seat, it's like, okay, I guess it's Witch Doctor. We didn't know, but now we know. So maybe it is something that you consider banning specifically against this team because of Moo's player type and how he plays.
Well, speaking of Moo, and given how he plays Dota and generally speaking his journey here towards TI, let's take a quick look at him, his profile, and especially what he thinks about himself as a player and as a teammate on the road to Seattle.
I feel like the DPC season for us honestly went much better than it did previously. We improved a lot, and I was pretty content with our results. What changed between the first two qualifiers and the third one, I think, one, we got a sports psychologist to help us, and it really improved our mindset and our mental capacity to play the game. And then we honestly just got better as a team throughout the season. We always felt like we were able to qualify and able to perform, but something was just holding us back, and we were able to push through it. I think the best way to describe it is kind of what Edward would tell us that we need to connect with the human side of our teammates and not value them based on their performance. Dota's a lot more fun when you realize you're playing with people and not just numbers and robots. You also tend to play a bit better together when you realize that too.
Shout out to Moo, shout out to Nouns for claiming that first and all-important game. I love what he mentioned there about the fact that they were able to improve over time, given the fact that it was shaky at the beginning, but perseverance got them into a better spot. Insania, you've been in a situation where you've been in a very good team, where everyone knows mechanically these guys are amazing, but the results weren't necessarily coming in. Talk to us about what is needed to go from a team that's achieving middling results to being one of the best in the world.
I mean, he touched on it a bit, and I think believing that you can do it and understanding it in a group setting, we are capable of accomplishing it, which is it sounds very simple when you say it, but actually feeling that way and actually believing that, regardless of if you win a scrim or lose a scrim, and at the end of the day, you become better. You're always one game closer to becoming better. You never get worse at Dota, even if you lose. But sometimes it feels like that. I lost, therefore I am now worse. Or I won, therefore I am better. And getting past these things, I think, and understanding that believing in that, we can win, we can do this, is step one to going from a middle tier team to a top tier team.
Yeah, I also like that he brought up that you should value your teammates based on the human side instead of just how well they play in the game. I feel like the part outside of the game is, if anything, is more important than the inside game stuff that the team is facing together. If you can't solve the problems that's happening outside of the game, it's gonna be difficult to solve the problems in the game.
And talk to me about the squads. Nouns, of course, an NA team. We've seen that NA thus far has been struggling in the group stages, both TSM and Rebellion, starting in the lower bracket at the main event. No one would have expected Nouns to be able to do it. But what's interesting is that when I look at the games that Nouns have been playing, both in group stages here and at Bali, and even to some extent in play-ins at Riyadh, it felt like they should have been at more majors, more lands. I don't think they deserve to have this be their first, or their second, technically, big premier tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, you can even go even further back to last international, though, playing the LCQ. I think you guys played games against them. They were taking games off of even top teams there. They looked very competitive, like they belonged. So it's obviously been maybe a tough year where they haven't had the chance to, show what they can do on an international scale. But, they've clearly got what it takes. And if anything, I think it's kind of nice to come in maybe with a chip on your shoulder where it's people are looking at Shopify, they're looking at TSM. but we're going to, be here, and, especially with the other NA teams doing poorly, they can kind of feel like, we're going to represent NA and be the last NA hope almost.
But it's a difficult situation here, Windsor, to be that team that like now is the last hope to get into the upper bracket. Because for sure, because Rebellion and TSM are matched against each other, one of them will drop down. Because of the performances of both of those teams, it's not inconceivable that one of them will lose in the next round. So for now, it's sort of like, hey, it's just a do-or-die situation, not just for the team, but for the region as a whole.
Yeah, I feel like they're probably not going to care about that so much. You don't want to put so much pressure on yourself. And I feel like they're like a team that they're just taking one game at a time. They're drafting whatever they want. It's not going to affect them too much. And I mean, Astini is also a really smart guy. Like if you look at how they're drafting, how they're preparing for the teams, I think he's going to be able to take care of those emotions from his players and make sure that they just focus on the game.
Well, Astini is not the only smart guy involved in this particular series. Tundra, of course, has a large support staff of very smart individuals. RE2000 is helping to coach them. Saxa as well is involved in preparing for these games. So that means a good draft needs to happen here in Sanya. For Game 2, what do you want to see them change and adjust to give them the best shot of beating Nouns?
I'm not sure they need to change too much. I think when it comes to Tundra and like most of the top tier teams, they have a pretty set way of drafting. They won't really... you won't see something completely different. They're going to look to play the same way, but they're going to look to refine some of the things that they feel like maybe went wrong. What that is very, I think, different from team to team. Like, maybe we think one thing after we play a game, and then Tundra's going to think something completely opposite, because it's like, it depends on their goals. So, I mean, in terms of drafts, they're probably going to look to do something quite similar. I think most people know what their MO is. Look to get Neta really, or 3-3 very strong. Skeeter as well, and then have top center and 2 supports try to wreak some havoc on the map. And yeah, they're probably just going to look at it and be like, this or that specific thing didn't go the way we planned, and then try to work around it.
I mean, do you think that the last game was more about they didn't really understand what Nouns is doing? And this game, they're going to have a better idea on what they're facing, and they just need, like you said, a little bit of adjustments and try to play on their own terms, because the last game I felt like a lot of it was played on Nouns terms,
Yeah.
They didn't really understand their timing, so they were taking fights that they feel like maybe they're stronger, so they got into a couple of bad fights, they lost control of the game, and this game is probably not going to be so easy for them.
Yeah. I mean, you said it, and I think so too, and I feel like whenever let's say you're like a top team going up against an underdog, I think you should just stick to what you know best. Because there's a reason that you're considered a top dog. Your way of playing is going to work out most times. And maybe this was one of those times where, they caught you off guard, but you just keep doing what you're doing and you're going to figure it out. And I even see now they've banned the Naga Siren. So that's probably what they identified as being part of.
Yeah. Do you feel like in the best of 3, the adjustments are more... when you especially after you lose a game that you needed, it's more about changing your bans, or do you think it's more about changing your picks?
It really depends. It's quite hard to generalize, I think. But usually the easiest way is to look at your opener and your opening bans and kind of mix things up there. Because I think the rest is usually a lot of building upon what you already have. So the way you're going to build on what you already have is going to be the same, I think, no matter what, pretty much.
Well, we have a build to figure out here because we have the foundations of our draft beginning here as Game 2 starts between Tundra Esports and Nouns. And what I find intriguing about this is that despite them banning out the Naga Siren, Tundra still leave... Oh, they finally banned it. Okay. AAA, every single game that Nouns has won at this tournament has involved Ancient Apparition in some fashion. So very wise, I think, from the side of Tundra to say, you know what, AA, get the hell out of here. Obviously, we see the Naga being taken away. But it's going to be up to Nouns. What opener are we expecting here? If it's not AA, which what they normally do to open up the draft with, I guess Phoenix. I mean, it still makes sense, right? Percent-based damage against all these strength tanky cores. We can definitely see this. And it gives them some of that team fight that we know Nouns always wants to have at least something in the bag for.
Yeah, at least part of Tundra's identity has really been picking a lot of these super tanky strength cores. Like we saw it last game where it was just 3 tanky strength cores, and having a hero like AA to actually help bring them down and make it so they were burstable, can't just abuse, stuff like the Heart and the Octarine cores, is a big part of answering them. So right off the bat, they're first picking a support that at least has some answer to the tankiness of heroes Tundra likes to pick.
I think Phoenix can do it, but it's very different from how AA does it. And I think if you think about execution and how easy it is to execute, AA, you just click your ulti on the enemy guy, and then he's dead. Phoenix, it's you gotta manage your own health pool. You gotta Sunray this guy, and you're burning as much as he is.
Yeah.
And there's a lot more room for error, I think. And it's trickier to execute it, especially on a hero like Earth Spirit, where like Earth Spirit will just roll in, you Ice Blast him, because you know for like 3 seconds he's not moving. That's where he's going to be. So I think while nouns are going for the same idea, it's trickier to pull it off.
But don't you feel like Phoenix has higher potential? You can do a lot more as a Phoenix in the game.
Yeah, there are definitely more things you can do, but I think like in terms of how these two heroes interact with each other, I feel like if I'm AA, my job of killing Earth Spirit is a lot easier than my job of killing Earth Spirit as Phoenix.
Of course, they open up with these Earth Spirit for the side of Tundra. We know that this can be deployed in multiple roles. Nine can play it, Thompson can play it. They can flex this later on. I guess it's fine. Earth Spirit just feels a bit too good. There's these strength cores, man. Earth Spirit, Primal Beast, Spirit Breaker. So please, we're in the same room as Valve, guys. Please nerf them after this tournament. Come on,
nouns know what to do. Buy diffuser.
Buy disperser.
Yeah.
Who's the diffusal hero though? If Naga gets banned though, you gotta find a new pick. Got to bring back the PL or something.
I mean, there's Lone Druid. They picked Lone Druid before.
Yeah.
Lone Druid Diffusal Blade. Does that feel like a viable thing to be playing that here with Disperser?
I think people do. I think it's quite common actually. At least the Diffu is like, I think.
No, but I'm saying like the full Disperser, because we saw in the last game K1 eventually made the full upgrade. Is it like, do you just stop at Diffusal if you're playing the Lone Druid, or do you go the whole hog like he did last game?
I mean, Lone Druid has the benefit of having the Aghanim Shard that purges the bear, so you don't need the purge from the item, maybe. I think it would have to be a game where, like, either the stats from the Disperser are very desired.
Or you have nothing else to buy.
Or
you already bought everything.
Yeah, or, like, you really need to purge yourself. You know, like, there's a lot of stuff that's happening. So I think most of the time you'll see him buy probably Diffu into something else, and then maybe later on look to come back for the Disperser.
Okay. Second phase of banning here, we have the removal of Doom and Grimstroke away from the side of nouns. There's no Sven, no Slok, according to the side of Tundra. So let's see. This is normally the spot where we see at least one other support, so we can hide what the Earth Spirit is doing. Anything stand out to you, gods, that you would want to see in lieu to deal with this Brewmaster that nouns have already gone for?
Yeah, I mean, with Brewmaster, you're thinking maybe some follow-up, either burst or disables, just to try and, have that opportunity to roll in him with Earth Spirit, stop him getting that ulti off. Sky, I like the idea of that. That's a different direction. I think this is just solid support, kind of secure your lane, and also get some team fight of your own.
It's also a pretty easy way to kill the Brewlings, because you can like Fatal Bonds all of them together, and then like Earth Spirit's just dealing damage to the entire screen. So like a lot of the Brewlings just end up dying in the early game. So I think what you might end up seeing in this game is like as soon as Brew splits, it's just going to be like Fatal Bonds, Warlock Golem, and then you can just kill the Brewlings. So it's quite a nice matchup in that way.
We did see this for a while initially, right? This Earth Spirit Warlock combination, like Fatal Bonds Magnetize, does go back to when the hero was released, so that definitely makes sense. They follow this up with the Faceless Void, so we know what Skeeter is going to be playing. We have a little bit of damage into the bubble with the Magnetize, but it's just Faceless Void, It's a carry patch, obviously Faceless Void is going to be involved.
I think it's one of Skeeter's like favorite heroes too. I feel like he always plays Faceless Void, no matter the patch.
I mean, do you feel like they are going like into too much team fight? Like I feel like sometimes teams, when they overemphasize on something in a draft, and you get abused because you are so reliant on cooldowns, and the enemy can take advantage of it.
There's usually like a balance, right? So you see, right now Nouns also has like pretty much exclusively long cooldowns, and I think in Dota most of the time, if you don't have cooldowns, you don't want to fight, and if the other team doesn't have cooldowns, they don't want to fight either. And it's pretty rare to see that, like, let's say 2 very slow drafts. One team is like, okay, neither of us have cooldowns, we're stronger, let's go. I feel like that usually doesn't happen, so you can kind of like, as long as your tempo makes sense against the tempo of the other team, you can usually be like quite greedy.
And the bigger map also kind of encourage the longer cooldown spells, because it takes a long time to push the tower.
Yeah, the distances are like much further to close, and like playing more of a map game is like trickier.
Because it feels like every time you use a glyph, you're pushing, and then it takes so long for the next wave to come. And it feels really bad for the team that's pushing the tower.
But Nouns end up picking 2 pretty fast heroes now, which like makes their entire draft just like tempo up a lot faster in CK and Willow. Again, William asked me not to talk too much about heroes.
That almost feels like a response, because they see this Warlock Void and they're like, okay, there's these 2 big long ulti cooldowns that we're going to have to address, and they're like, we want to play faster, we want to try and punish these cooldowns. So CK Willow makes kind of at least some sense in terms of playing around, being stronger when those cooldowns are off.
And I feel like right now Tundra needs heroes to slow things down, like, and push out waves. like something like some underlord hero that can deal with like defend the towers. I think whenever you have Faceless Void, Warlock, heroes that have a very, very long cooldown, you need heroes that can shove out the wave so you can play the game when your cooldowns is not there.
Anything stand out to you in that regard, Winter? Oh.
I mean, I mentioned the Underlord, but I mean, it's not a very popular hero.
I don't think we've actually seen an Underlord pick, right? We've seen a ban.
Only one time SMG pick it one time. I mean, it's not very popular because he's not very good in the lane, and it's pretty difficult to pick the hero because whenever you have Underlord, the hero has to have a game, you know. But then he doesn't snowball as hard like for say like some Necroforce offlane, you know. You protect him, but he doesn't really give you a lot back.
I mean, Underlord was also very powerful throughout the year, and I think like Vanguard was an item that was like perfect for him. Like when Vanguard was really, really powerful, and you could always buy it. I think it made Underlord very good. But as Winter mentioned, and like Underlord actually has a very good matchup against CK. I highly doubt we will see him here, but I think if there is a game for it, this looks pretty good. Like there's a lot of nice ways to utilize the hero with the ulti as well. Port your team around. You can really cut waves. You can always connect. Yeah, it's a cool hero, but just I think the Vanguard nerf is like the main reason why it's not picked anymore.
Brother Gods, looking at this draft right now from the side of Tundra, they have added in some damage into the bubble in the form of this Invoker. I like the fact between Invoker, Warlock, and this Earth Spirit, there's a lot of damage that they have to bring to bear here. What do you want to see from nouns? I mean, they have some. I guess you're going to buy Radiance at some point. That's a degree of damage mitigation. But when you're seeing heroes into the mid lane, who do you want to see that's going to be able to survive some of those bursts from Tundra?
I think first and foremost, you're looking at maybe something that can like lane well against the Invoker. That's why Tundra's banning the obvious kind of lane counter in the Kunkka, who we've seen just give Invokers this really rough time in the mid lane. Some of these, tanky strength mid heroes, I mean, they could go back for something like a Shaker, although then at that point you're not really punishing the Invoker matchup as well. So, I think you are looking at some of those more harder to burst down kind of picks. There isn't really much flexibility. It does seem like they just need to pick something for the mid lane here that can survive a chrono, or at least, or alternatively you say we don't care about surviving. We're just gonna play fast tempo and just pair up with the Brewmaster ultis and the CK Dark Willow and the kind of pace that these heroes play at.
I mean, there's also something tricky here. Is Invoker mid or is Earth Spirit mid? It's like something you have to solve if you're nouns. And I think for Tundra, they can kind of leave it open until the last pick. But I think generally speaking, okay, that kind of answers your question.
The wave clear.
Yeah, and the Earth Spirit probably going to be position 4 now, I would assume, when I see Darks here. It seems like a more...
I mean, do you think that's a must? Like, I feel like it still can be open, right? If you feel like Earth Spirit's good as the mid laner, like Darks here with Invoker, position 4 could still be okay?
Yeah, no, I mean, it can be. I'm just thinking, like, you're playing against Phoenix and CK, and Phoenix kind of, like, kills himself when he's laning, just because of how the spells work. Like, you use HP to cast spells, and it might, like, create opportunities for Earth Darks here to get kills. Whereas, like, I feel like with Invo's just going to be, like, a trade on the sides, and then CK is just going to sustain with his passive against Darks here in the lane. But again, like, I think it's kind of up to the teams and the players, like how they view things.
So now we're looking for a mid laner here to emerge for Gunner. His Kunkka has been banned, his Lone Druid has been banned out. There is still a Primal. Oh no, Primal's gone as well. Is Pango still in the game? Is it viable here, Gods? What do you think? What should Gunner be rolling with in the last game?
Yeah, I like Pango. I think that's a hero that can play pretty fast. Outside of Pango, I mean, you could just go back for some of those kind of classic mids heroes, I guess like the Puck, but it seems like a pretty rough matchup for some of those heroes when you're playing into the Void Chrono as well as the Earth Spirit. So some of those more elusive heroes, there's plenty of catch for. So it does feel like the teamfight disruptors, the Pango-esque heroes are just going to naturally function a lot better. There's something. Oh, that's spicy. Nouns. I feel like they've done this before this tournament. I know TSM were running the mid ogre as well. These heroes look really good as a mid laner.
Gunner did this in the first game against Gaimin Gladiators. That's the game where they absolutely demolished gaming. It was like 20-something minutes. It was absolutely insane. Winter, what do you make of mid ogre Magi? What's the build? What do you like about it? What do you hate about it?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I've not played this hero. I have no idea, but I like it because it's their witch doctor this game. They are pulling out something of their own flavor, and I think it's really, really important that they are playing the game within their own strength, and they're making sure that their opponents doesn't know the timing of the game. And this is the kind of hero that will bring that to the table. I'm not sure how well Tundra is understanding this hero, So overall, I like the pick a lot.
I think Topson was playing it quite a bit actually before TI. And
Oh yeah, he played it a lot of pubs, right?
Yeah, and I think Ogre's mostly been seen against other melee heroes, so it's going to be interesting to see how he matches up against the universal hero with quite a lot of base damage.
Well, we've seen this mid-Ogre Magi work out for Nouns beforehand. I'm curious if it's going to be replicated here again. Before we get into the game, do I need some predictions, boys? Aiden, I'll start with you. Give me a score. Is Nouns going to 2-0 this, or we're going to a third game?
I don't like the Ogre.
You don't like the Ogre?
No. I think the matchup is not the kind of matchup that Ogre enjoys.
Okay, Gods?
I gotta go Nouns. I spent the entire last game telling Winter that Nouns have a chance in this series. He was telling me this is gonna be a 2-0 stomp, so I'm gonna stick with my NA boys and go Nouns.
I was wrong the last game, so I'm gonna be on the Nouns wagon now.
Now you're on the Nouns wagon.
I've recruited him.
All of a sudden, really, Winter, you on the Nouns wagon.
I admit that I was wrong.
Okay, tell me why in this particular game you're on the Nouns wagon, not just in reference to why you were wrong in the first time.
I feel like whenever I don't understand their drafts, they win. So if I understand their drafts, they will lose.
If you understand the draft,
Yeah.
okay, what is it here that you don't necessarily understand that's giving you a bit of pause?
I mean, the Ogre mostly.
So it literally just comes down to the Ogre for all of you.
I mean, I like Nouns' tempo. I think they have a really cool chance of like being able to tempo up the game and play really fast, and then I think they might like absolutely smash Tundra. There is that world, absolutely. But I just feel like I'm not sure about the Ogre, and that leans me to like Tundra's more safe, kind of comfortable.
Actually, wait,
draft.
let's expand on that point a bit, right?
Yeah.
Because Tundra's more safe, normally they're the ones more composed. Normally we expect them to get the W. We're going to find out, though, if they're able to make that happen against the mid-Ogre Magi as we have Game 2 of Nouns versus Tundra Esports. We have MLP and John. So, gentlemen, take it away to decide who goes into the upper bracket.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into game number 2 here between Nouns and, of course, Tundra. And as I say, that Skidder already being scouted out here by Nouns. It is MLP Dota and John X5. John, welcome back. So obviously 2 brand new drafts coming out from these 2 sides. I know you're very happy to see the mid-Ogre coming out again here from Gunner. What are you thinking, John? What are you thinking about these two teams here in game 2?
I don't know what Nouns are cooking up, but I like it. I don't understand it. I don't know if this is going to cook really well. I don't know if this is going to be well done, but I like seeing this. We saw Gunner pull this out. We were doubting it in the group stage early on, and it worked out, and he's doing it again. The matchup is, on paper, pretty bad. Like, Ogre Magi dominates melee matchups, ranged matchups, not as much. Already has a Bloodlust level. We'll see what they cook up. I think it's easier to play Tundra's draft. I think you've got this wombo combo with Faces Void, but if you do play tempo on Nouns and, catch them while those cooldowns are down, you can feel pretty good. I'm just keen to see what Gunner does. Really, that's the big question mark. I was listening to the panel. There were a lot of question marks about the Ogre. Winter said if he doesn't understand it, it's going to win, It's so interesting take from Winter, as always, looking like a rock star.
That's why we paint the big bucks.
Yeah, exactly it. So, I don't know. I'm just excited to see this one break out. No expectations. I have no clue if we'll get game 3 at all.
Oh, for now, Gunner's at least getting very aggressive here against Topson, and that's kind of the thing you can abuse with the Bloodlust. Just chase down the Invoker. You see, Topson may have an advantage later on. We'll have to wait and see. See how Gunner does deal with this. Obviously, picking it up, he must have felt somewhat confident in his ability to still have a lot of impact from this mid lane. We should have a look at the side lanes as well while we still have a chance. Of course, bottom lane, you've got 33 and 9 against K1 and Yamsun. This bottom lane could be quite difficult for Tundra up until they get those couple levels up in Iron Shell. But once you hit level 3 on 33, chances are you're probably just going to start skipping creep waves or even getting aggressive with the double Iron Shells and the roll in from 9.
Yeah, there's a lot of good aggressive potential here from Tundra. I like this change up for them in the lanes. It just feels like they have a lot more play in comparison to the last game where it felt a lot slower. They were just aiming for farm. This one can aim for some aggression once the levels are up, as you mentioned. I think committing too hard onto a CK can be a little bit dicey if the dice roll works in their favor. By the time you get a level 2 Chaos Strike, CK can just kind of turn around, especially at even a level 2 Iron Shell. Might be something that K1 can sit through if his positioning and his crits are just right. So we'll see. Up top, of course, we've got Snaking on the Warlock, along with Skitter on Faces Void up against Moo, and Lellis on the Brewmaster and the Dark Willow. And this one is also a little bit, it's a bit more passive for Tundra. There is a way to play aggressive, but normally when you have a Warlock plus Void, you're just aiming to shove out wave, farm, and just kind of apply some harassment. The Fatal Bonds is fairly annoying for Mu. And that is one thing that holds you back. Like, just constant wave shoving from snaking doesn't make it pretty hard for you to sustain true. On the Brewmaster here, there's only so much Lelis can get done by himself. And they can connect at some point. Like, you have a decent way of trying to play around Cinderbrew and the clap. And you have some decent area control. But trying to gap close into the Warlock is a rather big chore early on with the Fatal Bond spam.
Certainly is. Never easy going up against this Warlock support, that's for sure. This bottom lane, a bit of trading happening here between K1 and 9. K1 will be okay to walk away. The 33 almost at that stage now where he hits level 3, and that's when they can start to be a little bit more aggressive here against the bottom lane of Nouns. Yeah, so trying his best to harass 33 as much as humanly possible before you hit that stage. He had the level 2 Iron Shell, but it is going to come eventually, and of course 33, he's played this Darkseid many, many times. As 9 actually walking right past K1's courier. Didn't really realize, I think, because he was trying to go towards a Lotus pool, so still gets the courier, but misses out on getting rid of the item from the courier for a couple minutes.
Yep. Not the biggest loss. Anything that helps Hector, of course, feels good, but I don't think the dynamic of the lane changes to the belt. Although, again, that does give him a little bit of leeway to try to play for the crits, try to survive that double Iron Shell. That is kind of ready to go at level 2 now for 33. I think it's interesting to take a look back at that mid, because you are seeing Gunnar dominate that lane in terms of CS. 15-9 compared to Thompson at 13-4. It's not all doom and gloom for Thompson. He is winning out and trading for regen, trading for HP, but Gunnar's not falling behind here. So at the least in the lane that we expected to be pretty rough for Ogre, he is still finding some farm here for Gunnar.
Yeah, I mean, as long as he gets the bottle refills, he should be just fine to remain within this lane, and that he will with the water runes, and we'll see with the power runes. So bottom lane, bit of a chase here onto Darkseid, 33. He does have Surge available. They are still chasing him down, though, and 33 just goes down.
Oh.
Never mind. K1, he'll move in on to 9 as well. 9, a bit of a sitting duck without any role available. Does get Yamsun, but he does give his own life away to K1, and that'll be a very strong start for the CK. Double kill to get K1's game started.
And that's what we were talking about, right? Like, even if you hit that double Iron Shell level 2 timing, CK, if he gets a couple of crits, he's going to survive through. He's going to get a lot of damage out. You're not the most durable in that duo in terms of, like, armor. So you can't just rip you apart once he gets the reality rift off as well. And that's an excellent start for the CK. The K1's going to have a good timing into his armlet, and he's just, with a respawn on Yamsun, he just instantly gets aggressive as well.
K1 again trying to get aggressive here with Yamsun, doing fantastic work onto 33, just doing so much damage, not allowing him to just abuse the Iron Shells like as he wants to. So it seems like 33 is already just going to rotate into his own triangle and just farm that up instead. You know, why the hell not? Like, you're just not at a stage where you can just dominate this lane or skip the lane. K1 just having too good of a time now on the CK, almost level 5 in fact, so definitely kind of a bit too challenging to lane now as the Darkseid.
Yeah, and this is also something that will play along as the game goes on, but if you think about the draft of Nouns, like, you can try to play a farming game with Tundra. The issue is, as this game goes on, Nouns will get tanky. Like, you've got Brewmaster, you've got Ogre, you've got a CK, you've got a Phoenix that can try to heal you from the back line. All of these heroes, well, maybe not the Brewmaster rushing a heart, but most of these heroes will go for some durability item that expands their HP, which plays into that Sunray heal. And there's just no burst on Tundra, at least not until you get, like, Cataclysm, Fatal Bonds, and Chrono. That could be the bursting play, but that takes so much farm. And we've seen the timings on these heroes rushing hearts. It doesn't take too long in the game if you get a little bit of space out, if you get a little bit of dead time to get a couple of hearts going. I think for Tundra, that puts a little bit of pressure to try to play early. You know, while these heroes aren't that tanky yet, you've got to play with your damage.
Top lane dropping low, will be all right though. He will be able to walk away and still have a Lotus available to use up. Bottom lane in the meantime, K1 getting a little bit aggressive, does have to back himself out as he was getting a little bit low to the Iron Shell on 9. Meanwhile, mid lane, by the way, Thompson, he has overtaken quite easily here against the Ogre now. He forced Gunnar out of the lane earlier and forced him all the way back to the fountain, and now you're at that level 6 mark for the Invoker. Now you're farming very effectively. I believe this is the stage where Gunner's not going to have the greatest time, just having his mana constantly drained by Thompson. It's top lane, Skidder actually going to try and fight for the Wisdom Rune himself. Lelis going to try and fight for it, but Skidder, he does manage to pick it up. In comes Moo, though. They're going to try and punish Skidder. He does not have Time Walk for about 13 seconds, so he's going to go for the TP attempt away, and they will not have the damage. Very nice TP from Skidder, barely surviving, even finding the Wisdom Rune he desperately wanted.
Yeah, it does keep them equal here in the Wisdom Rune, says he did manage to have Yamsen snag one away, so not too bad for now. It's much more important for Tundra to find that one. It does put Skidder in a pretty awkward position with not too much HP. Snaking doesn't have Shadow Root, so it's going to be manual feeds with the Tango. And that should shove him away from the lane. Some pressure coming out from Nouns with a rotation up from Yamsen as well. So they're looking to just secure a tier 1 tower. You're at the point in the game where you can't leave your CK alone. Hector is just farming bot in the jungle with a Phantasm already being popped earlier. So you've got some room to play around the map, and they're just wanting to try to keep Skidder down. This is the one thing with the Faceless Void. It's not going to farm as fast as the CK. It's trying to go for the Midas, so every single delay you can pull out from Nouns, every single point of pressure does help.
Moo's just trying to be so more mid lane rather than Gunner. He's in big danger now. The Ogre going to go down off the back of the rotation from 9. Thompson able to get the kills. 9 now may give his own life away for this, but he is still alive. Able to roll away. Yamsen's now the one in danger. He cops the cold snap with the urn charges, and he is down. A double kill for Thompson. More urn charges to come for the Invoker, and well, this is really just the perfect start here for Thompson.
Yeah, and this is how the draft has to play. They've got to connect to this Invoker. You've got a Faceless Void and the Darkseer who are just going to sit back and try to farm up. So the action has to come from this trio of the 2 supports in the mid. They're making their way up top already onto Moo. Already popped the split here.
Oh, Golem dropped. Well, Thompson, he was backing off. They're still going to move in. Skidder, he was a few creeps away from level 6, so he doesn't have the chrono. They could apply some pressure to the tier 1 with the Golem, but Snaking instead, he will just chase Moo around. And this is also kind of impactful, because Moo, he just can't hit creeps now. Till the Golem disappears, he can't really get back to the brief wave, though Lelis is going to show off Snaking, maybe going a bit too far himself, is going to feed a kill away, and Gunner will be the one to take it. It's like Snaking still trying to abuse the Golem here, just pulling the creep wave away, but ultimately Gunner just going to stun it up and take it down. Plus 100 for the Ogre.
Yeah, it's a nice kill. They also find a pretty big courier that was Snaking's boots trying to come in. So yeah, a little bit of an annoyance for the Warlock. Not the biggest loss in the world. Still a nice kill coming out from Gunner. Something he desperately needed, considering how Thompson started to really crush this mid lane matchup. Constantly out of mana. He does have the Soul Ring at the very least on the Ogre Magi, so you're not all doom and gloom. You can play with at least one spell coming through. But it is getting more manageable now for that Invoker, and they are starting to play pretty nicely into that early aggression. I think the one thing is Hector is playing his own game. Like, this is very classic Hector. He's farming. There's no contest on his lane. He's playing with an illusion hero. He's clearing out all the camps very efficiently. Skidder is nowhere near that kind of farm. Again, the Faceless Void is not a fast farmer at all. Still working towards that Midas. This will be the state of the game for a while. They're making moves mid again.
Yeah, they certainly are. Gunner, he may get chronoed by Skidder. Just secure the kill. They will. There's the Brambles out there. They can't get the right clicks off yet, but the Sunstrike's going to fly in, though. No, Gunner.
Oh,
he
no.
will avoid it. 9. He's going to try and jump in with the Blood Grenade. He didn't have Boulder Smash, though, but now he does, and he will be able to secure the kill onto Gunner eventually. It does cost him his life, but they desperately needed to secure the Ogre kill after committing all their spells, and well, that they will.
Man, they're slowing Gunner's game down, but the cost from Tundra is massive. Thompson's having to walk back home. You forced some movement out from Skidder, so that's time where he's not farming. He didn't even really soak up the AoE gold as well. I believe he was already backed off very far to try to soak anything in. And for now, sure, you're making sacrifices onto Gunner, but the Ogre Magi doesn't need that much farm. Gunner's already just working onto the Blade Nail, and eventually, at some point, he will find a space to try to rush that heart. Whereas you have all the space in the world right now, 4K1 for Hector. He has Armlet, Echo Saber not too far off, BKB Disassembly is going to be in line for that as well. And for Tundra, I mean, this is still some good activity, but again, like, it feels like the target needs to be changed. Like, if you can hunt down the CK before the BKB, he's still going to be a very manageable target, and they are smoking up to that bot lane now.
They certainly are. Nine looking for a roll in. Does even have the Veil of Discord up as well to amp up all the damage from this Invoker. Yamsun, K1 hanging around. Yamsun actually going through the twin gates. This is not the perfect timing. This is in fact the exact opposite, because K1 now going to be chased down. They'll get the cold snap off. He'll drop the egg. K1, he needs some help, but he's quite a tanky boy. He'll survive for now. The only thing doing damage to him is his own illusion. Now the golem drop. Still snaking, continuing to try and get the kill down, but K1, he heals up through it. Oh, you're joking. They just couldn't kill him. Skittle, he's going to move in and try to salvage the situation, but no chrono available. Means he's a sitting duck. They'll continue chasing him down. But he will be able to time walk away. As Moon now turning onto 33, but decides better off. It does try to back off, but in comes 9. He'll go onto Yamsun. Tornado will land on the Phoenix into the Magnetize. So Yamsun, he will burn out. In goes Moo, still being chased down by Tundra. They should eventually be able to get this guy, but Moo is still running, still buying time for Gunner to move back in. He's on the Invoker now, but Skidder, he'll have Chrono in 10 seconds. They've got to be very careful. Skidder, no, they won't have Chrono because Skidder's down. And there goes Thompson. The Fire Blast will get it done. 33 trying to run, but Nouns, they will continue the chase. The Surge will wear off. He's got another in 1 second, but the reality of back. 33 will get stunned. He is down. That was a full team wipe, in fact. Snaking TP back. Lelis, he's got the hand up, but he doesn't have the mana for the Brambles. He can't stun him up. That'll be enough. But Nouns, I don't know how they keep doing it, John. They keep getting away with all these good exchanges.
There are a couple of factors there for Tundra that doesn't work in their favor. Oh my God,
yeah,
Hector!
He just crits him to death. My goodness.
CK, man. Casino night, you can never count out that chaos strike. But Tundra, they forced that fight while the tier 1 is standing. There's a very fast TP point in comparison to the outpost there for Nouns to play with. They managed to get Moo in right in the nick of time with a split. The Sun Ray healing, we talked about this in draft. These are very big tanky heroes. And Tanya pointed it out as well. The Sun Ray would sustain true. Sure, Nyx would burn down. No one was there to focus in on Yamsun. So all of that healing comes through. The Chaos Strike coming through to add a little bit more healing onto K1 as well. It's just too much. You don't have burst.
Yeah.
This is the issue for Tundra. There's no burst play unless you start to really focus in on Chrono, really try to play with like big Chronos and Fatal Bonds into something like Cataclysm or Magnetize, and that didn't come out there. They'll try again though.
They sure will. K1, he's the closest target. That's the one they really want. Yamsun's right behind him. He has egg available again. He'll go for the Sun Ray first. Make sure K1 does get healed up just a little bit. In goes the Phantasm. In goes the Tornado. K1, can he heal through this? Even with the Spirit Vessel. K1 with the Chaos Meteor should go down. He cannot armor toggle through it. He will drop as 9 may have to give his own life away, although he is still running a nice surge from 33, giving time for 9 to get his way out. Meanwhile, towards the left gunner, also getting caught out as Tundra, completely smothering Nouns now. We'll find 2 for nothing. As 9, he barely was able to roll away throughout all of that.
That was much better isolation coming out from Tundra. Managed to catch out the CK without as much backup. Moo couldn't instantly pop the Primal Split to try to commit. And you didn't even have Lullis show up at all. Like, he's focusing to farm up top. He's trying to work towards the Midas. I'm keen to see if he's going to go all in for something like the Axe Rush here as maybe a way to scale as your Ogre Magi. It can scale, but it's not scaling linearly with damage, whereas the Dark Willow is a semi-core, can do that job. So they do get really good punishment. It looked decent with the egg save, but just way too much focusing in on Hector without that BKB up. The CK is a lot easier to manage at this moment. Although Hector, again, he's going into the BKB heart anyway. And if you catch these fights without that split, the control of Nouns does fall down. You didn't even have to drag Skitter in with, say, the Chronosphere this time around. So he's able to just sit back and farm while that rotation comes in. Very nice win for Tundra. And that's what we need to see more of. Just these kind of isolation plays, while Nouns are trying to play a little bit greedier, especially under supports. It is an Ags Rush for Lellis. So he is trying to scale up his damage and, you know, just use Gunner as more of control and utility here, rather than straight out burst on the Ogre Magi.
Bottom lane, pings were coming out towards Moo. They could just stick around and secure the tier 1 bottom tower, because we saw what happened last time they wanted to fight this in this area. They are going to wrap around though. Thompson in the Ghost Ward. They have the vision with the Observer Ward, so Mu, he's going to try and go through the Twin Gates. Thompson, does he want to try with the Tornado? Not quite, instead they'll make the jump in with the roll. Perfect roll in from Niners. Mu dropping very, very low, should go down. Still surviving, but the Tornado will be enough. Very, very nice pick off, and with that they can certainly just go right after the bottom tier 1 tower now.
Yeah, really good timing there. 0.6 seconds left for Mu to get through that gate. Catch him, nick of time, get some good punishment. Again, I don't know if this is going to matter because Lullis is actually going as the core. So you're ganking up these high tanky utility heroes that will still stay tanky as the game goes on. They will eventually find space for at least the Vit booster into the heart. At some points, you're going to get the Phoenix backing you up. I am actually concerned for Lullis getting all of this space. And as insane as that sounds, I mean, he's got the Midas. He's sat up top for free. He is going for the axe. This is going to take quite some time to take off, but once you have Dark Willow Ags with, say, a Witchblade and a Moon Shard, there's some funny stuff that can happen in the game. And this is why I'm really digging nouns, this Road to the Internationals group stage. Because every draft they pull off somehow is very turbo drafty. This is a different game they're playing, Mike. I don't know if this will pay off, because it'll take a long time for Lullis to get the Ags, but this is a turbo game for them, and I love it.
Yeah. The thing is, you don't want to drag out the game too long, I don't think, because Skid on the Void. Obviously, every time we see a Void, we kind of talk about how impactful it's always going to be with the Chrono once it is up. See, Skidder does need quite a bit more farm to get to the stage where he's a real threat, but he's getting there. He's not too far off now, 4th in net worth. Climbing up very quickly with the Midas and the Maelstrom build-up. Against that Chrono, you can never count him out. It's a very scary spell to have. Now they are still taking it easy, though. I mean, K1 is still farming fantastically. He has got the BKB now, working on towards the heart. And even Mu's going for his own Radiance build-up as well, and he'll have that up very, very soon. So they are somewhat getting the answers here towards this Void issue they might have very, very soon, but for now they're more than just happy to just keep this farm going.
Everyone's got a Midas.
Yeah.
You know, everyone's just going for the Midas. You've got a Midas coming out for Gunner, which is probably the most efficient Midas with your multicast, so that's always funny. This is...
I heckin' love this model.
I know. It's an arm to raise. Good smoke break by Lullis. So no ganks to come out here from Tundra. Very nice position for him to get that done. And again, it's a stall game. It's like you said, we're just building up on nouns. Tundra probably just feeling confident about scaling, as you mentioned, because of the Faceless Void. My one concern is it does put pressure on Skitter to actually start to land some bigger chronos, right? Like, yes, Faceless Void is a very hard hero to beat in the late game, arguably one of the best heroes in late game because of Chronosphere. But you have a lot of heroes in the back that you have to take out.
He's desperately trying to survive.
Another victim.
He's all right. He's all right. So K1's sitting there secretly praying for a crit to come, just to finish off the job. Fried chicken for dinner.
We need a tormentor hint on the pause screen for sure. I think just a friendly reminder when it's paused, you ping that for your teammates.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a PSA on the edge, but again, just the stall game. Midas for 9 is up. Midas for Thompson. It's Midas gameplay right here, Mike. It's beautiful. This is peak Dota.
It certainly is peak Dota.
1, 2, 3, 6 Midases, man. I don't know how often we've seen that, but I feel like it's been a long time since we've seen 6 Midases in a game.
Can we get 7? Can we make it 7? That's the real question.
I'd want to. Why isn't Yamson building one? You know, it's like, you were a pause one, you want to farm. Yamson, listen to that voice in your head that says, pick Midas, buy Midas, please.
A group up from Tundra now looks like they might secure their own Tormentor. There is going to be a smoke though. Nouns, they're actually down at the bottom lane. Seems like they want to try and focus the tier 1 tower. Tundra obviously probably won't be able to defend this because they have just gotten very, very low off their own Tormentor. It's a tier 1 bottom tower anyway. It's not the most important. In fact, Nouns, they're the ones to retreat. It seems like they just do not want to risk getting caught with their pants down. Instead, K1 rushing right towards the Roshan pit. So they might just force a fight here instead, or maybe they'll just get a free Roshan for themselves. Either way, I think Nouns are happy.
Yeah. Like no contest coming out. They're on the opposite side of the map for Tundra. They don't have vision down here. Well, they did have gate vision, but no one really walked by. And they did see the movement through the ramp. They'll just go for the tier 1 tower trade, which is a fair trade-off. Again, as this game goes on, I'm just trying to think how it unfolds for Tundra, how the execution goes. Because you do have area control with Chrono, but the damage has to come from outside.
Oh, snaking.
Like, not until...
Bye-bye, snaking. Nice to know you, sir. Not much you can do when the Chaos Knight just runs at you.
Radiant's top tower is under
it's one of those things. You're a support in a Chaos Knight game. You get caught out, you're just dead. Yeah, the snaking accepts his fate. But yeah, as this game scales on, I don't know if this gets easier necessarily for Tundra. I think there's still, it doesn't get necessarily harder, but I don't think it simplifies in the way that you'd expect a Faceless Void game to simplify. Again, just because you're hanging on Fatal Bonds, you're hanging on down the line, just Ags.
Snap Spirit Vessel is out. Terrorized though, committed by Lilith onto 9, so they'll try for the Earth Spirit. 9 looking for a way to roll out, but he's just completely blocked off. It will go down as K1 now. He saw Thompson. Ghostwalk is out. K1, of course, does not have detection himself, because that's a support's job, Jonathan. K1, he will not be able to secure a kill onto Thompson. He will be able to walk out just fine.
Just get out there in time. Our good old Joel Spirit couldn't roll out. Joel out this time around. Very unfortunately for 9. It's 12 to 9. 3K lead. The Midases are paying off quite nicely, I'd say, for now. And so, I mean, it's funny. Lullis has the Midases bottom that word, but again, he is trying to rush Ags, and he's been relatively inactive in this game. And he is still 3 parts away. So again, to ramp up to this hyper carry, super carry Willow is pretty long. Smoke out from Tundra as 3 here.
That's the one they want. They want that mid ogre. Oh, never mind. The K1's there as well. Instead, they are going to move on to Gunnar. That's the one they see. Skidder, he'll hold on to the Chrono for now. Gunnar, he just could not sustain himself through that damage output. In comes K1. He's got that Aegis up. There goes the egg. Skidder, he's actually going to Chrono the egg and try to go for it in his own, but he can't do it. The Chrono does not go up against the egg, Skidder.
No.
Sometimes you just got to mash your buttons, John. You know? Sometimes you just press all the buttons, see what happens. No. Continuing for more, seeing the opportunity, he'll chase down Thompson, but they don't have the detection.
That's a bit dicey for Tundra. I mean, finding that kill in Gunnar is all well and good, but losing your Void in exchange I don't think is that worthwhile. And the Ogre Magi is not the big issue here. And Gunnar doesn't even care. He's always just going to get the gold back with multiple Midas uses anyway. Yeah. His heart is not too far off. He has the full Reaver, so he has that strength added onto him. They see 9.
Yeah, they certainly do. 9 going to do the old Joel away, but 9 certainly in danger now as K1 will just chase him down. Still rolling. Yamson, he'll keep up the vision. 9, I mean, at least is buying plenty of time for his team, but eventually we'll get Yule stuff mid-roll. Does get cancelled, and K1 will secure himself his 7th kill of the game as the Chaos Knight. Top.
Lellis.
I mean, Lellis playing with fire. He's the only guy with a dust right now, so he's got to be near the Invoker. You know these core players, John, they don't buy dust. Not their job. That's what they told me anyway.
I mean, well, Moo's a responsible one. He has dust.
Oh, good on him.
There you go.
God bless it.
Moo the base Chad, of course. Still rocking that offlane Witch Doctor. Rocking out in his Brewmaster. Going for that Manta next. Just have a Dispel on hand. And again, Tundra, I don't think this lineup is finding its mid-game timing in the way it wants to, right? Because now you've got one initial heart in K1. So Hector has all this HP in the world. You've got Gunnar's Heart, again, he's just lacking the recipe now. You've got this durability with a Radiance up for Moo. Like, how do you play the burst game in Chrono? Because you are nowhere near something like the Ags and Thompson. He's not even queuing it up. We haven't seen big Fatal Bonds coming out in these Chronos. Nouns have been very disciplined to stay as split apart as they could possibly be to force Skitter to look for these really awkward Chronos. And they're just playing this game. Like, even though these fights end up being 1-for-1s, nouns wins out. They're farming, they're building up this arms race. Some commitment down bot, but not too hard. And I don't know, like, I'm just really concerned. Lullis, is that his full eggs ready to go? He's not queuing it up anymore. He's flying out. I think that is the Willow Eggs.
Beautiful.
He's just waiting for the last item. Yeah, he's waiting for the boosters.
He needs the gold for it. Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit more. I mean, he even has the Philo Stone. So you're gonna have Dark Willow Ags with a Shadow Realm. This is a turbo game, dude. Mid Ogre Magi, a support Willow that goes Midas. Now have they done their scrims on turbo? Is that it? It's working.
Be very careful up there, so nouns are not going to have too much of an idea the void is well, they do, because there is an observer ward watching Skidder right now, but do they have a smoke? Do they have a way of getting there? Yamsun does have a smoke available if they want to make the rotation up. So they're going to walk the old-fashioned way, see if they can sneak up behind Skidder, but it seems like Skidder will back his way to the base, so he's going to be just fine. Rest of Tundra currently down at the bottom lane, trying to apply that pressure. Mu is around to D-push here, as they are going to try and make the jump in. Mu is still a very, very tanky target. He will be forced to pop the Primal Split, though. So they do at least get a big spell used up here from the side of Nouns. It seems as though Mu is not really going to be able to capitalize, though he might still find 9. Just chasing him with the Storm Panda, but no. 9 is okay. K1?
I don't think you mind.
Well, K1 was being pinged out. He has to run.
They're just farming. You don't mind that usage of the split, honestly, because you're not really looking to fight into Tundra anyway. You don't want to give them that opportunity to get that chrono, to get that wombo combo they're looking for with chrono vac wall. They will smoke up once more in Tundra. The pressure's on them. They've got this timing that can still deal with some of the durability on the side of Nouns. They do pop that smoke with Skidder clearing out illusions. So that's information for Nouns to back off, and they've gone to the sides of the map. They get the scan off on the triangle. They're going to be safe. They might even set up here for stragglers.
Snaking's trying to get some deep vision down, and he will get some vision down around the jungle of that Radiant, the Radiant Triangle, that is. K1 could run right into Tundra. Mu, he's even deeper. Snaking's going to scout him out. Mu, going to go for the TP play out, but Snaking, he'll drop the golem. Does want the TP cancel. Obviously worth it if he can get the kill onto the Brewmaster. Mu, surely no way out of this one, as he does get caught by the Son of 9, and he is certainly down. Very nice pick up there, thanks to Snaky.
Yeah, it is one big tool taken away from Nouns for this follow-up fight. They are smoked up behind. Looks like they might be willing to actually take that follow-up fight. I mean, they've got all their spells ready, but they'll play it safe. Heart done on Hector, as mentioned. Heart done on Gunner. 3.6k HP on the Ogre. 3.8k on the CK. You do at least have a full Mjolnir on Skidder, so it's a little bit more magic damage coming through here. But again, Nouns don't seem to care. They just want to farm. That's the Ags money for Lullis. So it's fun times are about to begin. It's not quite insanity yet with the Dark Willow. You need some attack speed acceleration, but we're getting there.
They found K1. K1, he's on the cliff. Rift is back though, 9. He will be able to get K1 back down thanks to the Reality Rift is 9. Does BKB roll back in onto K1? Trying to give an opportunity for Skidder to get a nice chrono off, but it never comes. You get a BKB forced out from K1, but that's really about it.
Has been killed.
Ooh, not a good courier to lose there.
Uh-oh.
For Lullis.
That's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. He does not have the Axe for 2 minutes 20 seconds now.
Yeah, which means for now, they're going to have to just play farming again for 2.5 more minutes. That will give Lullis some time to try to work onto his next item, I suppose. So it's not all too shabby here for the Dark Willow. But it is more breeding room for Tundra to also play this farm game. They're not winning the farming game, though. You're still 5k up and Nouns. You're at parity with every other core but Hector, but parity is not really the point you'd want to be here, I don't think, for Tundra. So it's an awkward game where you're just waiting for the the tension to release. And I still haven't, we still don't have the tools on Tundra to really look for a burst play. So in these prolonged fights, the important target to go for is actually going to be Yamsun. You have to take care of that Phoenix. You have to take care of the Sunray of the Egg. If you can get that, the fight's clean up. They are rushing down bot onto Roche. They've got an idea
They've
here.
got a bit of time. They have got time to move in. Skinner, he's trying to rush there. 33 will do the same. Roshan, it is just about to drop 9. He jumps in, but no Gunner. He's got the Aegis. 9 in danger. Skinner, he'll get the Chrono on 2.
You can't kill him.
Going to go into K1, but K1, he is perfectly fine with the Sunray right behind him. He is going to be able to survive. Skinner now, moving back in. He's got a secondary life and a cheese as well that he just eats immediately. His 33 is forced to BKB and just TP away, but they left Skinner. They left their POS one behind.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's so much pressure on Tundra to try and take the Aegis away from them, but it cost them so much and they don't even get it.
There's just no damage. Like, Skitter gets a decent enough chrono onto 2, but as we just said, you know, Yamson's in the back, Sunray's going off on these high HP heroes. You can't outdamage
too much.
Where's the burst? Where's the output? It has to come in with Fatal Bonds and something like Cataclysm, but Thompson's not queuing up the Ags. He's going for the Octarine for spell spam. There's no follow-up, no clear follow-up in that chrono yet. It's just not there.
It certainly is not, and now, well, the Tormentor will be taken from the dire end, so Lelis will be able to get a free shards for himself. Yeah, you got no Ags, but at least you get a free shards. Ags is back up in 10 seconds as well for Lelis, as his courier will respawn in 5 seconds from now, and I mean, Tundra, 13k behind. They're the ones that need to find a way back into this game. What is it, John? What are you laughing about now?
No, I'm just laughing because Lelis has enough money to just buy 1 Hyperstone.
Lovely.
You know, it's like, yeah, we're getting to that point. This is where the fun truly begins here for good old Lelis. If he wanted to, he does buy something else, so he's a little bit bigger brain. Not as he knows he's not in the turbo match.
Yeah.
And we shall see. There's that Ags. Man, it's so funny with Dark Willow. You look at her talents, Mike. It's like they want you to build her as a carry.
You know the frog,
right?
You know the frog. He definitely wants it to happen.
Oh, goodness.
I was going to say as well, I was looking at Dota Plus. The game is still relatively close between these two teams. Nouns currently is 60% their way. It was actually 59% in Tundra's way just a minute ago before that last Roshan fight. But now Nouns, at least 60% chance of them winning according to Dota Plus.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I think there's this big play potential from Tundra. They just need to execute. Ideally, your initiation has to be back wall into Chrono with Fatal Bonds.
Moose just taking T3 on his own. This is classic Brewmaster gameplay right here. Look at that. What do you do about this? I mean, sure, you can deal with the Brewlings all you want. He's just fine to take a T3 tower for nothing. No problem.
Yeah. Just like that.
I'll be back in 80 seconds.
Yeah, it's you don't have anything to clear the Brewlings. You have Fatal Bonds, but you don't really have big AoE damage. You know, nothing like Medusa, nothing like a Luna on hand to kind of just help you clear that out, or a Gyro. You've got to face his Void, so you just kind of have to accept it. I do like that 9 is trying to go for the Ags. I think that is one way to try to break up these fights from Nouns. Just try to reposition, pull someone back, or try to save your cores if the initiation comes from Nouns first. But it doesn't even feel like Nouns are trying to initiate, right? Like, all of these fights are Tundra fighting into Nouns. Nouns aren't making any big moves themselves. They haven't made any big moves outside of a couple of smoke ganks. Like, it's mainly been responses to Tundra. That's what most of these big 5v5s have been all about. And they've been winning those fights that Tundra tried to start. So I don't know if the offensive potential of the Ags is going to be that big on 9 once he finds the gold. And I don't know if the defensive potential is going to be that amazing either. I think the Shivas coming out from 33 is big, but hasn't really done much.
Skitter's very deep. Do they know? Oh, they know. He ran on the vision. They know exactly where he's gone. Skitter, be very careful.
Boy.
He'll time walk BKB. Oh, goodness. That was a little bit frightening. Nice observable to try and scout that out as well. I'm not sure who placed it. I imagine Yamson did, but very, very nice.
Yep. Now just getting some deep vision.
It was Yamson. Knowing
that. Yeah, they're trying to find. They know that Tundra is going to try to do a couple of flank moves. And now they got the smoke. They know BKB's down in Skitter. He's not going to be comfy in those chronos. They can try to get something done here. Lelis is queuing up the new chart. Let's go. Let's go.
Why not? It's the way to play it. The way the Frog would want, John. Here you go, Tundra. They've got Primal Split back up. They've got an Octarine Core on Moo. Do they want to do the old split and just take racks? I think they may. And there we go. Moo will just pop preemptively. K1 moves into boot. There are not too many buybacks available right now. It's only 9 that has one available on Tundra. Now Topson has his own buyback gold, so he'll be able to buy back if necessary, but it doesn't seem like Nouns are looking to commit too hard anyway. They're just letting Moo do the work, K1 doing the work down at the bottom tier 3 tower with the Phantasm Illusions, and Tundra, well, they're just not able to deal with it so far. They'll kick back Gunner into the tier 4s, but he just casually walks out.
There's no damage.
He's got 4.5k HP. So what are you going to do? The Ogre just walks out casually.
There's no damage. There's no output. Skitter's going for more stats. He's got the Scotty to, again, mitigate some of that healing from the Sunray, but the damage is just not there. It has to come out. I really feel like it has to come out from Topson somehow. As cheesy as Cataclysm Reliant sounds, it does feel like that probably is your safest route in terms of straightforward combinations. Otherwise, you're talking about dancing around, trying to play with Fatal Bonds, trying to reposition heroes with the Earth Spirit, and I mean, they're just way too durable. It reminds me of that series where we saw Nouns again play this high durability lineup. You know, we were seeing Primal Beast, we were seeing Spirit Breaker, and just really tanky cores. That was the Gunner's Ogre Magi game. Like, they just don't die. And again, there's no burst in this lineup at all. There's no big steroid skill on their cores. You know, you don't have an innate crit. There's just no source of high scaling damage. There's a lot of control. There's a lot of BKB piercing control with Chrono and a Golem, but there's no follow-up for it yet.
Topson showing down at bottom lane. Moo is right around the corner. He's got split up available again. He will not make the jump in, but the rest of Nouns, they are moving down towards Topson. Thing is, Topson, realizing he's shown himself, just TP's back towards his team. Cannot really afford to give any free kills away to Nouns right now, because obviously it just feels like it means a free racks. If you do give your life away, and if you've got no buyback, that might actually just be Megas.
Radiant's top tower is under
Bottom lane K1 looking to start moving on to the bottom tier 3 tower once again. Moo, he's got the Primal Split, and here we go. Nice and safe. You might not like it, but this is for an upper bracket start at the main event. And this is Nouns, and nobody's expecting Nouns to win this against Tundra 2-0. But so far, they are looking like they might just do it.
Yeah.
Roll in, 9. He's going to try with the Axe to kick back Gunner. That's a very far kickback. But Gunner is so tanky. Where's the damage? Here comes the Sunray. They got to run. They know they don't have the damage through that. Meanwhile, K1, he's dealing with the tier 3 top tower. He already got it. He got the melee barracks. It's only the range barracks left for Megas. Nouns, one step closer. As 9 does go down on the Earth Spirit, I think they can go. There's only 4 up on Tundra. Sight the Vice on Gunner. They're so close. They are so close now.
Yeah, this is where peak balance kicks in. Multicast, Sight of Vice. That's where you really start to feel it. And the side of now, they've just danced around Tundra. You know, looking back at that interview Mew gave, he's like, you know, it's fun to know that you're playing with humans. This is definitely a very humane gameplay, because it's not a draft that you'd expect at TI. It's not, you know, 3 Midases on Nouns side is not what you'd expect. It's paying off. I don't know if we've even seen Lelos use Shadow Realm with the Ags. It doesn't even matter.
It really doesn't. It really doesn't. What does matter, though, is whether the Tundra can fight back here in this game, too. It is a best-of-3 series. They still have a chance of forcing those to a game 3, but K1, he's looking to move in. He saw Topson. They'd love the Invoker. He jumps, but a quick tornado. Topson gonna put him back up in the air. K1, he's surrounded. He gets kicked back. The mana, it's all gone. K1!
The racks are gone.
K1 is gone, but they get the Megas. They have got the Megas up here on the side of Nouns. They just need to run out of there. Everyone needs to get out. Skitter, he'll pop the Chrono. He found 2 targets. He's got Gunner. He's got Yamsun. Yamsun will go down. Gunner, he's the tankier target. He'll go for a run, but surely no way out, as they will disable after the BKB. And they will punish successfully, but they are now up against Mega Crips.
Yeah, their lineup can manage to clear out, so it's not going to be as painful, but reaching outside their base now is going to be a tall order. And 9 is keeping track of Lullis here.
They want everything they can get
blinks
here.
up.
He's still going, but
I don't know if you can find him.
He's got no boulders. He's only got one, so it's probably not worth trying.
We've got a Midas for snaking now as well.
There you go, number 7.
So, yeah, we're I just want everyone to have Midas. I just want this to be a turbo game. Pretty much is. Lullis just needs that full moon shard up, and then we're gonna have a very fun time here. Roshan is ready to be taken by either side. Rosh number 3 with a free Ags. So a big one for either side to find. The Tundra needs this Rosh. They want to be able to come in. Like a free Ags up for Thompson fixes a lot of those damage issues. You can start to confidently take team fights with a Chrono. Even without the Fatal Bonds, just Cataclysm alone will provide you some good damage to play with to soften up these high-strength heroes. We'll see if they'll get the room to get that done. The side of Nouns are starting to clump up as well. We've got the full AC up on Moo. They're smoked up here.
Oh, Thompson right behind them. Thompson, he's actually going to reveal himself for a second, but they don't have the vision. They will miss out just barely. They are just focused on 9 at the moment, just tunnel vision on the Earth Spirit. They'll see him eventually, but 9 will be able to roll away. Instead, K1, he wants the Roshan. Screw the heroes, take the Aegis, Ag's Blessing as well. Even a cheese available. I wonder who takes what. Who wants the Ags? I think it might be Gunner. And it will be. So you've got the unrefined Fire Blast now. This is a lot of fun.
Oh my god. This is silly. This is truly silly. They'll smoke up again. So much output coming from now, and it's going to take the gate. A hell lot of damage. I'm just waiting for Lullis, man. This Moon Shard gets me excited.
Yeah, we might just not see it though. That's the thing. Like, they're 21k ahead. They've got Megas. Funniest thing is though, Tundra, they still are being given a 21% chance of winning, which I don't necessarily disagree with. It is still Tundra. It is a refresher orb skitter. You know, a couple good chronos could change the game entirely.
Yeah, Nouns have to close it out, right? The pressure is on Nouns for this advantage. They can't afford to get too cocky. They'll get the split off onto Moo.
They just bloodlust all the
So this is the gameplay.
Rush a bit. I mean, now they can play this super safely, and that's exactly what they'll do. With the bloodlusted Brulings, you can't do anything about it. They just hit too hard and too fast. Roll, Gunner, was scouted by 9 for a second. K1, he is in clear vision. Reality of Dr. 33 will force a BKB up, but they'll drop the wall on K1. Skidder trying to move in. Chrono, it's committed. They found Yamsun this time. There'll be no Phoenix already coming. No Aeon Disc. A double Chrono just for the Phoenix to go down. Now he's on a K1. Yamsun, though, he has brought back. He'll come back into the fight. Darksy, the 33 Darksy, dropping very low as Gunner chasing him down along with K1. Gets the Fire Blast off. It's not enough, though. Gunner, he's dropping so darn low to Skidder, and he might just be gone. Are they defending? Moo dropping very low himself on the Brewmaster. Needs a way out. K1 is still going though. He'll move in onto 9 on the Earth Spirit, but K1 dropping low to Snaking's Golems. He'll go down the first time, but he does have the Aegis. We'll go again. Round number 2. They're fighting without Gunner. They don't have their mid-ogre. They want to retreat, but Thompson's on the chase. So is Skidder, and they love K1, but K1 will run instead. They'll find Moo. On that Brewmaster, the Tornado will land, so they should have their way with him. Moo will try to run. In comes Yamsun. Keep in mind, Yamsun did just buy back, so they could try for a dieback immediately. But it seems like everyone else is out. Still very nice punishment from Tundra. The Nouns, they are trying their absolute best, but maybe they do have to rely on this primal split, just rat gameplay.
It does feel that way. Hector played really confidently with the Aegis up, but that did drag the rest of his team. It's also a little unfortunate that all of that breaks up because Yamsun was caught in Chrono twice. He was very close to Hector, maybe a little bit too close for comfort to that CK and trying to sustain him. And the punishment is severe. That is double Chrono. Refresh is going to be a minute 20 down, so you have an opening here for Nouns and Respawn. You do have room to start, again, going into these other items now for your supports. Like, you almost have something like the Wind Waker coming out here for Yamsun. You've almost got the... Again, you've got the Moonshard money here for Lullis as well, and his damage output's starting to feel ridiculous with Shadow Realm, with the way it is right now with his level 20 talent, so... The game is still tough for Tundra. They have to rely on Skidder. Like, again, if he keeps finding Chronos like that, if you find Yamsen, really, that's the big here. If you find this Phoenix in the back line, you take away a lot of the sustain that's keeping these high tanky heroes alive.
Oh,
from
absolutely. Absolutely. It really is all about the Phoenix, isn't it? Oh, Thompson. They have got themselves a big fish here, John. Thompson is down, but he does have buyback available. 33 actually around the corner. Yamsun, Spidey senses tingling, but he will not find him. Still, they might just be able to force a buyback from this Invoker immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 1 tier 4 left. The high ground's starting to get really empty for Tundra. And now they've got everything to play with. Lullis, is he going to buy out? Nah. He's playing it safe, wants to keep that buyback, which is fair. 500 gold to have the surplus to buy out that full Moon Shard. But think about it. Once you have Moon Shard, Dark Willow with Shadow Realm, she's just going to hit those objectives. She's not going to care. That's another way to rat this out.
Keep in mind, 33, he's got the Ags up now. So you've got the normal punch. So you've got multiple illusions. You can take a K1, though. 33, he does get caught. Golem is dropped. They're going to try and fight. Chrono is out, but they miss out on Yamsun. He'll drop the egg. He'll keep going with the Sunray. The Chrono, it does nothing. Skidder, he at least gets the kill on the Phoenix, and now the double Chrono, but it's his own team. It's his own team. 9 kick K1 away. K1. He's going to get 33, but K1's too deep now. K1's too deep. Skinner will chase him down. Meanwhile, the Ancient completely exposed Gunner. He was trying to go for it. Lelis will do it too. Moo still trying with the Brewmaster, but he's out of the Primal Split. He needs to run. This is not the time, boys. They'll get out of there. Meanwhile, K1, he does find 9 on the Earth Spirit, but do they keep going? It's 3v2. It is 3v2 nouns. They have an Ancient exposed. They could do it. Skidder cannot afford to get caught. He'll time walk forward. K1, he'll jump in with the stun, but no rift yet. There it is. They've got Skidder. Silent stops damage down. But he's got buyback available. He can come back into this fight. Now it's half HP on the Ancient for an upper bracket position for the main event. There's your buyback from Skidder. It's Thompson and Skidder versus the 3 of Nouns. And in goes K1. He found Skidder already. Terrorize does land Skidder. He should be gone. And now the Ancient is completely surrounded, completely exposed. It's up to Thompson, but the GG's called. GG. The GG is called. Nouns have done it. Nouns have done it. A 2-0 up against Tundra. Where are the NA haters at, John? Where are they? It's quiet over here.
Oh, now it's of all the teams to even find that 2-0 on.
I cannot believe it.
It's Tundra. Tundra, the team that looked revitalized going through the group stage of the road to the international. Nouns comes out. They play this Ogre mid. It was a big question mark for us. It was a big question mark for the panel, but it works out. It's this durability play. It's the fact that they've got all of these strong heroes.
I'm sorry, John.
Too much.
I've got to interrupt you. We've got the players and Slacks for an interview, so let's throw over to Slacks to see what he has to say.
Hello, everybody. We are here. They just won. Guys, congratulations, man. Upper bracket, let's go. Woo, that was an explosion of energy after you guys won. Unbelievable. They said you guys were making it out of groups. They said the best thing you could do was possibly survive groups. Upper bracket, baby. How we feeling, Gundog Millionaire?
Good. That was a fun game. I had a lot of fun. I feel good.
Feeling good? Okay, fantastic, guys. I mean, Moo, come on. That was some hype shit right there, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, guys, we're proud of you. Well done. We got to go back to it. Back to the panel. Thank you so much for an incredible showing.
Thank you very much, Slacks, and of course, thank you very much, Nouns, for delivering some incredible entertainment. A 2-0 sweep over Tundra Esports, former TI champions. And now, of course, Nouns will begin the upper bracket main event. That's where we'll start off. Aiden, talk to me about Ogre. How do you feel about this, Hero? What's happening from the mid lane? Does it make more sense now with the game in retrospect, now that you've seen how it plays out?
I mean, I feel like, if I'm honest, it kind of played out like I expected. The early game looked very good for him, and then as the laning phase progressed, they got more and more Invoker favored. But I think, to me at least, the biggest piece was the Chaos Knight. The Chaos Knight seems to be, I mean, I know it has one of the highest win rates at this event, and it looks really, really tricky to stop it. And I think that was probably more of the reason why they were able to win this game than maybe the Ogre.
Not just does the Chaos Knight have an extremely high win rate, gods, but it's in the hands of K1 Hector, one of the better Chaos Knight players. He's always had an extremely high win rate with it, played it quite a lot. This must feel like a very good time for him to be alive now that this hero is so good.
Yeah, and it felt very reminiscent of like when he first kind of made a name for himself back in the old Beastcoast days, where he came. I mean, he wasn't playing Chaos Knights much back then; it was more the Wraith King. But it was these like this ultra farming, hyper efficient. Like if you give me a free farm game, I will carry the game. And Darkseer was in the jungle like minute 5, like because of how tough that lane is. It's not because Darkseer necessarily played anything too poorly. It's just Chaos Knight's such a lane dominator. Then he got completely free farmed. He was like 3 or 4k net worth ahead of everyone throughout the mid game. Giving K1 Hector free farm is just a recipe for disaster if you're playing against him, it feels like.
And where do you think things went wrong here, Winter, for the side of Tundra? Because some of the early game portions, like Insania mentioned, were kind of decent for them.
I feel like I'm not really sure when they're supposed to be stronger than nouns lineup. Their lineup feels like it's very cooldown dependent, but whenever I see the bubble in the early mid game, they just don't have enough damage, to throw into the chrono. It takes too much to kill one single hero, and the Chaos Knight is just running around. He's killing people on his own. He doesn't really need anyone else to help him.
I think if you think about the draft path also, like the Darkseer was the last pick of Tundra's draft.
Yep. Yes.
And you see both the Phoenix and the Chaos Knight when you pick up the Darkseer. So I think the expected idea is that lane is gonna go fine or win. It's like 50%, like 50-50 or better. And it ended up not doing that. And I think that usually ends up becoming a pretty big issue. When you leave this hero for last, you see everything, you have all the information given to you, and then the choice you make isn't able to accomplish what you needed to. And then the consequence becomes like Winter says, the chrono just has no damage. Like there's nothing to dump in there. Like you have a upheaval.
Yeah. And to make matters worse, not only do you just have a lack of damage, but you have a degree of sustain from their side. Obviously, K1 Hector can keep himself alive. He buys this hard, it's CK, super tanky. But there's a hero who was speaking about in the drafts, Insania, Phoenix, right? And normally it was going to be a very hard Phoenix game, but the way he played it, this was actually so good from Yamsen. Not only was he so good with his Sunray heals outside of the bubble, but eventually Skeeter was forced to chrono him, and only him, even committing double chronospheres to him. Talk to us as a 5 position about how good it feels to have that degree of impact on a hero like Phoenix.
I mean, there's especially when the game is going poorly for you, let's see it from Tundra's perspective, the game isn't really going that well. And then they have this one fight around the mid lane area where he chronos and the Phoenix gets egg off, and he tries to hit the egg down, but he can't kill it. It's like you almost feel like you won the game by clicking egg before the chrono goes off. And I think that's a very defining moment where this very key cooldown got wasted. Thanks to him being so fast and reacting.
Something is wrong if that's happening because the Phoenix was the overall first pick.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't have this much of an impact. Oh, I'm underestimating how strong Phoenix is. I feel like the first couple of picks, it was Earth Spirit, Faceless Void, and Warlock, right? Yeah, and Warlock. So all those picks didn't really address, after watching the game, obviously, didn't really address the egg here.
Well, with that the hero not being addressed, rather, Phoenix gets the W for the side here of nouns. That puts them in the upper bracket to begin the main event. Now, God, so far, let's be honest, there haven't been that many upsets. The TSM VP one, a little bit of an upset, but the teams were in a sort of a relatively similar category. If I'd given you money and say bet between nouns and Tundra before today, you would have definitely told me Tundra. So if you're
I'm an NA believer, Snick. Come on, now don't put words in my mouth. Entire game 1, I was telling Winter, Nouns got this, and then he can confirm. And game 2, I said they got this too. So
I'm telling him that he must be smoking something else.
So did you honestly expect nouns to be the one to be carrying the standard of NA into the upper bracket rather than TSM or Rebellion?
Yeah, truthfully, not really. I think if one of those teams I had to bet on one, maybe would have been probably TSM. Obviously Shopify have had moments throughout the year where they've looked good, but particularly when it comes to TI right now, the road to the international, often, the pressures where some of these teams who don't have that experience can maybe struggle. But I think just, having playing those LCQs last year, obviously not fully the same roster, but I think that was just some great experience. Moo's obviously a veteran, so something has really clicked for Nouns. And I think the key thing in this series is they've just, kind of stuck to their hero. Something Aiden pointed out, Moo's a bit of a hero specialist, and he had the Witch Doctor. This came with the Ogre mid. I think if they can keep finding a few of these heroes that put opposing exposing teams outside of what they feel is their comfort zone, that could be a really key thing going forward.
Well, going forward, we're also having more Dota action planned for you because we still have one more series to fully populate our bracket for the main event. And of course, the two teams taking on each other are going to be Entity versus Azure Ray. And Entity has also a player who is well known for a very specific set of heroes. It's of course their star mid laner Stormstormer. So let's hear about his journey towards Seattle.
One of the biggest, like, not lessons maybe, but experiences I'm grateful to have is just basically like the coming together of many cultures on a LAN event. I think it's one of the greatest things ever. When you go to any LAN, like any major, you get people from all around the world. Now, especially also South American Dota, you have a lot of Brazilian players, you have Chinese players, of course, and you have all these cultures coming together. And this feeling of getting to know these cultures a bit better and everybody being united in like playing a video game is something, in my opinion, really beautiful. Like in the beginning, I remember when I was in my first major, it was Arlington Major last year. I was so scared of Chinese teams. Like we played against Team Aster, and it was the first Chinese team I ever, like we ever played in a professional match, online and offline. And I was really like respecting that team because like it was in my head, oh, this is a Chinese team, they play different Dota, they're different. It's a different region, right, that you didn't play for a longer time. But then like honestly, like simple things, like seeing them at breakfast and everything and talking to them a little bit, having a little funny chat, made everything so much more connected, I think. There's not that many difference between the different cultures that many people maybe even think in the beginning. And I think to me, something that I find very, very precious, and I really appreciate to have the opportunity to get this experience.
We are blessed not only to have Stormstormer playing Dota, but to get to witness his entire team, because here in the group stages on the road to TI, Entity genuinely has leveled up and looked like a team not to be taken lightly. I'm very excited about this matchup between themselves and Azure Ray, though, because last year, gods, very funny RNG, right? In the groups, day 1 and 2, incredible. Dominant squad, right? Looked like a team that could make a very deep push into TI. Unfortunately, many of the players get sick. They have to play in the lower bracket. That's where they start the main event. And you know which team knocked them out? In one of the longest games in TI history, it was this Entity squad. Obviously, 1 or 2 people are different in the team. So if Azure Ray have Somnus and Chalice here, probably looking for some revenge against Entity.
Yeah, that's a great point, because I think, you know, for Entity, they're a team who did make at least a bit of a splash at that last TI, and it, you know, looked like one of those teams that, you know, throughout last year was really like on the up and up. But then this year they've kind of been quiet. They're playing in such a stacked Western Europe region that they haven't really had the opportunity to play on the big stage as much. But making out of the qualifier, they're back, and as you said, Azure Ray would love maybe some revenge against them here.
Well, we're going to be witnessing if they can make that revenge happen, as we have our first draft ready, Azure Ray taking on the side of Entity. And one thing I'm also going to be very intrigued to watch is going to be the contrast between Lou and Watson, both of them young, up-and-coming carry players. It is a carry patch winter overall, so where do you want to see, which heroes do you want to see prioritized by both of these teams for these star players?
I mean, for Watson, I would like to see his Pudge, you know. I know he likes Pudge only when he's playing against like counters like Terrorblade, you know. He picks Pudge specifically on that from his streams. And that's a hero that I really like to watch him play. And for Lu is probably a forgotten hero, Anti-Mage.
What?
The classic Chinese carry.
You want to
hero.
see a Chinese carry on the road to the international?
You're such a boomer, Winter. You're like,
nobody wants to see Anthony.
2013, 2014, you know. You're like, let's bring back AM versus Morphlingers.
Let's go. We are seeing some things that we've been seeing quite a few times. Entity, of course, opening up with the Earth Spirit. That can be deployed through various roles, whether it be mid, whether it be support. This Doom hero, though, Azure Ray, one of the few teams that plays it both 4 and mid. In your opinion, Insania, where do you think the hero belongs right now, the Doombringer?
I think of it mostly as a 4. And, like, I think you usually pick it for a specific purpose. But I guess mostly 4, sometimes somewhat 3. But I think ever since they changed how Doom works, I think the hero, like, you can get a lot of the utilization out of the hero just from playing it as a support.
Okay.
I mean, do you think he can be a replacement for AA?
In some ways, yeah. I mean, it's interesting. We had now 2 drafts in a row where Earth Spirit was picked and AA was banned. So maybe there's something to it. I don't know. Where, like, you know, the AA is gone, so now you go for the Doom instead. To maybe make sure that you can, like, kill this one tanky guy. Like, we talked about it in the last draft with the Phoenix, who absolutely popped off, but, like, it's trickier to kill someone slowly than it is to, like, press one button on them and they're dead. And the Doom ulti in many ways has the same effect as the AA ult, where, like, it's a rather easy spell to land on a hero, and just, you know, he's deleted from the game.
Makes sense. Before we go deep into the draft, something I quickly wanted to ask you. Before this, Entity had played 100% of their games on Radiant side, and Azure Ray most of their games with first pick. does any side personally feel stronger to you at the moment? Or is that embargoed information? That's fine.
My lawyer got
I need like a card like I
This is
refuse.
embargoed
This is a golf question.
What's your feeling about it, guys? Like when you see Radiant versus Dire, does it anything like feel it should be leaning one way towards the other in general?
I haven't felt too strongly either way. I think, obviously the Roshan swapping sides, but I think, with Dire, you've got the Roshan at nighttime, so it kind of can impact a bit how you play around Roshan when it's night versus day. But I would say Dire feels maybe slightly stronger to me, but it's really too hard to tell, at least from what I've seen.
And
maybe Witcher has some
which
ideas.
feels better, first pick or second pick? I know you really like the drafting order, so which side would you rather start on?
Depends on who I have on my team. If I have a superstar carry that wants to tell me what he wants to play, he's probably in this patch. Probably he's gonna get first pick. I'll pick his hero on 18. But if I have a mid player that just insists on having last pick, then I have to be second pick.
Okay. Let's look at some of the heroes that we've had emerge right now within this draft. Muerta will be joining the Doom on the side of Azure Ray, with this Wraith King now being involved for Entity. So 2 heroes in, and we still don't really have clarity on who's going where. Both of these heroes have become very flexible. I'm not sure. We have a lot of haters of Wraith King in the off lane here around our panel, but we still don't know exactly how they plan to run it on the side of Entity.
I'm a fan. There's double Radiance. That was hype to see, It's a bigger map. All the creeps hitting this Wraith King's like, I got Alchemist on my team. I'm getting Radiance anyways. Nine Pandas made that work. I actually think Wraith King's totally fine as an offlaner. I think the idea that, the further you get into tournaments, the more, I think, value goes into these heroes that can flex between different roles. It just really, it's so much easier to draft when you can first phase heroes that can go into 2, even 3 different lanes or roles. And that's what both teams, with these first 4 heroes, have basically picked 4 flex heroes.
And if you think about what got buffed about Wraith King, it's like his ability to push towers, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everyone's getting the talent with the skeleton damage now too.
So why wouldn't it? I don't know if you guys call it this, but we in Liquid call all these heroes that have minions and units, we call them zoo heroes. They just spawn the zoo and then you run at the tower. It makes sense. It's very much similar to Beastmaster or these other heroes like Enigma. They used to just take your tower away from you.
Yeah, and it's so nice when you can kind of safely push. You can just send your skellies out. We saw it last game with Nouns, where it's they don't have to commit to get racks. They just send Primal Split, CK Illusions. It makes the game so much easier to play.
Yeah. And I think that's another thing that usually as tournaments progress, having oh my god.
Wow. Wow, all right. Azure Ray giving us some curveballs here. So at first I was about to ask, okay, Muerta's here. Normally Azure Ray either play FY on Doom or the Muerta. No one else has played either of these heroes. But then it's even more curveballs. Alchemist, the only 3rd Alchemist of the entire tournament after 9 Pandas played it twice. And the OD. What's happening with this hero, Winter? What do you make of him overall?
OD is the anti-tank hero, at least for me, when I'm playing my pubs recently, a lot of the Chinese players that came to SEA, the mid players, they really like to play this hero. And from what I feel like, he's being picked because of all the strength, tanky, hard heroes, so he can kill them. And he can always give you the damage that allows your team to be able to deal with those heroes, and he's very strong in the lane against those melee heroes.
And the outcome paper makes a lot of sense against the Wraith Kings. We're talking about, the zoo. Well, Alchemist is just going to be there's a ton of free gold for me. So I think this makes suddenly all of a sudden this Wraith King's you can't really, maybe you can play him offlane, but you're going to be maybe having to be very careful about not feeding the Alchemist too much money.
I mean, does this mean the Muerta and Doom, they're both the supports?
I do not know. We could still have Chalice be the one to play the Doom and inevitably, and then we pick up another support at the end of the draft. Who knows?
24 pick, position 5.
Why not? Y'all have done it before.
I remember a game you guys bought CM overall last pick.
Yeah.
There's definitely one game that you had CM overall last pick.
Okay, I mean, I remember one game at least when we were in Berlin that was disastrous. It was we played against OG, and I remember we were playing against OG in upper bracket of Berlin Major, and the draft is over, and we're only picking my hero, and I look at the heroes, and I'm like, nothing is good here. I have no idea what to pick here. And then I decide, I want to make sure my team feels good going into this game. So I tell them pick me Witch Doctor, I'm going to own. So we pick Witch Doctor. I have the worst game of my life. We end up getting knocked down in the lower bracket, and it's just really, really sad times. My coach is like, come on, man. You could pick anything, and you ask for Witch Doctor, I pick it for you, and you just feed. And I'm like, William, what do you want from me? I don't know what would have been good, dude. There's no good heroes. It's not my fault.
Yeah. Sometimes you are at the end of the draft and there's just no probable options left. What can you do? You know, all have these tough games.
I always say that when you get to the point in the draft, the last pick, and there's nothing good to pick, it's not the last person's fault. It's because of the first 4 heroes.
I mean, there probably was something better than the Witch Doctor that I suggested. If I'm gonna be really like, the Witch Doctor, it did not work out.
Work?
It was not. No. That was. I definitely had my. It was not a great pick, but.
Well,
yeah,
Doctor has been owning today from the off lane. We're probably not going to be seeing him in this game here. We are going to be seeing a Terrorblade though for Entity. That's going to be the Watson hero. What do you think here, Gods? Terrorblade versus Alchemist at carry-to-carry matchup.
I mean, TB, the timings are a little bit different, but I think overall, obviously, TB can just kind of kite the Alchemist around a bit. They're going to be, to me, almost like relying on some kind of jump or burst to address the TB. I think that's the big hero that if you're right now Azure Ray, you're thinking like, what is our kind of TB answer? Because I don't really feel like their draft does well against TB at all.
Yeah, and Grimstroke is so good against OD specifically because you don't really want to get BKB early, so the silence is very, very annoying for you to deal with. And Grim also goes really well with the Wraith King, the Earth Spirit. I mean, this last pick has to be something that deals with all these problems right now. It has to deal with the Terrorblade. It kind of has to work with their lineup.
What about a Shadow Demon?
Shadow Demon. So you can purge the Inksa and then you can make copies of Terrorblade, and it kind of works in the lane with I presume the Elk.
Yeah. Or even better, what about Phoenix?
Azure is on board.
Yeah.
The question is, where is this Phoenix going to be going? It's an off-lane Phoenix for Chalice here. Obviously, we just saw Phoenix doing really, really well in the previous game. Does this one inspire the same degree of confidence in you when you see how it's going to play out in this game?
So it's Phoenix Doom against Venge TB. I mean, I think if the lane is very slow, it might be good for Phoenix. You get to like whittle them down. But if Fishman and Watson manage to get aggressive and like get good value out of the first meta, then I think this lane can be very tricky for Phoenix because I think it becomes hard to deal with like the 2 ranged or semi-ranged dudes. But it can go either way. I'm mostly curious about this Muerta.
5, right?
Muerta with Alk, because these are 2 heroes that both deal incredible amounts of damage. And Wraith King is quite a passive laner, and Grimstroke isn't really like a very protective hero. It's usually a hero that wants to like attack
people.
You. Yeah. So I think this could be a very interesting game with a lot of kills very early on.
What's your feeling about the scenario when you look at this? Alchemist is going to be, what, the 3rd one in this tournament? It's 1-1 at this point. Is Azure Ray going to be adding to the win tally or the loss tally?
Yeah, I have some confidence. I feel like they've really drafted for these lanes with the OD pick and the Phoenix playing in the 3 role, and it's obviously great against 2 of the cores. It really does feel like there's a lot of pressure on Watson on his TB. He's the one who's set for success, but leaning maybe Azure game 1, but I like both drafts.
Winter, what about you?
I kind of like the Grimstroke with all the small little spells they have, you know, the Venge, the Earth Spirit. I feel like maybe the lane won't go so well for them, but they have a lot of options after the laning phase as long as they don't really lose the lanes too much.
Losing the lanes obviously is generally speaking a recipe for losing Dota games. Very, very sucky. But if there's anybody on planet Earth that I trust to have curated some very good lanes, it's a team that's going to have Somnus and Chalice involved in it. I know that these guys know what's up. They know what they're doing. Very excited to see how they're going to get on with this game. And of course, let us not forget, y'all, what the stakes are. A winner goes into the upper bracket of the main event on the road to the International. So let's see if it's going to be Azure Ray or Entity in Game 1 making that happen as we head on over to Trent and Lyrical to bring us the action.
And welcome, Dota fans from the world over, ready to get on into this one. Whether you're staying up late in Europe, you're waking up early in Southeast Asia or China, it's all going to be coming to you right now. Lyrical and Trent. Trent, how you doing? You excited about this? We got some weird-ass heroes to end off the night.
Yeah, I got to see the OD coming in. Not what I was anticipating. Happy to see this hero once more here, especially by Somnus, of course.
Oh, yeah. No, that's the big change up. I'm going to try my very best to not say Devourer throughout the entire course of the game. Of course, the Destroyer hasn't really been in the meta, I feel like, since that first round of it. But I did like what Winter said at one point, which was that he feels like it's a hero to break through big tanky guys, right? And if there's one thing that we've seen in this meta, it's that you get big tanky strength heroes, put them up front and center, and then lay into them. And I mean, also into the Terrorblade, you love to play against that.
Yeah, we got a bit of a problem going on here. It's, heroes getting a little bit too big. We got some hearts coming out. We got blade mails. It's time to find some final answers here. And of course, the Phoenix is another great reason behind that too. We're losing out on a lot of the percent-based damage these days. Phoenix still having that is great. And of course, you got BV Heroes your own for the heal, as we look to battle it out here in the river.
Yeah, looking for it already. Stormstormer up front and center, and they're just going to have to back away with everybody else. FY and Chalice running up towards the top side. But it is an interesting decision where we've seen a lot of Phoenix in the first phase, but they're running it now on Chalice here in this game. What do you think it is that they like about this Phoenix pick in this particular one?
I think we had Whisper as well, right? Also trying some core Phoenix. It's been, well, it's a little popular. I think a lot of it just comes down to how the Doom can work. Like this whole idea of like starting the draft out with the flex and everything is very nice. And they see at the end, like, okay, this is the time to go for it. Like Doom can, like Insane was mentioning, still offer a lot out of the support role with all the changes to his ultimate. So we're going to be looking to try and like target that specific hero with the, you know, Doom. Usually we upgrade to 2.0. This is like Doom 0.8.
Okay.
You know, it's not quite there. You know, you can get back to Doom 1.0 with a couple levels.
Right.
But yeah, you have this nice Phoenix. It's all those things that we've talked about, this idea of like having the Sunray and how powerful it can be when you're getting levels, when you're a core hero, you're just going to get, you know, more and more benefits out of that. Plus, on top of that, this whole idea of tanky heroes, Phoenix, great Spirit Vessel hero. So able to do that in the core role, plus get the earlier levels onto the egg. Definitely still a bit risky, of course. You know, there's a reason not a lot of people play this hero in the off lane, because if you mess up one of those supernovas, it's slightly out of position, you lose a core pretty fast in a team fight.
Totally. No, it's a very risky proposition, no doubt about that one. We are already seeing a little bit of the issues that you run into playing against an OD in the mid lane. You can see Stormstormer getting a couple of denies here and there. You got to watch out for that one. But yeah, I want to see up top here how they're able to contend with just sort of the spam of harassment that's going to come out, because it's mass magic damage against the Terrorblade. Usually that feels pretty freaking good. As down bottom, getting some good damage out there. Gonna bring down Tianming low, but not quite a kill. Lul gonna turn on the Katomi. He tries to punch him a few times. It ends up being indeed a kill to the skeletons. Pretty nice. Oh, Skelly boys.
Run them down. Okay. Get some hits on the tower after as well. And they go again immediately. Oh, this is getting some nice early damage here.
Is that enough? No, not quite. Had Fairy Fire still too. It's perfectly fine. And
you saw that tower armor, you know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, bit of a nice start down bottom for Entity. What you want to see if you are a fan of theirs indeed, and Gabby getting off to a good start. He has been like the difference maker for me in so many of these games. I feel like he has really been able to pull together the Entity lineup.
I mean, we were casting the qualifiers when they made their way here in Western Europe, and we just kept giving Gabby MVP because he just kept crushing games. And like, we wanted to give it to other people, we couldn't even do it.
Yeah, no, totally. Well, we'll see how this one ends up going. As down bottom, there's more action going on. Tianming further trouble, ends up dying again. Gabby, another kill. I feel like, I mean, he's not even controlling the little skeletons, right? They're doing their own thing and getting these kills.
Jeez, I mean, they were concerned about the aggression of this duo there on the panel of Wraith King and Grimstroke, wondering, you know, can they actually use it? Because, yeah, Alchemist and Ware to the right, they can get some high damage going, but this is just one of those classic situations in a lane where if you get those first kills, I mean, you got a Muerto running back from base. I mean, that's creating upsets here. That means you're getting control over the creeps. You don't have to battle over the camps nearly. It's like not nearly as hard, right? Muerto's just not contesting you.
Right.
So the whole lane just keeps going more and more in your favor as they do manage to pick up that Doom.
Yeah, that one is a nice little combination. You anticipate with these metamorphoses, you're going to be able to find a couple kills here and there, taking down the Doom. Want to see where he decides to go next if he just comes back to lane. As Stormstormer continues to be bullied back here, 21-5 on Somnus as he glyphs the wave, and he's going to throw a couple hits there, get his last hits all denied out. He's having a great laning stage.
I mean, he's got the heal amplification aura here. So FY's got to be up here helping out, right? You know,
that's fair.
I kind of miss the like non-stop spamming heal spell. Now having it to 60 mana and 10-second cooldown. No,
I mean,
how practical and not nearly as obnoxious.
No, it's true. I mean, it's still pretty nice if you get that big burst heal to turn a fight around or something. But yeah, one of those things to watch for there. They have somewhat been able to stop the bleeding at the bottom lane, but you can see the key point is that still a lot of control of this lane being held by Entity.
And despite all of that, though, the last hits on loose are looking fine.
Yes, some of those are going to be
doing all right for an alchemist, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yes, obviously, some of them are indeed the skellies, thankfully. But nonetheless, I mean, he is top of the net worth. Of course, it's an alchemist, so we always get to take it with a bit of a grain of salt. But it is still the goal. He's probably going to get his Radiance before Gabby, one would hope.
Up top.
That is if Gabby goes more of that build.
Watson getting gone on here. Slowed down. They make a rotation over with Fishman. Katomi bring in the noise. And they will be able to force FY back. So keeping their Terrorblades safe for now. Want to make sure that Watson doesn't get pushed out too early here.
They're so non-threatening on these side lanes right now. Like, I'm not really worried about any rotations from these Radiant heroes.
No Icarus dive, so he accepts his fate. Yeah, no, totally. They really don't do that much.
Like, you saw FY like kind of, it's like, oh, I escaped. I'm by the twin gate. It's like, can he make any play going through that twin gate? Probably not. Ooh, but look, Timming up top waiting for this play. Can they do something about it?
They're close, wanting to get the finish. A little bit more damage is what they need, but they does manage to dodge the dead shot. It's enough. He gets the kill. All right, FY making it happen. Now, Tiame, he might be in a little bit of trouble himself as they move in and bring him down. So 6-1, a very punchy back and forth game.
Wow, that was so clutch to get that kill into the tower there. That could have been a complete disaster. I mean, it's not amazing, of course, for Azure Ray, but at least you get something back, 6-1. Yeah. And I see in the mid lane, we got some creep shenanigans happening here while Stormstormer's running all the way up top here with his level 6.
Make something happen. Chalice gonna be bullied.
Oh, hello, FY.
All right, sees him there. Immediate dive. Chalice trying to escape. The stun will follow up. Stormstormer right on him, but able to back out. And in fact, FY gets the kill onto Fishman. And then he just runs away. The speed creep. That was not the rotation entity wanted.
The fact that he just TPs in, there's 2 heroes there, like what a save for Chalice there to get that dive.
Yeah.
No punish available there. And he is going to keep going, of course, for the Wisdom Rune, though. And Chalice not expecting it. FY might be there, though. Stormstormer looking for this steal.
Does have.
He should get this as long as he does the timing.
The Infernal Blade. Looking
right, for it. El Toro.
Oh, he gets it.
He got it.
Get a little taunt heading out of there. Can he kick him away? Oh, no, he tried to kick him back the other direction. Did not work. TP out. Does he have a way to break it? Oh, the dead shot. What? At the last second. Oh my God. Oh. Oof. Swing and a miss there.
Who got to hit those?
2-6. Still very back and forth as it's an Alp that's getting very farmed down here on the bottom side. Although he did miss one creep back there behind the tree, it looks like.
I'm scared that he's only 10 gold behind a Wraith King. Well, sorry, he was 10 gold ahead. Now he's just straight up behind a Wraith King. I was trying to get it out there, and the Wraith King just jumped right over him. This is not looking good. I might not have been right about who gets the Radiance first at this rate.
Yeah, and in fact, if they find this kill too, another rotation in for the finish. Chalice, you do not want to be here, sir. The silence comes out, although he's still staying alive here for the moment. You have level 6 on Gabby. Fishman turns with the stun, but no, Chalice drops. Oh, man. They just keep fighting Gabby. Gabby still has reincarnation. Turns, stuns, FY wants to chase. I don't think that they have enough, although the dead shot's there. So they do manage to burn through the ulti. Gabby now says, I will fight a little more. But as Tianming moves in, that finally stops the aggression. But all this space made, Watson's free farming.
I guess in all of this, there is one downside, and that is Stormstormer's game on this Earth Spirit, right? Like, yeah, it's not looking too hot.
Is he dead again? Oh, came back in. Wait, they gave up on the kill. Gabby turned over to the other angle. Oh, that was a mistake. Unfortunate. Thought he had the kill.
I think they were that worried about the rotation from Psalmist too. Oh, they missed the stun.
Stun, chase, look for more. FY there. Oh, the big drop of the hammer. And now Stormstormer starts to fall himself. Azure Ray, they're fighting back, but with Watson moving in and having metamorphosis, 9 heroes in the bottom lane at 9 minutes. This is the type of Dota you want to see. They punch now onto Gabby. No, he doesn't have the ulti. They find him, the banish, but the self-stun. He gets caught. Gabby will go down. Wow.
Tried some tread swapping, but it wasn't enough in the end there. Oh, man. The initial retreat there too, respecting the possibility of the OD making the play down there, and they got a little greedy there. Maybe if they hit that initial stun, maybe if Stormstormer makes that happen, they could have tried to follow up immediately onto Somnus, but they don't get that. Kind of a dream situation. 4 heroes just running into you while you're unstunned as an OD. And you can just drop a Sanities and start swinging. Also, immediately going for the Witchblade build here too from Somnus, which I really like.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. Not deciding to go the route that we've seen OD for a very long time go, which was the Meteor Hammer build. I think that's what most people would be familiar with. That makes you want to rage quit your pubs. But this feels like it's got some other strength to it too. That's going to be terrifying to play against, as Watson in particular later.
Yeah, it's certainly not completely gone. There's still people who are attempting it in pubs and going for that build, but it's played, you know.
Yeah.
That hammer's pretty sad these days.
Right. Well, 10 minutes and still only a slight gold lead with their Alchemist on Lul, as Gabby is still just denying creeps in his face. Drop down the calling. Nothing doing. Has not been able to hit these dead shots.
And that is another issue too here with this support duo, is they really just do not do anything with those like power spike early levels.
Right.
I guess it's not necessarily incredible on the Dire side, but at least it's something. You know, maybe you can go for a Soulbind play somewhere. Venge has a swap and smoke. You know, yeah, actually it's pretty good. You just swap into smoke. That's nice. You know, try and open up somebody on the map. I look at these two heroes between a Doom and a Muerta, and they are just mad chilling. They're just trying to like pick up the scraps, like the sweepings on this farming factory, and just hoping for something that their other cores aren't taking.
Oh yeah, no, and it's going to be really tough. FY going for the old school build with this Doom, the Tranquils with drums. But I don't know how much he's going to be able to get done. They drop the Doom down, though. Find it onto Stormstormer. Does have help with Katomi nearby. Still with the slow burn down and Phoenix ulti. It's more than enough. Katomi says, I don't want to be here anymore. He knows that he's not going to be able to escape, though. So Azure Ray makes some solid rotations and get the kills.
Yeah, great dive ahead there from Chalice to stop the roll as well. Made sure they were going to get something out of that Doom. 8-9, a bit of a gold lead. And a quick old Dragon Lance there, as you can see on the stats. Thank you very much.
Double damage. It's getting off to a good start. But so too is OD. Somnus is kind of enormous right now. Highest level in the game, highest net worth. It's going straight into a BKB. He wants to be a puncher. As FY found, drops the Magnetize, knows that there's no Doom, knows that there's no egg. Don't know if it's going to matter as the Sunray comes out, but they get the silence off, and, well, further stuns coming in. Fishman finds him, but then the mana allergy dropped down. Stormstormer trying to escape. He's going to take so much damage from this ulti as Fishman hoping to get out of there. Stormstormer will not die to the DOT. And Somnus still on the hunt. Fishman dying maybe where Katomi just went down. As the stun, tries to walk away. Couple more hits. They're thinking about going for more. Everybody's showing up. They're a little bit late to the party, but it might be enough for the kill. Somnus so much stats on his hero that ends up gaining him, and now the self-stun onto Lul. They stuck around too long. Entity shows up with numbers and punishes.
Yeah, I gotta say, Tianming costing them a little bit there. He spent that entire fight with just 0 mana. I mean, he's just running around the whole time, but he finally gets a dead shot off and he misses it. Like, he's showing some of the weaknesses of this support, frankly, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's expensive. I mean, look at this. He's got 190 on the calling, 140 on the dead shot, and it's a 12-second cooldown. It's gonna be 10 seconds soon, but he has no mana to support it. And it's cost them in several situations already where things could have been a lot better. And as I said, of course, the Arcanes come out. He picks up 2 Lotuses. He gets a Mango.
Yeah.
He just finished off a Clarity, so I think he knows. I mean, I don't want to rub salt in the wound. He's well aware.
He's preparing for the Lanham talk afterwards.
Yeah. That's like, wash your face with this mana.
Katomi is going down to steal away the Wisdom Rune and all the insanity that's been happening. This is going to be a nice pickup for Entity. As also should be noted, so many stacks being built up for the Entity team. The extent to which they're going to be able to take them is a little bit rough. Maybe even you think about like magnetizing them or something as Earth Spirit, but there's a lot of gold in the coffers.
As long as it goes to your team.
Oh yeah.
That is the main goal, of course.
Yeah, they're going to start taking it now. Watson already on it.
All right, here we go. Fishman with the big smoke. What's he got? Can Tianming break this up here, lurking in the trees? They don't know this Muerta's here.
Swap immediately with the silence. Doesn't get ulti off. Ooh, but the dead shot, that was good. Is it good enough? Gets the stick off, and with the supernova, it actually might be good to turn this. Gabby now in trouble, still has reincarnation, blade mill ready. Fishman throws out the stun onto Chalice. Now the skeletons spawn, the roll in from Stormstormer. This Magnetize is gonna do so much damage, but will he be able to get away? The Doom is already down. They might need to go for the deny. So, oh, Watson, what a team player.
Joshua, that you?
Yeah, right?
Throwing out the helpful thunders here. Oh, instant smoke, though, from the Radiant. They have this fresh Radiance.
Okay.
From Lou, they want to get in here. 25 seconds till an ulti. Catches somebody weak. Oh, you got Greedy on the farm, and he just rolled, too.
Yeah, he's gone. No way to get away from that one. And Azure Ray, they won't check the Ancients, but playing together, they're starting to build up a little bit of a lead.
Oh, Fishman, perhaps again. Nope, not going to get seen there. Thank you, Nighttime.
Dude, they're just running it. Like, 9 heroes again down bottom. Well, Watson just AFK farms. So they're killing Cats on me. They're probably going to push this tower, but they will have a Terrorblade problem eventually.
And have to give credit where credit's due there to Tianming, of course. Lurking in that tree line before all of this started, that dead shot was super clutch.
Oh, yeah.
Taking the save onto Lou, he then gets the Radiance after. They smoke, they chase, they get Stormstormer again, who's still having a terrible time. That's a mid-Earth Spirit, folks, on the net worth chart, in case you're showing up a little bit late here.
Yeah, it doesn't have much in the tank at all. Now, they did Reflection this one. They're going to get the deny on the tower, bringing in numbers. And it looks like Azure Ray, as soon as they see that Terrorblade show up, everybody evacuates.
Yeah, there's some farm coming in on these other lanes. A double wave up top into the neutral camp here for Lou. Oh, he's skyrocketing. Remember when he was around this Wraith King? He's about to get out of control. Between all the farm up top here, having this Radiance, and all this attention being focused down bottom from Entity.
Gabby falling low, but no, manages to get out. Stormstormer hits on the boat. Big connection. Forces out that supernova, and well, a free kill on the Muerta. Roll in.
Got him.
Get him again. A chance. Oh, he's able to escape for the moment. Can Stormstormer chase him down? They actually threw the Inkswell onto the illusion, and a nice kickback by Stormstormer.
Yeah, cool play, the no-risk chase there of the illusion. You know, just in case maybe there's a backup there. Of course, there's a lot of vision happening here. You know, they got a Doom showing in the mid there. Stormstormer might run into Lou here. She does not want to, I'll tell you that much.
I feel like he's gotten the most value out of an Earth Spirit trusty shovel that I've seen in a while. It just keeps like eating up those salves over and over again on Stormstormer.
He's making great use of them. Exactly. That is for sure. He's taking lots of damage.
Lou shows up top, throws the stun onto Gabby, but won't try and make any extra play. Feels like we might have found a little bit of a lull in the gameplay for a moment, as Azure Ray just trying to get into these next items. Do have the BKB now done on Alk.
And same thing with Somnus too, right? So they're hitting a big timing here together. I feel like they can sort of take any fight on the map, honestly, because if you have this BKB on the Alk as well as the OD, there's no way you're dealing with Egg. Right. So if they choose the place to fight, like if they just want to go and park at Roche, camp it out there, maybe, you know, do some s'mores or something, some tinfoil dinners. You ever do tinfoil dinners?
Yeah, I love those things.
Yeah, see? Boom. Yeah, somebody else knows what I'm talking about here. Yeah, they're just gonna camp it out. You know, I'm not gonna go fight double BKB and Egg. That doesn't sound like a good idea. I don't think I'm ever killing that Egg.
Right. Well, I mean, there's a couple big items coming up for Entity soon too, right? You've got the Scotty that's gonna be done on Terrorblade. That makes the fights against Alchemists so much better. And I mean, with that said, I do wonder if Azure Ray are gonna try and make a move collectively to put the pressure on, or if they're content just continuing to farm, because they, you know, do have Midas now on Phoenix. It does feel like there's going to be some scaling out of them.
Yeah, I mean, it is Phoenix too, one of the best Midas heroes in the game for sure. Just experience so incredibly important on this hero, and does suffer from some of those like Brewmaster effects of just like items aren't always the best because you can't use them in the clutch situations because sometimes you're just in an Egg.
Right.
Thankfully, the Shard solving so many of those problems these days.
But
in terms of just being so useful during Egg.
This is the fight that I think Azure Ray are really hoping for a big timing for them with a couple of items. Will Entity sniff this out? Stormstormer, Illusion Room. They find him. Oh no! Oh, that's not what they wanted. They thought it was the real. It wasn't the real. And now they're in a very strange spot. They just got Radiant done on Gabby too. Dude, what an illusion. And now the swap back, they find him. FY caught and killed. Are they going to try and go for more? Jump forward, stun, connect on the both. Watson's up on the high ground, but everybody is falling apart. So much damage out from that OD. Gabby trying to back away. Lul going to get chased. The stun is there. You don't have any way to chase the fight for more. I don't think that Entity want to keep battling. Although with the DD, maybe that's different. Oh, holy.
Oh, that started out so poorly for Azure Ray, but then the attempt to try and get a little bit more there from Entity was punished rather swiftly. At least they only lose the ulti there from Gabby, not the Wraith King as well, as he goes back to farming. But once more, Stormstormer struggling to get anything really rolling in this game.
Has not been able to pull things together as much. Is getting closer to the Octarine core, and he has just been sort of that one that's starting the fights for them on decent terms, as Azure Ray hoping to find somebody along the top side of the map. Gabby is over there. But
talk about a great use of an illusion rune, though. That could have been so much worse. Like, from their perspective on the side of Azure Ray, they just see an Earth Spirit in the middle of nowhere, and he immediately BKB, starts swinging. Like, of course you're going to.
Right.
So very well done there from Stormstormer. It seemed like they did suspect it, too, with the way they were positioning there. Chalice 800 HP.
Yeah, they got him. Easy connection for the kill. Does not have a way to deal with the silence at this point in time in the game.
Any Tormentors?
Good.
Kind of looked like they were thinking about it. I saw a ping there.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I mean, and once the Wizard Room was taken and it didn't happen, I feel like the carry player is just gone. They're, you know.
Yeah.
they punch out on the clock. They're just like, I did, Ancients.
Yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
Well, and in the meantime, they do end up losing their tower as well. So, mid lane down. Tier 1 still remaining. It's just the Radiant up top. As Azure Ray holding on and nursing that lead, which again, it could kind of go either way at this point. Like, usually 4K gold lead at 20 minutes, you're feeling okay, but it's that ALK.
Yeah. Even these days, I feel like it's a pretty meager lead in the current patch of Dota at this point. And then with it being an Alchemist, like you said, it's we're just chilling. How are we looking in terms of, like, who can just burst somebody down in a fight? For me, it definitely feels like it's Azure Ray. Like, I just see this OD, and I'm kind of terrified seeing how those last fights have gone.
Yeah. And the build that he has here, too, right? He took the level 10 attack speed talent. He's going into the Dragon Lance next. He, like, on top of just being the crazy amount of damage coming from Arcane Orb, even just his right clicks are going to hurt. He's dealing 170 damage just at base. As Gabby shows up top by Lul, Radiance on Radiance. And now all the Skellies going to burn.
It's crazy because their mana pools are so low on the Dire that it's like, if he just gets a single Astral off, it is so much damage right now.
They know he's there, though. Entity walking up the hill. They're going to show up a second late. They might have an idea he's heading this way. Oh, man, they're calling it. If they can find the OD, he's going to show on this wave right at the start. Somnus could be in a ton of trouble. Jump forward, stun. Can they bring him down in time? Is there any save at all? No. And now they decide and commit to the fight. A catastrophe for Azure instead. Oh, my God. Lul, he blew him up. Do they have enough damage to bring the rest of them down? Oh, dear God. Lul destroyed that fight. Looking now for more. Finds Gabby. The follow-up stun. Aux is fine. I'll do it myself. Don't need a Doom. Don't need an OD. Just give me the blood.
Oh, well, I think someone knows what that voice line means. I think he's figured that one out. Thank you, Val, for the translations to make sure we're all clear on everything. I think that may have been a mistake.
Oh,
I'm going to have to agree with Effie on that one.
Dude, I mean, the Phoenix, too, and the damage there was insane. Even if you found the pick off. oof.
It's just missing the whole team tipping Somnus, you know? Like, thanks, bud. Like, solid work there. I mean, you are just the juiciest piece of bait we've ever put out there in the middle of the lane. And
right? Oh, here, let's take a look
here
at
we
it.
go. Like, I mean, it costs so much, too. It's perfectly layered. Everything's easy. I'm thinking, like, what's the save here? What is this damage?
Oh, and then just so grouped together. Oh, my God. That is devastating. That's one of those moments where you just gotta love Dota, man. It looks like it's gonna go one way and it just falls apart.
That's one of those moments where I just think like, oh God, we all feel so stupid. It's like you're playing against a shaker and you just all get echoed and you're like, how? How do we let that happen?
Oh yeah. Hands off keyboard, hands off mouse. I'm dead for a while. Time to think about what I've done.
Dire's bottom tower.
Gosh, just so much damage. And that concoction radius is also hilarious. That's a fantastic talent. That thing just 125 radius, radius big, you know? Yeah. Any little radius addition does a heck of a lot to your AoE.
And another talent that, you know, you're seeing from Elk here is the acid spray grants armor to allies. I mean, that's going to be pretty important in these fights. You look at what the majority of the damage is. I mean, obviously you have some mix with the Radiance and the Earth Spirit, but Terrorblade in particular, getting bonus armor against him, it's lovely.
Yeah, usually it's TB who historically has been seen as this good matchup versus the Alk because he has such high armor. And he's like, doesn't have to worry about the acid spray if they like laned against each other back in the day. And Alk's trying to flip it around a little bit here, helping out his friends between the Assault Crass as well as that acid to his allies. Life's just good. It's also amazing during a siege too, you know?
Oh,
I
yeah.
feel a little bit more comfortable.
Well, 17-17 with a 9K gold lead. And after that flurry of action, it does feel like Entity are on the back foot, just holding on, pushing these side lanes. They need to get into that next set of items before they think about a fight.
They gotta figure out how to take these fights as well. I mean, you just 100-0 their mid.
Yeah.
And then it went that poorly. So you gotta think like, how do we make a fight look good? Because like when you're coming up with that dream situation of just like, all right, we're behind, but like, how do we win? That was kind of it.
Yeah. No, it's
so. They got to reevaluate here. They got to get some vision, I guess, and be the main thing. Got to figure out where the key players are before these fights happen.
Well, and I guess the other thing too is, I mean, and it's so easy to say this in retrospect, but making sure that as those fights happen, you're not grouped for the big initiation, because the team fight and the AoE is pretty insane, particularly when they have like, you know, even this Doom with the War Stomp ready to go, you know?
Yeah, it's so hard though, because like, you know, look at how their damage is dealt. Like they kind of got to get in there.
Yeah.
Wow, this helps things out. The sells the Wraith Band on Watson to pick up the BKB. And still have another 2 minutes here left on that Aegis. So not going to rush into anything in terms of a fight here from Entity. Splitting the map, getting some farm up, trying to get a BKB finished on Gabby as well, so he can actually take some swings in these battles. And Stormstormer's probably going to steal their Wisdom Rune.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold. Child Snap Wire coming.
And you get it. It's just trying to play a little bit more catch up here.
Yeah, I think he's out of here.
Oh, they're going to
lose both.
He's going to get doomed, and I think he's dead. Oh, man. These pickoffs. It hurts. Oh, no. Are they going to send more? Fishman's coming over. Will they show? He knows. Jump forward, stun. Oh. Entity feeling a little bit discombobulated at this 28-minute mark.
That is truly painful.
That is one of those moments now for Azure Ray where, I mean, you've sort of dealt with some of the most dangerous points of this game in a way. There still is a lot of room to grow too, it feels like. Like, OD still has double null talisman. He's eyeing up a sheep stick next.
I would really like to see the shard out from Chalice. I feel like it's kind of greedy to be saving up for it, or like to be waiting for the Tormentor, I assume.
Yeah.
Like it seems insane this game. For like, we've already seen how close they get.
BKB tries to dive away, gets the egg up on the high ground. Does a ton of damage to Gabby and just gets out. Now FY looking for the chase. Katomi TPs as soon as that Infernal Blade comes out, and they're able to dodge. So well done getting away from that one.
He's almost down to the double digits of HP right there. That'll keep his farm going towards that Shivas that he wants instead. As Lonely Lou gets out of the mid lane there. Of course, still had a bit of time on the Aegis, so felt kind of brave. Didn't think they'd lock him down for too long as he picks up the Skull Basher on his way to the Abyssal. Wow. And also has the Defiant Shell to work with here, too.
Big moment. They spot Lul on the Terrorblade Illusions, and they're already
they have
smoked
a
up
ward
looking.
too.
Hunting.
Yeah.
Somnus, was he scouted? Entity.
Oh, they see the courier. They know Alk's still down there.
This could be good if they can find him. Oh, Watson breaks. Immediately rolls away. They know they get out. That ward on the far side of the river. It scouted them as they broke smoke. Vision.
That one's a bit tough.
It wins games.
I'm surprised they didn't try and play for that bottom ward. It ended up paying off too. Like the Alk courier went right through and then Alk was there as well. But maybe just worried they wouldn't have the kill fast enough, pretty close to the tower, and saw that high value target immediately next to them too with that high ground ward they wanted to place down. They are going to lose it, of course. He's very common, just like smoke, plant the ward down, go for the immediate fight. And speaking of smokes into immediate fights, they're after it again here. FY is just doing his job, by the way. You know, getting this blink, BKB, now back for the Boots of Barrack, like, he has one mission in this game.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to guarantee I get my ulti off onto somebody, preferably probably Stormstormer, because I feel like, you don't want to deal with this whole, like, nuisance thing. Like, I mean, for now, the BKBs are still pretty high, so maybe it's not too bad to let him go unchecked at the moment. But later on, specifically your OD, gonna get pretty annoyed when there's no BKB, because then the hero feels really bad if you're just being silenced up and controlled.
Absolutely. Well, and I think that control is something that they're going to have to get, right? Like, in a way, the way these fights have gone ever since that big kerfuffle bottom, it has just been pickoff after pickoff. And I don't know, with the exception of the smoke plays that have kind of messed up, it feels like Entity just have not been able to get anything going since that point. Constantly trying to dodge and get away from people. And it's reflected in the net worth. I don't know if they're going to be able to get another big movement going before the next Roche, which is a minute away from being able to respawn.
Chalice is almost into level 20 as well. This full Shiva's guard is insane versus this lineup. Like, I just feel like you're hitting everybody. Again, it's just more vision. The scouting is always super important. Yeah. One of the best parts with the Shiva's guard.
The Lul answer of the Alk versus the Wraith King has been very good. He's gotten so much gold from these skeletons. Almost 500 last hits at 32 minutes.
Little downside, I guess, to this whole Skelly bro.
Yeah. Lul is completely alone over by the Roche pit. The rest of the team is cutting to him immediately, and
he's not acting like it.
Yeah.
He's just popping stun and, come get me. His courier comes through with his Abyssal.
He spots Gabby, and Gabby just has to run away. There's no way he could do that. Dude, he doesn't care at all. He's running after him again.
Ooh, it's a pretty late spawn here, too.
2 minutes.
He's got his teammates following along. They're just hanging out. FY's got nothing better to do. Devours a creep every once in a while. Follows his alchemist. Life's pretty good. OD is a shield rune for 1500 HP, so no concerns there.
Entity grouping together again, looking like it might be time for another smoke play if they have one. I'm not sure. I guess that this is just how they have to group together. They don't feel confident because of the pickoff potential from FY.
Yeah, at least they're not super spread on Azure Ray, so the XP gap isn't like immense, but every time I look at Entity, it does feel like they're kind of, all balled up, but that's what you need. You got to be ready for these opportunities if you manage to find one. Tianming, again, great job, just living in the trees. He's pretty much a Monkey King. Bit of a hopping around, staying out of vision the whole time, throwing out some dead shots.
Yeah. All right, well, they brought the smoke out now. It's time to go. Roche
smoking into a scythe.
It's capable to spawn. This is the exact same place where that last fight went so terribly, and Azure Ray is in position.
All right, what's the disaster here?
So, one thing to think about, Roche is going to move in a minute.
Oh, Courier. They're smoked. Courier's going to go over them. That's going to let them know.
See it. Marta goes by.
Courier comes back.
I mean, so they want to hold this position for another 50 seconds. If they leave, I wonder if there's any way that
they're gonna do the full rotate up top and prep and set up there. Oh no, we've seen teams do this before. Yeah, they're pinging it. So what you do is in this exact situation, you just run top, because the odds of the Roche spawning are, you know, you just play for top Roche instead. And that's what they're going to try and do.
If they go in right now to the pit, they're going to see that it's up and they're going to check.
Yeah.
So wait, no, stick around. It's right there. No, Oh, but they're still going to get there.
It was 15 seconds. It would have been hard.
Yeah.
Plus, they're at your base. Instead of running all the way up top, they're going to go knock on the door. They're going to force you to come back. All right. They're putting you in check a little bit here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. And then they're going to go and get the Roche on the other side. Dude, that's so crazy.
The tier 1 still being up versus the Wraith King. That's pain.
Oh, yeah.
It's like the tower pusher Zoo Man wasn't able to take your top tier 1, so the rotation to still cover top Roche is still really easy.
What could have been?
I don't think... Well, I mean, yeah, I guess if they actually all 5 hero just YOLO'd onto that Roche, they probably could have killed it.
Right.
Yeah, they definitely could have. Solar Crest, Venge.
Devastating. Well, that is going to be the Roche for Azure Ray. Aegis Cheese in hand, level 20 on the OD with Scythe. They are so strong.
Did you see that dead shot going through as the Roche was dying?
Yeah.
Taeming wants that attempted steal so bad.
He picked himself in fantasy.
Yeah, someone. Oh, I was thinking someone. I meant the steal like someone tries to jump in and take it.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And he's making sure he's doing like the mag coverage. You know, Earth Spirit rolls in there, immediately feared. Ooh, he looks so good in that highlight. That's a shot you throw out there just in case.
But I'm worth so much more.
In the moment, it is continuing to be mode dodge, and they are accelerating somewhat in terms of items for the Terrorblade. You know, he's trying to get towards the Lincoln Sphere next, has the still 9-second BKB on TB with MKB and the Scotty. It's just these other heroes that are kind of falling by the wayside in terms of farm, and Doom has become a core.
Honestly, I'm surprised that he hasn't caught all the way up to Stormstormer. I feel like his farm has actually gotten surprisingly good considering how poorly his game started.
Oh, trying to go for a solo kill on Stormstormer, ends up self-stunning. The rest of the team coming over. It's going to take a second, but Watson is here. A timely bash, but now in further trouble. The roll forward low. He's going to fall, maybe. Okay, saved by OD. Somnus is off to the side. Everybody trying to retreat. He manages to get the blink out. Scabby backs away. The rest of them will too. A weird set of events.
Just let them know, you know. Stay on the high ground. We're going to farm the rest of the map here. You guys wait it out. There wasn't Ags picked up there from Fishman, so might see a bit of a surprise play there after the death.
Oh,
you
yeah.
get additional stuns, spells off here. Always kind of helpful.
He wants to die now.
I feel like he's not going to get out of a fight, but maybe it'll happen. I feel like he's just going to die twice, but that's fine as long as you get off the spells.
Does he try and go for a swap play here? Yes, he will. Silence, didn't have ulti. Lou in trouble. Now this is going to be one death. Can they get any more? Watson is down to half HP, turns to fight. Somnus onto him. The Doom is there, and now he's got to run. I don't think he's going to be able to survive through this one. Katomi continuing to chase for more. Stormstormer gets hit with the Abyssal Blade, starts to fall. Fishman down, is back alive yet again. Have a longer duration control. TB is back alive though, has Sunder ready. The dead shot hits him in the fountain. As Fishman is there, looking forward for more. Gabby onto him. BKB, it's already there. Do they have enough damage? Can they bring down Watson in time? He's starting to fall. He gets killed. No, he gets the Sunder off. He's away. Oh my God, he was able to get out of there for the little bit at least. They get the damage now out, but no, it won't be enough. Stormstormer controlled. And now on to Tianming. Gabby, the Aghanims was not enough, as everybody still is going to end up falling. 4 dead. Terrorblade buys back immediately. TP's onto FY. Gets stomped. Ooh, can they kill him? They've already killed off Gabby. Needs a stun. They find it. So FY is going to go down, and Lul falling shortly. They have quite enough to kill him. Swap stun. He's regenning. Watson was close, and now Lul's getting away. Oh
the
no!
Defiant Shell.
Not like that.
It's just stunning illusions trying to attack him.
Oh,
send him back. All right, what about Tianming? Seely's going to go down. Snipe. Oh, looking like a Tianming dead shot right there. It's like, I feel you, bro. It's not that easy.
I mean, both teams end up gaining some gold, but I mean, the fact that they didn't get a tier 3 tower is kind of crazy.
They were in quite close proximity to the fountain, considering that, I will say.
Oh, man. I don't even know.
Is that a Radiant gem? Because they... Oh, no, that was a Radiant ward, I see. Okay. Oh, no, is he going to steal it? Oh, Vengeance Courier got there first. Oh, there was no Radiant Courier. Oh, okay. I thought he was getting real sneaky.
We did see the value in that of the Wraith King Aghanims, though. You know, Terrorblade able to deal out so much more damage because, you know, even though he died, he was still able to just beat away at people.
Well, he gets a little bit more help there as well after his Aghanim's Scepter. He'll get an Aghanim Shard. He was eyeing that up for quite a while in the stash, so this instead will probably be gold towards what I assume will be the Refresher. That has been a very common build on these Wraith Kings with the Aghanims. But it's a long road from here.
Yeah. It is.
Oh, that's true. He has to synth first. Yeah, that's a long road.
No,
he's got the synth queued up.
It's going to be a while. There's no way, nothing easy about it. Watson did have a Rapier queued up, but swaps that out now for a Daedalus. So not feeling that things are too terrible, I guess. And Luz, you know, going towards the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, speaking of Aghanim's Grant, he has gifted one to the OD here.
Right.
Yeah. So this is the weirdest thing about an OD. So you have to, like, if you haven't played against OD in a while or played OD in a while, you kind of have this strange way you have to take the fights versus OD because of this Essence Flux thing. It's kind of like an Aeon Disc idea. You get a strong Dispel, and then you get this like barrier thing that happens. And so this works in combination with your ulti. So the idea is that if you're like super low and you get a chance to throw your ulti, maybe you astral imprison yourself, then the mana allergy, if people are casting spells in the team fight, are going to help regen you back up. Right? It's all, see, it all connects. It's kind of that idea here.
Most simple Dota hero ever.
Yeah. The text, man.
If you haven't played Dota in a while, OD is one of those ones that he's gone through the ringer. I want my simple little alchemist, you know? Hop on in, hit some creeps, gobble them up. But yeah, basically what you're saying is that, you know, it is significantly harder to kill Somnus now. That's the long and the short of it, yes.
It's just really annoying to fight this hero.
Well, 25-20. We'll see if Entity can come up with an answer. The plus side for them, at the very least, is that they have not lost the tier 3 tower yet. It's hard to go high ground against a Terrorblade. There is a ward in their base, dropped down by Tianming in that last fight. Haven't been able to get that one taken away yet. But you got to imagine Azure Ray, they're going to be waiting for that next Aegis, which is capable of respawning in another minute. And Watson continues to farm towards that Daedalus. Needs the
towards infinity,
right?
I feel like I've just been looking for items, trying to find an answer here. I mean, it's like, 9-3-4. Like, you know, Watson's kind of owning.
Right.
And he has played well, but it's just no fight has ever felt like things were going their way. This game has not felt like it was really within their reach for quite a while. That said, you know, it was kind of chill for like 20 minutes, but once it flipped, it hasn't really felt like there was much chance of it heading back. It's mostly just an issue of like how difficult it is to win a team fight. Between the layers, like you have to be so pointed with your movements here from Entity and how you fight inside of these. And again, with that additional layer now of the Essence Flux passive being there, it's all these little things have to go right for you. But what a cool thing that you do have, though, of course, is this Wraith King Ags, which you get to see in the base fight.
Yeah.
But out here in the wild and with Avenge Ags, like they've definitely made a good way of like messifying their own engagement style, because now people are just gonna die and like still cast their spells.
Yeah,
that's kind of funny.
I mean, there's a lot of things that are going to be really interesting about this next fight, because I think one of the big things is do Entity respect how strong this Essence Flux ends up being, leaving OD for last, but they're going to walk right in. FY, he's going to see him, smoke breaks, they immediately spot, stun, roll in onto both of them. Somnus immediately hexes, is going to destroy Stormstormer. He doesn't get a chance to do anything, but Lul still in some trouble himself. No, he's not at all. Gabby turns, wants to run. They all need to get out, although Chalice is a little bit out of position with Fishman and Watson onto it, but Lul turns with the stun, and now just destroying this Terrorblade, these Arcane Orbs. He gets the Sunder off to the side. Good damage out. Watson's still in trouble, getting close to OD. He's going to get the heal up in a moment. They have enough left in the tank. Watson is reigning supreme throughout all of this. They find the OD down to the south. He gets the mana barrier, but he had no mana. Now the turn, a couple more hits. Somnus found, Somnus down. Watson on this Terrorblade carrying Entity.
Oh my goodness, talk about how hard it is to bring one person down. All the damage. They spent so much. They tried so hard, and only a buyback there from Fishman as well. The multiple lives coming in huge. And it's so much attention that was placed as well in Stormstormer at the start of that fight. He actually was rolling out in his reincarnated form. He managed to come back in at the exact moment that OD lost BKB2, which was huge.
Oh, and now FY, he's going to be found. Watson gets a little cleanup and now turns. Manta dodges the stun and off to the races. All gone. Yo, he's just a god. A double gem on that courier.
Yeah, and I think that's no gem now for the Radiant side here as they move into the Refresher Shard Roche. Gabby not able to buy one. Times are tough. So Roche will hand them one. We'll see if he's the one who gets it.
I mean, I feel like we just had a repeat of what happened earlier in the game, right? You have this great fight where Stormstormer goes down from the point of view of Azure Ray, and then just the carry comes in and kills everybody else. But now, Refresher Shard Aegis, this game, while still an enormous gold lead, I feel like has turned significantly.
Part of it too is the fight should get harder for Azure Ray, the greater the mobility is for the Dire, and part of the mobility comes from things like Fishman's Aghanim Scepter, but the double swap idea if you die after, it just the four staffs together from Kataomi too, because the more spread the fights are, the less guaranteed moves you get with the Ag, with the Sandy's Eclipse. Try and make things very chaotic, as well as the fact that there's just multiple lives too, which can make it a bit hard to use these big ultis where they're supposed to win the whole fight, but right now there's 1.5 fights because of these ghouls running around. Yeah. Plus then you got Muerta throwing down the calling, and I can't even tell what's a hero and what's a ghost that's just circling and silencing people because they're all the same color. Plus if you get hit by the dead shot, you also turn that color. It's kind of confusing, frankly.
Yeah, and Chalice now has Ags passed over from the Alchemist. I don't know, man. These fights are going to depend so much on the correct vision, but I think from the player's point of view too, it's got to be so complicated what you do. I guess the big thing is finding Terrorblade in these fights for Watson. That's one of the most important things to do. If they can bring down Watson, that'd be huge. But now he has the Aegis.
It's going to be so hard to tell what the right move is for a save.
Yeah.
In all of this. When am I supposed to Astral somebody? Or should I just wait? Are we going to try and use the Egg with the Sun right here? We got 2 eggs happening.
Right.
When am I going to dive and grab someone inside the Supernova?
Well, and I mean, Phoenix being a core in this game too, having the Timeless Relic, you also don't just want to be using the eggs for save. You want to be using that in the Sunray for damage. You really do need that deep out of the rest of them. I have another Refresher.
There's so many spells.
I don't even know, man. This is going to be insane.
Yeah, it's actually just total chaos at this point. Got to keep an eye on that mana allergy as well with all these bigger spells coming out here to see if OD just is getting big heals and, of course, big damage as well.
Right. So, again, for anybody that's been out of Dota for a little while, when you pop Sanity's Eclipse, it's not just the damage it does, It does damage based off of the damage or the spells that the enemy team casts, and it heals up OSD for that too. FY, they get a great vision down. They find Gabby right at the start. Will it be enough? Lul onto him already. The egg dealing out a ton, and they need to, well, maybe be careful on the side of Azure Ray as they're slowed down a bit. Doom connects onto Stormstormer, but Watson left unimpeded. They're all over him, but Somnus, he finds them onto Watson. Sunder, is it going to be enough? They're just laying into him. Somnus is doing so much in this fight. Chalice, the second supernova, they didn't stand a chance. They're all over him. Somnus gets another banishment connection and will find more. Gabby to fall. They turn and try and take down the Muerta. Some blade mail doing some work as well. But Somnus pops that refresher, tries to walk away, will survive. A great fight for Azure Ray.
It refreshes immediately into the other Essence Flux as well there, I believe.
Wow, that was gnarly.
Yeah, double safety there. And yeah, that time the TB didn't have free reign. I mean, even in the last fight, he didn't actually do that much damage, right? Like, part of the thing is he can only output so much, but it's really the Scotty that's helping a ton versus that Alchemist to ensure that that damage will actually matter versus this hero. And so the lower damage the TB is doing, the worse the fight generally is, because, you know, maybe he's like applying less of the Scotty right there. The heals are coming through everywhere else. Same thing versus the OD too, with the natural healing that's happening there.
Yeah. Well,
this one core just can't do it all.
They also have the Ags on Earth Spirit, so this might be a time to try and grab somebody. Maybe a Venge swap into Earth Spirit. Enchant Remnant.
All right.
That might be the play. I think they're going for it right now. Rolls, catches them, turns them into it, kicks it back under. Do they have enough left in the tank? FY, he says no. They get him into the fountain for only a moment. Fishman now in trouble, needs to get back in. They get the Abyssal Blade connection, can't get away. Roland, they're not doing it. They don't have enough, and now no Venge for 70.
It was the only play. It's, you know, I see it time and time again. It's a beautiful one, but it has been weakened quite a bit recently.
That is a big one for Azure Ray as the bottom racks are claimed. 15 seconds until Terrorblade. I don't know if he can do it alone, though. This is tough.
I think every fight is kind of him alone, so it's, you know.
Okay, fair.
They definitely can't do it without Terrorblade, that I will say.
Roll
you go back to
good hack. They're playing it. Enchant Remnant to get himself out. Now Supernova. Gabby has to run away. They can't fight
too many pips. I mean, I don't have a hero that can kill that.
It's way too much. They roll in again with Stormstormer. Gonna try and kick them back, do what they can. BKB, but the Doom is already out. They start laying into him. Watson on high ground. What can he do? Pops BKB, tries to beat into FY, tries to take down Lulu, starts to fall. It is enough. Managed to get that kill. Can they find any more doomed up Stormstormer in ghost form? The dead shot connects now onto Terrorblade as they hunt down Chalice. Coming close to finding him. Buyback now onto Stormstormer. Can they get a couple more kills on the outside of this? Gabby there for the stun. Now looking for more. The roll, the swap. Somnus is up here to the north. Trying to find him, but it doesn't look like Stormstormer is going to be able to connect. And that's Megas.
Yeah, that's the big thing, of course. They're not too worried about that. They throw Lou in. There's some buybacks here. They want to give themselves the Megas. Do you run it down?
Okay.
That's the question. I mean, you know, this meta, there's only a quarter of it left. TB without meta, not that scary. They give the Arcane Rune to Stormstormer. I think they're going for the big one. The big push. Yeah, there we go. Refresher. Okay, good. This is how you got to do it.
Yeah. What can they do, though? Fear, Fishman. They need to look for a pick off here. It's not
easy. On the Grimstroke. Let's go.
They're trying to eat him. No, he kicked him the wrong way. Oh, no. I didn't get him. FY, though. They got him controlled. Maybe it was the right play. Lou jumps in. They find one kill. Grimstroke gone. Gabby gone one time. Will he go down again? His egg is there. They try and back out with the rest of the team. Watson
TV
still
refresh.
ready to go. They don't know about the refresher, though. Jump in. Somnus onto him. Can they blow him up in time? Stormstormer, he ends up healing up. He survived through it. Can they bring down Somnus? Starts to land. Watson onto him. Burning through mana. The Glimmer Cape keeps him alive. They don't have enough left in the tank. They lose Gabby. Buyback comes from Gabby. Needs to defend the base. Throne. Tier 4s exposed. They need
that was kind of sick, though. The lurking Terrorblade after the refresher. Trying to find something for the team, but can't quite get it done.
Yeah, it's not looking like they got enough here. They have to do so much on the side of Entity to pull this one back. Watson could think about a rapier at this point. Does still have buyback though. Man, what a game.
Already quite a few items. And try and solve these problems there. I mean, got level 25 Muerta now with the additional Revenants. And they have just been so annoying in these fights. Great positioning and placement. With a telescope too to help with the team. E-Blade finished up here now from FY, okay. Got no buyback anyway, he says. Oh, Octarine Core, okay, cool. We're just getting everything on these heroes now.
I mean, yeah, if you don't have buyback, why not?
These inventories are actually disgusting on the Radiant. You just like click through in every hero. It's just like, my goodness. And there's moon shards out there. He's dishing out the Aghanim scepters from this alchemist. Now he's got a refresher orb done. Okay, cool.
I just saw that Grimstroke, in his desire to end the game, bought a Deso.
Yeah, that was sick. He bought it as they were like approaching the high ground.
So put that in your bag for later. See if it ends up coming into fruition. Oh, Gabby. They will see and find him. Going to drop. He blinks too. He's gone. There's no way out. Oh, swap. That helps. Okay, Fishman down. No Fishman for this fight. Stormer. Rolls away. Wow.
Almost forced out a BKB, or perhaps even killed him, honestly. Potential Abyssal.
Did get 25, the Magnetized Undispellable, but Azure Ray want to move in through the upper bracket, come out to a 1-game lead in this series. We'll see if they have what it takes. Incredibly hard defense. With the double ult, double hex from OD that's now up. As refresher ready. Blue is going to start this one off. They drop the calling down, roll forward, finds him. Magnetized out, this is undispellable. They pop the egg. Stormstormer trying to do what he can, needs to back out, but the Abyssal Blade is there. He is going to drop all in onto the throne. They're going to pop Glyph. It is starting to do some good damage. Gabby there right on top of him. Can they go in for more? Tries to do it, but the throne exposed. Somnus turns now onto Gabby, takes him down once. They have that much left in the tank. Chalice full HP again. Will roll forward onto both of them, buyback onto Terrorblade. But as they... are they actually going to back out?
Get him out!
Are they actually backing out of this? Somnus gives a triple kill. They're just waiting for him to die. Runs back in, goes for the break, goes for the bash, and ultra kill. Somnus gets the rampage. And Azure Ray with that are going to take game number 1.
Oh, he went all for it there. I love that. 41K lead in the end after a pretty slow and steady 20 minutes and some great laning out of Entity, getting quite a few kills, securing some advantages, particularly in that bottom lane and the big slowdown there onto the Alchemist. They sort of just kind of sputtered out a little bit there. Game returned to this kind of calm state. Azure Ray farmed it up in a very comfortable position and never really felt like, even when they finally won that fight, things still looked so good for Azure Ray at that point in the game.
Things looking good for Azure Ray indeed. An Entity going to need to go back to the drawing board after what felt like one big fight was the real turning point for that game to push it into their favor. We're going to head on back to the panel, let them break it down.
16 teams remain on the road to TI. 1 slot remains in the upper bracket. And right now, off the back of our 5th rampage on this road to the International, Somnus and the boys have claimed the first and very important game up against Entity. Very weird draft, gods. Very strange, very bizarre. We were talking about it a little bit. In retrospect, having seen how it played out, didn't it actually feel a little bit genius in hindsight?
Yeah, it was kind of cool for me because I didn't catch the other OD game that Somnus had played, so I saw this pick in the draft, and I'm like, I don't really know how this is going to play out. Even in like the pubs, OD is not a hero that's being picked up a ton. I imagine it's one of those heroes that puts the opponent out of the comfort zone. And in a game like this, it worked really well against some of these tanky cores. Ultimately gave them another like really good late game damage source, actually helped bring down the TB as well. So the hero, looked very solid.
Yeah, it's one of those Somnus specials, I would say, because he works really well against these tanky cores that you said, or high armor cores. At the same time, the last time he played it into Invoker mid, and he still went 12-2, 11-1, something like that. He still owned, so very well deserved rampage in the end by him. But I don't think this is that weird of a draft coming from them. And Alchemist has been picked up today, right, like a couple of times already, so maybe that's something that they took a little bit of inspiration from. But the way they executed was completely out of this world with Phoenix. Like, I was like in the green room, I'm flaming the Phoenix as a core a little bit. I don't like it, but there is this point in the game in which you're like level 25, Phoenix Alchemist gave you the Aghanims. There's no way anyone kills that tech. So as long as you press BKB and you dive in, the team fight is either you win it or they run away. There is no third option.
And to make matters even worse, God, as you were saying, these tanky cores struggle against the OD. Tanky cores struggle against the Sunray that we saw from earlier. Having both in the same game, yes, you might have Wraith King, yes, you might have this Earth Spirit, yes, you might have this uber farmed Watson Terrorblade who played amazingly, but the fights just got way too difficult. They're losing health at a rate that they just cannot replenish before Azure Ray is able to demolish them.
Yeah, it got to this point where it was very much like, please carry us, Watson. And, this is an amazing TB game. I don't, the OD can actually do some good damage to the TB through all his armor, but I still consider TB like a good hero into OD because of the fact you can outrange him with meta, you get BKB, but ultimately, it was just Watson in the late game. They didn't really have much scaling coming from the rest of the team. I think you pointed out, Admir, they picked up a Desolator on Grimstroke. Like, they were just really struggling to find ways to scale into the late game, whereas on the Azure Ray side, you had countless heroes going late game, like the Phoenix you mentioned, who is just this late game monster. So just having a TP in the late game, you can't have one player carry you while your offlaner is just getting demolished every team fight. Same for Stormstormer on the Earth Spirit, 2-10-12. Like, it's just a draft issue where playing the OD, none of these heroes can impact the game late game.
Of course, we see Azure Ray able to claim that first victory for themselves off the back of these amazing performances. I also want to quickly touch on one of the things that I saw from Entity. We've been seeing more and more of this offlane Wraith King here, Lizard. So, how do you feel about it?
I don't mind it. The problem is, I think maybe OD also brings a small answer to it in a way that he doesn't necessarily deal exactly with the Wraith King, but with the combination of heroes that he usually goes with, either some Dark Willow Wraith King or this Grimstroke Wraith King, right? The problem that Entity faced is they have this kind of a draft in which their point is to go win, eliminate the target, and get out fast. That's it, right? Like, you jump in with Wraith King on Inkswell, you pick off a target or two, then you reset, think about what to do next. Azure Ray, they don't allow that to happen because they have this nasty OD in the back. He's saving targets, he's preventing you from killing anyone that fast, and then you have this AoE stun from Alchemist. We saw it once, like 4-man stun. That team fight was perfect.
Perfect team fight, perfect execution coming in from the side of Azure Ray, and of course Somnus and the boys find themselves in pole position here in this series. Somnus, genuinely standout performance from him. The second time that we've seen so on the road to the International. Did it once against Gaimin Gladiators, against Tundra Awaken, doing it again here against Entity. Master Gods, why don't we see more of OD if it's capable of accomplishing this?
I don't have an answer for you. We should be seeing more. This is a patch where, at least so far in the road to the International, where it's like, pick tanky cores. Like, the players and coaches I've talked to, they're just like, man, Valve, do something about all these tanky strength cores. It's no longer the universal heroes that are OP, it's the strength heroes. But I think teams just need to find what the heroes and the adjustments are to deal with them. We've started to see more and more AA. We've seen more of the Phoenix. We've seen now OD for the second time. These are the kind of heroes that may become more popular.
Do you think that maybe after the recent patch notes, patch changes, do you think that we're maybe still in the early cycle of the patch? So maybe that's the reason Like there's this one grand idea that everyone is following, but if you let it cook a little bit, if the patch matures, you might see some different heroes actually come up.
I think that's the exciting thing about the fact that we have an elongated period here on the road to the international. Instead of our usual like 10-day condensed schedule, we're going the whole hog. We're here till the end of the month still, so we're going to see a lot of developments in the meta, a lot of new ideas coming out. I mean, I think the best example of this would be the first day, I think it was, we saw a Bristleback going 2 points Bristleback, and we're like, what the hell is he doing? Why is he doing this? And then we see Collapse playing with 1 point Bristleback, getting Ags, maxing stats, and demolishing a game. And you're like, oh, okay, maybe this is actually the new meta that's developing. This is the new tech we should be adopting.
Yeah, that's when it comes to skills. When it comes to heroes, just go back to the last series. Ogre mid, Witch Doctor offlane. And Witch Doctor offlane has been played, but Ogre mid, that's something that this new patch has brought to us.
So what have you made of now going into the second game? We've seen Entity a couple of times throughout the group stage here, Gods, that when game one can go south, right, they've often drawn out quite a few of their series. Is this a situation where you can imagine them? Did you see enough sparks of life in game one that you envision a comeback in game two?
I think we definitely saw in the late game some of those big fights they put together, but where I'd like to see them maybe try and force that game three is going to be just picking up, going back to some of those kind of entity type heroes, like the Stormstormer Visage, some of these, cheesier picks that sometimes catch people by surprise, because that's what's been winning the last 3 games we saw like just teams picking their stuff. The OD for Somnus, we had the Witch Doctor you mentioned, we had the Ogre mid. Entity have those heroes themselves.
Yeah.
Find the ones you like.
You want Azure Ray to have a headache when they see the draft from Entity, right? That's it. It's like, yeah, we can win against this, but even if we win, at what cost? It's gonna be such a hard, difficult game, and that's what Entity usually did, like some bots and Pudges and Slarks and whatnot. So, yeah.
Well, last year out here at the road to TI, it was actually at TI itself. We saw, of course, Azure Ray getting knocked out by Entity. So they are in search of revenge. Somnus, that rampage that he was able to get on the OD, it's the 6th one that we've had on the road to the international this year. But strangely enough, last year, in the entirety of 2022, we had 6 rampages just over every single tournament. So we've already had more rampages in the last few days than we had all of last year, or at least equivalent to that. I have no doubt we're going to be seeing more in the days to come. Of course, Somnus did not do it alone. He had the backup of his boy FY, somebody who has gone to TI finals with. And of course, FY is here again, trying to make another push towards finals day, and more importantly, claim an Aegis for himself for the first time. He's been in the finals several times before, but let's find out how he found himself in Seattle in 2023.
TS 我的整体感觉是这打得很快，然后但是当时是比较有经验的吧，就是也是一些老将，然后给我传授了就是打比赛可能尽量不要去注意外面一些东西啊，就专注的打好比赛这种类似这样的话吧，所以我当时也是没有什么压力的，当时应该挺享受的去打完这个比赛的。觉得就甚至打完之后，我是觉得还挺容易的吧，就是 TI 亚军，因为当时我还很年轻嘛，我不太懂这个冠军的含金量有多高，所以我觉得比较轻松的拿到了第2枚，就是以后自己应该还会有机会再去拿这个冠军的嘛，然后现在发现还是有点难度的。
Oh man, you look at that video, you look at the guy, FY, was it the Prince? Was that the name that he got gifted?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I think that he is definitely, we talked about this earlier throughout the rest of the group stages, that he's one of the players that I think probably the Dota community at large would most like to see win a TI in the future. Just because the
any like images come to mind for you because of that?
No.
And nothing in particular.
No, not any of them.
No.
I think, but that's the question, right? Is like, would it be better to like, do people want him to win a TI more, or like, is it so sad if he like gets the finals again and then comes up short? Both of those things would be insane. But it's really exciting. I'm excited to see Azure Ray come out, look really solid. In that last game, Somnus was an absolute god. FY playing on that Doom. It's been, sort of one of the heroes that's been run a lot in the tournaments. Thoughts going into this one?
My thoughts are, I just noticed that Chalice actually has that picture of FY as his current profile picture.
Oh, no.
That's pretty good. Nice. Okay, so they're leaning into it. They're ready.
Absolutely.
My thoughts are I would like to see Entity become the entity, I want to see a little bit of this Watson. We opened up with an Endy series and we got to see the Pudge. That's what we wanted. We wanted the Watson Pudge. He pulled it out, got the win. It did not win versus Team Spirit later on in the tournament. Sure, it's Team Spirit. They're looking pretty good. I want to see Watson Pudge. Obviously, the Stormstormer. It's kind of, I want the Invoker. I want the Pango. I know they're probably not going to give it to him. And I don't know if we can say like flashier heroes for Gabby. Can I get like a Gabby Dawnbreaker? I want to be able to make a few moves, a little bit more in this. But if I can suggest something different for Azure Ray, can we get another one of those FY Nature's Prophets? Because the Doom's already going to be banned out here.
Yeah.
And I would love to see the combination of Azure Ray's Nature's Prophet. Oh, it's gone.
Dude,
I want to see it in combination with the Spectre.
Dude, now they're going to
because the Spectre's been on the rise.
No, I know what you mean. For anybody that missed those games earlier that Azure Ray played, FY played a Nature's Prophet together with a Luna on the carry position. He was playing position 4 still, and it was just at 5-minute marks when it turned dark, was just running around and beating the crap out of everybody. It was pretty awesome to see. But already taking the other tree out of the pool now. So Azure Ray not wanting to give him that early game strength. In terms of what we saw, it felt very much like each team was kind of doing their own thing. Was there any big changes that you wanted to see besides just like Watson on a more active hero?
They got to fix the mid matchup, I think, is the biggest one for sure.
Okay.
Like it's, they don't have last pick again. They did have choice. They chose first pick. Azure Ray took Radiant. So they're just going to have to, I don't know if that means just straight up banning OD. Because the thing about OD is that there's not a lot of teams picking it. So that's already awkward enough. Azure Ray have shown in the past, including during the qualifiers, that they would pick it. And there's not many heroes that shut down an enemy mid as hard other than like Huskar when it is that like really bad matchup.
Right.
Oh, we're even getting rid of the Gabby Dawnbreaker. Come on, guys. Can we have some fun here? This is supposed to be a fun, you're up a game, let loose a little bit.
I mean, this is all the exact same bans as we saw last time, with the main exception being that CK was the 4th ban instead of the Dawnbreaker, and Entity banned out the AA along with the Nature's Prophet. So this next time around, it's going to be a little bit of a change up here. Do they want to ban out that AA? Do they want to ban out the Kunkka? They're going to take away the Earth Spirit instead. So taking away their own mid. Like, we don't even want to see that here in the game last time.
We'll see if they make their way towards the I was gonna say the CK potentially, like the offlane.
Right. Yeah, I would have liked that for Gabby. But taking them more.
I think it's a little early, I will say. Okay. I don't know if you want to grab it right here.
10 seconds remaining.
But that'd be a solid way to close. Or like, I guess, jump into the second phase, I should say.
Right.
Entities turn to ban.
First phase, taking it. They're going to run the brew. Interesting.
The panel was talking a lot about the group stage and this idea of like the patch simmering out and stuff. And I know for us, at least in a lot of our games, when we first started the road to TI, we had a lot of Brewmaster bans really early. Like a lot of just like straight up first phase Brewmaster bans. Nobody wanted to deal with this hero. And then we started seeing this idea of like perhaps the Weaver counter some teams would go for. And then we had Weaver flex in towards that position 4 as well. I mean, Azure Ray have actually already picked Brew and Weaver on the same team as they lost that game versus BetBoom, but it's still, I mean, we just saw it earlier, obviously, with that combination there from Nouns to get themselves that game 2 win, which was pretty awesome, with the mid-ogre.
Yeah, no, I think that it goes to show how flexible you can be in trying to come up with answers for this, or pairing together with things. They're taking a lot of time with this ban here, and they're eventually going to take out the Naga Siren. Interesting. I mean, I guess that they just kind of want to play a straight up game. Don't want to have to deal with all those illusion spams. When I'm looking at this one, though, I feel like Muerta has been such a feast or famine hero.
Remaining.
I'm really surprised that Entity decided to go with that with the first pick overall.
5 seconds remaining.
I think looking back through all of their games, I haven't seen that many Muertas get picked by them.
I think they're probably just going to hold it because it is solid flex and good support, and they don't have enough bans to also cover. Like, 'cause that was a really good performance there from Tianming.
Yeah.
To play that out of the 5 and get so many great coverages there, and if you have a 5 that can lurk in the tree line and get those fear saves off onto someone who's super greedily farming, and you waste all that time rotating like they did several times, that kind of broke their mid game when they were trying to carry forward this aggression that they'd earned with this Wraith King and Grimstroke. They did a fantastic job in the lane, and then you have this idea of just like, okay, sick, we're just gonna go around the whole map, we're gonna blow everybody up, life will be good. Didn't happen. This Naga Siren and Shout Demon ban, I wonder if they're angling for like a Bristleback. That's kind of one of the heroes that's popping off me right now.
That could be cool. Play a little bit more fast tempo. I mean, he's just been everywhere.
10 seconds
As
remaining.
the next round of bans come out for Azure Ray, they're going to go right into the
5
pick
seconds remaining.
immediately following this one. And with a Brewmaster as a start, I mean, you can play this, I think, in a lot of different tempos of games, it feels like. I think, again, back to that nouns game and just the idea of popping ulti to take towers, it showed just how good that can be.
And you can still buy all the same items for the most part. If you, you know, just be the Brewmaster.
Ray's turn to pick.
Okay. Darkseer banned next. Okay. Bit of respect there. Not a hero we're seeing a whole lot of. Empathy having just banned it last game, I suppose.
Well, and lots of illusion-oriented things, right? Like the Naga Siren, Shadow Demon, Darkseer is one of those heroes that I always think about is obviously against Terrorblade and what have you.
5 seconds remaining.
We still have the Spirit Breaker in 2. Doesn't necessarily fit that well with what we have here. Like, probably don't want to play it 4 with the Brewmaster. Because, you know, not you can think more about your spammable heroes. That could be what they're angling for right now. If they have like a Sky, but goes for the Grim. That's nice because it can be your 5, but it can also work as a 4. I would assume 5 for Tianming, and I feel like they'll try and get something a little bit more pointed for FY, like see a little bit more of the draft to figure out exactly what he's gonna be able to do. Could even be something like going back for like a Rubik even. You know, it's a classic combo with Brewmaster. You're up a game, you have FY, you know, come on. Everybody in chat's joling for FY Rubik.
That'd be pretty high.
That's all they want.
I mean, I do think that obviously Brew already a strong hero in lane, so having that flexibility to put it there if they want to for FY on Grim, and then you can play with like Inkswell, run at people shenanigans. Also just taking that away from Entity. But Entity, having burned through a ton of their reserve time now,
Entity's turn to pick.
what are they looking to? They take it. I mean, it's good to take it away from the Grimstroke too, pairing.
And there's a lot that you can do here too. This could be 5 Muerta. This could be 4 Muerta played with 3 Spirit Breaker. This could be 5 Muerta, 4 Spirit Breaker. So that Darkseer ban coming in clutch there too, because that just would have opened up more and more options as this draft went along there for Entity. I'm kind of feeling the Gabby core Spirit Breaker, I gotta say. I believe he's already played it once.
Sounds good to me.
That would be a pretty stark difference compared to his last game.
And there is the Fish Man. Know what he's playing.
Yeah, settled that up there. So, yeah, there we go. Things sorted out here. This is looking kind of similar to their draft versus SMG, where they got that win, where they had the offlane Spirit Breaker, and their support duo was a Dark Willow and a Warlock, and the Muerta was banned out as well. So, kind of makes sense, right? Very similar heroes that can offer some similar concepts in the laning stage, and then kind of throughout the whole game when it comes to scaling. Sure, you don't scale as hard as these Willows have been with their Midases and Agnems, but Muerta got some pretty fast levels in that last one, for sure.
And can make a nice little bit of disruption. You're seeing like a lot of stuns coming out from Entity. Obviously, one of them's global, but Azure Ray, they're going to run for the Luna. This is a really fast draft.
Bit of night vision talent for the Spirit Breaker. We got some skills for the Luna, so some advantages and disadvantages to watch for when it comes to the vision at night. See if he actually even goes for that. Is this the first Luna game they've played since our lovely... It is, since our one versus with the Nature's Prophet in combination there for FY. And they're going to pick up the Clockwork. Okay, so, I mean, it's a Warlock and a Muerta, most likely the support duo, 2 heroes that do not want to get stuck on top of and don't want to be found out. I mean, you just saw it last game from Tianming. He's constantly lurking, hiding in the trees, looking for saves. So these flares flying through, they can create some serious problems. And then a hero that really powers up with that Aghanim Scepter, getting those big flares out, can cause a lot of problems for someone like a Warlock especially.
I feel like this is probably going to be Luna Clockwork paired together. Do you think that Brewmaster Grim can put enough pressure onto Warlock, trying to like keep him stuck in that side of the map?
It'll definitely depend on the 5. Sorry, on the 1. Depends how greedy they go, right?
Yeah.
Like if they were to do something that was super not greedy, like let's say like you're a troll warlord, he's like the classic. I don't care who my support is in most matchups. I would kind of think that they might struggle a little bit to get under the tower. Not gonna reveal it yet though. They're gonna grab the Kunkka. Pretty safe. Again, this is this whole issue that they had last game of getting mega hard counterpicked. So they pick someone who's yeah, immediately into the ban of the OD. So it makes sense, right? Like there's not many other heroes that can just ruin Kunkka's time completely.
I'm just thinking a little bit about the timings that Azure Ray are going to have. And when Luna gets BKB, I feel like Kunkka is very much not going to do things towards her. I mean, I guess you can sort of do like a little whittling stuff. Maybe you need to play around the Spirit Breaker, but if Lua gets off to a good start in this game, I'm really worried about Entity's draft. Grant, I mean, that's if we end up seeing like the Stormstormer go the Water Park build, which we've been seeing a lot more of.
5 seconds remaining.
I want a big hitter, man. Yeah, I gotta get something strong here at the end for Entity. Maybe like a Sven or something. That's probably terrible against
they do have like the global potential. You know, the Spectre, she's out there.
Yeah.
She's lurking. She's thinking about it. You know. I don't know. The hero's looking better and better. These are some very safe bans, though. TB, Slark.
No, I like
certainly some more common ones.
I like what you're talking about. Spectre sounds pretty cool for Entity. That's what you're talking about for them, right?
Yeah. But then there's also still one pick left.
Right.
But it has to be mid anyway, so it shouldn't matter too much.
Let's see what it is.
I feel like Spectre's a little hard to judge right now. I feel like we haven't quite gotten there. What would their Tricore be? I mean, that would kind of help, though, because they do have Spearbreaker Kunkka. They definitely need someone who's going to join in. Whatever this position 1 is, I feel like they need to like come help out a little bit when it comes to these early ganks.
Okay.
I was just about to say Lifestealer, actually.
That's pretty cool.
I was thinking, like, who else can actually globally help but isn't as useless as Spectre? I was like, yes. Lifestealer. That hero can do it. Okay. Can they get anyone that dumpsters his out of mid, though? Not really. You know, he's just going to be Lifestealer. He's going to do his thing. Big silences, evasion, obviously are things that he's not a big fan of. What are Azure Ray missing? They have kind of team fight because of this Brewmaster and then in combination with the Grimstrike. Although famously Soulbind doesn't work when they have the spells from the Broodlings, which is really annoying. They don't get doubled. I mean, that would be super broken on the Cyclones. I get it. So there's your evasion in a different sense in terms of like, don't go on me with the Somnus Necrophos. And we have a Spirit Breaker, Kunkka, Lifestealer. Yeah, those are tanky heroes. That's a good Scythe game.
Well, I did some quick research because I was like, we're going to get a Somnus classic hero, and I was looking through some of his top picks of all time. Necrophos, he has 9 professional Dota games on this, and the last one was in 2022. So there's a time to bust it out. It's now. Do you like the decision? Do you think it's solid?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, the hero looks really nice with in a lot of the games so far through this group stage. Obviously, we're talking big, beefy heroes, and then Scythe can do a whole lot for you. It provides a little bit more of this idea of the power of group up with Luna. They've utilized it before with this FY Nature's Prophet that we saw and trying to just like get into all the fights that they could, abuse the early right-click damage. This goes the other way of like we're getting the right-click damage, but now we have a little bit of sustain. So you can like threaten towers and you don't have to necessarily like pop split, for example. You can just hold. And if they try and engage on you, you split, everyone's healing up the whole time. They also are hard commitment on Entity, of course. Like if they want to start a fight, the Spearbreaker charges in, it's either a yes or no. We're flipping the switch. Are we dropping the golems or not? And he might just get scythed and die.
It's a fair point. Yeah, Gabby gonna need to pick his targets well and stay out of harm's way as they get into this game number 2. Azure Ray looking to move on and face the juggernauts from North America and Nouns, who are ready to feast on the blood. They're ready to go. Man, that was so crazy that they freaking won that. I know we talked about it a lot on the panel, but I can't get over it. As we get into this game number 2, Azure Ray, can they do it? Or are we going to go to game number 3?
Stay tuned to find out.
I'm so ready.
I'm looking up his Necrophos history because I'm just curious because like the first time he ever actually played it was at TI7 when it was LGD versus Virtus.pro, and he went Veil and Hooded Defiance.
Yeah, that's
he lost obviously because that's not a finished build. That's a very heavy amount of gear. That's like a winter TI or something. But other than that, he has lived many a Radiance timeline in his life of Necrophos. 5 of those games were Radiance Necrophos. So
right,
we'll see if the tradition carries on. Man, he really likes to bust it out at TI. Actually, hold on. He played it at TI7. He played it at TI8. He played it at TI9. But like in between that, there's like it's not that many games.
It's a TI hero, man. What can you say?
He just lets it sit all year. He's like, is it time? Break in case of emergency.
There it is. Trying to get there right now as we move on in towards the runes. Will they be able to sneak one of these away? Tianming steps forward, say, come at me. I got battery assault ready to go. They're going to find Fishman. Oh, the Fishman. Get out of there, Joel. You're going down as the right clicks come through. And he is going to get gobbled up sashimi in the river.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, fair enough. You can have that one.
As Katomi starts heading down bottom too. And yeah, this is going to be the thing that I want to see. How big of a deal is this laning stage against the Necrophos? Can Stormstormer set up to have a decent time with it?
I would think it should be pretty chill, Doing your thing. Should be all right. It should not be as bad as last game. Let's put it that way. Okay. How about that? Yeah, that seems pretty safe. A lot of the, we often, I usually put Kunkka into the category of the spirit heroes a lot of the times, and those spirit heroes famously are pretty annoyed by Necrophos, so that is one nice aspect of the Kunkka. I feel like he's not quite as bothered, but I guess a lot of it does depend on so many things, like rotations, and like if people just kind of like cover the water runes, how annoying that can be. Plus, like, the idea of I have to hit my torrents and you just don't have to care about your spells is kind of annoying.
Absolutely. He has been able to get a couple of denies here against the Necro, 6-2 versus 5-0. We'll see if that changes and if he can get into the region that he needs to survive here. Has the bottle coming out right now. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of an issue there. Down bottom, we did see Tianming on this clockwork already pop some battery assault and trying to play very far forward to mess with Gabby if he can. Meanwhile, Katomi just trying to cut off these as FY up top got very low HP. But yeah.
Yeah, this is something you want to do with clockwork all the time. The earliest levels to just immediately battery assault. He should go body block that camp too, I would imagine. But no, he's too busy. Doesn't want to do it.
Fortunate for them. Also did see as the charge comes through and getting some good harassment there on the Lul. Gabby tries to get out of the cogs. Does manage to, but can see the potential power that comes with just the calling there.
I try and body block the camp and feed and die. So it's nice to stop him from pulling the wave like he's doing right now, but either he was going to die or Luna was going to die, and that's why Tianming's at TI.
Fair.
I'm casting it. So nice pull from Kataomi, though, to try and balance things out here as Lu and Tianming will run on over.
Did see that wave pull coming out from Stormstormer. So in the mid lane, he has decided to run away from him as a nice pushback down bottom. And can they do enough to Tianming here? Doesn't really look like it. He can just walk that one off.
He's just hitting the creeps in the camp.
Ooh.
Yes, thank you. Great space.
Get used to it.
They managed to take down the Lifestealer up top. It's showing the strength of this.
And these early levels too. Kind of like those Timbersaw heroes where they need a couple points up in the passes before it feels really good. So try and punish that as much as you can. And Grimstroke getting off to a great start can be a pretty terrifying hero, again, with this new Inkswell especially, plus how good the Shard is. And in combination with the Brewmaster, maybe they're not like the best laning combo compared to the other like more spammable spells with the Brewed Up, but one thing that's insane is Inkswelling a Brewmaster with a strong Dispel Shard later on. Because like it's so hard to stop him from splitting.
Yeah, he's always going to get that one off, it feels like.
Plus, it means you can actually clap too. That's the coolest thing, because you can like actually blink clap without panicking. Here's our replay too.
Oh, yeah.
Of just this high skill kill here. Now, you're probably thinking, why didn't he rage? Well, he was level 2 and didn't have it. And
That's the problem.
That was a problem. Yeah.
As Katomi pops the Fairy Fire, dies to the Lucent Beam, and Lou is still sticking around. Now Gabby, no regen in the lane. Lul is going to get some tangos passed over, so another nice little win there for him. Should note, while all of this action has been going on, Grimstroke has been able to stack up camps. So there is a nice little bottle of extra gold there for Luna when she gets into that Mask of Madness.
That's very impressive. I'm not sure how he managed that, to be honest. Sniping a couple back there. And I mean, that can even go to your Necropos too, you know? Somnus wants to run on over there too.
True.
Second the game a little bit more in their favor. Good body blocks here with that ink spell up top. Getting real low on Fishman.
He's in trouble. Doesn't have any way to get out of this one. So they take down the Warlock and able to run away from Watson, who is still just level 3. They've been doing a good job up top so far.
Stop.
This is kind of brutal.
Stormstormer? God. Going to X and make sure that he gets the regen in, okay? Interesting. That was kind of cool. Got the bottle refill and a salve off.
Yeah, Thomas is crushing on these early levels too. So no rotations coming through. So they haven't disrupted anything in terms of the water runes, which has been fine, but it's just Necropos doing Necropos things. And if Sorcerer doesn't have good rotations to go to, he does have a Spirit Breaker, so hopefully that's what they're going to sync up to, right, with the boat.
Right.
Kind of counting on Gabby to save you when you hit 6.
Well, speaking of which, Gabby in some trouble. Good dead shot keeps him back. That looks like Tianming is... Does he keep going for more? Lucent beam in. Tianming looks for the punch. Not quite enough to bring him down, but yeah, Lul able to play very aggressively, and Stormstormer.
Yeah, he's getting completely owned.
Has the nice play, dude. Level 1X saving lives.
That could have been so bad. Like, considering what happened last game too, but look at this pressure, man. And again, Brewmaster able to just stay up here alone.
Yeah.
Has the phase boots, bullying Fishman a little bit. Not the best offensive support. Obviously, much more of a static, staying under the tower here. This is why you stay under the tower, Fishman.
Oh, no.
Oh!
Another hit. Is he going to get away? No, he's going to get chased down here. They get the kill. Meanwhile, 3 heroes mid. They're just stacking them. Like, Entity can't step up to this. This is DD Somnus.
This is really good. Like, they're just fully taking advantage of this Necropos over the Kunkka again. Because I feel like sometimes you just see them get ignored a little bit, and the Kunkka hits the neutrals, the Necropos goes, hits neutrals, and then it doesn't matter. Like, the Necropos comes out on top, but the Kunkka still exists.
Right.
They are just denying his existence right now. They do not want him here at all.
Right. And on top of that, I mean, you know, a mixture of luck, a mixture of skill, getting a DD rune at that point means the tower's dead. Right? And now, no tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Stormstormer can't feel safe here.
The ward placed down too. Now, it is against a Spirit Breaker, so there's some heroes who might be a little bit concerned, right? You're just thinking things like, okay, well, I'm kind of deep on my side of the map. TP rotations are far away. But it is a Necrophos, and if you mess up, it's like the olden days when people try and gank Viper mid, and that hero was sort of something other than just a break machine. When it was a true classic to see the triple kill for the Viper as 3 heroes all die and the Viper survives at 50 HP.
Up top.
Oh, the split.
They're going to pop it for Watson. Get in range, slow down, couple hits. He's in trouble. No level 6, no TPs. Chalice takes him down, and after taking mid tower is going to put some pressure on the top. Wow. They're looking very good here.
They smoke Stormstormer and he gets a shield rune. Not the best. They're going to try and punish onto Lou. I feel like he's going to see this coming. They have so many wards mid and they're hitting top tower. Like, I think he's out of here, to be honest.
But look at, he's anticipating the movement. He's anticipating the angle. Lul, they spotted him right there. Does he get him? X connects. Can they bring him down in time? Fishman is right there with them as in trouble. Lul
the raindrops.
Gabby's nearby. Somnus too. They have to get this kill. He's got stick charges. I don't know if it's going to be enough. They try and bring him low, hiding off, but they get one kill. They do manage to take down the Luna. It comes at the cost of Gabby, but you got to get something there. Dead shots push him away, but Fishman also going to fall. No Roche there to help you, buddy.
Azure Ray looking even more powerful than game 1 right now. 8 kills to 1, a 5k lead, and the 1 kill they get finally on the Luna. Sure, that's great, but Somnus is out of control right now with this Boots of Travel build into the immediate heart after having no mercy whatsoever on his opponents.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah, there's Necrovos, baby.
He is, he's going to be terrifying. Okay. And this is before Clockwork gets 6. He's wrapping around onto Gabby and Katomi right now. If Gabby's not careful, they move through, glyph the wave, tries to go for the calling. They won't go for more, it looks like. In fact, can they catch Jiaming here? Finds onto 2. Chase tries to find him. 1 dead, 2 dead. Who's ganking who? Didn't stand a chance. Watson now shows up also. The slow is pretty good. Boat connecting onto a bunch. Does manage to hit, but they just don't have the damage. Oh, man. They need more.
This is so terrifying, dude. It's 4 points Lunar Blessing, 4 points Death Pulse. This is like a bad pub you play in US West. And like, no one on the team talks at all. And they just pick these 5 heroes. They just run at you with their auras, and you lose. We've been there. I've seen this.
Buy more
I know the
items.
strategy.
Meanwhile, Stormer is going to get caught here. Takes away the illusion rune, finds the Kunkka. Get him back in, maybe. They have a lift up. They bring him down to the low ground. Gabby's trying to make his way over, but it's not looking like it's going to happen. Stormer still chase. Can they quite get him in range?
He can't buy a bash.
Just looking, hunting, wants him. Can't go for it. But Gabby will kill Tiamni. Wait, have they gone too far? The level 2 Fatal Bonds doing something. Watson starts to hit Somnus. He does have Reaper Sight. Just TP's out. They have anything to break it now. Oh, man.
His brain's just too powerful. Oh, Entity. We got a bit of a road here. A bit of an uphill road to TI, it would seem right now, or at least the upper bracket. And it's looking nice and smooth here. It's looking downhill for Azure Ray, which sounds bad. But when you're on the road to TI, downhill is good because that makes it easier.
All right.
So it's all downhill from here.
Stormer is going to, looks like he's going to be found. They find him immediately. Silence is there. More stun. Can't do anything. Does he manage to TP out? No. Chalice kills him.
I'm trying to get a look at the cam there on Stormer, and I feel like his soul is just losing his body. This sadist, you know, from the Necrophos, it's really coming into play here. This is a tough couple of games for a mid player.
It's true. They've really, I mean, and if you think back to Somnus and how he played so many times back in that old LGD roster and stuff, he would get so many, like he would dominate mid, he would get people running at you mid, and he's doing it again here with Azure Ray.
Oof.
Gotta address the Somnus.
Oh, we banned the OD.
Visibility.
Just takes another int hero, runs at you with it. Wow. 11-2. Not even looking close here in this game too.
I mean, the road back is paved with golden Midases, so
okay.
Gabby's got one. That's it. Sorry, that's not true. Watson has his finished. Okay, there we go. All right.
Time to queue up the rest of them.
Actually is just coming. All right, so 50 gold away. Come on, bud.
Almost.
Needs to charge some tolls on this road.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Getting closer. I wonder.
Dude, this ward. This ward mid is about to die of expiration. This ward has done so much for them this game. They dropped it mid when they pushed the tower with the DD.
Yeah.
And it just died of its own volition.
Been there that whole time. And every move cut off from it. Stormer now is going to try and take these down. I mean, it's going to be 14 minutes. And Fishman trying to get level 6. He gets it now at 13 and a half. This is a hard game. The old Fishman. Doesn't matter how many times they spam it in chat. It's just...
Yeah,
right
you would think that Joel would be powering him up right now.
Step lively now.
So much.
And maybe it was the fish moly we needed.
Azure Ray, though, I mean, continuing to hold on to every little area of this map. And you can tell how free they feel. They're not at all afraid of any punishment. Well, Entity are just grouped together in this one corner of the map with the exception of Watson.
Yeah, they're basically smoking for their own wisdom rune right now, it feels like. As all right, here we go. Gabby, find somebody.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no. They see them all. Goes in. Golem down. Do they have anything to follow this up? It looks like they got Tianming. Are they going to keep chasing with the rest of Azure Ray? They're running into them right now. Do not appear to care about anything as the Fishman slows them. But that does mean everybody can spread out and go back to farming a little bit.
Look, they got a kill and they didn't all die. I feel like at this point, that's kind of a win, especially if this tower isn't pressured at all.
Yeah.
I mean, Chalice wants to try and mess with their Watcher here. It's a bit rude. Okay, he's just being rude.
He just takes it in front of him. Oh my God, have mercy. Fishman's gonna die. It's brought down by Chalice.
Kidnapped by the Astral Pull. I mean, that was a, like, you know, you're gonna have to split to kill me. I feel like Fishman's fine with that. That's just a bored Brewmaster player.
Right. At this point, you got to take what kills you can get. Lul is still just free to AFK farm the Ancients. Has Manta soon to be on the way, while Azure Ray playing together with 3. They have Hookshot back up again. Spot 1, it's Katomi. Just use Flare so they can't get vision on him. But as they collapse in this area, he's in trouble. Moves in, went for the long-range target on Tianming and doesn't manage to get either of them.
I absolutely love that Chalice went Spear Vessel and is thinking about Blink. I hope he finishes it.
Boat comes out. Rum Buff helping out Stormstormer. Meanwhile, Katomi's still very low. They take down Fishman. They take down Tianming. Chalice, he's in too far. He's going to get punished here. As they find the brew, he's dead.
Okay. All right. So when is the last time you saw a Brewmaster buy Blink early? This, like, never happens now.
Yeah.
It's very rare. They typically will see Spear Vessel into, like, Midas Radiance, Spear Vessel Radiance back for the Midas, you know, those kind of ideas. But the Blink, I was thinking, is pretty sick because of this idea of the Inkswell, right? That's got to be the main reasoning.
Yeah.
As they will chase after here onto Gabby. FY here. Oh, he's committing. All right.
Bound onto 2, double loose beam. Lul there just to gobble them both up. As Fishman gets silenced. Couple more hits. Dead shot. Blood grenade. He's alive on nothing.
Oh,
barely dodges it. Going back in. You're crazy.
1 second to goal.
He was dead anyways. The flare for the takedown, though.
I think he was trying to dodge a flare.
Yeah.
But it looked really funny. All right. Well, they killed Chalice. He comes back in. The split is back up now in 1 second. FY, that double kill. Well, actually, I don't know how many he ended up getting. The double kill he set up for his team, will get him quite a bit of gold here, and that's going to give him the shard. So now this Blink Dagger is just perfect. It's such a good idea. Because, you know, typically Blink's really not that good on Brew anymore. To be fair, he also only has 1 point Thunderclap, so it's not like it's incredible. But it still starts off the fight the right way. It has this whole idea of, like, ruining this backline of Warlock as well as Muerta. Gabby hoping to get out of here.
Ooh. Couldn't quite break the movement through the portal. But yeah, the slow, steady build of net worth that's going into the favor of Azure Ray. You got to try and hit another one of these timings a bit later, it feels like. And of course, with all the commitments towards Midases, that's kind of the only option they have. Kunkka's going in for an Aghanim Scepter next. They do have the Atos on Muerta, like you're talking about, but we'll see how it ends up going.
Again, eh?
FY finds Watson. They pass each other. Just walks through. And are they going to dive? Oh, they found Stormstormer. Reaper's sight there, dead. Now looking for more. Katomi tries to TP out. Not going to happen. Quick rotations from Azure Ray. You're not getting a tower for free.
No, they're going to take one as well. From the other side of the map, rotate through, get your kills, and now send the Brewlings down bottom. Still early, though. Don't last too long.
Yeah. These look like they're going to stick around this area, though. as they have taken over that outpost. FY just walking in division, and they can't do anything to them. Another stacked Ancients, which Lul should be able to clean up here. Man.
All right, well, listen, it's a 9K lead. It's 17-5, and nothing surprising is happening in the last two series. So I just think that clearly, again, things will just go as expected and Azure Ray win, right? Is that it?
Are you trying to cast a curse this?
I mean, everyone knew that Talon were going to win.
Right,
and,
of course.
Yeah, you know, previous series yesterday, and then everyone knew that the nouns were going to win. So that wasn't surprising, and I just feel like everyone knows that at this point, Azure Ray are guaranteed the W.
Okay, we'll see. Charge down bottom. Is this the beginning of the curse? Okay, probably not. Stormstormer does do some work. Wait a minute! Stormstormer! Oh my goodness! They did it! And now the chase down. Trent somehow managing to curse Azure Ray to the casting booth. They do lose Stormstormer, but get two.
All right, that's a solid start. Lou, definitely the feeder, I gotta say. Teammates gonna be giving a hard time after this one.
2 of the 7 deaths. Not what you expect to see from the Luna.
Not a great ratio on the hard carry. And you know, the worst part is, of course, like buying this Blink Dagger on Chalice, and I really like it. It's really cool. Like if they're not finding successful fights and stuff, he's just be like, man, I wish I had a Midas. I mean, I wish I had just bought the item everyone else bought.
It does raise some interesting questions here. Like if they start to even these fights a little bit, trade some kills, it's not looking too terrible for Entity. We'll see though. Cat told me he's gonna get found as Chalice blinked on top of him, but when you're speedy like that, means you get away further when the dead shot comes out. Cat told me pops ulti, tries to run away. The torrent not quite gonna connect, but the Atos keeps back Chalice.
Charge still following right now, but I think he's going to use it to farm. I thought he would use it to farm.
Okay. Playing with them a bit. Has that Octarine core done?
Oh, again, more vision too, by the way. They have a ward in their base right now. God, their wards have been so good this game.
Yeah.
Like a ward living the whole time in your base. This ward, I haven't even talked about this, TI. These wards are so insane. These high ground wards. We need more of these. Like inside your base, you just see couriers the whole time. It tells you everything. You see couriers flying all across the map. Just gives away where people are farming all the time. It's crazy when you get them up in a match. And that's our caster ward down there showing us, hey, they're doing Roche. Okay, checking. Who has the shards going on to Roche. Doesn't like this new development in the Luna playstyle.
Right. Oh, Fishman dies to a split in the mid lane while that Roche is being taken. It's gone. And now this is the timing that we are talking about. This is the point in time when Azure Ray are incredibly dangerous, might think about going high ground. And a little bit of a pickoff here would be huge.
They need this.
They get him. Somnus shows up. He doesn't have his Aghanims yet. He was 50 gold away from it before he came into this fight. They try and make something more happen, but it's all out from Stormstormer. The Aghanim Scepter doing work with 3 dead. Don't call it a comeback. Entity are here to play.
Like I said, nothing surprising. Only a 3K lead now after they take Roche. That could not have gone any better as they kill the blinking Brewmaster.
Wow.
Before he can get his split off, unable to get the FY save that was being heralded here. I wonder if he considers a blink instead of a Mystic Staff with this change of fortunes of his team right now. Sorry, a Scythe of Ice by the Mystic Staff, of course.
And I mean, it's definitely a possibility.
Because I feel like they need that blow up. If that blow up doesn't happen, either the Necrophos or the Brewmaster, then I think they just lose the fight. Or even the Luna, you could argue. Like between her Moonglaive Shard and the fact she's gonna have BKB and she'll probably eventually get more lifesteal than just the Mask of Madness, then this like blinking Inkswell Dispel to try and break up this combo that they're working with here could be huge. Of course, they also are gonna be layering things on top too, so it might not be the end all be all to get that save off.
Well, that is, I mean, yeah, that's a good point as well. The layered stuff. Wait a minute now. Are they?
Like an onion.
Like an onion. Well, like an onion, they are crying
tears
right now. They lose another hero, gets Reaper's Scythe, but gets back home.
Love that.
Gabby. Oh, they find him under vision. Drops down the ward. Nice play from Tianming. Does have another charge. Can he time it right? He does. Wow. In between the battery assaults. Not bad.
That's pretty sweet. Octarine Core coming huge there. Making sure that he doesn't have to worry about it. And now no split again. Chalice. And crumbling a little bit here in this later part of the game after a really sweet start. He's struggling to make the big moves, getting picked off, throwing out some weaker ultis. Teammates don't want to actually fight. Doesn't have a Midas. Idiot caster thought it was cool to go blink.
Cool.
Feeling not as good about it now.
I mean, he did it first, to be fair.
I mean, that's true. Me and Chalice were the same. I mean, there's worse company.
They are just going to retreat back. Now, Entity, they finished Nullifier on Watson. They have infest up. There's the movement coming in from
that's
Chalice.
So huge. And this is Necrophos too, right? Like coming in.
I mean, he doesn't have split though. I guess maybe it doesn't matter. Hookshot now connects onto Gabby. Golem to turn. Lifestealer right there with them. They're going to bound them together, but the Fatal Bonds are going, and the water park is open for business as they find Lou. Going to kill him too. Somnus is in, but are they just going to run away from this Necro? Well, they're thinking about it. The charge gets the back line. Nice snipe. Gabby tries to back out. Can they find any more? The boat is out, so now they've got some extra survivability, and Somnus gets turned on. This is a nullifier, a double kill for Watson, doing it again for the team. Gabby is ready, has the charge to connect for the stun. Lowell in trouble, but no, it's a triple kill. Can they bring him down? Yes. They find the final touch, and Entity are back in business.
Oh, the timing on this nullifier was so important. I do, however, solemnly swear to never flame Luna Shard again. The fact that she just survived versus a life stealer, I'm actually convinced now. I apologize to the Luna players.
You should apologize to Azure Ray. What the hell, man? He just broke their upper bracket chances here.
Listen, I did it for the fans. All right.
Fair.
You think I don't want to go to bed? It's 10 minutes to midnight here. We need some good Dota. All right?
Dota as the replay here.
Yeah, this was insane. Up on the high ground, we got Splash Mountain, baby. You know, we just got this all firing up. Everyone's up the ramps.
My God. And yeah,
this charge though, that was so sick.
I know, and again, a great point for wards. You know, making the difference. Oh, geez. Boat came out. That would allow them to reinitiate. And Watson just doing the work. Now
there is something so funny about going Boots of Travel Heart versus Lifestealer, because you're like, it's fine, I'm Necrophos, and then he gets a nullifier. You're like, this was a terrible decision. I am so chunky versus this Lifestealer now.
Yeah, I mean, Somnus does nothing now, right? Like, he needs to Death Seeker away, basically, it feels like. Is we see back into the game now, a 2,000 gold lead for Entity. Roche, it's going to respawn in 3 minutes as Katomi will be found. Does he have a way to get out of here? Does not look like it. Reaper's Sight, easy peasy.
After that last fight, you check out that courier that's flying to Somnus right now, and yeah, it's got a plate mail. Yeah, he did some quick maths on the fact that he has 10 he had 10 armor
right
prior to that, so up to the 20 now.
Jeez. This is an interesting one too, because after the couple of Muerta games that we haven't seen have that much success, Katomi is going for an Aghanim Scepter, so he's going to have that parting shot as Lul chases Stormstormer a bit in the mid lane. Fishman. Oh, but no, the charge at the same time. Fishman survives through the first salvo. Now they're onto both of them. Connection, Chalice. Oh, he barely gets it off. Now running, trying to get out, stunned. Watson, the turn though, with the boat, the charge through. Gabby has them both. He's in trouble right now. Nowhere to go with Somnus. Tried to Ogre Steel Totem away, but wasn't able to. Stormstormer now has to run because Luna's come in. Big bad Luna and Lou get some hits. Katomi throws down the calling. These fights on a knife's edge.
Yeah, I think Watson made the right call there. Seeing Lou come in, realizing he's getting kind of low, had just, like, Nullifier was about to run it on the Necrophos and just decided to bail. Despite the water park going, maybe could have got the hits in there to do something about it, but didn't like the look of it. Wanted to go back to the fountain and do some 360s. Watson's doing a lot of those. And now he's going to jump inside of Gabby. They're going to go for the reset instead. They don't want to fight into the split.
They
try and catch them without it.
He's separated from everybody else. Gobble him up. A couple more hits and he is gone. Didn't get to play anything. I mean, look, it is what it is. You got heart even with the plate mail. Can't survive against this Watson lifestealer.
Yeah, and FY has also commit to the ultimate orb, so we won't be getting the blink save from the Grimstroke. I feel like this, maybe that blink needed to be on Grim. Might have some issues here. The other hope, I guess, will be Tian Ming, but he doesn't have a Force Staff to try and break it up as well, right? I mean, they don't have any. They've got these bigger items there, and well, FY.
Does he survive through? BKB Gabby. Okay. That was not how that was supposed to go. Does have charge. Gets away. Hook shot. Oh, Tian Ming, where are you going? Pulling out the Scorpion. Get over here. Does he have another charge up in a second? But gets silence. Gets the kill.
That was kind of greedy.
I mean, a little.
A little. 8-second BKB. You wanted it bad. Fishman. Oh.
The other danger here is that if you lose a fight against Luna, you might lose your whole base. Fishman in trouble. Fishman dead. Oh, this is bad for Entity. They need to get back. Do what damage they can. Fishman has Golem back up in 15 seconds. They find Fishman.
Space.
Be careful. Fatal Bonds connecting. 40 seconds until the Spirit Breaker is back up. Fishman is dying to Glaives. They want to keep going for more. Chalice gets the lift up the boats there. They don't have Golem. Gabby, he buys back. Looks for the charge. Wants to go in. They get one hit, but it's already running away. They have the charge onto FY. Rolls through onto 2. Still looking for more. Wattsman trying to find a target, but they get out. Stormstormer, he got infested. Gabby now backs away. The call might be to retreat. Watson, they find Chalice, connects onto him. Deadshot connects onto Luna. Watson can't find a great target. X marks the spot, torn onto 2, but they retreat. Tense moment here.
Does have Force Staff now. I don't know if I just missed that before, but thank goodness, because that is so desperately needed this game. The Force Staff is going to save this game completely. Saved him in that situation. Almost got hit by a Deadshot to chain things together there. And if you want to catch people from getting charged into just one-shot kill, it's going to be a hook shot, Cogs, Force Staff your ally out. Get them out of there and try and just break it up and sacrifice yourself instead.
Little spots Gabby. Gabby runs away. The rest of the team of Entity heading down south towards that Luna. Roche back up. I'd imagine there's going to be a fight for that one right now. And Somnus a couple seconds before he TPs.
I think that shard is also new for Kunkka. I was checking before. I don't think Stormstormer had it for the tidal wave too. It's pretty huge for the Roche fight to bring that out. Looks like they're going to go do the Tormentor.
Oh, yeah, giving up the Roche. Azure Ray will get a pretty substantial advantage there as the planner pocket is online.
Imagine.
The Reapers?
Yeah, I mean, that's gotta be I mean, it's actually kind of cool because there are, you know, loosened beams and stuff for chain stunning. Could be kind of huge to actually hit something big.
Or the Soulbind?
Depending.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe not the shard they were hoping for.
No.
I guess Muertas isn't insane on support Muerta either, to be fair.
Right. She's almost at Aghanims on Cat.
That's true. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't call her support.
Chalice
something
wants to run.
Okay.
Clockwork looking for the angle. Finds him. They got him. Immediately pops the rage. Wants to run. I mean, he's gone. They find and kill. Reaper sight done. Big kill for Azure Ray and no buyback.
Okay.
1,000 gold away.
With a 4-minute Aegis and Cheese, now the gem moving towards high ground. They've already had such insane vision throughout this as well. Do they have any more obs on them? They do have one more in FY. See if he can sneak another one up on the high ground here, but I doubt he gets away with it. There's already a sentry laid down.
I mean, this is at least one set of racks. I don't know how much more they get, although they don't have a creep wave at the moment. Will be coming up right now. Nobody from Entity could get mid to grab it as Gabby a little bit late on that one.
I think you gotta let this one go.
I mean, I don't know what else they're going for tier 4s. Azure Ray say, we don't want to play Dota anymore. Entity had pulled everything back so well, and now Golem dropped down, but it's about to die. What do they have left in the tank? They're starting to fall. Boat's gonna come out. Connects, they need life stealers. Damn it. Can they kill off Lou in time? Hook shot to turn it, to go back into them. They find immediately onto him. Gabby pops the ulti, bringing down Lou very low, but still alive, still with the Aegis. Watson can only look on from the grave. They don't have enough damage. There is no creep wave, though. They keep the creep wave alive. Buyback comes from Kunkka. It's gonna be there soon. They buy enough time for Watson to get back up. I can't believe they're holding it, but the Ancient's still exposed. They have 100 seconds without Gabby. He does not have buyback because of the timing. That was a dieback for him. They find Fishman immediately, and now with the creep wave coming back in, Watson's got to do it all. He finds one. Do they have enough damage? Eats the cheese to turn it, and that's gonna do it. Watson goes down. Azure Ray take the win, 2-0.
See, it was just a little bit of fun, you know? Just messing around a little bit before bringing it back in towards a solid victory here at Game 2 for Azure Ray. And yeah, it did get a little bit dicey, no doubt about that. Kind of felt like they just decided to clean it up a little bit there, look for their solid group up plays once more. Ooh. And they had to work through some of the solutions that were presented here from Entity. You know, had to start playing a little bit more around the nullifier, had to try and watch out for exactly the angles Gabby was going to come from. If they didn't get this Infest Bomb blow up, you kind of knew it was going to be a problem.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. And you can see their Entity, unfortunately, are going to drop down. And who is it that they're going to have to face in the lower bracket but Tundra of all teams? This team that had been looking so good. I mean, Tundra also dropping down low there. It's going to be a tough matchup between them.
Aren't those Western Europe teams?
That's a good point.
That's confusing. I thought you said lower bracket.
You know what? You're not wrong about that. Meanwhile, Azure Ray, they're going to face off against Nouns, which is from a different region, if I'm not mistaken.
Something. I don't know. Yeah,
it's how it goes. Trent, a fabulous showing from Azure Ray. Entity, going to have to think about what could have been, as we're going to head on back to the panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Azure Ray in 2-0 fashion not only dispatch Entity, not only get revenge for 2022, but now we'll be starting the main event in the playoffs on the upper bracket side of things on the road to the International. I'm joined on panel yet again by Lizard and Gods. Lizard, the early game, right? At 10 minutes, honestly, the game just felt over. It was absolutely amazing what Azure Ray was doing.
Yeah, let's not sugarcoat it. This was a stomp, right? Like almost in every single lane. On top lane, Brewmaster, Chalice, he was getting way too much. Mid lane, minute 6, 7, your tower is dying. Necrophos gets his minute 15. Was it the fastest Heart of Tarask ever?
15 minutes, 14 seconds, fastest heart of all time on Necrophos.
They were just having way too good of a time. So good of a time that some of them tried to even throw it a little bit with the itemization. Brewmaster with the blink as well, going a little bit ham, using his ulti when it was not super necessary. Died a couple of times, but yeah, I think that Lou impressed this game. Very stable performance, never gave in into any silly ideas, going too deep or anything like that. Farmed, got his Aegis, ended the game.
Yeah, definitely it was a very good performance coming in from Lou. Not to take anything away from Watson though, because God, in the situation, it's very similar to game 1. You made the point that at some point it felt like Entity had like hands off keyboard, Watson carry us. And when you look at all these replays, there's a distinct difference when Watson is able to be in the fight, nullifying up Somnus, dishing out that damage, and when he isn't, wow, it feels like Entity just can't do anything to this Azure Ray lineup.
Yeah, he is kind of the late game hope. As is often the case, I think when you're getting stomped in the early game, it's very much just like, well, we're losing all our lanes, let's hope our carry can just chill, farm it up, and give us a chance in the late game here. But ultimately, all it takes is one slip up. It was Watson getting picked off by the Clockwork, a hero that ended up being kind of pivotal because it allowed them to get numerous pickoffs through these BKBs with the hook shot to control these heroes. So just really nice plays coming out from all of Azure Ray. And yeah, you know, Watson, he can't do it all. And this was a game where I think there was just too much kind of weight put on his shoulders.
Yeah, I completely agree. He can't do it all. Like, he's picked as this answer to the Luna, and you could see the idea with some early game rotations. After the laning stage went poorly for them, they still managed to charge with the Lifestealer, get some pickoffs. But he's supposed to be the hero that deals with the Luna. He's also supposed to be the hero that buys Nullifier to deal with the Necro. It's just way too much. It's too difficult, and it's not a free game for a BKB that is Rage, right? Like you have this clockwork that's always ready to break you from TPing, stop you from TPing, or even fighting properly. The kite potential from Azure Ray was pretty massive.
Yep, that as well as the fact that we had to spend so much time just running away from Brewmaster, just preventing himself from getting stunned up with the initial rage charges. Entity find themselves unable to take a game. They go down into the lower bracket, and that's where they will begin the playoffs next week. For Azure Ray, though, although yes, God, there was a bit of throwy scenarios in the mid game, there's a lot of positives to take away from this one. I think especially in the early game and after, you can see the point in the game where they realize they're making mistakes and they can adjust, pivot, and start cleaning things up. You know, Lou carrying the game, looking very solid. I feel like this win is the kind that's going to help propel the squad very deep into the bracket, especially with the sweet justice of revenge from last year.
Yeah, they got that bit of revenge from last year against the Entity boys, and I think it is kind of a good point to bring up where there's something they can actually learn from this game, take away the kind of slight sloppiness in the middle. Often, you know, we kind of talk about like you learn more from losing than winning, but this is the kind of win that you actually can learn a bit from, about how to be a bit cleaner in that mid game, because if that's versing a Team Spirit or a Team Liquid, they could throw that mid game and then just lose the game. We saw Spirit do that against Shopify, particularly with that Spirit Breaker, which I thought might happen this game. I was like, Spirit Breaker's got minus Octarine now with BKB. That sometimes just wins you the game. So this game became losable for them, and that's something they need to focus on when it comes to, you know, preparing for their matches in the next stage in the playoffs.
I definitely feel the same way. Even called it out during the game. This game is over. Entity is doing it. We're going to game 3, but then you click on Lou and you see that he is just a tiny little bit too farmed up. Everyone else, well, they were making some curious plays after having a great laning stage, but I really feel that in that last game, Lou outperformed.
Lou finally able to step it up here on the way to the international. He makes a way to carry the game, even though things were shaky in the mid game. But crucially, you know, when you look at a team that has lots of superstars, you have Somnuses, Chalices, FYs, folk who are used to carrying their games in their positions. For a young up-and-comer like Lou, it's very beneficial to give him the reins of responsibility and to understand that he can take them and drive you to victory. With that, Azure Ray now will be the final team confirmed for our upper bracket on the playoff side of things. The bracket is set. Next weekend is going to be very entertaining. Obviously, we had the massive upset earlier today of Nouns, and Azure Ray gods, you know, if you're them, you probably were preparing to play Tundra next, but getting past your opponent. And normally, a week ago, you're like, guys, we'll play against Nouns. It's going to be simple. From what we've seen from Nouns, they cannot be taken or underestimated at all anymore.
It's cool to see those two teams play each other, because I feel like both have their kind of signature heroes that are different to what everyone else is doing when it comes to the drafts. You know, we've seen Azure Ray bust out the OD. We've seen Nouns bust out Offlane Witch Doctor. So two teams with kind of some distinct picks, which is partly why they're in the upper bracket. So it's going to be a really fun matchup, but not just one where you can just, as Nouns have proven, where you can just discount them.
Yeah, both are definitely different when it comes to picking heroes that aren't necessarily picked by everyone else, but I would still say that Nouns, they're the ones that you might have to just ban out those heroes against. You don't.
Yeah.
When do you get to practice versus Witch Doctors and Ogres, right? Like, you can only theory craft. Like, these heroes, I've heard, have been drafted in a couple of scrims. Like, teams are playing Ogre mid. It wasn't the first time. It wasn't like a super surprise, right? But still, you just don't have experience. You don't play versus that every single day.
Looking at that bracket, I'll be honest, right? I'm very excited to see that particular matchup, not just because the squads involved are young in their journeys, still trying to prove themselves, but both of them have like Giga Chad brain coaches. Lanem versus Estini, that drafting phase, guys, that's going to be fun to watch. No matter what, it's going to be entertaining. We're all going to learn something about this patch.
Yeah, and now the coaches really get to shine. You get that extra bit of time to prepare for the main event. You get the days off, so you can really go into the group stage matches. Everybody's played so many games so far, so there's a lot of data to use, and the coaches can really come up with a good battle plan when it comes to the drafts for the playoffs.
Let's talk about the playoffs on the other side of the bracket, in the lower side of things, where teams stand a chance to be eliminated next weekend. Some fairly surprising names here, Liz. Gaimin Gladiators, BetBoom, Tundra, Rebellion. They could all be going home on the first day of the playoffs. That is not something I would have expected coming into this tournament.
Yeah, EU in shambles.
And it's fun. We get some of those regional matchups. You know, Tundra versus Entity. We've got Shopify versus TSM. So, you know, each region gets to, you know, figure out who their champion of the lower bracket is maybe going to be. Although EU also has some teams in the upper bracket as well.
We still have, what, Liquid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's surprising. It's literally just Team Liquid that's in the upper bracket from Western Europe.
I don't know.
I wouldn't have ever imagined.
If you heard Blitz and how their scrims are going, I don't know if I can put all my hope into that.
So, looking forward, gentlemen, we are at the end of the group stages. We are done and dusted now. You've seen what the bracket's going to look like. You know what the next weekend will comprise of in terms of the games. Gods, give me your primary thing to take away from these groups. Well, a team that you are going to be backing for the rest of the tournament, and what's your primary takeaway meta-wise from the games that we've seen?
I think one of my biggest takeaways is probably about just play your style. We are only like a week or two into this patch. Don't feel like you have to copy other teams. The patch hasn't been figured out. Day to day, we're seeing new heroes emerge, like heroes that struggled on day one became popular day two. So I think teams who play their picks, playing in their comfort zone, are going to do best. And then as far as teams to look out for, Team Spirit, let's go. I don't know. It's hard to say anyone other than maybe Team Spirit when it comes to clear favorites for the tournament. So, yeah, looking forward to see if anyone can take them down.
Liz, what you got for me?
No, I think these next couple of days come down to psychology more than anything else. Like, don't overthink it. Find the best way to prepare for the remainder of the tournament, for the playoffs. Don't get too much into your own head, because that can happen, right? Like, you can overthink even the patch, some strategies. You can start doubting yourself in these days too. As long as you can stay cool, calm, and collected, that's probably the main point.
Okay, stay cool, calm, and collected as humanly possible, says Lizard. He's been a player before, he understands the psychology of these things. So let us hope that the remaining teams in the tournament will adopt that psychology on the road to the international. And hopefully one of them will adopt it enough that they can lift an Aegis at the very end of it. That does mean that our group stage is finished. We will be resuming proceedings in the playoffs on October 20th. So make sure that you join us on that day, starting at the very top of the bracket with Team Spirit, a team that, I'll be honest, I think is going to win the tournament, but where they'll be starting us off in the playoff side of things. So join us October 20th for some more Dota 2 action. From myself, Snare, from my incredible panel, Gods, Lizard, Winter's here in absentia, Natty's in the background, and of course our wonderful production team that has enabled us to bring you all this fabulous analysis and crucially some fabulous Dota 2 action. Before we go, just a final reminder. Dota 2 is a celebration, right? Not just of fancy lights, cool team fights, lots of action, but of camaraderie, of teamwork, and of building long-lasting connections. There's people that you're going to meet through this game that will remain in your life, your close friends, for the rest of your life. So treasure the moments that you share with them. Make sure that you are keeping a positive mental attitude about the game. But more importantly, make sure that you have fun, enjoy us, and see us in a week to continue the journey on the road to the international.
All right, welcome back.
He is just dead. Who do you focus on? CR going in with the side kill. They finish up the DC. Look at this man. How do you stop him?
Oh no, the unstable concoction. That's not what you want to happen. Such a tanky primal. Oh, that timing of the glimmer. I love it. Oh my gosh. He knows he's here somewhere. Return damage time. Ramses, he's just going off. GG. They tried so hard.
Look at that hero.
What a
hero.
Comes Gunner. He's got the echo. And Skitter's
oh my God.
all gone. They are all gone. Moonjackson, he's desperately trying to survive. He's all right. He's all right.
Oh, this is silly. This is truly silly.
The GG's called. GG. The GG is called now.
Now it did it.